Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
Enough. It's morning roast in your cup.
Rebound with time for Green. You got to push here. You get a good shot. Green weaving, trying to get the shot up. No call that way. Curry flings it the other way. And he got it! What a turnaround! Curry the three!
This sucker.
Mike Tirico on the call, ESPN at the time, and that was 10 years ago. The 2015 Warriors from the second round went on to beat the Grizzlies, the Rockets, the Cavs, and hoist their first of now 4 NBA championships, and they will be honored later tonight at Chase Center. Again, 10-year anniversary of the first title team for the Golden State Warriors. Evan getting Sam Lubman in for the two Joes here on the Morning Roast. God, I forgot what it sounded like to hear Mike Tirico call basketball.
I know. Hello there, Evan. That's it's wild. I think that was once a thing. I mean, Tirico was on the call for the Baron Davis dunk on Andre Kirilenko as well, so he has popped up for some pretty surprising basketball calls in the past. But oh wow, 10 years already! Like, I swear to God, Evan, it was like 4 weeks ago that I was watching them win that NBA title back in 2015. Like, my goodness, how the time is flying by. 10 years already. Wow.
Where were you in 2015? What was Sam Lubman doing in 2015?
2015, that would have been my senior year of college, which was actually a lot of fun down in Miami. Not but just because I was in Miami, which is fun in its own right, but because for a lot of people in Miami at the time, I was like the only Warrior fan that they knew. So everyone wanted to know like what it was like being a Warrior fan again, which was really, really funny because when I met those same people 4 years ago and I was still the only Warrior fan that they knew, it was like, oh, what's your favorite basketball team? Oh, I'm a Warriors fan. Oh, who are they? Where do they play? What are they about? No one knew anything about the Warriors my freshman year of college. Senior year of college in 2015, that's all anyone cared about was just how cool the Warriors were. You'd walk around campus with your Warrior gear on. Everyone had something to say about just how great that team was, how fun Steph was. And yeah, it was a totally new feeling for me as a Warrior fan because I didn't know that Warrior fans were allowed to have happiness and success. That wasn't how things are supposed to happen. And then all of a sudden this team comes along in 2015 and just completely rewrites everything we know about what it means to be a Warrior fan.
Yeah, it was one of the more unexpected championships, at least up until that point that I could recall. And being a fan of the team at the time, like I was a junior in college, and it just was so much fun. Like I remember being a Warriors fan growing up. The coolest thing ever was in 2013 when Steph Curry got a single MVP vote. Mm-hmm. When he was snubbed from an All-Star game, I was up in arms. And now looking back 10 years later, it's like, what were we so angry about?
That's what we were complaining, but that's the thing, Evan. It was just, that's how bad it was. That's how dark it was before we had any sort of semblance of championship pedigree and expectations there. Like, there was a time where I legitimately thought the best season we would ever have would be that We Believe run in 2007. There was a time when that run the Warriors had to the second round when they lost to the Spurs in the conference semis. Like, well, that was the high water mark. We did it, guys. We got one more win than that We Believe team did in a playoff run. Like, that was what we expected as Warrior fans, the mountaintop to look like. Raise the banner, took the Spurs to 6 games in the West semis. Like, but it just, what this title did is it showed us as Warrior fans, like, yes, we can have nice things. We can be, at the top of the NBA, penthouse, so to speak, and have these great things, these great times, these championship memories. It was at a level that I never expected possible as a Warrior fan.
Yeah, it marked the birth of what has become a dynasty. And that's sort of where I want to start today. We're going to get into a lot of different things. I thought there was some awesome conversation yesterday on Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr. He said a few things about not just Jimmy Butler, but also kind of the moving pieces of this team that indicate, I think there's a lot more urgency about this group than people are giving them credit for. But the 2015 team, it was unexpected. Even though, Sam, if you look back on paper, like that team won 67 games. They were number 1 in offense. They were number 2 in defense. They had the league MVP in Steph Curry. Like, they were by far and away the best team of that season. And it took until Game 6 of the NBA Finals when LeBron was without Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, who both got hurt during that playoff run. For us to finally believe that this coronation of what will become a future Hall of Fame squad was believable. Like it was so unexpected, I think, for a lot of my friends and Bay Area sports fans that in a way it was kind of like, did we really just do that? Or did the Warriors really just do that? And that to me is sort of what it represents. You know, the birth of the dynasty, and now 10 years later, people are still wondering if that window is still open. It's just crazy how time flies.
It really is. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's when you believe that it was real. Like, I think it's for me when Steph threw the ball up at the end and you hear Tim Roy's call, the Bay's team is the best team. One of the great championship calls in Bay Area sports history. Like, that's when it started to actually feel a little bit real. You think about that playoff run, and it was, on paper, that was an incredible team. I remember at the end of the year, ESPN did a piece about, where that Warrior team ranked among the greatest teams of all time. And I think they had them like the top 10 at the time. Like, that's just how flawless that Warrior team was that year. And when you look back on it, it made sense that their path to the finals was, for the most part, pretty smooth. Obviously, a bump in the road in Memphis, down 2-1 against the Cavs, but they responded every time in a way that, again, in hindsight, was not all that stressful, but at the time was driving us absolutely nuts because, as good as that Warrior team was, it became apparent that if they didn't get it done that year, the disappointment factor would have been off the charts. I mean, think about it. The best season of Warriors basketball that we had ever watched up to that point all of a sudden had a massive risk of ending in a huge amount of disappointment. And there was a lot of nerves going into that playoff run. And as nervous as we might have gotten as fans, that team never really buckled in any of the pressure point moments. I think the closest it ever really got to going off the rails, Evan, was that second round against the Grizzlies. Warriors go down 2-1. They lose that game in Memphis. And, of course, this is what makes championships special is the special stories that come, about from those runs. Not just the stuff that happens, in the games, but stuff that happens outside of the games. And, of course, there was that famous story of how Steph Curry, after that Game 3 loss, was all down on himself, wanted to sit in his hotel room and just kind of brood about it. And his teammates were like, no, man, we're in Memphis. Let's go out. Let's have some fun. Let's get some food. Let's just loosen up here. And they talk about how that moment kind of spurred them to win those next 3 games against Memphis and propel them into that Western Conference Finals against the Rockets. Just moments like that, like the memories like that, that's what makes that run so special. It was the newness of it and just how essentially seamless the whole run was, even though we were nervous the entire time.
Well, but it also wasn't a bulletproof run. And I think that's why there was so much pressure to back it up. Like you heard Andre Iguodala talking at his retirement ceremony about how we had to do it again and again because people didn't believe it was real. Yeah. And at the time, I didn't care because I was a Warriors fan, but you could kind of see some of the logic in it. Well, number one, they dodged an OKC team in the first round because the Pelicans had the tiebreaker, so they had to play New Orleans instead of Oklahoma City, who was just getting Kevin Durant back in after fracturing his foot that year. That would have been a really hard series. The second round was against a Memphis group that the Warriors were better than, and it took a strategic, a brilliant move by Steve Kerr to basically just leave Tony Allen completely alone, and in many ways set the stage for what postseason basketball has become, which is matchup-based, and if you can't shoot, if you can't be a threat on both ends, you're going to get exposed because he just put Bogut on him. And then in the conference finals, everyone was waiting for the Los Angeles Clippers, the team that had knocked off the Warriors the year prior in 7 games. But they didn't get there because they blew a 3-1 series lead to the Houston Rockets, who, of course, were led by James Harden, who had the most turnovers in a playoff game or playoff half.
12, I think, in that Game 5.
I mean, he could not take care of the basketball. It was hilarious.
Not even the most ridiculous Rocket stat.
And then... Yeah, exactly. And then the Cleveland Cavaliers, obviously, injuries was a concern for them. But the Warriors, they won. And so it didn't matter. Like, they won a championship. But I think at least at the time, what I came away thinking was, thank God they got that one. Because there were a lot of things, and every championship team has breaks. Like, I think the Nuggets got breaks when they won their title. Last year, even the Boston Celtics got breaks. I don't think they had to play all of the best teams in either of their conferences. But the Warriors made the most of their championship. They made the most of that season. And that's why, to fast forward to 2025, I do think that it's important that they, I don't know if it's important. What I'm trying to say is basically like this season has added urgency to it because you never know when you're going to get a next crack. That team obviously got a lot more chances, but at the time, I remember thinking, gosh, well, at least we just got one. At least we won one championship. The Warriors won a title, and they can't take that away from them.
No, you mentioned the luck there, Evan, and I think it's a good point because there is an added urgency now to this season. But you talk about the luck, and you do need some measure of luck to win championships. And the Warriors, they did get some massive breaks in that run, none bigger than missing the Oklahoma City Thunder. I always remember, I was doing a show on campus at Miami when the news broke at the very end of our show that Kevin Durant broke his foot and was going to be out a significant portion of that season. It was just like, all right, wow, Thunder, they might not be around that much. And I remember thinking, watching the end of that season as the Thunder, creeping closer and closer to that 8th seed, like, ooh, that would be very unfortunate. Warriors did catch that break there. The Warriors did catch a break of that. The Cavs were, an injured team that basically was LeBron, a couple minutes of Dellavedova, J.R. Smith, and then who knows what else. I think Timothy Mozgov was one of their important players on that finals team. That's just how, beaten up the Cavs were. But with all that said, you can say that the Warriors were lucky and stuff like that. Considering the 40 years that organization had to go through before that title run, I think the Warriors earned a little bit of lucky breaks there. I always read, every year before the Warriors season starts, I read that Bill Simmons piece, 60 steps on how to, piss off your fan base or whatever he titles it. And I read that every year because you got to remember where you once were as a Warrior fan. And I always remember that dark night when, not the movie, the actual night when Monte Ellis was traded and the anger that I felt because it was just like, we're never going to have anything better than Monte. That's where my mindset was at the time. That's where Warrior fans' mindsets were at the time. Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were on the Warriors at the time, but we were so focused on Monte. So it was just, that's Warrior fans, we had so little good to ever be cheering about. Like, we deserve some of those lucky breaks as that Warrior team, bulldoze its way to that first title. And that's what made it so special, is that it truly did seem to just wipe away 40 years of just complete frustration. I mean, for me, it was about, 20 years of frustration. I was only around for about half of it. But, for those long-suffering Warrior fans, all just the absolute kicks in the pants that this fan base endured, the luck was well-earned, I think, on that run.
Yeah, now you're sitting in an ivory tower because there's 4 championships.
I mean, isn't that
in 10 years.
Is that how most, people get rich, is just get a little bit lucky, and then that's just how it starts from there? So, that's how the Warriors, they get a little bit of luck, and now we're sitting in the top penthouse.
Well, a lot of people are born with a silver spoon. Yeah. But no, the Warriors pulled themselves up from their own bootstraps, and they created what has turned into a modern dynasty. And they're a part of, basically 5 franchises that have been able to do that. The Lakers, the Celtics, the Bulls, the Spurs, and the Warriors. Those are the teams. Yeah. They are NBA royalty. And so
it's crazy to think the Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald, he was saying before the Iguodala's retirement ceremony, Warriors 7 titles, third most in the NBA, which is like crazy to think that the Warriors of all teams have the third most championships of all the NBA teams. Of course, they're millions of miles behind, the Lakers and the Celtics. But just this little run here has catapulted the Warriors from what the doormat that they once were as recently as that 2013-2014 season to NBA royalty, so much so that we got Jimmy Butler on this team now. And it's just simply by existing, this team has championship aspirations and are considered one of the elite royalties of the NBA. 10 years to go from down in the absolute slums of NBA, whateverdom, all the way to the top, all started from this run that the Warriors could be celebrating tonight. When I think back, it gives me goosebumps thinking about just where we once were to where we are now. And throughout this season, there's an urgency to win this season. Obviously, in that urgency should still be there. But for me as a Warrior fan, Evan, it's ever since that first title, it's given me like this base level of just no matter what happens, that one title is always going to make me happy. And the fact that we've gotten so much after it, it's the level of contentness as a fan is that we experience as Warrior fans. Like, it should never be taken for granted because there are fan bases that don't get to feel as good about their teams as we have been able to over the last 10 years. And it just makes enjoying Warriors basketball so much easier, even when they are going through tough stretches, because you have those warm memories to kind of put a smile on your face during those bumps in the road.
Yeah, we're spoiled now.
Yeah,
Sam.
It's great.
Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way.
It's fun being spoiled. We should do this more often.
888-957-9570 is the number. All right, we're going to talk to one of the members of that 2015 championship squad, Festus Ezeli, at 8:30. We're also going to talk to St. Mary's men's basketball head coach, Randy Bennett. They just came off a win at Gonzaga that cemented their second outright regular season championship. That'll be at 9 o'clock. So a lot of basketball today coming up for you on the Morning Roast. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni, and Joe Shasky. What does the 2015 championship represent to you? It's the birth of the Warriors dynasty, and do you feel like that window is still open? 888-957-9570. Sam and Evan with you. Let's go out to Tyler in the city who wants to reflect on that championship squad. Tyler, what's going on, man? How are you?
Man, I'm pretty good. Evan, my boy. Love it. Evan, what's good with y'all?
Oh, what's up, T?
What's up, Tyler? Nice to hear from you, man.
Oh, yeah, man. No, man. Y'all holding it down, man.
You're up with the Roosters, man.
I got to – yeah, man, you already know. I got to go ahead for 2015 championship definitely represents South, because, like, literally never in my life did I think we were ever going to win just one championship, let alone four. And I'm with Lubman when he said, like, man, we all were so salty when Monte Ellis got traded. But, man, shout out to Joey Lightyear, bro. You knew exactly what we wanted to do, and you had the vision. And, shoot, like, man, we might get a fifth one, y'all. This is feeling pretty good this year right now.
Oh, man, it is feeling good. Hey, Tyler, I know you're at I ran into you on BART after the Warrior game on Sunday, man. How'd you think of that Iguodala retirement ceremony?
Oh, man, that was a really beautiful ceremony. They really did it right. I'm so glad that Klay Thompson was able to be in attendance.
Mm-hmm.
Just giving Steph his flowers as well. Like, he is our GOAT. He is our Michael Jordan, our Kobe Bryant, all of that. And with Andre Iguodala, man, like, he really was the first player to come and help change the organization for the right path. You know what I'm saying? Where we're at now. And, man, Steph doing the meme of him talking to Wiggins was legendary, bro.
Yeah. It was great, man. Great time, man. Thanks for calling in, Tyler. Always great to hear from you, bud.
Yeah, appreciate that, T. 888-957-9570 is the number again. Giddings and Lubman in for Spadoni and Shasky here on the Morning Roast. We're talking about the 2015 squad, but as it relates to the 2025 team, if you find similarities, we're certainly going to take them. But to me, what that team 10 years ago did was maximize their opportunity. They maximized a window. That's what I want to see this team do. And they play later tonight against Charlotte, a team that's been beaten by an average of like 48 points the last two games out. They're absolutely awful. But what they've done so far is maximize the Jimmy Butler era. Can they maximize this season? We're taking your calls on the other side. Again, Festus Ezeli, Randy Bennett coming up at 8:30 and 9 o'clock, all on the River Islands guest line. We're back after this, and that's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Kevon. No Joes today. Sam, Evan, in. A cup of Joe. Cup of Joe in The Morning Roast for sure. But what we're talking about today is, well, Kevon Looney's been a part of 3 of the 4. He was not on the first championship squad. It was a title that belongs to Festus Ezeli, who's going to join us at 8:30. But, Sam, it's, again, that was a championship that I think at the time was unexpected. Looking back, it makes a lot of sense. But the Warriors they did it so many different ways for all 4 of their titles. That first team was the strength in numbers squad. I think a very complete team at the time. No one knew that Curry was going to bud into the borderline top 10 player, wherever you have him ranked ever. Mm-hmm. The 2 titles in the middle obviously made sense when they acquired Kevin Durant and built the death lineup in the Hamptons 5. And then the last one may have been the sweetest, but it all starts with 1. And in a way, because they now have 4, it allows you to appreciate that one a little bit more.
Oh, absolutely. You never forget your first, and that goes for every single championship. I'm sure that, that first Super Bowl 19 hits harder a little bit for 49ers fans because of what it began. I know 2010 will always have a very magical place in my heart for what the Giants did that year. And 2015, yeah, same right there, up there with the Warriors because, with the KD championships, it was more like it wasn't so much will the Warriors win. The question was how much are they going to dominate the rest of the league and how much fun are we going to have watching a team that's basically playing these games on easy mode. And that was just pure entertainment every night. What makes 2015 and 2022 very special is that it didn't have that kind of like guaranteed feeling that those 2 KD titles had, in that, it was not so much a question of how badly they're going to beat everyone. There was some semblance of it's not a guarantee. They could fall short because in 2015, obviously they didn't have that pedigree. 2022, it was just, it was just not as great of a team, I guess, in a sense, as those KD teams, because those KD teams were just otherworldly. So when you have the lack of the safety of a guarantee there, it just added an extra sizzle to those runs that made it just even more entertaining. That looking back now, you appreciate those bookend titles a little bit differently because that guarantee wasn't there. Now, I'm not taking away from those KD titles. Those, the 2 titles should have been 3 that the Warriors won with Kevin Durant are some of those memorable basketball seasons, ever. I always figured that those 3 years that Kevin Durant was here, that's the best basketball I will ever see in my life. I will never see team basketball played at that high a level ever again in my life. But that 2015 and that 2022 title, more specifically that 2015 title, there's just such a purity to it in terms of just not having that that reputation and watching them build up that reputation that has now come to define them 10 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue the 2016 team was the most beautiful brand of basketball I've ever seen.
That is true.
They just didn't win the championship that year, but that's the best Warriors team that I've ever seen. We are talking about the 2015 squad because they will be honored tonight at Chase Center. I'm not sure if it's before, during, or after, but the Warriors are playing the Hornets tonight at 7 o'clock, and they're going to honor this team, really, on the heels of Andre Iguodala. Mo Spates is going to be there. Brandon Rush, who was on Willard and Dibs last week, I believe was at the retirement ceremony. He's going to be there. Obviously, Curry, Draymond, Kerr, who, by the way, was a rookie head coach for that squad. So many different things going on tonight, pardon me, and throughout this week for Golden State. But I want to open up the phone lines to our listeners. 888-957-9570. What does that championship mean to you, and where are you at 10 years later? Let's go out to Oakland and talk to Coach Troy. Coach Troy, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, fine, Evan. First-time caller. I just wanted to give you a shout-out because you brought me a lot of joy back at EC Blue,
my man.
Baseball team. And I am so proud of you right now, man. I'm just so proud of you. I just wanted to tell you that. And the championships, with regards to the Warriors, those championships were great. And I really believe that the window is still open, especially now that they have Jimmy tied up for 2 years. They may go deep this year, but they'll definitely go deep next year into the playoffs. So that's my take on it. And once again, Evan, proud of you, man, and thank you for bringing me so much joy.
Appreciate
Take
it,
care,
Coach.
you guys.
Thanks, Coach.
What a nice call.
Best wishes to you and yours. Yeah, so that's Troy Goodwin. He, by the way, what he was so gracious to leave out is we ran the entire circuit that summer. That ECYB squad that year that he was coaching, I think we lost like 2 games that summer.
Powerhouse.
We were nice.
You were basically the Warriors back then.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we were basically like that 2015 team. No one saw us coming.
There's strength in your numbers.
We caught a couple breaks. San Bruno tournament. That green squad wanted no part of El Cerrito youth baseball. That's neither here nor there, though. Appreciate it, Coach. Let's go to Foster City. Talk to our guy GMC. Giant monster cars. What's up, GMC? How you doing?
Hey guys, actually it's GMC, but it's all good. So 2 things come to mind as I was thinking about this question. Right? Is if you guys thought about it, a year prior, the Giants just won their 3rd championship, and if I recall, Jim Harbaugh's Super Bowl year was, I think, sometime around that area.
2012, 2013.
And I was thinking, oh my goodness, we're heading into like a golden era for Bay Area sports, right? You get the Giants having just won their 3rd in a couple years. You have the 49ers up and coming. You have the Warriors that just won their 1st, could lead them more. You were thinking, okay, this could be a great era for SF sports. So that's one. And then the second one is, if you think about that 1st championship, if you fast forward 10 years from now and some streaming service is going to want to do some kind of like documentary similar to like The Last Dance for the Warriors, do you imagine how it's going to reflect on what that championship and this team did to LeBron's legacy over the years? Meaning, if you think about how if he wins that one, and who knows if he wins the one after that, now you're talking about people really having a no-debate issue that he's probably the greatest player. And so now you come to potentially the 3rd point. What if Steph and this team wins this year or next year? How do you not call this the Steph Curry era? As much as everyone says LeBron did it. I mean, we're talking about a dude who defined and redefined basketball in the last decade, and you have kids all the way to college students throwing up threes before they get in some warm-up shots closer to the basket. How do you not define this as Steph era if he wins another one in the next couple of years? Or, God forbid, a second one after that.
Oh, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Greediness
TMC.
here.
That's really what this championship run has done. It's like, can we get one more? Well, can we get one more?
Evan, I've always said the era of one being enough is long over. I think, I hate to go at Niner fans here a little bit, but I think the biggest lie any Niner fan will ever tell you is, I just want one. It's like, yes, we all want one Super Bowl. I guarantee once the Niners get a Super Bowl.
I'm sorry? Have the Niners never won a Super Bowl before?
Well, one right now. It's been 30, it's been almost 30 years since they last won one.
Might as well. They got like second most in the NFL.
Yeah, they got 5. It's been 30 years since they won the last one, though. And Niner fans, they are hungry for another one. And when they get it, they'll be incredibly happy. And I am saying when, I'm not saying if. When they get it, they will be very happy for a few months. And then it's going to be, well, I mean, you got this young quarterback. Why can't we add a second one? Let's keep adding to it. It's just one title is never enough anymore for any fan base, especially here in the Bay Area. And I absolutely blame the Giants and the Warriors for that, for spoiling us with all these extra championships. I mean, back in 2009, one World Series would have been great, or one NBA title would have been great. But then we feel what it's like to win multiple championships as fans. And yeah, just one championship will never be enough. You have to keep adding on to it, because a championship is great, but a run is so much better. Obviously, that's not, reaching for that one. But that's what the Warriors really did. And we talked about, how do you not call this the Steph era? No, I think this is the Steph era. Like, Steph won the LeBron James era. Like, he beat LeBron 3-1 in the finals. He's got the same number of rings. If you want to be that person who kind of cheapens LeBron's bubble ring, you're absolutely welcome to do that. I'm not going to do that. But Steph
Curry just did it.
Well, yeah, I did. Backhandedly.
Like, you literally just did it.
No, there are people who want to do that. I am not one of those people.
Yeah,
I consider that a valid
bubble championship, and I'm not going to say it doesn't
I mean, it
count,
was a bubble championship. That's the name. It was the bubble championship. It's still a ring. You can still wear the shirt that says Lakers 2020 NBA champs. You're still welcome to do that. It's a real ring for LeBron.
What about the Dodgers?
Yeah, no, it counts. Championships and elections, those are the only things that count in 2020.
Your voice cracked there.
No, I don't. Yeah, well, yeah, it's because it hurts to say. But I'll be honest. All those championships, it does count. But no, Steph did win the LeBron era because Steph completely turned the LeBron era on its head. It was supposed to be all about LeBron. It wasn't. The spotlight was taken away from King James. Steph won as many rings, beat LeBron more times in the finals. And more importantly, Steph changed the game far more than LeBron James did. You know, the reason why we're...
Don't make me stick up for LeBron James.
Well, then don't stick up for him. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you.
Oh, my God.
You can agree with me. You can say, Sam, you're right. Steph really has won the LeBron James era.
Yeah, but he hasn't, is the thing. Like, I think you can't say that. Like, that's not true.
I just said what I said.
Well, it's not true, though, Sam. I realize we're sitting in the Bay Area, and it's our market, and people love the Warriors, and that can all be great. But you can't just lie.
Steph has completely revolutionized how we play how the NBA game is played. The reason threes are being taken as much, and we can get into this on the other side, is because of Steph and Curry.
Yeah, having an impact on the game does not mean that you define what winning is in a generation. But I also want to bring this to now, and one of our callers brought up the idea of this window still being open. Is it? Because I think that there is, and thinking about the 2015 team, there's added pressure. There's added urgency to what they want to do this year, what they want to accomplish. To be frank, what Draymond Green has already promised. We can get into that on the other side as we roll on here. 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about the team 10 years ago, we can absolutely get into that. But I also think, too, to kind of broaden it, to bring it into the now, what do you now expect from this year's team? Is it something like a run 10 years ago? We'll get into it. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That's Sam Lubman. My name is Evan Giddings. In for the Joes here on the Morning Roast.
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Oh, who cares?
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Appreciate that, Oreo. Evan Giddings and Sam Lubman in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. We're brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Talking about the Warriors who are honoring the 2015 squad tonight. And to bring it into now, Sam, the question that I have for people at 888-957-9570 is, which team, if you could transport yourself back in time, do you believe in more? Take yourself, what you thought at around this time in 2015. So they were really good, right? 1 seed, 67 wins. Who do you have more faith in? Who do you believe in more?
There's just so many ways you can go with this here, but I think I would probably lean towards.
We're talking about the best chance to win a title. Which team you believe in more that can win it?
Yeah. Probably leaning more towards what that 2015 team and how they looked, only because, they were number 1 in offensive and defensive rating all year long. Like night in and night out, they were just obliterating teams. So much so that, even when they were down early, you never had any doubt that they would actually come back and win. The game I always remember that year in the regular season was the February 4th game against the Dallas Mavericks. Mavericks absolutely motorboated the Warriors in the first quarter. I think it was like 45-20 after that first quarter. I remember I was in my apartment with my roommates in college at the time, and I turned to my roommate and I said after the first quarter, watch, they're probably going to come back and just win this, because it was an ESPN game, so I actually got to watch it out in Miami. And sure enough, what do you know? The Warriors came back and they won that game. And that's just the confidence that, as a Warrior fan, I had at the time, which is wild to say that kind of confidence was new at the time. But as much as they didn't have that pedigree, as much as they could blow it at any time, feeling was there. Looking around the rest of the NBA landscape that year, and it was, I don't want to say a down year for the league, but around the rest of the rest of the Western Conference, the only teams that kind of concerned me were the Thunder, who obviously didn't make the playoffs, but maybe the Clippers, only because they had just beaten the Warriors the year prior, so they kind of had that, history. Maybe the Grizzlies, because they had the size to really make the Warriors struggle. Of course, the Warriors took care of that, no problem. Once they got past the Grizzlies there, it was just like, I was cautiously confident, I guess, as you could call it, because I didn't take the Rockets seriously. I didn't think the Rockets had any chance to beat the Warriors. That 5-game series was basically a formality. The only reason they lost Game 4 is because the Warriors wanted to clinch at home. And that was the series. We talked about, what that championship run meant. A big thing that I really liked that came out of that championship run was just how salty it made so many people. None more so. Carter, if we can get that sound ready, or if you want to play it, Evan, on your board. James Harden. That run was really where my hatred of James Harden began. And there's a speech he gave to the Rockets during the regular season where he talked about how the Warriors aren't that good. Evan, if you could play that, please.
Already twice, dog. You beat us already twice. That ain't that good, man. Let's go.
I'm not just saying that. They beat us, but they're not that good. It's just the saltiness that James Harden had towards the Warriors and continues to have towards the Warriors because they keep beating him into the ground. Oh, it's just so satisfying. So the fact that the Warriors were able to just demoralize teams like that year, how great they were, the eye test, the stats all told the same story. Like, that team probably gave me more confidence to win it all than the addition right now.
No, but I'm talking about, like, right now. Like, I don't mean going into the playoffs or seeing, and I understand, yeah, when you get to the second round of the conference finals, you think you can win it. I'm talking about, like, 2015 in February, when you've never won a championship before. You've never sniffed the conference finals. You hadn't had an all-star for a almost 20-year period until David Lee got there, and now you had Steph and Clay. I actually think if I could transport myself back in time, and maybe this is just a reflection of kind of the optimism that I had as a Warriors fan, I think it's this. Like, there's more confidence that I have in this year's team than I did in that year's team because I'd never seen it before. And the 707 brings up a good point, more in the 2015 squad, because the Celtics and Cavs weren't monsters lingering. So it's more about what's in the East than in the West. But because, to me, it comes down to pedigree. It comes down to resume. What the Warriors have on this year's team are champions. That team didn't have any proven players. It had a rookie head coach. And don't get me wrong, they were damn good. But the guy who was probably the most seasoned on that team was Andre Iguodala. And he was someone that came off the bench. So the Warriors had a lot to prove that season. And obviously they did. They won the championship. But to me, looking back on it, the answer is, yeah, of course, clearly the 2015 team, they're better. But if I'm thinking about where I was when I was 20 years old, sitting on my couch in college, thinking about what that team could do, I don't think I had as much confidence as I do now in this team.
I mean, there was a point, though, you look around the rest of the league, and everyone says the same thing, but I think it really did apply to the Warriors. It's just like, why not them? Like, again, everywhere around the league, the Hawks were the hot team in the East that year, but I don't think anyone was really taking them seriously as a legitimate playoff threat that year. The Cavs with LeBron were lurking. Obviously, LeBron was at the height of his powers at the time, still might be at the height of his powers, even at age 40. But it was, when you look around the NBA landscape right now, I mean, obviously with Jimmy Butler and the Warriors, there's 6 games in, everything looks great so far. There's a part of me, though, things have been going so great so far with the Warriors and Jimmy Butler now. The next thing that's going to be wild to see, I kind of want to see him hit a little bit of a bump in the road just to kind of see how they handle it, how they bounce back from it and adjust to it. And my guess is, my guess is that they would be able to handle it, but I want to see them deal with a little bit of adversity just to see how they handle it. That Warriors team, though, I mean, they had some ups and downs in 2015, but for the most part, anytime they had some sort of a setback or a loss, I think that the worst they had was a 2-game losing streak in December. Nothing really knocked them off course, though. And it got to a point where, when you're in February and they're down by 20 after one quarter against a Dallas Mavericks team that in the past had given the Warriors some troubles, it was like, you know what? Yeah, I still feel confident and that they'll come back and win. And that was a confidence that as a Warrior fan, I had never had before. I just assumed going into every Warrior game, they're going to figure out a way to lose. That year, though, it was the first time where just everything about that team was just so seamless, so easy that, yeah, I was, I know I was saying in the first segment how you didn't believe it until it happened. And this is kind of where it gets contradictory as a fan. You don't believe it, but you still think it can happen. And that's kind of where I was. It was just like, they will figure it out unless they find a way to blow it. But the way they were playing that year, it was just hard to just objectively look at them and be like, no, I don't see it. Like, objectively looking at them, that was the best team in the NBA that year by far. And that's why I had more confidence in that team than this team that we see right now, which, as good as the Warriors are looking right now, I don't think you could say they're the best team in the NBA by far right now, like we were saying back in 2015.
No, but I remember there was only one media member that picked the Warriors to win the championship that year.
Well, just because the media wasn't in on it doesn't mean that.
No, but I'm saying, but
it was unexpected. Absolutely, I think there's more expectations.
But I'm just saying, it goes to show that there was a lack of belief, even into your point, quite clearly, the best team in the NBA, because they didn't have any titles.
Well, yeah. So is it just the championship pedigree is what?
I think that's
belief?
what giving people. I think that's what gives people a lot of hope. And the fact that you bring in a player who doesn't have a championship, but a winner in Jimmy Butler. Again, I'm not talking about the entire season this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about these last 6 games, which seems to have this city, the Bay Area, back to believing that this team can make some real noise.
Is the buzz more about because how good it is right now over these last 6 games, or is it because we're comparing it to the previous 2.5 years that have been just admittedly a lot of blah basketball? There's been flashes of Warriors basketball, but for the most part, the Warriors have been just a middling, just above 500 team, which is not the most entertaining product. I mean, a month ago, Steph's telling people to stop tweeting, and Steve Kerr's talking about a crisis in confidence. What we're experiencing now compared to what we were experiencing a month ago is night and day. It's like you're going from eating stale peanut butter to eating a steak sandwich a month later. That's going to be a massive jump there. It's going to have you feeling really good. So how much of that confidence now is just based on the fact that a month ago we were as in the dumps as you could possibly be?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously things are better than they were a month ago. But to me, the common theme between the two sides of this decade are hope. People were hopeful back then, and it was rooted in what you saw. But I think people are just as equally hopeful now. People have a lot of belief in this team. And I'm not so sure that this team can win a championship. But it has more to do with them than it does other teams. Like, I guess I just need to see a type of team. Like, the Warriors are at the end of where dynasties typically are. Again, the Warriors are a part of 5 organizations that have become dynasties. The Lakers, the Celtics, the Bulls, the Spurs, and them. The Minneapolis Lakers were the first dynasty. Those from 47 to 54. The Boston Celtics had their run in the 50s and 60s, from 57 to 69.
There's also like 8 teams in the NBA back then too, wasn't there? So it was a much.
I'm just gonna give you the years of these dynasties.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No,
Jesus, Sam. I'm sorry.
I was just throwing as a fact. It was less teams back then.
No, sorry. You screamed at me.
Oh, I do. My bad.
Yeah, but the Lakers from 80 to 91. That's about 10 years.
Yeah.
The Bulls, 91 to 98, as far as winning championships. The Lakers had their kind of mini run, 2000 to 2004. If you want to extend it out, I guess you could do that. But to me, that's
the entire Kobe run, I guess.
Yeah, and then 99 to 14 for the San Antonio Spurs. Like, the Warriors are kind of pushing up against that line and where dynasties typically tend to fall off. And so I think it adds even more urgency on this season. Like, if I'm looking at the way that they're playing right now, the kind of rhetoric that we're hearing from this squad, the confidence that appears to be oozing out of them on like every single night now that they have Jimmy Butler, in many ways, Sam, I do feel like this is the last best chance for them to win a title. And thinking about the 2015 team who they're going to honor tonight at Chase Center has just got me feeling like they have to try and maximize this window, because I didn't know that window was going to be 10 years. I for sure do not believe that there's going to be another 10 years. But when you have a good team, when you have an opportunity, you got to take advantage of it. And I think this team has got something.
Yeah, I mean, I think by bringing in Jimmy Butler, they're absolutely taking advantage of the last kind of, days that this window will be open. I'm a little bit more optimistic. I do think that even if they don't get the job done this year, they'll still have a chance to do it next year. They'll have a full season, whatever that looks like, of Jimmy Butler. And more importantly, it's just, I'd be curious to see, what additions they make this summer to supplement this roster. Because, when Kevin Durant came here, obviously it became very important to build the depth around that core 4 there, or the Hamptons 5, if you want to include Andre Iguodala in that list as well. And part of the reason why the Warriors were able to fill out the roster so much, because free agents looked at that team and said, hey, that's a team that's going somewhere. I want to hitch my wagon to them. I can see the Warriors kind of having a similar appeal this summer, to where, again, I'm not off the top of my head who all the free agents are going to be or who's going to be available. There's so much that can change between now and then. But no, I do think the Warriors, with the acquisition of Jimmy Butler, they have a legitimate, I think, 2-year window here, potentially 3, but I think let's focus on this year and next year to really make something happen here. Is their best chance this year? Maybe, because you just don't really know what the West is going to exactly look like next year. You got to figure the Spurs, they're going to be in a better situation with Wemby back again. The Rockets, they're going to be a better team. The Lakers with Luka, they're going to be building maybe more around him next year, assuming LeBron retires, which I'm not actually assuming will happen. But the Lakers will be in the mix as well. Kings, Mavericks, are they going to be fitting it? So much is up in the air as far as next year's versus what we know now. But that being said, no, I do think the Warriors have the building blocks in place to where they can have a great run this year, and then they can use that to have another great run next year.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan getting Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni here on the roast. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app. We're going to talk to Festus Ezeli, 2015 NBA champion for the Warriors, at 8:30. And then St. Mary's men's basketball head coach Randy Bennett, fresh off an outright conference title, is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Yeah, I actually don't think that the window is still just going to be open necessarily. And I'm not saying that it's just going to shut, but this idea that players are going to want to come and join Golden State this summer, I don't know how flexible they'll be able to be, especially if they want to keep someone like Jonathan Kaminga. I think this is going to be their team. Now, how much better they get, the fact that Moses Moody has improved The fact that Brandon Pajemski, happy birthday to him, turns 22 today, has gotten as good as he has in a short period of time is impressive. But you just mentioned a lot of really young basketball teams in the West. And while I think the two best squads are the Celtics and the Cavaliers this season, next year, okay, you're telling me that the Nuggets are still going to be around. Jokic is still in his prime.
You still bank on that, yeah.
He's still going to be in his prime.
Yeah.
The Thunder are going to have another year of experience.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockets are going to have a year of experience. The Minnesota Timberwolves, who just had arguably the most impressive fourth quarter comeback and overtime win last night I've seen this season, are going to have another year of experience. You mentioned the Spurs, who are going to have their first season of Wembanyama and De'Aaron Fox. The West is not going to get any easier, and the Warriors are not getting any younger. That's another reason why there is urgency on this season. Does it mean I think they'll win a championship? I have my doubts, but I do think that this is the last best opportunity they're going to get, and they recognize that, and that's why they swung big and also had to pay through the teeth $112 million extension to pair Jimmy Butler with Curry and Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. I mean, they might not win. I mean, the odds are stacked against them no matter what these next 2 years. But with Jimmy Butler and Toe now on this team, what you're basically doing is you're giving what I think the Warriors essentially the goal obviously is to win a championship. I think the more broader, realistic goal is to put themselves in positions to win a championship. That was Steph just said he just wants to play meaningful basketball. And Steve Kerr, when he was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday,
do you want to hear that quote?
On that. Yeah, I was going to play it off my computer, but if you want to, it'd probably be better if you want to play it. Just the goal was to play meaningful basketball games. And I want to try and play it. And let's have some fun here with this one. And, how having Jimmy Butler on the squad accomplishes the goal of giving Steph meaningful basketball to play. Give them a chance. It gives them hope. It gives them the opportunity to be able to go on that run. And so when I look at the West next year, there's a part of me, Evan, a big part of me that thinks that if the Warriors could just position themselves to be able to be in that top six this year and next year, I believe that they have as good a chance as any to be able to figure out a way to reel off a run, do some damage in the West, and I don't know, maybe mess around and win an extra NBA title in this run.
No, I guess for some reason that clip didn't go over for our YouTube and Twitch chats.
Oh, I think we got to put Hotkey 3 in program. So that's my bad, Carter.
Oh, good. I'm going to play right now.
Yeah, why don't we just do that from now on?
He has expressed that many times to the media. He just wants to play meaningful basketball, and I love that. I think it's a great phrase because it's humble, but it's also hopeful. And he's basically telling everybody that, give us a chance. If we have a shot, and we're going to make the most of it. And I think the trade has given us a chance, and Steph feels that. Our fans feel it. We needed a shakeup. It was the right deal at the right time. Jimmy just happened to be available, and Mike Dunleavy did a great job of making it happen. So, yeah, we're in a good place, but a lot of stuff has to happen for us. We've got to stay healthy. We've got to win some games and put ourselves in good position. And we like where we're heading, but not getting ahead of ourselves either.
That's a term that I've heard used a lot by Curry, by Kerr, this idea of meaningful basketball. What do you think that means? Like when they say meaningful basketball, what do people think that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are talking about?
I believe those are basketball games that are being played where the overall end game is playing for a championship. That is when a game means something, it means that there's stakes in terms of getting you closer to that overall goal of winning that next championship. And so when when stakes like that are on the line, yeah, that's what meaningful games are.
Yeah, I don't think it's just getting into the playoffs.
Oh, you got to be getting into the playoffs is step one, though. Obviously, you get into the playoffs at step one. Step two is, all right, let's take it series by series. Let's see what these guys can do against whoever they get in the first round, whoever they get in the second round. And it's just what damage can you do in the playoffs once you get there? If they just make the playoffs, get knocked down the first round, obviously that'll be very frustrating and disappointing. But if the goal is to put yourself in a position to win the championship, there's steps you got to take to get there, obviously.
Yeah, but meaningful basketball to me means like Western Conference Finals.
Okay.
Means you got to be in the Final Four. Because I don't think they considered meaningful basketball when they got knocked out by the Lakers. You know, when they got taken to 7 games by the Kings a couple of years ago. They weren't contenders that year. We found out that that was not a team that could contend.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it was because of some things that happened off the court. The vibe of the team was a lot different. I'd argue the vibe of the team is the best it's been since the 2022 championship.
Back when they were last playing meaningful basketball.
When they were playing meaningful basketball. When you could envision that team making a run to the Western Conference Finals and beyond. So to me, when I again, I asked the question because I've heard it a lot, but I haven't heard Curry or Kerr really define it. Like, what I thought meaningful basketball was this summer for Steph was the Olympics, because that was a chance to win. But and they were the favorite, obviously. But he wanted to play meaningful games. Those knockout rounds, the gold medal game, those are meaningful games. So to me, I think that because Curry has played in so much meaningful basketball, beginning 10 years ago with the team they're going to honor tonight from 2015, that's what he's thinking about. That's what he's talking about. When Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are thinking about meaningful basketball games, to me that means they want to make a run to at least the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, and I think they have a good shot this year. And as I said before, I think they have the building blocks to put them in position to accomplish that goal next year. So, and I'd love to hear from our roasters on this, 888-957-9570. How do you define meaningful basketball games? And is this year the last best chance they have to take advantage of this championship window? Or is there another year after that? I kind of think that the Warriors have a 2 playoff stretch run here that they can operate here if they do things right. And I think that's what you could really hope for right now with the Warriors. Just give them a shot and let's see what they can do with it, because I think they have the building blocks to run with this opportunity and do something special with it.
I just think it's going to be really hard on the heels of this season with what they're trying to accomplish, especially if they get to the postseason, which I think they will, if they make a deep run, to just run it back next year with an older core. To me, and also in a way, it's a lot of it's going to be decided by some of their young players. I think they're going to have to figure out who these guys are in the postseason. They're going to have to figure out in their first playoff run if you can contribute, if Podziemski can be a guy, Moody, Kaminga. All of these guys are going to be asked to take a big leap forward. I think that's a lot to ask. But people are hopeful. They're hopeful, just in the way I think they were, for obviously different reasons, 10 years ago in 2015. But how important is it for you, for the Warriors, to make a run at it this season? How much emphasis is on the now? They play the Charlotte Hornets tonight at 7 o'clock, going for a 6-1 start to the Jimmy Butler era. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on the Morning Roast. We're back after this. All that coming up on The Game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shafsky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. You can hear Tim Roy alongside Tom Tolbert tonight, 7 o'clock. Warriors Live beginning at 6 o'clock, all right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors hosting the Charlotte Hornets tonight, going for their 6th win in 7 games to start the Jimmy Butler era. And boy, the Charlotte Hornets are atrocious, Sam. Like, one of the, if not the worst teams right now playing in the NBA, atrocious.
Ooh,
it's them, the Wizards, maybe the Jazz.
They are 5-22 away from the comfy confines of Charlotte. The Charlotte Hornets are 14-42 overall. That is a what we like to call in this business a bad basketball team. That's a technical term we have for it.
The other two Curry men are like the sacrificial lambs. In order for Steph Curry to be as great as he is right now, Seth has to be on the Hornets, and Del Curry has to be color commentating for the Hornets. That's the other part of this, too.
That's the other kind of Curry flurry that doesn't get talked about as much. I did not know that Seth Curry, who's 34, God, it's crazy how old some of these guys are starting to get, us included, Evan. I'll speak more for myself on that one. You're still under 30, right? Or you're 30
No,
years
I
old?
just turned 30 in 2024.
Oh, that's the last.
Just celebrated my half birthday.
The last good birthday we ever get. But I did not realize that Seth Curry
Don't speak for yourself, dude. I got 85 more good ones.
There you go. Seth Curry, who is just becoming such an everywhere man, was on Charlotte. He has been on so many teams over the years. It is crazy. He's doing the Dennis Schroeder right now of just getting the whole tour of the league.
He just came out with a new podcast. You see that?
Schroeder or Seth?
Seth.
Seth?
I don't know about Dennis.
It could be both for all I know.
Maybe it's a German podcast for Dennis. No, Seth just came out with a new podcast. I think it's something along the lines of like GOATE or something. Goated.
Okay.
Goated podcast. Anyways, the first episode was with, obviously, Steph. It was pretty interesting, actually. So I thought it was good. Seth, meanwhile, his basketball team has lost last 2 games by 52, and they got beat by Sacramento last night by, was it 43 points? Something like that. All I know is Zach LaVine had a 40-burger, which means it must have been terrible. You all right over there?
Yeah, no, I'm looking for this Seth Curry podcast, and I should probably mute the computer before I do that. So we'll find it maybe at the next break. I'll pull it up so that way we don't get any distracted. 130-88, the Kings beat the Hornets, though, last night. So, and they had that long road trip down I-80 to get to Chase Center tonight.
Yeah, they probably got in about 2 a.m.
A little bit of jet lag.
A little bit of jet lag.
Smidge. Yeah. Teeny tiny bit.
Just a hair.
They got to get through this fog on the way in, too, probably.
Yeah, you could cut it with a knife. All right, that's Sam Levin. My name is Evan Giddings. We're in for the Joes. Coming up at 8:30, we're going to talk to 2015 NBA champ Festus Ezeli, also NBC Sports Bay Area. Looking forward to that. Yesterday, Sam, on Willard and Dibs, Steve Kerr, he talked about a lot of different things. We played for you the meaningful basketball quote. I thought something that went a little bit under the radar was when, I think it was Willard, asked him to compare the personalities of Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler. They're very different people, but clearly the impact that Jimmy has had has been felt more in the win column this season than Wiggins. And not to dismiss what he did in 2022. He's a champion. He will always be a beloved member of the Warriors and this organization. But I want you to listen carefully to this because there was something that stood out to me that I'm going to explain on the other side. Let's take a listen.
I don't really like to compare Wiggs and Jimmy. I think the whole thing is really circumstantial. You know, Wiggs was fantastic. Obviously, was one of the keys to the 22 championship, played such a big role on our team, but our team has changed and shifted. And, you know, you could tell before the trade that we just weren't quite getting anywhere. We were kind of treading water right around 500 all year. And so I think the timing was right more than anything for Jimmy to come in here. He's a very different player from Wiggs. And both guys are amazing competitors, teammates, all-around players. The size, the athleticism, the versatility. But it's a different feel with Jimmy. He's a different kind of player, and I think where we are right now compared to a few years ago, we needed this kind of player, and that's why we made the deal.
That first couple sentences, you heard the word circumstantial. I mean, he obviously didn't want to talk and compare the two. And I think it's because of his affinity for Wiggins and his love for a guy that he clearly has a connection to. but circumstantial. This trade was circumstantial. That indicates two things to me. Number one, Jimmy Butler was not their first choice. And the reports about Curry and Kerr being concerned about the culture fit were correct. Doesn't mean they haven't smoothed things over. It doesn't mean that they haven't found a way to win in spite of that. What it also indicates to me, Sam, is that Jimmy Butler is an NBA mercenary for the Warriors. He's not here to fit into the system. He's here to be the system. And with that comes great talent, comes great opportunity, but also it means there might be a shelf life to this. And that's another reason why I feel even more strongly that this has to be a year for them to make a run. Because I can't count on who Jimmy Butler is going to be a year from now. I don't know if he's going to be the same Jimmy, happy Jimmy, wake up on one side of the bed and feel like torching the organization Jimmy. I don't know who he's going to be, because right now he's obviously in a great headspace. He's in basketball nirvana in his own mind, but I don't want to rely on that maintaining or staying in the same place 365 days from now. When I hear Steve Kerr say that the trade for Jimmy Butler was circumstantial, that puts even more pressure on what they're trying to do this year, because he has some underlying concerns. They just haven't emerged yet.
Yeah, I think let's put the what Jimmy will be like in the future off to the side for a little bit. We'll get back to that in a second. But looking at where Jimmy's at right now, are Steph and Draymond the two best, most accomplished teammates that Jimmy's ever played with in his career?
Accomplished, yeah.
Yeah, no, so I think this is arguably, it was a rhetorical question. This is probably the best situation that, and this is crazy to say considering the teams he's been on in the past, but I think this might be the best situation that Jimmy Butler's ever really been on in his career, where, yes, he was on two Heat teams that, went to the NBA Finals, but he was the guy carrying those teams the entire way. Here on the Warriors, though, he has got a supporting cast that he has never really had before. Like, he is the best players he's had playing alongside of him were, a young Karl Anthony Towns and a young Andrew Wiggins that on a Timberwolves team that he was never really that impressed with. There was a moment in time where I think he was on the same court as Dwayne Wade and Zach LaVine in Chicago. When did those teams ever go anywhere?
He was traded for LaVine.
He was traded for, okay. But yeah, he was on some of those early Chicago teams that never really went anywhere. Or it might have been, was it D. Rose was there with him? Derrick Rose, Dwayne Wade?
Yeah, but it was post-injury for Derrick.
Yeah, but so my point is he was on some Bulls teams that had some names, but there was not really any substance beyond that. And then when he was in Miami, the best players that he was playing alongside during that time was, Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero started to rise up towards the end, but that was a team that was kind of going more on its culture than anything. Here at the Warriors, though, he's got incredibly great accomplished players who he can share the load with. He doesn't have to carry this team like he's had to carry teams in the past. He's got guys who have that cachet that he's wanted. One of the reasons why he wanted out of Miami was because he wanted other help. He wanted other stars there beside him, and the Miami Heat were not able to make that happen. He does not have to, pine for other stars here at the Warriors because those other stars are already here. This is all a long way of saying that Jimmy Butler this year and potentially next year, he's got to know that if you want a ring, if you want to ride off into the sunset of your NBA career and retire to your rocking chair with a ring on your finger, like, you got to lock in and roll along with what you got here with the Warriors, because this year and next year are your chances. And if you get pissy and blow it up next year because you're unhappy, then you will be flushing your best only, or maybe only good chance, or last only good chance of getting that ring, because, he'll be 36 next year, making a lot of money. If he does want out, where are you going to go? Like, there's nowhere else you can go in the league right now that will want to take you where you'll have a better chance of getting a ring than right here with the Golden State Warriors. So if I'm Jimmy Butler, I'm locking in for this next year and a half and go all out to do everything that I can to help this team that I don't have to carry to win an NBA championship.
Well, I think he has to help carry this team for sure. He's got to carry his,
but he won't be carrying it alone like he had to in Miami.
No, that's true. I mean, and I do believe him when he says that this is the best situation that he's been in. He also mentioned he's a good fit anywhere. Butler is a player that I think does fit on any team, and that's why, again, it's funny, we were talking about James Harden earlier. The quote of him talking about, "I'm not a system player, I am a system." That's kind of how I think about Jimmy Butler.
I'm not a system player, I am a system.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you, James. Yeah, it's like Jimmy Butler's a system, but he's kind of The system can be combustible. How about that?
Oh no, he's a fiery, combustible player. I think that was we had Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz of 560 WQAM, who they're one of the Heat stations out there. He came on and he pretty much said like it's all good with Jimmy until he wants to go. And then it becomes a nuclear meltdown. We saw it in Chicago. We saw it in Minnesota. We saw it briefly in Philadelphia. As long as Jimmy wants to be where he is at, he will play along and he will play nice and he will be a part of the solution. The second he doesn't want to be there, though, that'll change. Now, what's been the reason that things changed in the past? He simply was in a situation where he did not feel like he had enough infrastructure around him to get him to that level of playing for a championship. Whether it was in Miami where he was the infrastructure, whether it was in Minnesota where, there was the famous practice where he just went like hard against all the young guys with Cat and Wiggins at the time just to prove a point. Like
it was mainly Cat.
Yeah,
he doesn't have a problem with Wiggins.
Yeah, and Wiggins is a big fan of him as well. But yeah, he went at Cat there. He was not impressed with the guys he had around him. That's why it's different. How could you not be, if you're Jimmy Butler, how could you not be impressed with what you have around you? And I'm not just talking about Steph and Draymond, but to also have, accomplished role players like a Kevon Looney, to have young guys who are just who are putting in that work to become better players, and Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, and Brandon Pajemski. Like, there has never been, as he said, a better situation here. I don't see how he does not buy into that. And I'd be kind of curious to see what events would need to transpire from here between now and in the future that would lead Jimmy Butler to look around one day and be like, no, what the Warriors have here is no longer good enough for me to want to buy in.
No. It's not about him not being on a team that can win. Like, he can win anywhere. Jimmy Butler has shown that he can win anywhere. And this might be the best team that he's ever played with.
The place where he'll have the best chance to win the most.
I mean, he's already been in 2 NBA finals.
But yeah, it's if the goal is to get there or to win it. Like, if the goal is to win it, then
who needed who more? Jimmy Butler or the Warriors? Did the Warriors need Jimmy Butler more than Jimmy needed the Warriors? I think it's clearly the Warriors.
Well, I think the Warriors, and Steve said, we needed a different feel right here. Different, Wiggins is a different player.
They needed a guy who could play.
They needed a different feel. And Draymond said in this Athletic article that Marcus Thompson and Sam Amick put out yesterday that it broke at the end of our show. There's a quote here where, Draymond, he had a standing request for the front office. Go get another a-hole. That's what he wanted. And that's what the Warriors needed, because they needed an edge. They needed someone to come in here and, like, I don't know if rattle the cages is the right word, but they needed someone to come in and just kind of rattle things a little bit, get a little bit more intensity here. And I love Andrew Wiggins. He's a champion. He will always be forever a champion in my book, and he will always get an ovation when he comes back for whatever event, Andrew Wiggins night, or so be it. But Andrew Wiggins doesn't bring that rattling edge that Jimmy Butler does, because Wiggins, that's just not the kind of player he is. And so, yeah, did the Warriors need Jimmy Butler in a sense that they needed someone to come in and shake things up? Absolutely. Like, they absolutely needed just to put some sort of something interesting on this season. But Jimmy Butler needs the Warriors a lot too, because if Jimmy wants to be known as an NBA champion, like, this is what he needed the Warriors for. Like, he wanted to go to the Phoenix Suns. That was his preferred destination. Like, yeah, if you want to go and live in the nice, warm Arizona heat, that would have been really good for you, and you would have enjoyed losing in the play in these next 2 years. Like, the Suns were not going to get him to where he wants to go if where he wants to go is win a ring. The Warriors will.
I think he wants to get paid. That's why he wanted to go to Phoenix.
Okay.
Because there was a deal waiting for him there. Jimmy Butler, I'm not saying he's not a competitor. I'm not saying he's not a killer. I'm not saying he's someone that doesn't want to win. But Jimmy Butler clearly has made it known that just as important as winning is getting the next paycheck.
Do you think that he would potentially derail a chance at a ring in favor of getting that paycheck?
He just did it in Miami.
Well, I mean, in Miami, they didn't have
You're telling me that team, if they had a healthy Jimmy Butler, wouldn't have a chance?
I mean, they were at the bottom. They were in the 8th seed in the East. Like, it was a situation where
went on an NBA Finals run from.
I mean, you're going to say that just get the 8th seed and make a run? Like, that's not a consistent way to win. That's not a solid way to plan your playoff strategy. Like, you want to be higher up in the playoff standings here, you're going to get that here with the Warriors. Like, yeah, he had opportunities to win in Miami. They fell short. It wasn't going anywhere. If he wanted a ring, he realized that I'm not going to get that when the Robin to my Batman is Bam Adebayo, so he can come here, be part of a triarchy of greatness. Yeah, that's a much better situation than what he had in Miami. That's a much better opportunity to get a ring than what he had in Miami. And as, talk with Andre Iguodala, he as he said on Sunday, having that understanding to see the bigger picture and take that step back for the team, that can set you up to get paid as well. So, yeah, Jimmy Butler, you could get the best of both worlds here with the Warriors in the way that you weren't able to get in your previous stops.
Well, but he's not going to a team that's a surefire contender. Like, they brought them in because they think he makes them that. That's why, again, I think the Warriors needed Jimmy Butler more than Jimmy Butler needed the Warriors.
Yeah, and again, I will agree with that. But, I mean, there was a level that Jimmy needs the Warriors, too, if Jimmy wants to get the kind of career accolades that,
Well, he wants what the Warriors have, which is rings.
Mm-hmm.
But you're telling me you're telling me he couldn't have gone to a different place? If Jimmy Butler went to Memphis and is playing this way, I think he puts them in a great position to win. If he wanted to go to Milwaukee, which was also a team that he was connected to and scrapped, I think he would have helped Giannis Antetokounmpo be in a position to challenge for a championship. But why did he want to go to Phoenix?
I mean, if he wanted to go there to get paid, he could have absolutely gotten paid there. But I can't believe that putting him on Phoenix, a team that is just an absolute mess right now, despite all the star power that they have, I think that right now the Phoenix Suns, they're in the 11th spot right now, 27-30. If you swap out Bradley Beal for Jimmy Butler on that team, they're probably still hanging around the bottom of the play-in tournament just because their issues go far beyond whatever Jimmy Butler would have fixed, though.
That's my point, though. And I don't think that Jimmy is someone who doesn't see that. Now, he's a competitor. He thinks he can help them. But if he felt like I think what Jimmy Butler really wanted coming into this season, when apparently the contract negotiations between he and Pat Riley blew up, what he wanted is what Paul George got in Philadelphia. He wanted a ride off into the sunset, 4-year max salary deal to take care of him for the remainder of his NBA career while he tries to compete as hard as possible. Now, I think that Butler may be someone that's a bit more of a hoop head than Paul George, but that's neither here nor there. My point is the Warriors brought him in. I look at him as a mercenary, and mercenaries are volatile. They're going to help you, and there's no doubt. They've already won 5 of 6. They may win tonight against Charlotte. They're going to be playing better basketball, and they're a better team for having Jimmy Butler. What I'm trying to say is that it just makes this season even more important because I don't know what kind of player or individual he's going to be for the remainder of his time in Golden State. And right now, he's in a great place. The Warriors are in a great place. And I hear you, 925. Can't we just sit back and enjoy the ride? I would like to enjoy this season, this ride. And I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I can't rely. Like, Jimmy Butler is not the same person that Andrew Wiggins is. Steve Kerr just told you that. And he talked about this trade being a circumstantial situation. That means that I don't think Steve Kerr knows what Jimmy Butler is going to be beyond this year. That's why right now really matters. That's why the remainder of this season matters more than what happens this summer. That's what I'm trying to impress upon people.
Oh, no, and I agree. I think there's an urgency for now, but if you could take care of your business now and keep the good times rolling, there's no reason why I think you can't roll this into next year and keep the good times rolling into the first full year of Jimmy Butler. But again,
Jimmy Butler's been a part of good times, and it's never prevented him from blowing up a situation.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't happen. Like it's taken, it took 4 or 5 years with the Heat before he got to that point. I think if you're giving
1 year in Minnesota,
he never had the infrastructure in Minnesota. He's got such better infrastructure around him here that I think you'd have to be digging pretty hard to find a problem with what you got now, unless there's stuff that ends up brewing behind the scenes. Someone doesn't get along with someone or what have you there. But until that happens, like that's a let's cross that bridge when we get to it conversation, if you ask me. Right now, things are good. Everything is set up right now to be good for the foreseeable near future. Let's let them find a way to screw this up before we start worrying about what screwing up will mean in terms of the future of Jimmy Butler.
For the 415, Jimmy won't be a malcontent until after a full season. I'm only concerned for year 2 of his contract. That's fair. I mean, I just think that this season it's their best shot. I just think it is with the age of their stars, with the rest of the West. and how some of the teams also look a bit vulnerable around the conference. I think this lines up for them to make a good run, perhaps their best run. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on the roast. Let's go out to Huntington Beach and talk to, we got an Evan on the line? My man.
Evan squared. Let's go.
What's up, Evan? How we doing?
What's up?
How's it going? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic, Evan. What do you got for us?
I just want to talk about Quinn Post and how I think he is our key to success, and I think he's going to get us into the playoffs and help us make a run to win the championship.
I love that energy, Evan.
What has you so high on Quentin Post there, Evan? Why do you think he's such a key?
Because he's ballsy.
He is. He is, actually. I agree with that.
Because he's what?
Said because he's ballsy?
He's ballsy.
Yeah.
I got you.
He does have that.
See, Evans, we got it like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Kavorka.
It's the ballsiness.
Well, you didn't have to keep repeating it, but yeah, we got cojones. We got huevos.
Yeah, like some huevos. Little rancheros, too.
Pretty much. Yeah, look, by the way, great call, Evan. Feel free to call back anytime. Yeah. This is a safe space for you.
Good to hear from you, Evan. We like Evans on
You
the
like
Morning
Quentin
Roast.
Post?
Oh, yeah. I've been enjoying Quentin Post. I was like, when Quentin Post first, showed up at the doorstep at Chase Center this year, I'll be honest, I had no idea anything about him. And he was a 4-year guy at Boston College, and he was really tall, and that's about where, the know-how on Quentin Post ended there. I was like, you know what? Why not? It was at a point in the season where it was just things aren't going well. I'm willing to try something new out. And he just endeared, he just kind of clicked right away. And that's why I kind of said it yesterday. Like, he is the perfect Steve Kerr player. A 4-year college guy, knows where he needs to be on the court, can get a 3 up here and there, but is not afraid to get down and dirty and do the hard work stuff that, it can be easily eschewed in the NBA these days. He's a perfect 10, 15-minute-a-night guy in that 5 spot.
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, but I believe it to be true. To me, he reminds me a lot of, I guess, like kind of the modern version of a dude that was on the 2015 championship team, and that's Mo Spates.
Okay.
Spates is someone that I think because 10 years ago, the three-point shot wasn't as prevalent for big men especially, and he was someone that took more like an 18-foot, 19-foot jump shot, was really good at it. And then in the 2016 season, he sort of just stepped out and started taking more threes. I know he's not as big as Post. I think he's a better defender and obviously was more of a veteran on that first championship team. But if Quentin Post could fill that Mo Buckets role where he steps in, your only job is to come in and shoot.
Absolutely.
Your only job is to set picks, step out beyond the line, knock down threes, which to his credit, he is, by percentage, I believe, the best three-point shooter on the Warriors. He's shooting like almost 43% from three-point range.
You heard it. Quentin Post, best three-point shooter on the Warriors. No one else is close to him.
Dude. They should have put him in the three-point contest.
They really should have. He probably could have won it. Well, here's the question I have for you then, since we're talking about Quentin Post and we're talking about this Warriors window here, and is it this year and next year? When you factor in, how much do these young guys, Quentin Post, Brandon Pajemski, the birthday boy, happy 22 to you, Pods, Kaminga and Moody, like, how much, you even throw Guy Santos in there as well, because he's been looking a lot better
Let's
as late.
throw Guy Sanchez in there.
Exactly. Thank you, Big Smooth, for making sure I don't forget that. Morning Roast mispronunciation of the year winner, Big Smooth. How much do you factor in just the performance of these young guys and how much they can kind of keep this window open? And because, again, I've been saying about how Jimmy Butler has the infrastructure around him he didn't have elsewhere. That does include these young guys. So when you factor them into the equation, how much does that kind of give you the confidence that this window can be propped open for the next year and a half?
The young guys?
Yes. When the young guys, when you factor them into the equation.
I mean, they're pieces, but if let's be honest, if we're talking about the next year and a half, if that's what you're really set on.
Yeah, let's just focus on
it's not because of them. It's because of Curry, Draymond, and Butler.
Well, yeah, I know, but you need these guys behind them as just to supplement what the big three are bringing.
Yes, but all right, well, let me ask you this then, because it's Pods' 22nd birthday.
Happy birthday.
In 2022, there's a lot of 22s going around. In 2022, when the Warriors won a title.
22.
Is that a song?
Taylor Swift. Oh. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
Was that about Mo Spates?
I think it was about Brandon Pajemski's
Did you hear
birthday.
that? Apparently, Mo Buckets and her used to date.
God, great. What a lucky guy.
Yeah. So in 2022, Jordan Poole was also 22.
That's what the song's about. Jordan Poole being 22 and 22.
No, I think his is with Ice Spice. But Poole was 22 years old, and it was his first postseason run. I think it was, in terms of like shooting efficiency in that first round against the Nuggets, one of, if not the best starts to a postseason career ever. He had 30 in the first game against Denver, shot it really well when he was starting instead of Curry, who was making his way back from injury. And then Poole also had a 30-burger in game 1 against Memphis that they won on the road. He was big in that game. Brandon Pajemski's 22 years old. I'm not saying he's the scorer. He certainly isn't. That Poole was. But could Pods have the same impact in the postseason that Jordan Poole did immediately? Because I think if the Warriors are to legitimately make a title run, they're going to have to get a contribution like that.
It's going to be a Pods party. That's going to be the new thing, right? We had Poole party. Now it's going to be
Pods party.
Pods party. Is that? I don't know. We'll workshop that one.
We could try it.
I mean, they're going to probably need that kind of contribution. I mean, we talked about how great that title run was, and Andrew Wiggins was the second best player on that team, which he was. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, they were their usual championship selves for the most part during that run. But it cannot be stated enough how important Jordan Poole was to that championship in 2022, especially what he was able to do in that first round when they were easing Stephen Curry back in the rotation, and Poole had to take on that kind of that starter's workload during that season, and he was the superstar of that first round series there. And so I don't think it's too far to say that the Warriors probably don't win that title without Jordan Poole having that scoring punch that he provided during that run. Now, do the Warriors need Brandon Pajemski to that same level? If it is to that point, yeah, they're probably going to need that from him. Can he do it? I don't know if he's as great of a shooter as Jordan Poole was that year.
He's not.
But what the difference that Poole has as a shooter versus Pods more than makes up on the other end of the floor. I love Jordan Poole. He was not the aggressive defender that we've seen Brandon Pajemski be in his time in the league so far.
But that's another part of this too. Pods is now a starter.
Yeah.
Poole, once you got to the second round, the Western Conference Finals, the finals, he didn't have to start. He was the sixth man for this team because Klay Thompson was your starting shooting guard. In a way, the Warriors are more reliant on Brandon Pajemski than they were on Jordan Poole the year they won the championship. That, to me, is a little frightening. And I think that Paz is a really good player. He obviously impacts the game, to your point, in different ways than Poole does. He's obviously I think he's a better defender, clearly a better rebounder.
Better taking charges.
Takes better care of the basketball. But they need him to do a lot of different things. Poole's job was to go get buckets, and he was as good at that as anybody not named Steph Curry on that team. So to me, it's, if we're looking at, again, if we're gonna think about this season, what the Warriors can do, putting them into that title category where Draymond wants them to be, these are the questions that you're gonna have to ask. And for me, on his 22nd birthday, it just hit me like, could Pods be the Jordan Poole for the Warriors? And that is a very tall task.
I mean, if we could probably, would you agree Jordan Poole is probably the fifth best Warrior on that 2022 team? Steph, Wiggins, Klay, Dre, and then it would be Poole at number 5, or Dre, Klay, however you want to split it. But
as far as importance?
Or just their overall best players.
Yeah, Steph. Steph, Wiggins, obviously. Dre. I mean, I think Looney was pretty big.
Yeah.
But Poole is fifth or fourth or fifth. Yeah.
Yeah, fourth, fifth. Yeah. Would you say is Pods the fourth or fifth best player on the Warriors right now?
Pods,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, part of what made, I think, Jordan Poole's production so valuable during that run is that the guys above him on the roster were also getting the production that you expected out of them as well. So if it's a situation where, Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, and whoever you want to say is the fourth best player this year, maybe Kaminga might be their fourth best player on that run there. If you're getting the work out of them that you're expecting, I think that kind of takes some of the pressure off of Pods in terms of just how much you expect from him. And that will allow him to kind of just do what he does best. Take those charges, get down and dirty on the boards, get those rebounds, get those threes when you need to, because he's not going to create as much space as Jordan Poole did. But if Pod sticks to what he's good at doing on both ends of the floor, and you're getting the contributions from the other four guys on the floor that you're expecting, then yeah, I absolutely think Pods can be a significant player in a Warriors championship run. Not the exact same way that Jordan Poole was, but in an overall similar way, in that your fifth best player is giving you your fifth best amount of production compared to the other four.
Yeah, no, I'm not asking you to compare them as players. I think that
they're very different,
totally
players.
different
but
players.
But the overall, the impact they can have on a championship run, yeah, I think there could be some similarities there.
No, but I think if the Warriors do have action, it would be because, like, let's say Steph, Wiggins, and Draymond were their three best players during that playoff run to a title. Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler now can be a better big three on their run to a potential title this year. Like that to me is what the difference would be if they're able to get it done. It's that the head of the snake is more dominant than it was then. But that's even asking a lot because Curry was so freaking good in 2022. And he's going to have to be at that same level. But I think like Jimmy Butler's going to have to play at the level he was during his final runs with Miami. Like those two players are going to have to determine how far this team goes. To me, asking someone like Podziemski to do what Jordan Poole did in any way, shape, or form is going to be a lot to ask. Because the other part is, too, you just don't know what these young guys are going to give you in the postseason. 415 brings up an interesting comparison or a question. Could Kaminga do something similar to Poole from 22? That's the question. We got to see what he is when he gets back on the court. And on the other side, in the 8 o'clock hour, I do want to get into Kaminga because Steve Kerr had an update on him yesterday from Willard and Dibbs. We're also going to talk to Festus, Ezeli at 8:30, Randy Bennett at 9 o'clock here on the Roast. But the thing is, if you're thinking about what those young guys can do, in a way, I can only put them into the postseason as question marks. Like Curry and Butler are going to have to drive this bus. And at the very least, compared to their last championship, they now have two guys that are behind the Magic school bus.
Yeah, I mean, well, I agree. Yeah, there are question marks, obviously, on the end of this roster, but I think that's kind of the beauty of what this team could possibly be, Evan, as we sit here on the morning of the Warriors taking on the Charlotte Hornets in a game which way they will honor their first championship team of this run, a team that, for being real, had all question marks because there was no championship pedigree on that team. And that's where, these runs turn question mark guys into pedigree guys. And that's where they're going to have the benefit of having pedigree guys already on the roster to kind of help turn these question mark guys into pedigree guys as well. I mean, Jonathan Kaminga, Moses Moody, I think we sometimes forget they were on that championship run. They know what it's like to be in the playoffs.
Well,
so
they
know what it's like to be in the playoffs.
They don't. They weren't on the floor.
Well, they were, yeah, but they were on the team, in the building, in the atmosphere.
So is James Wiseman. But if he had to play in a postseason series, that doesn't...
Well, yeah, but we've seen, better improvements in play from Kaminga and Moody since then than we've seen from James Wiseman.
Well, yeah, they're obviously better players, but my point is, being on the bench in the playoffs is not the same thing as being on the
I'm not
floor.
saying it is, but like you have some, modicum of
And I realize Moses got a couple
presence,
minutes in the Western Conference Finals, but now he's a starter.
Yeah.
That's a very different role that he has.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the basic day-to-day life of what NBA life is like in the playoffs isn't as strange to some of those guys like them. And, it's going to be putting in. And the fact of the matter is the Warriors, I come back to the championship culture and the pedigree that this organization has, and the fact that Jordan Poole is another guy who didn't have that pedigree in that first run, and it was no problem for him slipping into playoff mode. So there is a part of me that thinks that Brandon Podziemski has that similar mindset to where once you plop him into a playoff situation, like I still expect to see the Pods that we're seeing right now balling out in the playoffs, getting those threes now and then, getting dirty on the boards, diving for those balls, taking those charges, being aggressive on the defensive end. Like I fully expect Podziemski to rise up to that level when the time comes.
But can he be better? Like that's one of the things about Jimmy that I really liked about the trade is that if you are thinking about how far you could go and can you make a playoff run, Jimmy Butler is one of the few players in recent memory that gets better in the postseason. If you look at his numbers, they go up once you get to April and May, and hopefully for this team, June. That can't be said for everyone. And so it's not about just keeping the same level of play. You have to elevate your level of play if you're going to win a championship across 2 months on top of the 6 that you already played.
Yeah, and so are you?
And the young guys have never played this much basketball before.
No, and that it's good. I'm not. It's going to be a challenge, but I guess it's just how much faith. It comes down to how much faith you have in seeing Pods elevate his game, and the way we've seen Pods grow this year to where it just looked unplayable at times earlier in the year. The way that he didn't let that get to him, he could have easily let that sink his sophomore season. But he's completely turned it around to a point where it's just like, this guy, he's got an edge in him. You talk about, Iguodala saying you need to have, a little bit of a craziness in your ego and that edge there. Brandon Podziemski absolutely has that. Whether or not how much it translates onto the court is going to be the question there. But no, Pods is going to be putting everything he can into elevating his game in the playoffs. Whether it leads to successful basketball or not, that remains to be seen. But if the question is, do you think Pods will shy away from the moment? No, I don't think that will be it. Can he be better than Jordan Poole was? That's going to be a tall order. But when you talk about how Jimmy Butler is a better presence now than Andrew Wiggins was, then that kind of creates a domino effect where if Jimmy Butler's able to do more than Wiggins, does that, in a sense, take a little bit off of Brandon Podziemski's plate in terms of what you need from him in a playoff run?
I also think it's interesting that we're talking about, and Kaminga's hurt, so we'll figure it out when he comes back. We're talking about the two guys that also it appears that Jimmy Butler has helped the most. He's helped elevate their play. They're playing awesome, Podziemski and Moody together, in the starting 5, no less. And the reason I'm bringing this up is Podziemski turns 22 today. Happy birthday to Pods.
Feeling 22.
And it just had me thinking about the year 2022, Jordan Poole's role in that 22 team. And let's broaden it. Of Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, and Jonathan Kaminga, who has the best chance to embody what Jordan Poole was for that title run? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Sam Lubman. My name is Evan Giddings in for the Spadoni and Shasky Morning Roast. And it's now time for our injury report. All right, well, Trace Jackson Davis be on the court tonight. TJD is a game-time decision for the Warriors contest with the Hornets tonight due to an illness. He's already missed Sunday's game against the Mavericks with this same illness. Jonathan Kaminga obviously working through 5-on-5s. We got a bigger update from Steve Kerr coming for you on the other side in regards to JK. That's the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, who has the opportunity from the young guys to take that leap, a leap that the Warriors in all probability will need if they're going to try and do what Draymond Green has promised, which is win a title. There's also some questions surrounding Butler that I want to get into as we move forward into the 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk about it 10 years removed from the anniversary of the first championship with Festus Ezeli was on that squad. He's going to join us at 8:30. And then St. Mary's men's basketball coach, fresh off their second outright conference championship, Randy Bennett is going to join us at 9 o'clock. All that coming up on a game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Giddings, Lubman, back after this.
The McDonald's app makes it easy to get exactly what I want.
to wake on up with a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh!
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7.
Good morning, everyone. Evan Giddings alongside Sam Lumen with you, filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on The Roast. A lot of conversation today surrounding the Warriors. They got the Charlotte Hornets tonight. They're honoring the 2015 squad that won the first of now 4 championships in the last decade. We're going to speak to a member of that championship squad, Festus Ezeli, now with NBC Sports Bay Area at 8:30. Looking forward to that. But Sam, right before the break, we were kind of talking about, just looking back at all these titles, and I think a lot of our listeners are correct. We got a knowledgeable fan base here at 95.7 The Game, and they were discussing how the 22 team is clearly the more comparable group than the 2015 team to this year. Well, that team got a massive contribution from a 22-year-old in Jordan Poole, and Brandon Podziemski just turned 22 today. So we talked about pods individually. I think they're different players. But if we're discussing of the younger group, and I don't know, maybe some people will even throw Quentin Post in there. I think it's a bit premature. Like, who has the best chance to fill that role? Not necessarily literally like as a sixth-man scorer, but just the kind of impact that Poole provided to a team that ended up winning a championship. If I was to throw that to you, I'll throw it to the people. 888-957-9570. Who do you think has the best chance to do that?
Yeah, who will be the young guy that rises up in the way that Jordan Poole did?
Rise. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who's going to be that guy?
We would talk about Brandon Podziemski a lot in the last segment, but Evan, and before actually I get to this thought, Evan, I want to give you a quick shout out here in your 2-day stint hosting the Morning Roast. You have been doing something these 2 days that just truly warms my heart. You have been absolutely nails on hitting our breaks. That is a big thing on this show. It's given me a lot of stress. And you talked about yesterday, you want me to come in less stressed. We're hitting our breaks. I am so unstressed. So thank you so much, Evan. It means a great deal to hit the breaks as well as you have been.
See, it's so funny because both you and I are also doubles producers, and we're usually behind the glass. And so when Steiny and Gru are on, we're always in their ears saying, hit the brakes, hit this. Like, the least that I can do as someone that is always asking a host to hit a break is hit a break. So I'm glad that I can give you a little stress relief, but to me, that's price of admission stuff.
Exactly. No, again, you'd be surprised how the least you could do could be that. But yeah, that's my thing. In the few times I've hosted the show, it's like, well, I absolutely have to hit the break because if I miss it, then I have no credibility when I tell my guys. It's just I have to do it. So it puts so much emphasis on me. I have to get in my guys' ear and tell them, hey, 2 minutes so they know to wrap things up. And of course, they never do wrap things up. And that's why the breaks are always such a fun little subplot on the Morning Roast. But not when Evan Giddings is driving the show.
Although your breaks are a little strange. Like ours are very straightforward. Yeah. Just top of hour, bottom hour. In fact, when I'm driving around, I know that, okay, I'm at 27 guys are going to be in a commercial break. And at 56 guys are going to be in a commercial break. But yours, I'm not going to lie, they're a little all over the place.
Yeah, they are all over the place.
We got a lot of long segments, a lot more takes to get off here between now and 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we got long segments where there should be short segments where there should be long segments. I don't know, that's just the life of morning radio. All the times are just normal to me at this point. But as we're talking here about, these 22-year-olds and what they're going to do, and, talk about the 22-year-old Jordan Poole in the 2022 championship run and the role he played. We now have 4 22-year-olds on this Warriors team, with Brandon Podziemski joining the 22 club. So many 22s today. I think we got to come back with Taylor Swift's 22 at some point today, Carter.
It's okay.
Maybe. But yeah, Kaminga, Moody, Pods, obviously part of that club now. And of course, Guy Santos is also 22 years old. So which goes to say, Guy Santos, you're the guy, right? No, but if we're talking about who the 22-year-old is that we're going to have to count on the most in the playoffs, as much as we want to put it on Pods, for me, it just all roads lead back to Jonathan Kaminga in this one. As excited as we have been with Jimmy Butler and the joy that he has brought back to the Warriors, the confidence that he's instilling in this team and in this fan base again, the final piece to the puzzle that we're still waiting for is the return of Jonathan Kaminga, the return of Air Congo, as our guy Festus Ezeli likes to call him. We'll probably get one of those chants in the next segment.
You want an update on him?
I would like an update on him. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, right?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Let's hear that
Well,
update.
he scrimmaged today for the second time, but the first one was just half court. Today was his first full court scrimmage, and he looked good. He's moving well. His conditioning is coming. He's done a lot of hard work to try to stay in shape, but there's nothing like playing full court. So he needs more of those scrimmages. Unfortunately, we don't really have any scrimmage time with our regulars coming up with all the games we have. So JK will go on the trip with us, and we will have scrimmages involving coaches and some of the younger guys who don't play as much. We'll get JK as much time as he needs, and whenever he's ready, he's ready. But he looked good today. Came out of it pretty well. I talked to him afterwards. He was feeling good. So everything's coming along as we had hoped so far.
That's awesome news. So, I think it indicates that unless there's a setback, Kaminga is going to be back sometime, maybe the next time they play Charlotte, which would be on Monday against the Hornets in Charlotte on March 3rd.
Yeah, it feels like a good bet. I think Anthony Slater had a similar update when he was on with Willard and Dibbs, and I know Jonathan Kaminga is going to be reevaluated before this Orlando game, and all signs are kind of pointing at some point on this road trip we will see Kaminga back in the lineup here. And Steve kind of talked about how, playing him back into game shape, there's not as many chances to scrimmage during the regular season as you would like. So the first interesting thing is going to be when we see Kaminga back is, we got to give him a little bit of a runway to get back into that game shape, which he's going to have to do, unfortunately, in actual, meaningful games, which is not ideal, but unfortunately, that's just the situation the Warriors find themselves in. They're going to have to figure out.
Yeah, I think it's clearly Kaminga. If there's someone that is going to have that type of impact, he's got the best opportunity to do so. Not that Podziemski and Moody can't help you, and I think they're going to have to play big roles. And they've been playing out of their minds. Podziemski's had the best plus minus of any player during this 6-game stretch with Butler. Moody has already improved upon what he was doing before the deadline, which he hasn't, in my opinion, been given enough credit for. He's scored double digits 15 of his last 17 games. When he's gotten minutes, he's played well. And he's starting now to emerge as at least a serviceable knockdown three-point shooter, hits open shots, and is a good enough defender to stay on the floor. He's taken strides in that area, at least in my mind. I don't know how he'll play when he's matched up in a postseason series. We're going to find out, though. But I think if there's someone that legitimately has the ability to be a dynamic postseason performer his first time, I know Moody's gotten minutes, but to me, there's a lot of pressure on Kaminga. There's pressure on him to when he comes back, earn his way into the starting rotation or just the rotation itself. And there's pressure on him for this Warriors team that looks like it has action because, oh, by the way, last night, the Clippers lost. They're only a game back of the 6th seed if they win tonight, half game in a winnable game against Charlotte. So if you are looking at a postseason series that you can plan out and say, all right, here we got 7 games. We know we don't have to win the play-in. Kaminga's got to be a part of it, and I think he has the best chance to have a Jordan Poole-like impact.
Talk about the pressure that's on him. I feel like that pressure's kind of been on him all year. This is a very big season for Jonathan Kaminga. He's approaching restricted free agency. He'll have a chance to hear from other teams and gauge his value around the league. The better he plays there, the more money he'll be earning for himself, and whether that money is with the Warriors or it's elsewhere. So, and to further add to that pressure, this was the year that they want to see that third, fourth year leap from Kaminga here, and that next step in his development and becoming that kind of guy for the Warriors. If there was a young guy on this team that you're going to look at and say, that's the guy post Steph, Kaminga is probably your best option there. So I feel like coming into this season, that pressure was already there. It's just a matter of, can the Warriors empower Kaminga and put him in situations to where he can seize these opportunities and make the most of the opportunities to be that next guy. So I think that same will apply for the playoffs. Can they empower Kaminga in those situations and make him a focal point of their offense in the playoffs and give him that opportunity to do it? And, he was showing it at times this year. I think him coming off the bench is a great fit for him. And I think him alongside Jimmy Butler, I'm excited for it. I'm not quite sure what it's going to look like, but I'm definitely excited for it because I think it's going to be a good pairing, seeing them on the floor together.
Here's what Anthony Slater said yesterday in the afternoon about how Kaminga could impact Moses.
I think Moses Moody starts at least, in the immediate. If it keeps going, Steve Kerr has said, if this is a succeeding starting lineup and it's a succeeding rotation, he's going to stick with it as best he can. But that doesn't mean Moses Moody's minutes won't go down. I think they will, because I think Kaminga is going to eat up all of the Guy Santos minutes, and then I think several of the Moses Moody minutes, including potentially closing. I think ideally for this team to have its highest ceiling, I think its closing lineup on most nights is Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kaminga, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. And that means Moses Moody's on the sideline in moments that he hasn't been lately. But that doesn't have to be every night. We'll see if his spacing is so imperative to this, and maybe Kaminga is rusty, and maybe that isn't the choice that Steve makes on every night basis.
That last detail is the one that stands out to me. It's the spacing part of it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a Warriors group that I think is less reliant on the three-point shot, but they don't have a ton of guys that are, I would say league average or above from three. And Kaminga hasn't been that so far in his career. Does it matter, though? Because if Jimmy Butler is a tide that raises all boats, he's done that for Pods, he's done that for Moody, how does that look for Kaminga, right? That's a question I have, too, because I think that JK's someone that should benefit from playing with Jimmy Butler, but is it going to be more clogged? Is it going to be a little more congested? And I think that's why also, too, it's, thinking about where Moody's a great fit right now for this team. And, the stat that he's 9-0 when they start, I think their record is even better than that going back over the last times that he started in his career. I don't know. It's going to be hard to sort of just mess with this thing immediately, because I think that Moses has also kind of earned it. In a way, the Warriors are also looking a little prescient for the contract that they gave him this past summer, a contract that Kaminga's trying to get, but Moody is not making that much money moving into next season. And the fact they have him under contract for 3 more years, and he's already becoming a starting player for them that's of impact, it looks like that is going to be money well spent.
He's hitting bargain status a little bit in that sense. I'll be, again, I know I just said I'm excited and I think it will work seaming together. The one thing that I do kind of worry, though, is, it's how much Kaminga's shooting, how much it will impact there, because sometimes he's able to hit from deep, sometimes he's not. That's going to be, I think, the big X factor there, and I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure how the Warriors would adjust to that if the shooting isn't quite there to provide that extra spacing with the closing lineup. So my guess is it's going to be a night-to-night basis. Some nights, Anthony Slater saying there he expects Kaminga to be part of that closing lineup, but I'm kind of curious how often it will be Moses Moody in that closing lineup instead of Jonathan Kaminga, just to get that extra spacing. Obviously you'll have some shooting with Steph and Pods there, but that's going to be a real X factor in terms of just, are they going for more spacing? Are they going for more athleticism down low in terms of what Kaminga can bring there? Definitely a better defensive presence, I think, when you have Butler, Kaminga, and Draymond on the floor. But
Moses has been really good, though, on that end. And I think it's because he's a little more, he's not as good of an on-ball player, but he's heady. And, Kurt talked about this, the fact that, defensively, Draymond, Butler, and Pajemski are like one of the best 3-man combinations so far on that end. And it's not like any of them have elite foot speed, or at least at their advanced ages are still like the best version of themselves. I think it's because they play smart on that end. And Moses, I think, he's been a very smart defender for them.
We started this segment off a few minutes ago by both agreeing that Jonathan Kaminga is that guy, but everything we've said in the last 3-4 minutes here, Evan, now I'm starting to wonder, is it going to be Moses Moody is going to be the 22-year-old that ends up kind of being that make or break guy for the Warriors in this run? Because we're seeing how great he's been as he's been integrating himself more and more with these rotations here. And we see that kind of go up a little bit in the playoffs. Are we looking at this wrong? Is it Moody is the 22-year-old we need to keep our eye on a little bit more than Kaminga?
Well, I think it's between fit and talent. And clearly the Warriors have made a choice embodied by the Jimmy Butler trade that they're going to prioritize talent. Mm-hmm. And talent is going to be what determines how far they go this season. Again, that's why I feel like Jimmy Butler is a guy that didn't need the Warriors as much as the Warriors need Jimmy Butler, because this was a team that was devoid of talent. They didn't have enough star power, and Jimmy Butler gives them that. But when Kaminga comes back, then they're going to have that same question to answer. I think Moody fits a bit better, but Kaminga is clearly the more talented player. Yeah. And so they're going to have to figure out how to extract that talent out of him. And that's why the answer to me, originally the question, who could have a Jordan Poole-like impact? I think the guy who's got the best chance to do it is Kaminga.
Yeah. I agree. We're putting so much on Moody, and it's just like, and rightfully so, because he's just been such a massive contributor of late. And, it gets you excited for what he might be able to bring to the table in a playoff run. But I do think this does circle back to that, there's just so much riding on Kaminga, not just this year, but in terms of the future of this organization. Like, they probably need him to be a big part of this run, not just for what it will mean for this year, but if Kaminga really is going to be the guy that the Warriors kind of, pivot to in the future once the Steph era comes to a close, like, this is where you kind of make that opportunity to begin. Jordan Poole, the run that he had in 2022 was a big part of why the Warriors felt really good about their future. You had a young kid in Jordan Poole who looked every bit the part of a dominant shooter and scorer. You had a big man in James Wiseman who at the time theoretically was a positive part of the future. You had young guys in Moody and Kaminga that you're going to be able to add around them. But Poole looked all set to be the centerpiece of the Warriors' future until he wasn't. That kind of a similar opportunity does present itself here for Jonathan Kaminga this spring and into the summer, where if he can be that Jordan Poole type player, that just further reinforces the belief that he can be the guy post Steph that the Warriors can kind of build around and build that next iteration of great Warriors basketball once this run comes to its official end, whenever that may be.
Well, I think if we learned anything about the Jordan Poole saga in Golden State, it's that calling anybody the heir of Curry is always premature.
It's risky.
It's always premature. And he might have been on that pace, but unfortunately, life turned out to be a little bit different. But I think, if we're talking about who can have that impact on this team, who's got the best opportunity from the young core to take pressure off of the older stars. And it also could be important for the regular season. I mean, Jordan Poole played the last, I think it was either 10 or 15 games of that year while Curry was hurt.
Steph, yeah, it was clutch. They needed those games.
And he kept them afloat to get the 3 seed to put Steph in a position to be healthy for the playoffs. I think there is going to be a stretch down the last 25 games where they're going to have to load manage Curry, Draymond, or Butler, or all 3. And I think they'd be wise to do so to make sure those guys are fresh for ideally what could be a postseason run. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's Sam Lubman. My name is Evan Giddings in for Spadoni and Shasky here on the Morning Roast. We're going to talk to Festus Ezeli, NBC Sports Bay Area, was a part of the 2015 championship squad for the Warriors that is being honored tonight at Chase Center. That'll be in 10 minutes at 8:30. Before then, let's talk to Ryan in Arizona. Ryan, good morning. How you doing, my man?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Fantastic.
I just wanted to shout out about, Moody, and I really think he's kind of the poor man's Klay Thompson, so to speak. I mean, he gets open, and then he just lets that 3 fly, and it always goes in. I think that's how the Warriors are using him, and I think you had a great point. Don't take him out of the starting lineup when Kaminga comes back. I think you got to keep him in that lineup because Moody is key for us winning, like you just said.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Ryan. Well, I think that's how it's going to start. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I agree.
And once you figure out, they're going to have to integrate him. I just think that the more they win, honestly, the more time they get to figure that out. It's not as important to just force it. And forcing the issue, especially with young players, is not something Steve Kerr has been privy to.
No, and I do think, you have a soft schedule here. You don't have a ton of back-to-backs. I think you got 3-4 back-to-backs that I'm looking at here as a quick brief at the schedule. So you have some opportunities to rest your young guy, to rest the older guys, and that'll give even more of a chance for these young guys to really kind of show what they could do when Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond are taking those load management nights. So you got a soft schedule. You got a lot of time. You got 25 games. You'll probably have 23 games with Kaminga to get them into playing shape. The opportunities will be there. They'll have that runway to integrate him and work him back into the rotations. And all things are set for them to have a completely set rotation and knowing what they want to do and when they want to do it, when they wrap up the season on April 13th, which, considering how all over the place Steve Kerr has been with starting lineups and with the rotation this year, that's not nothing. That's a massive development for them to have going into the playoffs.
No doubt. You want to talk about your favorite young Bay Area athlete, Sam?
Absolutely. Yeah, it was the Sharks and Jets last night in the theater circuit. That's a gang war, but last night it was a hockey game. Unfortunately, another heartbreaking loss for the Sharks. But the Sharks did strike first, though, getting this goal from William Eklund with a little help from our boy, Macklin Celebrini, and the other young stud, Will Smith.
Eklund now receiving it from Celebrini. Back to Celebrini. Smith. Eklund with it again. Looks at the net. Gets to Eklund. He scores! William Eklund, a power play goal, and the Sharks are on their way, leading 1-0.
On their way, they were Randy Kahn with the call there for NBC Sports California. And for most of the night, it looked like that one goal would be enough, but against one of the best teams in the Western Conference, one goal rarely is enough. Jets did tie it up with about 25 seconds left. Josh Morrissey finding the back of the net going above Vitek Vanacek's right shoulder. And then it took less than 90 seconds for the Jets to win it in overtime to keep their 10-game winning streak going. What a gutsy effort, though, from Vitek Vanacek in the between the pipes last night, stopping the first 31 shots that he saw, 33 of 35, though, in the losing effort. I mean, draft position's always cool. I know we were talking about a little bit last night, but the Sharks got to get one of these close games against these big teams just for the soul. But so be it. And that is your 60 seconds, Celebrini.
Maybe next time. I mean, it just feels like they're right there.
Every single night.
Every single night, except for the one they needed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they've had a couple good wins this year. Last night, that would have been one of their most exciting wins of the year, especially if they had shut out the Jets on their home ice. It just...
You ever been to Winnipeg, by the way?
I have not, though. It's on my list of places to get to, though.
It's beautiful in the summer. Well, like most places in Canada in the winter, it's pretty cold.
For those 4 weeks?
Yeah, Winnipeg is awesome. It's
Okay.
a very underrated city. Kind of, it gets stuck like all those Midwestern cities in America, not named Chicago. There's a lot of really cool spots, but people just kind of overrate them.
Okay.
Or underrate them, I should say.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's lots of those little fun towns throughout Canada that I'd love to get to. I just love to go to a hockey game in Canada, like a professional hockey game in Canada. A few years ago, my friend had his bachelor party in Vancouver, and we went to a WHL game. We saw the Vancouver Giants. Yeah, I kid you not, they are called the Giants up there. And this was like a league of 18 and 19-year-olds in an arena that had 3,000 seats, and that place was absolutely packed for like a super low-level minor league hockey game out in the sticks of Vancouver. Canadians and their hockey, man, we talk about how much they love it, but when you see it in person, it's a whole other thing.
Yeah, it's also a beautiful city right off the Sound.
Love Vancouver.
And the coast. All right, speaking of underrated, there's sort of an underrated piece of the 2015 championship we got coming up in just about 5 minutes. Festus Ezeli, who's going to be honored tonight, along with the rest of that squad, 10 years removed from the first of 4 championships. They're going to be honored tonight at Chase Center. We're going to talk to Festus Ezeli of NBC Sports Bay Area coming up next, all right here on 95.7 The Game. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on The Roast. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring?
Wait for Festus. What did 2015 represent to you? When I say the 2015 championship, they've obviously gotten 4 since that point, and it's now coming up on a decade officially. What did that first one represent to you?
Oh, man, it represented Evan as ahead of this game against the Charlotte Hornets, where the Warriors will honor that team. It represented to me just a whole new era of what is possible for Warriors basketball and what we as Warrior fans are capable of experiencing. I mean, this is a fan base. I mentioned the 40 years prior to that, the misery that this fan base went through, and that championship just wiped all of it away. And it took a fan base that was conditioned to believing the worst will ever happen, and it made us realize that there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. And if the Warriors could figure out a way to turn it around, then any team could figure out how to turn it around.
Well, a member of that light is now on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the River Islands in Lathrop? Evan Getting, Sam Lubman, pleased to be joined now by Festus Ezeli, 2015 NBA champion with the Warriors, now with NBC Sports Bay Area. Festus, good morning. How you doing?
What's up, fellas? What's going on? Good morning.
Well, we were just talking
about having me.
Oh, of course, man.
Thanks for coming on, Festus.
I'm glad you're getting your shine tonight, along with the rest of that squad. we were just talking about what the championship sort of represents to us, reflecting on now it has become a dynasty. And as someone who's a part of that, when I say championship 2015, what comes back for you?
First off, I want to say that the shine has never been about me. It's never been about the individual players. It's always been about the team, and that's why we're all back here. We're so excited. I was sitting at the last game. We're watching. This is me, Maurice Spates, Leandro Barbosa, Brandon Rush, Sean Livingston, and we're just amazed at how we all played together. And we have so many amazing memories. We got to win the first championship here in the Bay Area in 40 years, and we're looking on the court, and one of our teammates is getting his jersey up in the rafters, and the other one is still playing and running in circles around these young boys. So it's just this crazy duality to all of our lives, where we're getting older, but we're also watching our guys. Like even a young Kevon Looney that we had as a rookie is now the veteran, leader of the Warriors right now, and they're still trying to do this thing and still trying to continue this legacy that we all started off years ago. So it's just really special.
No, special is, and we've been kind of talking about how special it is and some of the moments that we remember most from that run. And obviously the moment where Steph throws the ball up and, the Warriors win it, when you guys finally win it all, and Game 6 against the Cavs, that's the moment we're always going to remember. Or, when they when you guys beat the Rockets in Game 5 to clinch the trip to the finals. But I'm curious for you, Festus, someone who is, right in the middle of that run, what are the moments or memories that just stick out to you the most, aside from those clinching moments, when you go back and you recollect on just what that run was like?
Oh, man, there's so many different moments. Obviously, getting drafted alongside Draymond, Harrison Barnes, and starting this whole journey, being young guys and not really understanding what this journey was going to be like. We all won at our respective colleges coming into the NBA, so we had this dream of like, oh, we want to win. We want to prove ourselves. And then starting off our careers, measuring ourselves against the greats, LeBron, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, and we're seeing that we can win some of these games and our confidence starts to grow. Mark Jackson proclaims back in the day, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are the best backcourt duo in the history of the NBA. That's all these things, and all these things really shaping up to Steve Kerr taking the job, us adding different pieces. It starts off with veterans like Jared Jack, my rookie year, Richard Jefferson, and then eventually evolves to Jermaine O'Neal. Then it becomes Maurice Spates, Andrew Bogut. These are all the things that I got to see year after year after year. And, a couple of years, the first year we made the playoffs for the first time. We played against Andre Iguodala and the Denver Nuggets, who were, they're a hot team, probably one of the hottest teams in the NBA at the time. And getting to beat them in the playoffs gave us this sense of belief. Andre saw something across the way. He saw this Golden State Warriors team having fun. We were playing basketball the right way. And he just felt like he could see generational talent in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. So he came over to join the team, and he was really that missing piece that we needed and that veteran leadership that we needed. Steve Kerr said the other day in his tribute speech, he said, we had a lot of crazy. You kind of have to be crazy to be great. And Steph Curry's, his greatness is in his shot attempt, his ability to take these crazy shots, because he believes in himself and he believes in his shot so much. Draymond, the same way. He has a crazy belief in himself as a defender, a guy who was not known. And matter of fact, the reason why he was picked in the second round is people didn't know what position Draymond would play or be able to guard in the NBA. And thus a guy becomes a defensive player of the year. Klay Thompson was not known for defense. He only was known for shooting. He comes into the NBA, becomes one of the best two guards both ways, offensively and defensively. So across the board, there were so many guys that had something to prove. And it culminated to the 14-15 season. A brand new coach in Steve Kerr comes here, and he's like, guys, we're a few pieces away from going to go win a championship, but we're going to make a run this year. And all of a sudden, we just start to win. And it was just a year where the secret sauce was, our style of play, our craziness, our confidence, but also mixed in with his concept and principles about flow and, consistency and ball movement. All those things together just culminated to an amazing championship. There's so many memories. You think all the time about times with your boys and on the bus. You think about tough games that you lost that you felt like, man, like maybe we can't do this anymore. You think about playoff series where you're down against Memphis 2-1 and you guys make a decision that you want to fight and you're going to come back and you guys do it together. So all those things are the things you think about when you think about a championship, and it just brings so many amazing memories. Tonight is going to be special. We're going to be honoring that 2014-15 team and the legacy that it began that led this whole run to become what it is.
And we're really looking forward to it. So thank you for joining us, Festus, of course, with NBC Sports Bay Area. Now, 10 years later, you get to cover the team. And fast forwarding to this season, they've clearly become a different squad with someone like Jimmy Butler. It's funny, you mentioned Andre, and he saw his jersey go into the rafters over the weekend. His impact on winning, he did so many different things. And I just wonder, do you see any similarities between Andre Iguodala and Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, I do see a lot of similarities, especially defensively. Both of them very high IQ players, great positioning all the time. Andre was different in the fact that he was long and athletic and, both athletic, but in different ways. He was long, he was lanky, he had great hands, always got steals that way. Jimmy Butler has this incredibly low center of gravity. You really can't move him because he's so strong. Man, he has these great hands. He's almost like a football player. You see him skying over all the time in traffic. When the ball is in the air, it just seems like Jimmy Butler always comes up with the ball. So, in the defensive ability, just great fundamentals, understanding, the positioning, understanding the personnel of the other team. I see the similarities there. And then I see them as playmakers. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Butler is an underrated playmaker. I've heard people reference a few times Jimmy Butler taking the Miami Heat team, a team that was undermanned and had no business being in the NBA Finals. He drags his team to 2 NBA Finals, and people wonder why. Well, first off, Jimmy's a dog. All right, when he steps on the court, you feel his presence, and you feel it in the paint. You feel it like he's the guy. He's small. He's 6'6". Mm-hmm. But in the middle of the paint, you couldn't tell if you feel like he's 7 feet tall. Just the way he has a presence around the paint, around the basket, getting rebounds, finishing, getting fouled. He's averaging 9 free throws a game in the middle of the paint. That's one. And then he just has this ability to make his teammates better. I thought that's something that Andre did a great job of as well. Running that second unit, you see when Steph comes out of the game, the bench is plus 30 so far since Jimmy has been here. That is a huge relief for Steph. Being able to rest and watch the game and come back into the game refreshed and being able to do what Steph is. I mean, what you're seeing right now is another superstar alongside Steph, and that's what Steph has been missing for a while.
Festus, we've been talking about, just how much, confidence Jimmy Butler seems to have instilled in this Warriors team. The fans are obviously feeling that confidence as well. This team just looks so much better in so many different ways. There's still one last piece of the puzzle we're waiting on here, and that's the return of our guy, Air Congo. What are you expecting when we see Jimmy Buckets and Air Congo on the floor together at some point, hopefully on this road trip?
It feels like a very scary defensive trio between Draymond, Jonathan Kaminga, and Jimmy Butler. I just think that there's the 3 guys that can switch all across the board. The length is going to be incredible. The ability to cover all parts of the court. I think that the defensive instincts, when they are able to, because it's going to take some time. Integration which is actually very surprising at how Jimmy Butler has just seamlessly been able to just jump on the team and just fitting so seamlessly alongside Steph. So I think adding Jonathan Kaminga back into the lineup is going to boost up the bench scoring, bench defense. I think that the veteran, in a lot of ways, they both can play the same way. Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kaminga. And if I were to advise JK, I would say watch the defensive fundamentals that Jimmy Butler plays with. Like you could see Tom Thibodeau's defensive principles. You can see the defensive principles of Eric Spoelstra from Miami. Like Jimmy Butler is so fundamentally sound in the way that he can play defense without fouling. He's always using his chest to play defense. Does a great job of bumping guys off their spots, not letting them get to where they want to go. And those are the things that I think if you can give JK those principles with his athleticism, his explosiveness, I think this is a team that can accomplish some incredible things this season. And I want to see it. And obviously, you're always hoping for good health for the Warriors too.
Festus Ezeli, member of the 2015 championship squad for the Warriors, joining us on the River Islands guest line. He and the rest of his teammates are going to be honored tonight at Chase Center on the 10-year anniversary of the Warriors' first of four. Festus, just thinking about this team now, and particularly Jimmy Butler. They've obviously gone on a 5-1 stretch. I think they have a pretty good chance to go 6-1, hosting Charlotte tonight. But if I was to ask you what the greatest strength now of the new version of the Warriors is with Butler, what would you say that is? And then also, what would be something that's missing? I don't want to say necessarily weakness, but with their greatest strength, and then what's missing to you?
Well, they're winning games right now, so you're excited about the confidence that Jimmy Butler brings. You with confidence you can do a lot of great things in the game. Like you've heard about the hot hand, right? That's confidence. Like guys are shooting the ball extremely well. I think that they're sharing the ball extremely well. The offense, the pass to score ratio right now is out of this world. Just the way that guys are looking out for each other. Defensively, I think the Warriors are doing a great job making their imprint felt on the game. Like they are literally imposing their will on other teams and making them quit. Like you watch the Dallas Mavericks, albeit the Dallas Mavericks were missing a lot of pieces. Mm-hmm. I felt like games like those earlier in the season are games that would be tough for the Warriors to win, or games that they lose. You've seen them lose to inferior teams throughout the season, and I feel like they have a piece that works very well with all the other pieces that they have. It's improved Brandon Pajemski's role. It's improved Quentin Post. Quentin Post had a poster dunk the other day. I haven't seen that this whole time. You've just seen him on the three-point line. But there's a confidence this team is playing with that I'm loving to see. Well, with every season, there's always adversity that hits. And every team, there's always adversity. We have not seen adversity, and the team really deal with adversity yet. They lost the game to the Mavericks earlier before the All-Star break. But you want to see how they deal with that. You always wonder how it works with two alphas in the locker room with Draymond and Jimmy if those kind of moments hit. But so far, I love what I'm seeing. I love the confidence. I don't really know what they're missing because they have a 3-man, because people are always saying the big man, they need more bigs, they need a big. Well, they have a 3-man big rotation. Yeah. Quentin Post from the outside. Kevon Looney is a guy who the Warriors won a championship with in 2022. He can rebound his tail off. And then you have Trace Jackson Davis if you need some athleticism, which Trace he's been great this year. It's just, with Steve Kerr's lineups, it just depends on who's playing well and what lineups are going well together too. So, as long as they keep trying to find the pieces that work well together, I think the Warriors can make some noise this year.
The NBA champ Festus Ezeli joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Festus, I want to go back to 2015 and one of the big moments from that run that kind of led to the championship. But first, obviously, we had Andre Iguodala's jersey retirement, and one of the big moments that year is when he agreed to come off the bench and the tone that set. But the other big moment was right before Game 4 when Iguodala was inserted back into the starting lineup, and we saw the debut of the death lineup as the starting lineup. Now, of course, Warrior fans, we all know the story of how it was Nick Uren who made that suggestion. Steve Kerr made the switch to put Iguodala into the starting lineup, but didn't want to tell the media to keep it a secret, and it was debuted, in real time for us all to see. I'm just kind of curious if you could take us behind the scenes. What were the conversations like with you and the guys on the team when Steve Kerr made this decision to switch the lineup up, but didn't want to say it. What was the conversation like going into that game with this new starting lineup in the middle of the NBA Finals? Because that moment there, it changed the entire series and propelled you guys to the first of 4 championships.
I think by 2014-15, I feel like we really had an identity as a team. Like, we were a real team. And what that looks like is nobody really cared who got the glory. There's a quote that's out there that says, it's amazing what can be accomplished when no one cares who gets the glory. As the season had gone along, you had seen different people in the starting lineup. I started for maybe half of that season in different matchups. There was different points where different guys were in the lineup, some guys were not. And we got used to understanding that it just depending on what the matchup presented, that's how we were going to play. Right? So Steve Kerr, you got to think about what the team was like for Nick Uren to come up to Steve Kerr and say, this is what I suggest that we do this season. And for Steve Kerr to say, yeah, we've never done this before, but let's do this in the NBA Finals. That just said a lot about, what kind of unit we had, how everybody was working. There was a trust amongst each other. And Andre Iguodala, you got to give him a lot of credit too, because if you change, everybody's a routine guy. Like in the game, like you are a routine. Like you know exactly when you're coming in the game. You know how you're going to be effective. And to change that death lineup, which was usually the end of the game, we usually ended the game with that lineup because it was faster. They could get stops, they could run out there, they could score. To start the game like that, and for him to be as effective as he was. What did he have that game, like 25 or something?
Yeah.
22? Andre Iguodala came in, he had a different mentality. He understood what he needed to do for the team to win. And a guy who's usually, a facilitator, a passer, he changed his mentality. He came in the game understanding that he needed to score for Steph Curry also to be open. And he did all that. His defensive prowess is something that we can't speak enough about, because you have to be able to guard at that position for it to make sense. Because normally if you go small, the other big on the other team can just take advantage of that because you're too small, so he's just going to get layups or get fouls every time. But Andre Iguodala is such a smart player, and he's so strong and so active and so athletic that not only could he guard the big on one end, him and Draymond together, he could also run out, and the bigs couldn't guard him on the other end too. He's so versatile and so athletic. So that was what made that lineup so dangerous. I was the second big coming off the bench, and we just had a good team, a good chemistry. And, we had other guys like Maurice Space, Andrew Bogut. Like, we just had a good chemistry, good morale. Like, you got to even think all the way back to David Lee coming off the bench for Draymond Green, who David Lee was a former All-Star who, ended up losing his spot to Draymond. But it was just like, there was a buy-in, and people understood that we could do something special, and we were playing against the great LeBron James. And to beat him, we had to do something different than what we were doing because we were down 2-1.
Festus, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy the night. You guys earned it and have really set the stage for what's become an incredible chapter, not only in Bay Area sports history, but in NBA history. So thank you for joining us.
Man, I'm so excited for tonight. It's all my former teammates, obviously, but it's really this is a testament to the brotherhood that we had as teammates. I wish I could yell more about them at the gym, so people would be looking at me crazy. There'll be more excitement in my voice later, but all my former teammates that we got to form this brotherhood with, and it's just beautiful to be here to celebrate together. And to be here with the team. So I'm excited for tonight. Please, everybody, tune in. It's going to be a fun time.
No doubt. Festus Ezeli. You can catch him on NBC Sports Bay Area. Obviously, a championship with the Warriors at the beginning of this thing. And it's funny, just thinking about all the great times, and we're going to relive them tonight with you. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much,
I
Festus.
appreciate you guys. All right, y'all. See you later.
Festus Ezeli with us via the River Islands guest line. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game in the Morning Roast. In for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. And it's funny hearing Festus talk about the selflessness, the attitude, and some of the strategy that helped them get that championship and really helped them come together. They were so young. It's a lot different than what the Warriors are trying to put together now. The idea of selflessness is not necessarily at the wayside, but in yesterday's article in The Athletic, Draymond Green told Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson, like, they needed an a-hole. Like, they needed an a-hole at the deadline.
Needed some edge. Yeah.
They didn't need a guy who was selfless. They needed a guy who was going to take the reins. And it's interesting reflecting on what worked for that team is now what's not going to work for this team, but it doesn't mean it still can't be equally successful.
One thing just goes to show just how, like, this team is always ever evolving, and Festus kind of talked about how, it's always looking for the matchup that works best. And that's part of what went into that decision to start the death lineup. And that's what this year has all been about. It's about finding the matchups, finding the lineups that work the best on a night-to-night basis. And with Jimmy Butler coming here, it's not only that edge that you're adding to this team, which, they definitely needed, or the confidence boost that they needed as well, because we're no longer talking about a crisis of confidence, but the actual matchups on the court and just what Jimmy Butler allows the Warriors to do now and just how aggressive they can be on defense. And, we're talking about how, what the return of Jonathan Kaminga is going to be like. And Festus talked about now, he thinks it's going to be one of the scariest defensive trios in the league now. And so seeing all the stuff that Jimmy's bringing here, it's hard not to feel, the comps to Andre Iguodala make a lot of sense. They're different players, but in terms of just the feelings that they brought with them and inspired with their actions and their presence, a lot of similarities there as well.
Well, what they needed in 2015 to me is completely different than what they needed at the deadline this year. And they're obviously different squads. I mean, that team won 67 games. They were the number one team in terms of net rating. They were the betting favorite to win the title that year. This year, they're going to be an underdog. And I think, if you're looking at odds, they're probably somewhere in the 30-1 range, depending on, wherever you're looking at. My point is they're going to be heavy underdogs to win it this year. But what they need is a dog. And they got it at the deadline. And Draymond Green is someone that has been a part of all of this, but he was the one who identified what they needed. And they ended up getting that. I know that plan A was Kevin Durant, and if he sent that trade in, he'd be here. But they got the dog that was out there at the deadline. Like, if you're talking about any player that was available, I would say, even going back to last summer, if you include Paul George and Markkanen and other pieces that have been traded, the biggest dog available, if that's what indeed the Warriors wanted, needed, Draymond identified, that's what they got. That's Jimmy Butler.
And it's wild to think that, if Kevin Durant, he was option A, and I got to wonder if Durant did want to come back here, and they did reunite with KD, whatever that would have taken to make it happen. Do you think we're feeling as good about the Warriors' chances going into this stretch run and in the playoffs? Or is the confidence in the vibes as positive with KD on the rosters there with Jimmy? Because KD obviously would bring a lot of scoring punch. As far as a lot of the other stuff that Jimmy does well, getting to the line, the defensive effort that he brings, I don't know how much Kevin Durant is able to match that. It's almost like it's kind of good that Kevin Durant did not want to come back here, because I think the Warriors, it might be crazy to say, are better with Jimmy Butler on this roster than they would have been with Kevin Durant on this roster.
We're going to be joined by Randy Bennett, head coach of St. Mary's men's basketball, in about 5 minutes. But you're on to something. It's just because Kevin Durant is an all-time player and obviously a two-time champion with the Warriors, Finals MVP, doesn't mean that he was the right player for this time. Timing matters.
Mm-hmm.
Situation matters. This team is far different than it was, obviously, when they won their first championship, when they went back-to-back in 17-18. They're different even when they won the championship in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler was the right player for this team. And whether I have my doubts as to, did they get lucky? Perhaps. The fact that they ended up with Jimmy Butler. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I think Jimmy Butler's a better fit for this team than even Kevin Durant would have been. And that is I understand, a bold statement for a player that is an automatic bucket and an all-time scorer. But at this stage in his career, and more importantly, where the Warriors are at in their careers, especially Steph, Draymond, with a lot of younger players, I think Jimmy Butler's the dude. Like, they may have fallen into something, and they're better for it.
Yeah, I'll say this. If it was Durant, it wouldn't have been boring, at least. It would have definitely been fun, but it would have been through the lens of nostalgia. It would have been just every time we're watching him, it's just like, this is just like what it should have been back in the day. And then the reality would come crashing down when it wouldn't be the exact same. The Warriors would not have been as dominant with Kevin Durant as they were the first time that he was here. And that would impact how we view the product as fans. That's just how we do things here. But also there's the reality of just Kevin Durant is not the player that he was when he was with the Warriors. Obviously, going through an Achilles injury like that is a big part of it. He's 35 years old. It's the years and the mileage is starting to kind of catch up to him. There's moments where just the explosiveness that he's had in the past is not quite there. So, yeah, it's incredibly fortunate the Warriors kind of fell into this plan C, D, E, F, G, whatever Jimmy Butler was. And is that kind of just some of the best acquisitions? When you talk about, championship acquisitions, some of the best ones in Bay Area history have almost kind of happened by accident. Jimmy Butler was not the plan. Who else was not the plan at the time? Was Gary Payton II. Remember, everyone wanted Avery Bradley.
Steph Curry wanted Avery Bradley.
Steph wanted Avery Bradley, and that ended up being the correct choice of going with Gary Payton II. You go all the way back to 2010, the Giants' first World Series championship was made in part by the presence of Cody Ross, who the Giants didn't actually really want. They put a claim on him just to prevent him from getting to the Padres, and the Marlins were like, oh, well, too bad, he's your problem now. And his presence allowed the Giants to move off Jose Guillen when he got his steroids mailed to him. And the Giants had a reliable right fielder who played a huge part in that championship run, that a move that was never intended. So it's incredible how your best laid plans for a team in a championship run rarely ever, falls into place the way you intend it to. And sometimes it happens for all the best reasons too.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's Sam Lemon. My name is Evan Giddings with you here on the Morning Roast, filling in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Waiting for head coach Bennett to call us in just a moment. In a little bit too, I want you to stick around because after Coach, we are going to take a listen to, I think, some interesting sound about Jimmy Butler. And it was yesterday, Shams Charania talked about it, I think on NBA Countdown, this idea of fit, the idea of situation, something that we're talking about. And while situation in Miami was toxic, it appears now the fit with the Warriors is greater, is better. It's what it's supposed to be. And that's why Jimmy, he's the perfect guy for the spot. I contend that the Warriors needed him more than he needed the Warriors, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he's helped this team to a 5-1 start. They look like a completely different group. And it was something that, again, Draymond had only seen a couple games of it, right, before he made the proclamation at All-Star Weekend on Sunday saying that they're going to win a championship. He saw the Bulls game, the Milwaukee game, and 4 games, because they lost to Dallas and then beat Houston. After 4 games, Draymond Green could see this is going to work. And while it's taken some other people maybe an additional game or two, it's just so different how much confidence is oozing from these players at the podium after games, before games, Sam. And confidence sometimes can be the greatest weapon in sports. I know that we talk about like hope isn't a game plan. Hope isn't a strategy.
It's a hell of a drug.
It is a hell of a drug. Hope is a hell of a drug, but it's more important when the players have it. Like us as fans or media members can have hope and belief all we want, but if those guys in the locker room feel that way, that matters more than anything else.
Absolutely. And I think, I threw the question in our thread yesterday, what's the best thing that Jimmy Butler's brought to the Warriors? And I think the best contribution he has, it's nothing he's done on the stat sheet. It's simply just he's got everyone believing again. And I think we can get into that more on the other side because I know Coach is on the line. But for me, yeah, it's the confidence that Jimmy Butler has instilled in this team is greater than anything he's bringing to the court statistically.
A reminder, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. All right, Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky here on 95.7 The Game. Pleased to be joined now on the River Islands guest line by St. Mary's men's basketball coach, longtime Randy Bennett, joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the River Islands in Lathrop? Coach, thank you so much for joining us. How you doing this morning?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on your show. You got a great show, so appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Coach Bennett. Well, you're just fresh off of your second consecutive outright regular season West Coast Conference title. You defeated the rival Gonzaga, swept them this season. That was over the weekend. What are you feeling like right now? Obviously, the goal at the beginning of every single year is to win as many games, to get to the dance, something you've done 3 consecutive seasons. How high are you and your team right now?
We're pretty high the other night, to to be able to, I mean, we have so much respect for Gonzaga and what they've done as a program. So it's nothing, it's not like we're sticking it in their face or anything like that. It's just an accomplishment by a group of guys that's what the goal was. And to try and move the needle as far as our program, and people say, hey, what's the next step? Well, the next step is being able to do it year after year, and easy to say, very, very difficult to do, especially with Gonzaga in your conference. So we were, you check the box. You check a box, it's hard to do. And now we're trying to get our heads back right. So we finished this last week, 2 games, and that's hard to do too. You got to get back to where your feet are and try and finish your work.
Coach, you mentioned the respect you have for Gonzaga and growing up here in the Bay Area, watching St. Mary's basketball. So many years, you guys had such great teams, great players. Patty Mills, Omar Samhan, Mickey McConnell, Dellavedova, and all those teams routinely just ran into buzzsaws in what they had up there in Gonzaga. But here you are this year, back-to-back outright regular season championships in a conference that the Zags used to own. What does this accomplishment mean, these back-to-back regular season championships? What does this accomplishment mean for you in this program at St. Mary's in terms of being able to do this?
It just means that we've taken another step up. That's what it means. And it's the steps are so small, it's hard to describe them to people, but that's what it is, to be able to win the league outright. We won. I'm not trying to toot our horn, but we won the league 3 years in a row.
I'll toot the horn, Coach.
No. But there's not many teams in the country that can win their conference 3 years in a row. In 2 years, it was outright. So those are little steps, but they're big steps. So that's what it means to us. Is we've raised the bar. We try and encourage all of our guys to come into the program and leave it in a better place than when they came in, which is hard to do once you get pretty good. And these guys have done it. These 3 seniors have really done it. So it's kind of exciting to see kids be able to accomplish their goals.
No doubt. Head coach of St. Mary's men's basketball, Randy Bennett, joining us on the River Islands guest line. This is year 24 for you, Coach, and you've built this program into something, not just impressive. You mentioned the back-to-back outright titles, first time in program history, and looking ideally for a 4th consecutive NCAA berth. You've been a 5 seed the last 3 years, but to build this program into something that's become in a pretty rich basketball area, one of the more, if not the most prominent programs. What does that mean to you, having seen this thing from literally the foundation, the infancy, to where it's now in 2025?
Just means we've had a lot of good players. That's what it means. But no, it's been a great challenge. It's been, when I came here and took the job, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, hey, let's get better. Let's make this situation better. And we've just continued to double down. We've had a lot of players, and I've had some great assistants, and we've had a lot of help to get it to where it's at. And it's a good lesson for people in general, but for people in sports, it might take time. It might take a lot of years, because we first had to get where we could get an NCAA tournament. It took 4 years, and then we built it where it was. We just kept bringing in good players that are really good people that are, they're about something bigger than themselves, and that's hard to do in this day and age, but it's not impossible. And so anyhow, that's what's made it fun, is the way we've done it, and we just stayed at it. Had to get through COVID, all those things that everybody else had to get through, but it's been very gratifying.
Coach, I grew up here, but I went to the college at the University of Miami at the time when Jim Larinaga was the head coach, and back in December he stepped down, and he cited how the NIL atmosphere in college has turned the game professional, and it just got to a point where he just felt like he couldn't coach in this modern NIL era. I'm kind of curious for you, how has the NIL era, the transfer portal era, How has that kind of changed how you go about doing your job and your job in recruiting? And yeah, just how has that changed your approach? And why do you feel like it's you've been able to keep St. Mary's as a small school, so successful here in this new era of college basketball?
Yeah, so we could have a 2-hour call on this, but in a nutshell, yes. I mean, people who are in their heads are in the sand still, but they have no idea that, hey, it is pro. And that's why if you want to compete, it's pro. It'd be like a minor league pro. I mean, you talk about Cooper Flag, maybe going back to Duke instead of going to pros. I mean, you're talking about so much money. So for me, I've tried just to adapt, because it can really get your head screwed up as a coach. You can get frustrated. And that's what some of these, I think a lot of these coaches and older coaches, they just say, it's not worth it. I've got enough money. This is taking the fun out of it. And they just step away. They don't want being part of it. But I'm not in that situation. I like coaching this age group a lot, and so it's my passion. And so I've had to adapt, and I try to coach them the same. You're crippling them if we don't coach them hard. Like, you have to coach them hard if they're going to get better. And doesn't mean abusive at all. It just means you got to hold them to standards and make them work hard and keep their heads right. So I've tried to do that, and I've tried to get guys that I think I'm pretty clear with them when I recruit them that don't come here for the NIL. There'll be NIL, but don't make the decision based on that, because we're going to try and coach it. We're trying to win championships. So I've approached it that way, and I'm sure others have. I think there's a lot of them that are just so scared to coach their guys because they've gotten money and they're afraid to lose them, and the portal's coming up in the spring. But you can't be afraid of all that. You have to coach them. You have to coach them the right way, and you have to get them to be a team. And I think you have to address all those things with your players and team from the beginning. And my rule is, hey, once season starts, we're not talking about any NIL, and everybody's committed to this team. And at the end of the year, we'll all regroup and decide, the next step. But it's pretty much 1 year at a time, and those are new things for me to deal with, and new things for other coaches to deal with. But you better have a game plan, and I've seen plenty of them that don't work doing it the other way. So that's what we're rolling with. And I hope it continue to work.
I got you. Well, you've been doing a pretty darn good job, if I don't say so myself, in this new era, along with all of your time at St. Mary's College. So thank you, Coach Bennett, for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Hey, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Head Coach Randy Bennett, 24th season, third consecutive regular season title, second outright, first time in St. Mary's men's basketball program history. They sweep the Zags this year and are destined for another NCAA berth. So that's a lot of fun. I happen to call their radio games, and Coach Bennett's a good dude.
No,
so.
I've always respected what he's done at St. Mary's. I mean, there was a time, Evan, where if you wanted to watch the best basketball in the Bay Area, you would watch a St. Mary's basketball game, because Cal and Stanford were kind of whatever at times, and the Warriors were, the Warriors at that time. And I always remember that 2010 run when they went to the Sweet 16, two of the most fun basketball games I ever watched. Well, I guess actually I didn't really watch their win over Richmond. I was in high school at the time. I was in class and not able to watch. But that win over Villanova is always going to be one of the most fun college basketball games I've ever watched. And just what it meant for a small school like that over there in Moraga to be on the national stage flexing like that. And Omar Samhan, always one of my favorite players. And
well, Warriors fans should be familiar with this last name, Marshallonis. Sharunas has a son, and he is the senior point guard for St. Mary's, reigning WCC Player of the Year. I think he's going to have a future. I don't know if it's going to be drafted or taken and put in the G League, but he's a very talented young player. So Augustus Marshallonis, the son of Sharunas, is the leader of this St. Mary's group this year, so keep an eye out for them. Coming up next, again, I teased this. We're gonna listen to Shams Charania explain what the difference is for Jimmy Butler in Golden State than the rest of his destinations. I got some thoughts on this. I think it's fascinating. Sam Lubman, Evan Giddings in for Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Safeway. We're back after this.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing digital deal and more. Signature Farms chicken split breasts, drumsticks.
have a big mouth sometimes.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
All right, Shasky and Spadoni out. Evan Giddings and Sam Lubman in. What up, Stack? His defense has been playing pretty damn good basketball as of late. And a big reason for that has been Jimmy Butler. Sam, did you happen to hear what Shams Charania said on ESPN during NBA Countdown yesterday?
I heard whispers of it, but also part of that rejoin was a voice. Brian Palo Alto, where have you been, dude? Come on, I need to hear from you. Brandon Pajemski's
he's probably loving what the Warriors are doing.
Well, right? I know Brandon Pajemski's been balling out lately, and he's not been a big pods guy. I need to know if he's coming around on Brandon Pajemski based on what we've seen. He's got this big mouth, man. Let's use it. So,
that explains it. He's probably busy trying to get Pods a birthday present.
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, he's probably some sort of tech present. So, love BPA. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, happy birthday to Pods. Turns 22 today. Warriors take on the Charlotte Hornets tonight at 7 o'clock, going for their 6th win in 7 tries since Jimmy Butler was traded to Golden State. And the 2015 championship squad, 10-year anniversary, is going to be honored at the game tonight. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, you said Shams Charania. He said something about Jimmy Butler. What was it that he said?
Here it is.
He does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of, but I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now.
All right, this is very interesting because...
it's different now.
Yeah,
it's changed, guys, for real.
My first question is why? Why is it different? I have an answer, but I want to hear yours first. And 888-957-9570. We're taking up until 10 o'clock when Steiny and Goot take over. Why is this different for Jimmy Butler than any of his previous stops? He's been in Chicago. He's been in Minnesota. He's been in Philadelphia. He's been in Miami. He's had success everywhere he's been. Obviously has not won a ring, but he's been playing winning basketball at each stage of his career. Why is Golden State different?
I think it's for two reasons. Reason number one, Stephen. Reason number two, Curry. I guess you can combine that into one reason if you really want to be that way. But yeah, it's the Steph Curry effect. It's Jimmy Butler has never suited up and taken the court with someone who is as transcendently amazing and awesome as Stephen Curry. And when you have a chance to play with one of the true NBA legends, one of the true, a trailblazer in this game in terms of what he's done for the three-point revolution, it is a caliber of player that Jimmy has never been able to play with before. No disrespect to anyone else that he's played with, but no one who he's played with before is as good as Steph Curry. He has an opportunity to build on his legacy with the greatest shooter in the history of this game. I'm going to fall in line with that too. And you got a chance to hitch your wagon to one of the all-time winning cultures. I mean, I know he was there in Miami with the Heat culture, but the Warriors culture has also shown over this 10-year run that there's something special in those hallowed halls of Chase Center that gets guys to fit in. It was there at Oracle Arena as well, where, there was guys would come in, they rehabilitated their images with the Warriors. So yeah, this sets up to a situation that Jimmy Butler has never really had before in his career. He's 35 years old. He's hitting the final stages of his career, and yet here he is in a totally new situation. It's almost like a situation where you have an older dog and you get a puppy to kind of extend its life a little bit, bring a little bit more energy. It's a weird thing to kind of say about with so many veteran players here, but it's almost like Jimmy Butler is to the Warriors what the puppy is to the older dog. You even vice versa that in a sense where both sides are injecting life into where both are at right now.
I think there's a couple of interesting answers coming in from the text line. 925, it's different for Jimmy Buckets now because the clock is ticking for winning it all. That's from Joe in San Ramon. From the 510, because the guy's getting statues when they retire, working like that. From the 813, it's different because he can actually see the path to a championship with guys that had done it. I think all those reasons are valid. But I think, number one, let's remember this is the honeymoon period. Mm-hmm. And I think it'll be good for the remainder of the year. That's another reason why I think they got action this year, because they got Jimmy on his best behavior. Jimmy Butler's played with other guys that are very meaningful to their franchises. He played with I would say in Miami, probably the closest would be like Udonis Haslem. He's a lifetime Heat.
Very well-respected member of that organization.
When he was coming up in Chicago, he not only played with Derrick Rose, but he played with a Hall of Famer in Pau Gasol.
And Dwayne Wade for a minute.
Yeah, and D. Wade in Chicago. So he's seen those kinds of guys that demand respect. Philadelphia didn't really have that. Joel Embiid was probably the most talented player on that team. In Minnesota, a quiet, underrated veteran, but like Taj Gibson, who has been in the league for a long time, is someone that he played alongside. But the Jeff Teagues and the Andrew Wiggins were not of that ilk. To me, it is Steph. You're right. He's a part of it. But I also think Draymond Green factors into this as well, because it's the combination of greatness along with attitude. And as much as Draymond can be a headache, and in fact, dude, he said some things about Oscar Robertson yesterday on his podcast that I didn't think were cool.
Oh, jeez.
But at the same time, Draymond's a guy that demands respect. And Jimmy Butler has always gotten along with people that he respects, at least to begin. He's never had problems with players. I don't think he's had problems, to my knowledge, with a lot of coaches. It's always been with the front office, with the executives, with the people that put pen to paper to print his paper. So he's got Steph, who is obviously generational, and he's got Draymond. Both of these two players are future Hall of Fame one-team guys. One is selfless, one demands respect and has an attitude and is a dog just like Jimmy. So to me, together, they're the perfect combination of people that he has to and will work alongside. Now, I wonder if it's going to continue to just be a working relationship beyond this year. But right now, yeah, he's never been in a situation like this before. And I think it's because of those two. I think you got to give her some respect to Draymond Green in this situation.
Oh, absolutely. There is a respect factor there, and I think that's a motivation factor there. And you say, the Warriors needed Jimmy Butler more, and I do think there's a lot of truth to that. But this is where I think the pushback comes in, into where I think this is a great move for Jimmy Butler. I don't know if I would say necessarily he needed the Warriors, but I definitely think it wasn't the move he needed, but it was the move that he deserved. In that, it is the best situation he will be in, and how that will motivate him to make it work here. And that's why I have confidence that this year and next year is part of the reason why the window is very open this year and next year, is because there is a drive, there is a incentive for Jimmy Butler to make it work here. I mean, imagine being the superstar who couldn't make it work with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. That would be your legacy if things flame out here. Imagine having the chance to be a part of, be alongside one of the greatest players in NBA history, and you decide to let your attitude and your ego flush it all down the toilet because you want, some $70 million in your age 39 season or whatever ridiculous request that is. There has got to be a level of professional awareness if you're Jimmy Butler to see the opportunity before you to build your legacy alongside NBA Titans. And if you're in that situation, you have to seize on that. And that's where it's just him joining this team becomes so important for him in terms of just how he can establish his legacy when he rides off into the NBA sunset in a few years.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy Butler is looking at retirement, but to be fair, I mean,
he's 35 years old. It's got to be percolating at some point.
Yeah, but I still think he sees one more bag out there after this contract extension. It might not be as big, but again, I think that's why originally Jimmy Butler wanted to go to Phoenix. It was as much as they had a Paul George type offer for him on the table as it was a chance to, compete and try and win and all that good stuff. But I think that's why he wanted to go to Phoenix. In fact, I think that's why he initially said that he wasn't going to go to Golden State, because I don't think the Warriors wanted to offer him a Paul George 4-year max type deal. I think they wanted him for what they got him for, which was 2+, right?
Yeah.
That's a safe investment. And if it doesn't work out, you align him with Curry and Draymond and their contracts, and you figure out how to get out of it and move on to whatever your next stage of your franchise is. But, I mean, make no mistake about it. Jimmy still wants to get paid. And that's why, again, my optimism is higher, because I don't look at it as Jimmy Butler's just playing inspired basketball this season. I look at it as he's playing $112 million worth of inspired basketball. He got all of that money. He's on cloud freaking 9. Shout out Andre Iguodala.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you're getting the best version of him. That's why, according to Shams, he's in meal rooms and in training room. I don't know.
Showing up early to shoot around.
It's showing up early to shoot around, staying late, all that good stuff. I think it's because he's paid and he's comfortable.
Well, don't you think he understands that it would behoove him and his future bank account to make it work with Steph and Draymond Green? Like Jimmy Butler, a successful Jimmy Butler with the Warriors is more likely to get a bag that he is searching for than a Jimmy Butler who lets everything, go down the drain like he did in his previous stops. And it's just you're running out of opportunities if you're Jimmy Butler. I mean, he was not able to go where he wanted to go in a sense because of how ugly things got in Miami. And if he wants to keep options open, if he wants to keep bigger bags of money on the table, making it work with Steph and Draymond, and falling in with this Warriors culture, which has proven in the past to be so beneficial for past players who have come through here, to screw all of that up for whatever reason that does happen, it would make no absolute logical sense whatsoever. Shout out Spock. It would be illogical. So yeah, that's it all comes back to why it's just, if you're Jimmy Butler, all the motivation is there for you to maximize the rest of this year and all of this year and ball out as hard as you can and provide the best results possible. Because if he does want one last bag, one last big payday, that's not going to happen if you come in here and you screw things up for one of the most respected players in the history of the sport, in Stephen Curry.
Yeah, but I think his rebuttal would simply be, what did I screw up? Seriously, what did Jimmy Butler come in here and screw up?
Well, we'll have to see how that plays.
No. He came in here to save the season. The season wasn't going anywhere.
Well, we'll see. Again, there's also in the next season, too, to keep it going.
Yeah, but it's because of... Sam, we've seen now over a pretty good, I would say an extended period of time, a season and a half, what this team has been without Jimmy Butler.
Mm-hmm.
It's early returns. It's a small sample size. But you see quickly the impact that he's had on the Warriors. So again, I would ask the question, what is he screwing up?
Well, right now, it's nothing. Because right now, it's like you said, we're in the feel-good stage. He is all in on what the Warriors are doing right now. Jimmy, he could be a little bit mercurial, though. That attitude can change. If he gets into a situation where he feels like he's not getting what he wants. Because again, it was a part of the reason why things got stale in Miami is he wanted more talent around him. He's got that here. He's got more talent around him.
He also wanted to be paid.
He also wanted to be paid.
Which Pat Riley did not want to do for a player that was taking regular season games off and then complaining about
if he
missed the playoffs.
If he had better talent around him, is he more motivated to show up and not take games off?
No, that's what he's done his entire career.
But I think in this situation, it's harder to look at this team that he's on right now and say, I don't have enough talent around me. I'm not going to try hard. Just give me my money. I'm gonna do my thing. It's harder for him to say that in this situation. And if it does come into next year where he's missing games and he's like not feeling it anymore and all the good vibes are gone and he's little petulant Jimmy that we saw in Miami, yeah, then things are getting screwed up and that's going to start to hurt his image and how Warriors fans view him, and it's going to lead to another messy divorce. But if you keep rolling with these good times, if you look around and say, yo, I'm going to ball out for these guys because Steph's one of the best ever. I'm going to ball hard because I want to ball hard for him. I got Draymond here. He's a guy who's very similar to me and is able to push me in a way that I'm able to. I have not been pushed before by guys in the past. That's going to motivate him to play even harder. So that's where it's just Steph and Draymond are two different teammates, are completely different teammates than anything he's ever had in the past. So to say that, well, it was like this in Miami or it was like that in Minnesota, I don't think that applies really because it was not like that there. He's got a situation here that he's never had before, and he's got essentially a golden goose dropped into his lap in the final years of his career. Like the pressure is kind of on him to not let his own attitude screw it up.
I think he's playing with house money. Like he literally, literal house money because he just got paid for an extra 2 years. But this was a Warriors franchise that we were talking about like, what is the conversation right now if Jimmy Butler's not here? I know we can't, we can't officially say that.
No, if you want to play that, in that hypothetical, it's very
We're
dull,
talking about what they're going to do this summer.
We're probably talking about them shutting down Steph Curry if Jimmy Butler is not here. And if Jimmy Butler is in Phoenix, we're talking about a Suns team that's going to be finishing in the 10 or 11 spot and would get knocked out in the first round of the play-in. Like, if this move did not happen, neither Jimmy nor the Warriors are in a good situation. But coming together, a matchup that no one really saw coming or expected to happen, turns out being the best matchup that we could have possibly asked for. Like, yeah, I think that you start seeing things in a bit of a different light of the opportunity that now suddenly is before, the Warriors and Jimmy Butler and the importance of seizing on that opportunity.
Well, I think we're looking at it from the Warriors' perspective. What I'm trying to do is imagine if I'm Jimmy Butler and I come into a burning house and I'm literal walking water and I douse all of it, why wouldn't I feel important?
Are you saying that he doesn't feel important now? Or
no, I'm saying he could feel even more important. Like Jimmy Butler has right now, he appears to be, 6 games. He appears to be the savior of this season.
Mm-hmm.
I understand Steph is the leader of this team. Draymond, even to some extent. Steph is the number one. But everything has turned around since Jimmy Butler has gotten here. That has to feel self-assuring as someone who just got paid a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be feeling like, and again, there's a quote in this article from The Athletic in which he told Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson, and I think it's very revealing of how Jimmy Butler doesn't just view himself as a piece for the Warriors, any piece. This is from the article. 3 weeks later, after the trade, this was in response to a question about him saying he wasn't interested in signing an extension with the Warriors. 3 weeks later, as Butler sat so content in his locker following Friday night's win at Sacramento, he sidestepped a question about that subplot. Quote, honestly, in the most humble way possible, I'm a good fit everywhere. Jimmy Butler thinks he can win with anyone. And I think to his credit, he's kind of shown that.
Well, I think publicly he'll say that because, again, athletes...
No, but he said that privately. Like, that was a private conversation. It's not. Well, he didn't go on TV and say that.
Well, yeah, but he's saying it to a reporter, so he probably knows it's going to be public eventually.
Yeah, which is why he's trying to say it humbly.
Yeah. Well, no, obviously...
that doesn't sound humble to me. I'm a good fit anywhere?
It's going to be humble.
On a team that you've been on for 6 games?
Well, again, if he wants to feel that way, but reality will eventually, rear its ugly head.
He's not wrong, by the way. He's not wrong.
No, I think he would be a good fit everywhere, but I think he's better fit some places than other places. Would he have been a good fit in Milwaukee, as you mentioned earlier? Yeah, probably. Would he have been a good fit in Phoenix? He would have fit in. Would have been a successful fit? Probably not. But this is a situation, yeah, he is fitting in here, but he's fitting in successfully so far. And he's fitting in successfully so far because he's feeling wanted, he's feeling appreciated, he's feeling locked in and dialed in. And that's just where I come back to, is just do not screw this up then. Like, you've got such a great situation here, Jimmy Butler, that to let it fall by the wayside.
But it wasn't a great situation before he got here. That's my point.
But now it is a great situation, though.
Who made it a great situation?
His arrival made it a great situation. And if he were to leave and go somewhere else, there's no guarantee that where he's going to is going to be as good of a situation as what he's got right now.
No, but he's proven he can make 4 different situations good. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and right now he's got the best. He's got a chance to make his best situation here, though, because this is the best situation he has to win a championship. The only other time he's come close was with a couple Miami Heat teams that he had to drag across the finish line because he didn't have enough talent around him. He's got the talent around him right now. He doesn't have to drag an entire roster across the finish line like he's had to in the past. He's going to have that help here. He might not have that help in the next team that he goes to, whichever that might be. It might not be a team that he even wants to go to or has that championship fit with. So that's why it all comes down to the fact that, you have the best situation here. Don't piss it away. And yes, that situation has arrived because he came here. Well, and it would just make it even stupider if he did blow it up.
All right. This is in response to Shams Charania saying this is the best org Jimmy's ever been a part of.
He does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of, but I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now.
Yeah, and I believe it's for his own purposes as opposed to the teams. That's all I'm trying.
I think there's mutually beneficial. It's mutually beneficial for both sides to go out of their way to make it work. You know, he's scratching the Warriors' backs. You know, and the Warriors will in turn scratch his back. They already did about 112 million times. There you go. So there you go, Jimmy. You got your motivation. Let's do your part now. And
also, I want to know what is the meal room? Is it like the cafeteria, the kitchen?
Well, I assume it's I can't imagine.
Andre Iguodala actually talked about it at the retirement ceremony. Like the Warriors' kitchen is the nicest kitchen he's ever seen.
I can't imagine it's the media dining room that you and I eat in before Warrior games. I imagine it's a little bit nicer. Shout out
the Tums.
Shout out Papa Shasky, R.I.P. So I assume, somewhere in the bowels of Chase Center is this absolutely luxurious dining room for players to eat in. Don't they have a kombucha bar somewhere in there? I heard that when they opened things up, someone requested they wanted a kombucha bar, so they put that in Chase Center for the players.
Unlimited possibilities.
Exactly.
I don't know, but they had something outside of Chase Center, one of those like surrounding restaurants that's just got a big-ass Hennessy sign.
Hey, man, the Henny's undefeated.
That's where I've been. The 510, I'm with you here. Butler's the guy at the park that you pick up first. Is that guy that you pick first in a pickup game at the park. Yeah, and I think he knows it. I think he knows it. That's it.
Yeah, he knows he's that dog. And I want to play. Draymond Green had a podcast episode yesterday.
Hold on. No.
Okay. Sorry.
No, sorry. I want to fit this call in because Bobby wants to come down my road.
Let's get Bobby on.
Bobby's in Los Altos.
Love Bobby in Los Altos.
What's up, Bobby? How we doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Talk to me, Bobby.
Always for you, Bobby.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm drinking coffee, kind of spilling it on myself and throwing up in my mouth listening to you, too.
I don't know if I like this call anymore, Bobby.
It's in me.
Savior of the team. It's been, 6 games? Every opponent they've played, their star player isn't playing. The game I would have thought they would have won against Dallas, they lost. They barely beat the Rockets. They got back in. It's been 6 games. You play sound clips of a guy that's been here for 6 games praising him for being a good citizen after 6 games. What kind of fool is going to cause trouble after 6 games? I don't understand you guys. And I believe, and this is probably just part of my narrative, it may not even be true, but I think they have one of the easiest strengths of schedule for the rest of the season.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. As such, who's really going to say that Wiggins, who was playing great this year, wouldn't provide the same kind of results?
Because he wasn't.
I think they'll have a better record, but it's also because they had an easier strength of schedule for the rest of the season. Much like in the beginning of the season, they had, I think, statistically, the easiest first 15 games, and they got off to that torrid start. So, look, he's a great player, but can we stop calling him the savior? And can we stop praising him for being a good citizen, for being here for, 2 weeks, a week and a half?
It's been a really fun 2 weeks, though. Well, Bobby, then what more do you need to see then to kind of get to that level? Oh, Bobby dropped off.
Sounds like he was more drinking cold water the way he just threw it all over this.
Well, that's what I had. Some of our roasters, they really struggle with their coffee in the morning. So I love Bobby, though. He's got one of the best calls, best voices of our callers. So no hard feelings, Bobby. I'm sorry I made you spill your coffee.
Yeah, look, we appreciate every single contribution from our call. We got the smartest callers in the Bay Area, let's be honest.
Some more than others.
This is from the 650. There's a meal room next to the locker room at Chase Center. I know. I work there. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. That's what they call it, the meal room. You had some Draymond Green sound you wanted to play?
Yeah, Draymond Green was just talking about the people who get down on Jimmy Butler, which, I don't know, I want to hear what he has to say about the losers that get down on Jimmy Butler. If either you or Carter want to play that cut.
I got you right here.
There you go.
I see how people can get tired of Jimmy because if you're not a basketball head, if you don't love this and you over communicate like Jimmy and you dot every T, dot every I and cross every T, losers will get frustrated with that. If you don't love, eat, breathe this and more importantly, winning. You can get frustrated with that. So I can see in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it's been, how someone can get frustrated with Jimmy. Because most people aren't winner. The things that he's doing, like, it's music to my ears. To talk basketball with somebody that know the basketball game like Jimmy and listen and learn from somebody who know the game like Jimmy, it's music to my ears, him over-communicating the way he does.
So if you're down on Jimmy, it's just because you're a loser who doesn't understand basketball. Classic Draymond logic there. But
who's down on Jimmy?
I don't know who is down on him.
It's been 6 games of Nirvana.
Well,
now, to Bobby's point.
Bobby and Los Altos, he might be down on him.
Oh, well, I called him a savior just because of, to make a point. It's like this season was headed towards purgatory, and Jimmy has saved them from that direction. So from that standpoint, I do think he's a savior.
How much of the Jimmy Butler view is through the lens of just the ugly divorces? Like, how much of the opinion that we have of him is through the lens of what he's done in the past? Like, obviously, it has to impact at some point. For you, how much does that history factor into the opinion you have of him?
Well, my opinion of him is that, to Draymond's point, he's a winner. There's just a shelf life. Like, and we're in the good part of it. So I feel confident for the rest of this season, Jimmy's going to be on his best behavior. He's going to play really good basketball, and the Warriors are going to be better for it. My concern is after this season, when he gets a bit more comfortable, sees things, and again, maybe begins to look for whatever the next paycheck is on the back end of his career. But that's for further down the line.
We'll cross that bridge if we get to it.
Yeah, he's helping this team right now, and everyone's a big fan of Jimmy Butler. To me, it's like I don't know if I've made this comp to you, but it's like Jim Harbaugh. He's kind of like the player version of Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh goes anywhere, they win. Turns around programs, teams, franchises, and then by the end of the time there, you're like, I can't stand this guy.
There is a shelf life with Harbaugh, yeah.
Like, get this guy out of my building. But in the honeymoon phase or for a couple of years, he's great.
So, yeah, it's just a matter of how long you can extend this honeymoon phase to keep Jimmy Butler locked in. And, again, this is where I just the Warriors have everything they need to extend this honeymoon period to its max, whatever that max looks like. And I think you said after next season he can negotiate a new contract. Is that how that works? So basically it's a 2.5 year deal that they have with Jimmy. Basically, essentially though, it's more 1.5 years. So the window is there for this rest of the season and all of next year for Jimmy Butler to maximize his value for his last big payday. And it's just to let it go down the drain for whatever reason, it would just be foolish of him, because you will be costing yourself money, you'll be costing yourself opportunities, and more importantly, you will be known as the superstar that failed to make it work with Stephen Curry. It's just, if he's cool with attaching that moniker to his legacy, I guess that's his prerogative, and
Jimmy
good for him.
don't give a damn about a moniker and legacy.
I think these guys, their ego demands it.
No, it doesn't. His ego is what put him in this situation.
Well, yeah, but the ego is built up by just feeling good about himself and what he's accomplished. If you're forever known as the guy who could not work with Steph, I think that's a bruise to your ego.
You know what Jimmy Butler is known as? A guy who has made... Hold up, let me bring this up. A guy who has made $312 million career dollars. That's what Jimmy Butler is known as.
Money time! Money time! There's more money to be made if you make it work here.
Well, apparently there's more money anywhere because he didn't make it work in Miami.
I mean, they still had 2 finals runs. I think that's...
No, but
I'm still pretty...
But I'm saying he was suspended 3 times this year.
Well, yeah, it's because the good times ran out, and that will be a fun little chapter in Warriors history to go through someday if it gets to that point. It's not a guarantee, by the way. We're all sitting here acting like Jimmy Butler's some ticking time bomb. I mean, why can't this be...
Well, he has a history of being that.
But why history? Yeah, until history repeats itself until it doesn't. Why can't this be the stop that just it is where it works out? Why are we so just locked into the belief that the Jimmy Butler story is going to end with frustration and sadness? Like, why can't this be a happy ending?
Because that's fairy tales?
Well, hey, we're talking about fairy tales tonight. They're honoring one of the all-time fairy tale seasons. So,
well, you said it wasn't a fairy tale. They won 67 games.
It felt like a fairy tale at the time. It was one of the ultimate happily ever afters for Warrior fans that summer.
God. Oh, 2015, a fairy tale? Yeah, they were the best team in basketball.
The Warriors, the best team in basketball. That right off the bat, that got rejected by the fairy tale authors because they said, it's like, no, we need something more believable. Let's have a princess kiss a frog and turn into a human being. That's more believable than the Warriors being the most, the best team in basketball for an entire year and winning a championship. It makes more logical sense for a person to chop down a beanstalk that a giant is climbing down than for the Warriors to be that team. So, yeah, I consider that season a fairy tale season.
What did you just compare fictional tales to the Warriors?
I'm saying that the Warriors season was such a fairy tale season that the Brothers Grimm, whoever wrote those fairy tales, would have rejected that script for being too unbelievable. Let's go with the story of, the ugly duck turning into a beautiful swan.
We got to get the Fast Five here, but they literally turned that into a dynasty. I don't know. It's so unbelievable.
It's fairy tales.
All right. I want to give a shout out, final take of the day. It's really just a big thank you to our public service workers on buses, particularly the 14 that runs down Mission Street in San Francisco at approximately 3:30 a.m. when I jump on every single day. They are doing Lord's work. Number one, being available. Number two, the things that they have to see and put up with on a, well, in this case, nightly or morningly basis, if that's even a word. Thank you very much to my bus driver this morning. There was a few situations that occurred, and I really just want to extend my gratitude to everyone that has to do that. You seriously make this city run in ways that you don't understand. So thank you very much.
Oh, that's a great shout out. We always love shouting out the bus drivers here on the Morning Roast. My final thought is, we're going back down to Scottsdale for another home run. I'm not going to play the home run because there's no sound of it. But guys, Jung-Hoo Lee hit a home run. Hit the button, Carter. It's time to dance. Lee Jung-Hoo. Lee Jung-Hoo. I won't do the full dance unless you want to join in, Evan, on the Jung-Hoo Lee dance.
The what?
The Jung-Hoo Lee dance.
There's a dance?
There's a Jung-Hoo Lee dance we do in the Morning Roast whenever he hits a home run.
Has he played a game?
He played a game yesterday, and he hit a whole home run.
In spring training?
In spring training, yes. We're going to do Jung-Hoo Lee spring training home runs because between now and the end of the year, there's probably be like 7 of them total. So
I need him to stay on the field, man. I actually do like him. I do like him. He's a good player, but he's got to stay on the field, Sam.
Yeah, but no, we did the Jung-Hoo Lee dance last year when I found the song, and so every time he hits a home run, we'll be doing the Jung-Hoo Lee dance on the Morning Roast. So there's our first Jung-Hoo Lee dance of 2025. Here's to at least 6 or 7 more because power is not really in his repertoire.
I got you. No, he's going to hit 20 this year. Carter, what do you got?
That's a lot of dancing.
Man, I've been back here throwing up on my coffee at Bobby from Los Altos take.
Hey, we love Bobby, all right? We love him.
Bobby. Bobby's great, but I'm really going to push back on Bobby. There's a clear difference with Jimmy Butler from Andrew Wiggins, and one of the differences is where Jimmy operates on the court. Jimmy's doing a lot of his work down on the boxes. Andrew Wiggins is more of an elbow guy. That's freeing up Steph Curry. If you look at Curry's numbers, they're way up since Jimmy Butler's been here. I don't even need to look. I just can know that off the top of my head. And that's where the Warriors' real success is coming from. They're getting a guy who's operating in a place they didn't have a guy operating in to begin with. I mean, clearly Wiggins was getting in Curry's space a little bit. So that's what I got.
I got you. Appreciate it, Chick. Pasta. What's your final take of the day?
Yeah, I want to kind of double down on Brandon Podjevsky's birthday. Happy birthday, Pods. And shout out to all the other 22-year-olds on the team, and shout out to 22-year-olds in general. It is a good time to be a 22-year-old in the Bay Area. And
I don't know about you, but you're feeling 22.
I take it you're 22.
I'm 22, yeah. So shout out to all of them. And also, it is National Let's All Eat Right Day, and I'm going to be celebrating this unofficial holiday by cashing in on a Popeye's chicken sandwich after the show.
That is eating right.
I feel like that's called eating left. If you're eating right, you're not supposed to put fried chicken in your body.
You're not supposed to, but it's National Eat Right Day, so I'm going to do it.
I got you. Appreciate it, Steve.
I think it's always a good day for a Popeye's chicken sandwich. So
that's true.
There's really no downside.
Nothing wrong with that. Actually, the Wingstop lemon pepper sandwich is pretty damn fire.
I always go garlic parm when it comes to wings. I need garlic on everything. I'm a garlic person.
You got a prediction for tonight?
Prediction:
Charlotte's lost by 50 and 40 their last two games. Warriors are minus 16 against the Hornets.
I don't know, Carter. You're the resident gambler here. Do I take that action?
His neighbor.
I was going to say, Sam, I can't wait to hear you go over the spread right now since you love gambling so much.
Sure. Why not? Let's take the points. I know literally nothing about gambling. I do it never. There's reasons why I don't do it. Partially is because I don't have the money. So I guess, I don't know, do you have money on who wins the tip, Carter? Like when the Hornets win the tip, I might get a text. Oh, I just lost so much money.
Yeah, I'm thinking that one. The tip will be a good one tonight. I think that 16 seems crazy for an NBA.
There's my bold prediction. The Warriors will win the tip tonight.
Well, Warriors actually might be in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Nurkic v. Draymond.
Ooh. The smack part 2?
Yeah, they're going to lose the battle, but I have a feeling Draymond will win the war.
Nurkic better wear a cup. That's all I know.
He needs a cup. He needs a face mask.
He's put that behind him.
He needs to come in with like the full bomb suit that goes against Draymond. So
he's put that behind him. Actually, it wasn't.
He got his help.
No, I think it was like a spinning back fist was the one that got Nurkic last year.
The spinning super punch.
Yeah. Draymond's he's like Serrano in Major League 2. He's a Buddha now. He's fine. All right. Steiny and Guru are coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Big thank you to everybody who chimed in, texted in, called in. Big thank you to Festus, Ezeli, Randy Bennett, Evan Giddings. I'll be with Guru tomorrow for the rest of the week. Sam Lubman will be with you, though. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky out. And thank you for listening to Giddings and Lubman on this edition of the Morning Roast. Stick around for Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I saw you were in the boss's office early.
Just me and the boss.
What were you guys talking about?
Can't tell you.
Come on,
Snitches get stitches, baby. Wow. Yeah. I had some alone time with the captain.
I don't like when you're in there alone with the door locked.
I love that you saw it. Oh, man.
I saw it.
Your name didn't come up. We were just having a chat.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Just about the show.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Goo,
tell the people what's real, because you're on cloud nine. I hope I'm not snitching. This is our last show for a while, because you're going to be going back to see your daughter.
Yeah.
And your hair looks phenomenal. Looks like you washed it. You're on cloud nine. I'm a little jelly.
I got to be honest with you. I'm excited, but I don't know. I'm not feeling it yet.
But your daughter just called you, and hearing that interaction made me get goosebumps to think about my daughter.
Sure.
My man.
Yeah, it was, I'm going to get on a plane tonight. Probably got a middle seat.
Yes.
But that's
it shouldn't be cramped.
I don't know.
Be careful on these planes. I don't want to bring that up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I can control what's going to happen.
You can. Boy. My bad.
That's all right.
Yeah.
No.
What's on your mind, baby? Let's get it in.
What's on my mind is Jimmy Butler.
The Butler did it.
Jimmy Butler. So I've been thinking a lot about Jimmy Butler and his career in the NBA and the stops he's made. And I got an idea, and this is what we're going to try to pull off today.
Right.
All right. We got 3 guests today.
Oh.
All right. We've got at 11 a.m., we've got Steve Ashburner, works for NBA.com, senior writer.
He's great.
He used to work for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune and covered the T-Wolves and the Bulls for a while. So he is very familiar with Jimmy Butler's stops in Minnesota, Chicago, and Philly. He was covering Philly, actually, for NBA.com when Butler was there. So we're going to talk to him about Butler. Then we're going to talk to Casey Johnson. He's the beat writer for the Chicago Bulls. He works for NBC Sports Chicago and the Chicago Tribune. He covered Jimmy Butler's first 6 seasons in the NBA with the Bulls.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to get that perspective from Casey Johnson. Then at 1:30, we're going to talk to Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz.
What a nickname.
And he is a Miami media guy that's been around forever. And we're going to talk to him about Jimmy Butler's tenure in Miami. So I'm kind of just looking forward to because you know what? I don't know Jimmy Butler like these guys know Jimmy Butler. They've watched him for years and years and years up close. So I'm looking forward to talking to 3 guys that know Jimmy Butler very well, have covered him for a while, and can give insights as to what's going on and how he's affected this team.
Yeah, and because he has, right? And I just think of the great Clint Eastwood, former mayor, Steiny, but also an actor. And he had one of his great films, Sudden Impact. And that's what Jimmy Butler has had on this basketball team. And I kind of brought it up with you, Willard and Dibbs, yesterday in the crossover. If you just step back and think about why the Warriors were able to get Jimmy Butler, I just want to say to you, Steiny, I know he's kind of been toxic at every stop and it's kind of been drama. But at the end of the day, it's not basketball, because that's what he excels at. And I believe what the Bay is finding out is it's the intangibles too. And all of a sudden, he's jump-started a situation that we thought was lacking, that was dire, stale, boring, lightweight, old. And all of a sudden now, his infectious personality can do no wrong. And Steiny, I don't know where this thing is going, but I know this partner is getting a whole lot better.
Yes, it is. It appears to be, anyway. And I'll just start with the latest, and it's not necessarily news.
What we got?
But it's a guy repeating Something he said a while ago, and it's becoming a theme. Take a listen.
I 1,000% wholeheartedly stand all 10 toes down on everything I said. We winning that. And I look forward to all the people that run and duck and hide and then not even acknowledge that.
Draymond Green.
I love it. I love it.
So,
do you believe him? I believe he believes that.
I think he believes it for sure.
All right.
Whether they can pull it off or not is another story. But the bigger issue I was thinking about is,
man,
just the fact that if you look at the NBA and and the 25 games left and where the Warriors are, I'm starting to think that Draymond saying that and repeating it and being bold about it in a way it's kind of the story of the second half of the season in the NBA, because this is a team right now that's in ninth, and you got a player who's won 4 titles saying, I see something that we have right now, and I know what a championship looks like, and I think we got championship in this locker room. So, not that it matters, but I'm just thinking about all the other teams in the NBA, hearing Draymond Green talk about how the Warriors are going to win it all, and I'm realizing that they are going to be the story of the NBA kind of heading into the postseason if they can make it. These last 25 games, man, I just think the microscope is going to be on the Golden State Warriors, because there's a feeling out there that they've got something brewing and maybe they can pull off something that people thought was over.
Yeah, and there were a lot of people. And Stephen A. Smith, friend of the program, Stoney, is on record, went on his show yesterday and had to say I was wrong about my assessment on Jimmy Butler's impact on the Warriors, basically now giving them a chance. But that's all you ask for, and the basketball will take care of itself. But I just love the theatrics that Draymond, the confidence, the bravado that is back for him to say that. And Stoney, I don't think we can omit, and you're not doing it, that this all kind of started with the All-Star game after the trade. Like, you couldn't draw it up any better, and then you follow that up a week later with Andre's jersey getting hung in the Raptors after, a national televised game against Dallas where you had to go James Brown. You owed the big payback. You owed Dallas, and you took care of them. But my point is, the spotlight still stayed on the Warriors, and for you to say what you just said, Stoney, I think it's going to be there for the rest of the season to see if these guys can pull this off with what could be one of the greatest in-season trades in recent history.
Yeah, 5-1 since Jimmy Butler got here. They play Charlotte tonight. Charlotte got waxed last night.
Oh, my gosh.
By the Sacramento Kings.
Zach LaVine hurt us.
Oh, yeah. Zach LaVine, big night in a 48-point win. Just vintage.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler has been here about 3 weeks now, and this is Shams Charania of ESPN talking about Jimmy Butler, and this is kind of what I mean about there's momentum building. I can kind of feel it, but this is what we're going to get into all show.
He does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of, but I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now.
See, go ahead, because I got something.
I mean, look, everybody is entitled to a clean slate. So I'll take Shams Charania at his word that Jimmy Butler's happy to be here. I mean, it seems like there's a little revisionist history about what he's done at all the stops he's been at. But, hey, I guess if that's water under the bridge and he's just excited now, that's really all that matters. But I don't know. When I hear Jimmy Butler saying the Warriors are the best organization he's ever played for, I mean, he's been here 3 weeks. I love it. Okay, it's nice. It's great sentiment, but I mean, he's only been here 3 weeks.
Okay, what would you say to your partner?
Better than the Heat, who he's been with for 6 years?
Yeah,
whatever.
Shout out Mickey Harrison and company. Stoney, I got to say this. I've been higher on Jimmy Butler than Cheech and Chong. But what did I tell you before he even touched foot on the soil? Shout out E40 here in the Bay Area. Steiny, is the gist was up. If he were on a high school team, James Logan in the Yoon, he would be on best behavior. So it's not filibuster, but I get that he's saying that, and he lightweight might believe it. But Steiny, no, if he was in Timbuktu, it wouldn't matter. We would be hearing this because, come on, Steiny, this has got to be his last destination. You know what I mean? He's got to put his best foot forward is all that I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't think.
So I get that.
I think this is a honeymoon period, obviously. I don't anticipate Jimmy Butler's going to be a problem from here on out.
Got money. Well, I don't know. Yeah.
At least this year. I want, next year's next year, and I'll judge him next year. But I think right now, with a short 25 games left, Butler's just getting here. He's energized. They got a shot to make some noise, and that's what we're going to talk about today. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get more into Draymond Green, too. And
Day-Day.
What's his end game with saying everything he's saying? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that you'll
you
never
get,
wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Got a great show for you today. Coming up at 11 o'clock, Steve Ashburner, NBA.com senior writer, formerly of the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, knows Jimmy Butler extremely well, covered him for years and years in Chicago and New York and Minnesota. He's going to join us at 11 a.m. to give us some insight on Jimmy Butler. Who is this guy? We got to find out. We've gotten to know him for the last 3 weeks. He's been a hell of a player for the Warriors. He's been their catalyst. And obviously, he's had some interesting stops along the way. And our feeling today, Guru and my feeling today, was that, well, let's talk to some people that have covered Butler over the course of his career. Because, look, we're just getting to know the guy. It's all good right now. And I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say. KC Johnson's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He's a writer for the Chicago Tribune, longtime Bulls beat writer. He also works for NBC Sports Chicago. He covered Butler's first 6 years in the league. And then at 1:30, we're going to go to Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, who's a media member in Miami, who has obviously covered Jimmy Butler's career as it wound down in Miami. So it's going to be kind of a Jimmy Butler day today because I want to learn as much about this guy as possible. And certainly, Goo, what we've seen so far, it's hard to believe this isn't the best of Jimmy Butler.
No doubt about it. And I will say this: you told me to go read that piece with Amick and Marcus Thompson in The Athletic, which I did, and. I want to keep my job and be here when you get back, Stoney, but they called him Draymond is so special. He used the word a-hole, and it sounded like Edgar Allan Poe or some great poet because that's exactly what this team needed. And when I heard that reference, it meant that they needed another sergeant, a sheriff, a Billy Badass, and that's what Jimmy Butler is. It's what he's been. But, Stoney, the crazy part and right on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control is this team needed it, and we had no idea. And maybe that's why everybody's so giddy.
I mean, that's the thing that I'm fascinated by. And I made the list.
My man said fascinated.
I made the list yesterday of all the players that the Warriors had been linked to, whether it's LeBron, Paul George, Markkanen, Durant, Vucevic, Zach LaVine. And to my way of thinking, I just can't imagine any of those 6 players, LeBron included, coming in here and changing this situation the way Jimmy Butler has changed the situation. And one of the things I kind of wonder is, I mean, did they kind of luck into Jimmy? Did things just fall the right way? Were they targeting him for a while and he finally became available? I guess it all doesn't matter. He's on the Warriors now, but
it kind of does, though, just to make it that more special, Steiny.
Well, what I'm saying is, I mean the run at Paul George and the run at Markkanen. I mean, certainly the run at Paul George. I mean, that would have been a nightmare. I mean, it really would have been a nightmare.
I'm done defending. I can't defend him, but I do want to know this. Let me add this to the list. Tell me what you think. When Butler came out and said that this was not a destination he wanted to go, I do wonder internally how the Warriors took that news. Did they just brush that off and say, okay, we got to really give him the 2 years? Like, how close was Jimmy Butler to being over to the Golden State when that news came out? Because remember, he said, I do not want to go there. We didn't know why.
I mean, I don't know why he initially said he didn't want to come, probably because he wanted to have a contract extension.
Yeah, we did, and they got it.
Attached to it. So, again, if the contract pushed him over the edge, the contract pushed him over the edge. I mean, I think the Warriors were going to have to do something like that because they didn't want to acquire Jimmy Butler, and he's in the same situation as he is in Miami, and we don't know if we're going to pay him or not. So I think part of the deal, obviously, is to wrap him up for a couple more years. You know what? I heard it again today. What? I don't know what's going on. I heard it from Evan and Lubman. They're talking about Butler and Curry and Draymond, and they said, Well, they're definitely this is the team for the next year and a half. Why are they only saying a year and a half? Like all the three guys are signed through their 2.5 years. I don't know what it is.
But
Maybe,
that's the Steiny in them. They don't want to go to let's just focus on the next. We got this year and next year. And
well, it almost sounds like people expect something to happen in year 3, and they're not even allowing for the fact that maybe these guys are all going to finish up, 2.5 years from now. So I don't know. I just when I look at where this team is right now, I look at them as 2.5 years with this group, and how much can they get done in 2.5 years? By the way, I got to play this for you.
All right, I'm here.
You're gonna love this one. This is Draymond Green on the playoffs.
All right.
Reaffirming everything I thought about NBA players.
That's very important, especially in the place that we're in. We let some games get away early that we talked about that we shouldn't have, but we are where we are. For us, it's important to get off to a good start because every game counts. We in playoff mode. You know what I'm saying? We gotta approach these next 26 like the playoffs. We want to give ourselves the best position as possible when it comes from seeding. And to my knowledge, from what I've heard, I think we're only maybe 3 games out of 6 or something like that. Yeah. I don't know that to be certain, but I don't follow the standings. The way I approach it, win every game you can and check at the end.
He doesn't even know what their record is right now.
I believe Curry does, though, and we know Looney does. That hurts me, Stotty, but he was in the man. Yeah. I was going to say, man, you don't read the paper on the planes, Dre, or in the locker room, but everything's digital.
You think he knows what a newspaper is, these young guys?
That really is, we're aging ourselves if you say that.
They might have heard about what it is, but no, I think a lot of players do handle it the way Draymond's handling it. He looks at the standings, they're right in the middle, or, they're 9th, and he knows that if they go 18-7, that they'll probably be in good shape. And, the question is, can they get to 6?
And
is that possible? Yeah. And Anthony Slater was on with the morning show today. I'm sorry, this was with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And he was asked, what the goal is for this team right now in terms of finishing up the regular season. Where do they hope to land?
The Warriors are about to play the Hornets twice in the next 3 games, the Magic, the Nets. To me, by middle of next week, the Warriors could be up at the 6. Timberwolves lost last night. They're at Oklahoma City on the second night of back-to-back. Warriors could be tied with the Timberwolves by the end of tonight. Mavericks, another team. They're not going to have a center for basically how long? I mean, the Warriors just blew them out. They could be tied with them by the end of this week. Let's look below the Warriors. The Kings, they're nosediving. The Suns, they're nosediving. The Spurs, no Wemby. I think the Warriors are the favorite for the 6 at this point, and I would say maybe the Clippers would be equal to them depending on how their health goes.
Man, what lie is in there, Stoney? That's why everybody's excited.
Well,
it's almost like we're assuming that Dr. J, the 6.
No, I know. And, he already was factoring in a loss for the Timberwolves last night.
Oh, well,
let me tell you something.
They were howling. We were on the phone together. Boy, Finchy.
Look, the Timberwolves have an easier schedule coming in than the Golden State Warriors, according to the stats. Minnesota just beat Oklahoma City 2 out of the last 3 games in the last 10 days. And, I think Minnesota's going to be tough to catch, by the way.
Let's spend a second on it.
Unbelievable. Chris Finch, what he did last night.
Tell people that don't know.
It's incredible. So Minnesota's getting beat handily by Oklahoma City, and they're down,
on the road.
Yeah, they're down 24 in the fourth quarter, and they really weren't making any headway. And with about 4 minutes left, they were down, or 3:30. I think it was 3:30. They're down 16, and Finch pulls Anthony Edwards from the game. They were playing without Gobert, Julius Randle, and DiVincenzo. So 3 of their top 6 guys, and then he pulled Anthony Edwards with 3.5 minutes to go. The Scrabinis proceed to come back in that game and tie it at the end of regulation. And you know how all the coaches get caught in that, well, should I go back to my starters?
All day.
Well, Finch was like, no, I'm not going back to my starters. These guys got us back in it. They're going to finish this game. They go into overtime. And by the way, as the Minnesota Timberwolves are winning or coming back, Anthony Edwards, I'm looking at him at the sidelines, and he's going nuts. Like, he's not pouting. He's
rooting them on.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the game goes into overtime.
Sit down.
Then he puts Anthony Edwards in because those guys needed to break, some of them. And Anthony Edwards wasn't great offensively, still was struggling to make a shot. But he makes the play of the game defensively.
Describe it.
Blocks Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at the rim. An incredible
He came
block.
weak side, Steiny, and just get it out of here.
Just unbelievable. That's the kind of win where
gosh.
I think Minnesota's, they're going to be hard to catch, I think.
Now I got a question about your friend and the coach. We're talking about Kaminga coming back and how he's going to get reacclimated into it, Steiny. I am wondering, watching Minnesota, what are you going to do about the elephant in the room that is Julius Randle, Gobert, and Dante DiVincenzo? Are you looking at me right now, or is any Minnesota, I know we're not in Minneapolis, are they saying we might be better off without those guys?
I don't know if they're saying that, but I don't know. I don't know if they're saying that.
But there's something to be said about how they're playing without that trifecta.
Yeah,
especially Randall, the black hole.
I mean, especially how they played last night on the road. I mean,
Go ahead, because I got something about OKC too.
Tough place to win. Place to win.
I think OKC, Steiny, they said it on the broadcast, has played the least amount of close games, and kudos to them. But this is no indictment on the MVP, because I do think it's going to be SGA. He deserves it. But the bottom line, Steiny, is that's why I talk about pedigree with these young teams. Okay, that game didn't go their way. I'm not using yesterday as the total example, but it was an opportunity to see how OKC is going to respond, and SGA for that matter, in pressure, and pressure bumps pipes. And it was just like, that move where he went before he got blocked and threw it off the side of the glass, it looked like did hit rim. And I'm like, that's the stuff that, down the road, if you were to get the Thunder, who knows that lack of, that deep playoff run where a team like the Warriors would have an advantage, or any other team for that matter.
I mean, Oklahoma City was down to Minnesota 2 nights ago and made a great comeback and ended up beating Minnesota. They played back-to-back nights on successive nights. So, I mean, yeah, Oklahoma City hasn't played as many close-type games as some other teams. Mm-hmm. But no, that was one of those wins that
16 with 3 left.
That was one of those wins that the Warriors may feel at some point, because I mean, if Minnesota goes on a little run here, it's going to be because of that game, I would think. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and what their goals are. Anthony Slater thinks they have the inside track on number 6. That spot, which would be an automatic qualifier. They wouldn't have to go through the play-in game, but they're still going to have to leapfrog some teams. They're going to have to leapfrog Minnesota. They're going to have to leapfrog the Clippers. And I don't think the Rockets are within striking distance. They're 5 games ahead of the Warriors.
Yeah.
So really, it is. The goal is 6.
Man, and avoid the play-in.
Exactly.
But if this is just me, guru math. It's such a honeymoon phase right now that they could, if they get there, Steiny, be the 6th. But in reality, the mental aspect and component of this all is they're probably feeling like 2 in regard to, if I'm right, and Draymond saying they're going to win it, Steiny, they feel like they're not afraid of anyone. And to me, that's half the battle.
Yeah, I look I look at the Warriors, and when I see, and I felt this way last year, and LeBron's been doing this the last couple of years, but I do believe that, the Warriors have Butler, Curry, and Draymond Green.
That's a big 3.
And 6 would be great to get to. I think they'd be fine with 7 too. I mean, they don't want 7, but 7's...
We'll knock you out 1 and get out of here.
I mean, look, if you can't win 1 of 2 home games, then...
I'm with you.
But, 7 may be a more favorable matchup than 6, quite frankly, depending on where Denver sits.
Yeah, but we were on the elevator going home last night, Steiny, and we talked about this in years past because we lived it. And there's nothing fluke about the Warriors when it comes to the playoffs and what they've done, especially in 2022. But the bottom line is some things have added up or gone their way in regard to other situations and teams in regard to injuries or whatnot. And just hearing that Slater piece on with Willard and Dibbs, and Willard did this last week, I'm not saying the Warriors are perfect standing and they got the Kaminga, factor coming back and how you get him back in, but I think that's a positive. But when you look at what's happening outside of the Lakers, I don't know what Memphis is. It seems like it's shaping up to be like, well, we had our problems early and now other teams might be going through a little, what's my favorite word, Steiny? Shout out Too Short, turbulence at the most inopportune time. I just feel like things are shaping up for the Dubs.
Well, I feel like Denver's playing great right now.
I didn't have them. You're right.
Oklahoma City's still fine.
Give me Memphis. I got a question mark. I know they're good, Stein. They can be a problem and dangerous. But there's something.
They're 3 right now at 37 and 20, and the Lakers are 4 at 34 and 21.
Where you at on them real quick? They got a game tonight against Dallas. Where you at on the Lakers? You think they're better with Luka and no AD? And Reeves, where are you? I'm mixed. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. We'll find that out. I just, I think if you're the Warriors, I think the team you want is Memphis. I do think Memphis is the team you want.
Even with Jaren Jackson Jr., Steiny, and
what you want? Oklahoma City? You want the Lakers? You want Denver? I mean, who would you want if you're a Warrior fan? 888-957-9570. The best series for the Warriors, I think, would be
the Rockets.
I don't think
because they're going to be 6.
It's going to be hard to get to have a first-round matchup with the Rockets right now unless something dramatic happens.
All right, so you're right. OKC, Memphis, or Denver.
Yeah, but I think Memphis would be the best, the most intriguing first-round matchup to me would be Memphis. You'd have Memphis and the Warriors, and the Grizzlies have never beaten the Warriors in a postseason series. They've had opportunities to beat them when the Warriors were really, really good, especially 2022. You'd have John Morant coming in here.
And I don't understand. I can't tell you how he's playing now. It's not bad. I don't feel like it's his team right now, Steiny.
Well, they're 37 and 20. So, I do think it's interesting that the Warriors win 5 out of 6, and now all of a sudden the Grizzlies have some issues and the Nuggets have some issues, and boy, Oklahoma City, let's take a look at our own squad that's just 3 games over 500. But I think Memphis would be the most fun, intriguing series.
Wow.
Because Memphis would have a lot of incentive to try to finally beat this team that they haven't been able to beat, at least as long as Steph and Draymond have been here. So I think Memphis. I think Memphis would be the most fun first-round matchup, and the one, to my way of thinking, it would be the Warriors' best matchup of the teams.
And we would have Zach Edey and Dre Steiny. I love when there's drama, whatever that is, but there's something there. Edey don't like him, and Dre don't like him, Steiny. He tweeted about him while he's playing in the tournament. Dre did. I didn't like that, Dre.
Well, did you like Draymond Green ripping Oscar Robertson, one of the greatest players the game's ever seen?
I didn't hear his rebuttal to that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
He said,
I
don't know if we have it. We can try to find it.
The Big O?
We can try to find it.
What did he say?
Some point. He said Oscar Robertson doesn't even stay up late enough to watch our games.
Now, as an older guy,
I'm
going to give him that's a 2 on the pass. No, that's just... It's a compliment to the Big O because you didn't say anything about his game.
Well, I don't know that he did or didn't.
Oh, okay.
He was talking about him for 5 or 10 minutes.
If you went there, then I'm like, well, you got nothing on the hardwood because the Big O is the Big O.
I mean, I was sitting with Evan yesterday, and we heard those comments. And
what'd you say? How did that not make the rounds? Ken? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, why?
Ken, you got one more time to ignore me.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to help you guys.
I'm playing with you.
I mean, I don't.
I hear you. But I hope that's far as he went. Because if it's just ageism, he having some fun. I don't know if he's up.
I don't know. It's Oscar Robertson. You know what I mean?
Big O.
It's not Zach Edey. Right. Okay, it's not Nurkic. It's one of the greatest players who's ever played the game.
But you got to respond, Steiny. Here we go.
Of course he
if
does.
anybody says what Big O said about,
Yeah, no, he has to respond.
Big O came with the heat.
He can't not respond. That's who Draymond is. He just can't not respond.
I guess what I'm saying to you, partner, that's kind of one to where, wouldn't you understand responding? Like all he does is pass to Curry.
Well, the reality is
he
that
negated everything that Dre is, kind of.
The reality of the situation is that Oscar Robertson's 80-something years old and is proud of the NBA.
Now I'm thinking of Norm.
He's not Oscar Robertson did not say basketball's boring. He didn't say it. One of the players in today's game, Draymond Green, said it. And whether these guys understand it or not, the older generation loves the league, and they don't like when Draymond Green, who's making.
I got a surprise for you. I got it right here. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Hey, quite honestly, at 86, I'm pretty sure Big O ain't watching many of our games. Big O's sound asleep by the time we play at night. Like,
bro, you gotta stop.
Yeah, hearing that, Stoney, was kind of worse than that wasn't cool. Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
I'm
not going to get incensed over it because
but hearing it is worse than you telling me.
Because Draymond Green is Draymond Green, and that's. I'm not going to open up the lines. What do you think about what Draymond Green said? We've done that a lot in the past, but no. I mean, Oscar Robertson saw a player denigrate his own game and just said, who cares what Draymond says?
Yeah.
So.
And it sounded like he had been watching some Warrior games.
I'm sure he has.
No, my point.
I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
Real quick before we take a break, Anthony Slater was on yesterday, and he got into some details about Jonathan Kaminga, when he'll come back, what his role may be. This is on the timeline for Jonathan Kaminga, and then we'll get into how he's going to be used in theory.
Mid to late road trip would be my tentative guess. They're being careful. Thursday, he did like a 2-on-2, and then that was probably his really highest intensity day on the ankle. They gave him Friday completely off. Saturday, 5-on-5 scrimmage, which was a big step, full contact. I think they've already ruled him out of tomorrow. Again, like I said, I don't expect to see him to start the road trip. He's getting there. From what I've heard, though, some swelling as he's kind of gotten back into contact. It was a really bad ankle injury. And then, he's still kind of trying to get his full burst off the ankle. And especially considering how he plays, I think that is important to him and to them.
All right, so they're talking about mid to late road trip for the Jonathan Kaminga's return.
So I'd put him Stoney, now we're in the teens in regard to, would that be 19 left?
Right now there is
I like that,
25 games left, and the Warriors
about 20.
I'm looking at their road trip right now. They're at Orlando, then at Philly. Charlotte's on Monday, and then they have a back-to-back with the Knicks. So maybe he'll play
Charlotte again.
Maybe he'll play one of the games against either Charlotte or the Knicks, then sit out the other game because it'd be a back-to-back, and then finish up the trip in Brooklyn. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, let me get to it. We got a super the Truth paying $1.99.
Paul Pierce
for his daily reminder to trade Kaminga as soon as possible. That would be in the off season. Can't be traded right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Not anymore.
Where do you think the Warriors can realistically land in this thing? Do you think they can get to 6? See, I also think that if they get up to 6, that's when you can maybe manipulate a little bit. If you, what was it, 2 years ago, everything was shaken out late, and the Warriors ended up with 6, and they ended up with a great matchup against the Sacramento Kings. So maybe at that point, they'll be able to finagle a little bit.
That was 7 games, Stoney.
I know, but they probably wouldn't have beaten the other teams who were 2 and 4 at that point. And clearly Sac was their best matchup. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, coming up at 11 o'clock, Steve Ashburner, senior writer at NBA.com, also worked for the Minneapolis Star. He's covered Jimmy Butler for a long time in very many of his spots. We're going to talk to Steve coming up at 11 o'clock. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Joe Shasky.
105.7 The Game.
Damn.
All righty. Coming up in 10 minutes, Steve Ashburner, longtime NBA writer, senior writer for NBA.com. Very familiar with Jimmy Butler. I talked to him yesterday. He knows Jimmy very, very well. Covered him for a long time, and I'm interested to get Steve Ashburner's opinion. I will say this. Steve Ashburner's old school, so I'm really interested in what he says about Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I like him.
So
I'll catch him on NBA TV sometimes, Donnie.
Yeah, we'll see. I can't vouch for what he might say, but
his truth.
Yeah, I think we got to get. I think we're getting some people on today that know Jimmy Butler a heck of a lot more than we do. Casey Johnson's going to join us at 1 o'clock. He writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. He covered Butler in Chicago for 6 years. And then at 1:30, we got Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. He's a media member in Miami. He's going to join us at 1:30. So we're going to talk about Jimmy Butler's stops at each of those places, what went right, maybe what didn't go right, and see if we can't build ourselves a little template of what to expect here in the Bay Area with Jimmy Butler. Because right now, things have turned around and things are looking up in a big, big way.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. Hey, Shaka, how you doing?
Hey, man, how y'all doing, man?
Doing well.
Okay.
Shaka.
I just wanted to say, man, what you say?
I was just saying your name. Go ahead, baby. Good to hear from you.
Yes, sir. Good to hear from you. Hey, man, I like the team. The trade has made them so championship material, man, because Jimmy Butler knows how to play. You know, like what Draymond was speaking about Buddy Hield, he hasn't played too much championship basketball, but Jimmy Butler has took a Miami Heat team to 2 NBA finals. So he basically could by himself. And what people are not understanding about Jimmy Butler right now is that he has the ability to go off and win 2 or 3 series by himself, not alone with the great Steve was the best shooter in the world and one of the greatest defensive players in the world, and with a Moody playing well, Brandon Podziemski's playing well. The whole team is doing well, you know, and they're playing together. And I just think I said when they first came, they were going to win the championship, and I firmly believe that, man. They got it going, man. It's like, because he's not a 3-point shooter.
No.
So he comes, he goes all around the court. That's why we can always get a shot. It's not just on Steph now when the shot clock is going down. They have multiple players that can make buckets, and has always made buckets. So that's all I want to say, man. Yep. I'm looking up to that team, man.
Appreciate it, Shaka. Appreciate it. You know, the one thing I was listening to Evan and Lubman yesterday, and they were saying, you know, right now on the Warriors, who do you want to take the last shot? And to me, it's still one guy, and I think we know who that guy is. But the question that I would ask is, whose hands do you want the ball in late in the game to make a play? To make a play, either for themselves or for a teammate. And I think if you look at it that way, I think Butler's the guy that's got to be the one to, you know, be given the opportunity to make a play either for himself or Steph. I feel like that's might be the way to do it, as opposed to letting Curry create when you know you can get the ball out of his hands if you double him, and then maybe he doesn't get it back.
Yeah.
But that, you know, that maybe they'll switch off back and forth, but and
Draymond might have it. You know what I mean?
Well,
no, I got you.
That would be good for the opposition, especially with the clock winding down. But no, I just think it's got to be in Butler's hands and maybe Curry's hands, and it's going to be interesting to see how they function down the stretch of close games. This is more Draymond Green on Jimmy Butler, and this one's an interesting one. In fact, this one I may play for Steve Ashburner and ask him for his reaction. But this is Draymond Green on he and now Jimmy Butler and what he brings.
I see how people can get tired of Jimmy, because if you're not a basketball head, if you don't love this and you over communicate like Jimmy and you dot every T, dot every I and cross every T, losers will get frustrated with that. If you don't love, eat, breathe this and more importantly, winning, you can get frustrated with that. So I can see in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it's been, how someone can get frustrated with Jimmy. Because most people aren't winner. The things that he's doing, like, it's music to my ears. To talk basketball with somebody that know the basketball game like Jimmy and listen and learn from somebody who know the game like Jimmy, it's music to my ears, him over-communicating the way he does.
Damn, I love that, Steiny. But I do wonder when he says over-communicating, could that rub some guys the wrong way?
Only losers, according to Draymond. Wow. Only losers. So, I don't know.
Honestly, I just thought of Durant. Like, I could, I don't know where that was directed, but only losers. Wow.
I don't know. I feel like he's saying that a lot of Butler's former teammates are losers. It's essentially what I'm hearing Draymond say. And, whether it's Karl Anthony Towns or Wiggins, whether it's whoever he played with in Chicago, what happened in Philly. Like, I don't know. I'm just confounded that, the guy has come here and just turned things around with positivity. But I do feel like there's something more about this guy that we've got to continue to take in, because it can't be just a coincidence that as time moves on in certain organizations, he kind of wears out his welcome.
So you're saying guard your guy?
I would you? Wouldn't you?
Well, I dated a young lady, Steiny, and my analogy to her in our relationship was I guard my face like I don't want to get hit, but I got my lips out for a kiss. So that's what it sounds like. I'm doing this, but also at the same time guard because I could get sucker punched at any time. So it's the best of both worlds, and I just thought of that when you said it. No, crazy me.
The chances of him imploding here are probably less than they were anywhere else. If for no other reason than he's not going to be here that long.
And he got paid. Yeah. Like, that's a big part of it. Did you hear Kerr yesterday with Willard and Dibbs? Because I want to surprise you with some sound.
Okay.
And what I love about Dub Nation too, Steiny, is as excited as we are, I don't think a lot of people are making this a Wiggins v. Butler thing, because that would be, to me, honestly unfair to Wiggins and what he's done and the heights that he's helped this team reach in regard to winning a championship in 2022. But Kerr was asked about the compare-contrast between Butler and Wiggins, Steiny, and I thought this is what makes Kerr.
I don't really like to compare Wiggs and Jimmy. I think the whole thing is really circumstantial. Wiggs was fantastic. Obviously, was one of the keys to the 22 championship, played such a big role on our team, but our team has changed and shifted. And, you could tell before the trade that we just weren't quite getting anywhere. We were kind of treading water right around 500 all year. And so I think the timing was right more than anything for Jimmy to come in here. He's a very different player from Wiggs. And both guys are amazing competitors, teammates, all-around players. The size, the athleticism, the versatility. But it's a different feel with Jimmy. He's a different kind of player, and I think where we are right now compared to a few years ago, we needed this kind of player, and that's why we made the deal.
Yeah, he's better than Wiggins. He just is. He's better than Andrew Wiggins,
and he's different.
Yeah, he's a lot different. So far, so good with Jimmy Butler. Let's go to Malabonix in San Francisco. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Steiny Guru was popping.
Hey.
I just thought I'd drop it like this. Curry's ridiculous splash. Butler to the paint, free throws is cash. Draymond on defense, and he feel like the laugh. Keep it kind of real from the O to the score, I dash. It's so serious, 9.5.7 the game. If you ever heard me freestyle, then you know my name.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Little flavor in your ear, Steiny.
Did you want to add something, Malabonix, or you want to let that stand?
I'm going to let that stand. Steiny, you the man. Guru, you the back.
Yeah, baby, I see you. Yeah.
Thanks for the call. Well,
that was a cappella freestyle.
I'm not a I'm not a freestyle expert, so I'll ask you, how was that?
I'm going to give him an 8.5.
Okay.
You know what the the guts of a cat burglar to be able to pick up a phone with millions listening to Steiny and Goo and then put yourself out there like that? That's what it's about.
Yeah, he actually didn't put himself out there at all. He's doing it on the phone. It's complete anonymity, and nobody knows who he is. So
now they do. Though.
I mean, to me, that's the opposite of putting yourself out there.
Said nobody's
but we still
them.
love you, Malabonics. We still love you.
Oh, my man.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I did a little math. So just listen to this. So when the Warriors 2 years last year they were 19-24. Damn. They were 5 games under, and then they ended up with 46 wins. Just listen to this for a minute. So after the Warriors started 19-24 last year, listen to the run, like listen to the rest of their season. Just listen, because
it's hard for me.
It just gives you an idea of what they're up against. So they're 19-24, and they win 7 of 8. All right, so now they get back over 500. Right after they win 7 of 8, they win 6 of the next 9. So now they've won 13 of 17. Then they went through a 10-game stretch where they went 4-6. So they had a lull. However, then they go 9-1 over 10 games, and then they finish 1-2 when they were locked into the spot. Like, they've still got a lot of winning they got to do.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, they still have to put together, and maybe this is the start of it, they still have to put together a 9 out of 10 stretch, something like that. Let's go to Corey in San Francisco. Hey, Corey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having me, guys. Sure. Appreciate everything you guys do.
Thanks.
A quick question. I've just been curious how Jonathan Kaminga is going to fit when he comes back, and if it's a possibility that he could actually disrupt the flow and the vibe that's going on right now. So that's my question, because I know he's athletic. I know he's amazing. I know they want to keep him. How many minutes will he play? Will he start? Will he come off the bench? And is it possible that he could kind of break the rhythm that we have? That's it. Thanks a lot, you guys. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, and we talked about – go ahead, Stan.
I don't think that Kaminga is going to ruin any chemistry. I think the issue is going to be Steve Kerr and how he utilizes him. But, no, I don't think Kaminga is going to come back here and be a chemistry issue.
Right.
I think
it's a good problem I want to have.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more that Steve Kerr's just got to figure out how to use him and how to bring him back. All right, here we go. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's welcome in Steve Ashburner, NBA.com senior writer, formerly the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, and he's covered the NBA for a long time. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, glad to do it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you're very familiar with Jimmy Butler. He's been here about 3 weeks. The Warriors have won 5 of 6. Draymond Green's talking about winning another title. Butler's talking about how this is the best organization he's ever played for. When you hear all that stuff, as somebody that knows Jimmy and his history, what goes through your mind?
Enjoy the honeymoon. This gets down to the situation of, are you going to believe what he says about the 5th wife, or are you going to believe with how it worked out with all the first 4 wives? I think that Jimmy Butler is, I don't know how to say it. He sort of burns through relationships, seems to me. And I was around him, quite a lot when he was in Chicago. He came in as the last pick of the first round when he was drafted out of Marquette. I went to Marquette, so I feel like I can speak, to him, maybe a little more even than the NBA terms. Obviously, he's a fair amount younger. But, the Bulls had basically flipped him the keys. And he didn't even wait for that, though. He was fussing with Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah, kind of burned bridges with the Bulls. They sent him off to Minnesota. That didn't take very long at all. We all heard about his antics with the ESPN crew, just happened to be in town. They often just drop into the Twin Cities. without any advance notice that Jimmy was going to cause have a tantrum at practice and curse out his team and take on the other starters and really sort of chafe with a guy who'd been his mentor and first really helpful coach, Tom Thibodeau. But in Minnesota, that didn't matter enough to Jimmy to behave properly and commit himself to the team. Philadelphia didn't work out for him ultimately. They went with Tobias Harris rather than Jimmy Butler because, I think they were scared off of Jimmy's personality. And then Miami was the spot. He was going to basically take over LeBron's life in Miami when LeBron was gone, and he was going to be the guy. It was his team, one of the most attractive franchises for which to play in the NBA. And look what we saw earlier this season. I mean, to me, that was just shameful, beyond embarrassing to shameful what Jimmy Butler did with that team to basically withhold services and be anything but honest when it came to explaining himself to the fans. Who knows in terms of, I'm sure management knew what was going on, just like, we did. He wanted money. He wanted an extension. And he was not going to put the good of the team, obviously the franchise, certainly not even his teammates, ahead of him getting satisfaction now. And now meant not just with this year left on his deal, but essentially a whole nother season at $52 million because he held the player option for next year. And so the NBA has told us in the cases of Carmelo and James Harden and Anthony Davis, it's a really bad look for superstars under contract to, force or fuss their way out and to demand trades. And essentially that was what Jimmy Butler did. And then even then he wasn't honest about it. I mean, he said he wanted to find his joy again. I would think $47 million paycheck playing in Miami, you could be pretty joyful in general under those terms. I mean, he had one of the best coaches in the NBA, playing for the highly respected Pat Riley. He's supposed to be the alpha dog. And so this notion that, they didn't get him the help he needs, give me a break. He seems to have no problem not being the alpha dog in Golden State. He said he didn't want to go. First, he said he would go to any of the 29 teams other than Miami. Then he said, nah, to Milwaukee, nah, to Golden State. He wanted Phoenix because he believed they would pay him.
Right.
Give him the extension. Well, and then the Warriors, I mean, frankly, personally, I find it disappointing that the Warriors satisfied that sort of low character, those strategy in terms of getting what he wanted. It's like being undercut. You're trying to discipline your child. And I'm fine putting it in those terms because of the way he's behaved. You're trying to discipline your child, and then your spouse, says, oh, no, don't worry about what dad or mom said. Do it this way. And it's
right.
High-class organization, but to me, that was a low-class decision. They got what they wanted, I guess, and if money is no object, that's fine. I'll just say enjoy it now because 2 years from now, or even a year from now, if Jimmy Butler thinks that he should have a contract paying him until age 42 or 43, he could go through this whole thing again.
Wow, well said, Steve. And I'll say this because I sound a bit naive. Won't be my first time. I asked my partner, and I was hurt coming in here about 2 weeks ago when Butler said, I don't want to go to the Bay Area. And then I asked my partner, what changed? Duh, they gave him some money and that 2-year extension. But you hit me in the cardiac muscle with the relationship analogy, and let me take it one step further and you tell me if I'm off. Once a cheater, always a cheater. My question is, if you're right about Jimmy Butler, Steve, is it just about the wins and losses that'll get us closer to finding out the real Jimmy Butler? Or is it when it gets closer to the money running out? Like, which one to you is the factor that, what can make this thing go wrong? Because I'm thinking wins and losses, but it sounds like you're saying it could be money too.
Well, I mean, I think what drove this latest situation and the thing that got him to Golden State was the money. I think a lot of times in this league, I mean, we hear it parroted constantly that I just want to win. I just want to win. Most guys in this league, they want to win and they want to get paid. And I think for some, it's they want to get paid and they want to win. And then others, it's they want to get paid. Okay, winning is fine. It's what do you put first? So I haven't seen that Jimmy Butler's commitment to a team has been based on winning or losing, frankly. I mean, yeah, they weren't very good in Chicago for a stretch, but my God, they built that team, around him to a degree. They had Dwayne Wade, they had Rajon Rondo. They called themselves the Three Alphas. They made themselves, or Jimmy at least, he bickered with Fred Hoiberg, made himself difficult to coach. Undercut Hoiberg's credibility as a coach in front of the rest of the team. I mean, to me, that's not a commitment to winning. You can be unhappy with your pay, but you can still be committed to winning. I figure they're going to win enough in Golden State that it won't be a problem. And it'll be interesting to see, maybe at age 35, Butler is willing to be, second in command or third in command even. So, it's a different guy, I guess, but some of those instincts seem to be, quite honed and quite permanent in terms of the Miami ending.
Yeah, Steve Ashburner joining us on 95.7 The Game, NBA.com senior writer, also longtime beat writer in the Midwest. Okay, so as a basketball player, he comes to this team, they win 5 of 6, and Draymond Green says he thinks that he knows what a title team looks like and that the Golden State Warriors can win it all. How do you respond to that, knowing that Jimmy's a hell of a player and maybe there will be a honeymoon period?
Yeah, I mean, from a basketball standpoint, I got to be honest. I think it's a very good fit. And if he's motivated and he's showing up and actually playing games, his nights off became an issue with the Heat as well. But if he's out there playing games, I think he's a great fit there. He's a nice compliment. He, for a team that gets a lot of attention for its three-point game and has so for, the better part of a decade, he works a lot in the mid-range. I don't think you want Jimmy Butler shooting too many three-pointers. He's happy to have the ball late in games. He can get to the foul line. He plays at a different pace. I think it's a great contrast with a lot of what they do. And, if he's healthy, if he's available, and, for the time being, he's committed, it makes a lot of sense. So, that part is fine. It's down the road that is it going to last a long time. But, you want this to last hopefully as close as you can to when Steph Curry is, sort of ready to go. And then everything changes. So at that point, it doesn't really matter. And I'm sure that's why they timed, or at least the length of his extension is in sync with that. He wanted 3 more years and got 2. And I think that's with the Curry timeline in mind.
Steve, the Warriors, as you know, lost Andrew Wiggins, who we believe was their best perimeter defender. Just keeping it to basketball about Jimmy Butler at 35, is there any area of weakness of his game? Because right now it looks like he doesn't have one.
Well, everybody has weaknesses, right? And like I said, I don't think I want Jimmy Butler, putting up 3-point shots. There were times with Philadelphia or Miami where, I remember late game possessions, clutch moments, and he'd fire a 3-pointer when, he'd have been better off either getting in the mid-range or getting to the foul line. So there's that sort of stuff. But he's got a strong will. We've seen it on and off the court. He can take over games to that degree. I don't want to go overboard on the whole playoff Jimmy reputation, because to me that was almost a mockery of regular season Jimmy, that if he had given the same sort of commitment and presence during the regular season, Miami wouldn't have ended up in play-in situations a couple of years, and that takes a toll. If you end up in a play-in and you have extra games to have to survive, and you might not get where you want to go as opposed to having that first week mostly off. So you can't just turn it on and off. We hear that all the time from coaches, and it seemed like the last couple of years Miami kind of let him try to do that. But he's got some weaknesses, but he's a smart player. He's got great on-court awareness and IQ. He knows what your team needs. He can give it to you offensively or defensively. No, from that standpoint, if you're getting good Jimmy, that's something, to really value. It's just the bad Jimmy that you're leery of. It's that second shoe dropping.
Right. You think they could win it all this year, Steve, before I let you go?
The West is brutal, but this is a move that helps a lot. I'm not sure they have the size that I'd want to have if I was going against teams that have Hartenstein and Holmgren, dealing with Jokic in a 7-game series. But I think Golden State, depending on how the bracket, gets set, they could certainly, get to a second round and maybe even a conference finals.
All right. Hey, Steve, thank you
man.
so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate it. And look forward to seeing you down the road.
You got it, guys. Have a great week.
Yes, sir. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com senior writer, longtime beat writer for the Timberwolves, worked in Chicago, and there it is. I mean, when we got to talking about basketball, Steve didn't have a whole lot negative to say about Jimmy Butler. In fact, he said maybe this team can make a run to the Western Conference Finals. I'm sure what he said about the non-basketball stuff, though, is probably what resonated more with Warrior fans. Yeah, good or mostly bad in terms of, the way he described Jimmy Butler.
And, I'm sitting here, and I still will, as much as I give credit to Jimmy Butler, and he deserves it, Stoney, for taking that Miami Heat team from an AFC to the title. Just, as a grown adult, to step back and think about and hear, and you kind of brought it up, hey, had this guy been more available in the regular season, they wouldn't have been an A seed.
Right.
That's kind of, that's fascinating to me. And but Jimmy would pull up and tell us, I couldn't go. And I get it, but I just don't understand, if you've been married 4 times and you're out on a date, is that person you're out on a date with saying, I can't marry you because of what happened your last 4 times? Because that analogy to me is the Warriors said, hey, let's go out. And I'm going to put a ring on it after a few dates. So you got to live and you got to learn, and that's what the Warriors did. But right now, Stoney, it is, forget the old, I forget who was in the Honeymooners, Ralph and whoever, but the Warriors are the honeymooners right now, man. And this may catapult to a title before you get turbulence with Jimmy.
Maybe.
If Steve's right.
Maybe.
He's paid. He loves his team. What could go wrong, Stoney?
I wouldn't ask that out loud. Yeah, I'd be careful about that. What can go wrong?
Because my fear is it really 2-6 that makes him the fangs come out, or we could see the bad Jimmy?
What's 2-6?
Like if they went on a 2-6 stretch, which I don't see happening.
No, I think it's more.
Or is it just more of a natural? Hey, I'm tired of seeing you every day I come in to get coffee, Steiny. You know what? Your neckties bug me. I don't even like your shoes. But that happens. But I don't see that with Jimmy.
Yeah, I do. I think it sounds to me like he's very similar to Draymond Green in that they pride themselves on being tough, being a dog, being a winner, being a great teammate, being a leader. But I think there are some people that watch from the outside, and when you talk about Draymond Green, they'll say, well, how great of a teammate can he be if he punched Jordan Poole? How great of a teammate and leader could he be if he says, I don't play hard in games in March? So, I think there's probably a similarity there. And the reality of the situation is, the Golden State Warriors have lived through a lot with Draymond Green, and they rewarded him at every turn. Jimmy Butler's a guy they probably feel like they're willing to take a chance on for a couple years, and maybe he can help this team get back to the finals and maybe win it.
And you could tell me to slow down here, Stoney, but if we're going to look at the birth certificate and we're going to look at everything Jimmy Butler related, I gotta feel like Jimmy's sleeping with a smile on his face. Forget the extension, Stoney. You got to believe this probably is his last team.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, ordinarily, I would say, he'll probably be done, but I don't know. I mean, these guys are playing longer and longer, depending on the level they're playing at. But Yeah, I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us or you've just heard Steve Ashburner, very familiar with Jimmy Butler's, known him for a long time. They both went to Marquette. So he followed, Steve knew him and followed him rather.
Isn't that Dwayne Wade too?
Yeah, him too. And so he went, they're both, so he knows Jimmy Butler. And I get it. Warrior fans probably didn't like some of what they heard there, but
that was Ray Rattle like Stoney.
The Warriors know they know they're rolling the dice. I think, and I don't think they went in with their eyes closed.
But I think they could be the beneficiaries of the fact that he had all those stops. Like when does the song end? Like Jimmy can't do you know what I mean, Stoney? I think he's smart enough to know. I got you.
No,
anything can happen.
I'm not
Kevin
saying
Garnett. Anything's possible.
I mean, how many times did we do this with Draymond? Oh, Draymond will be on his best behavior. Draymond will this, Draymond will that. I don't know what's going to happen.
But it never got to the end, finality, like Jimmy at every stop.
Well,
for Pat Riley to say he's kick rocks down there, I know from a basketball standpoint that they hated he left. But whatever went on that I'm not privy to, it happened to the degree to where we watched it.
I mean, look,
Sitgate.
I mean, there is a real incongruity about Butler, that he's a gamer, he's a leader, he's a great teammate, he's going to be a mentor, but he quit on the Heat. He flat out quit on the Heat, and he really stuck it to Tyler Hero and to Bam Adebayo and Spoelstra and the whole organization. I mean,
this was after 2 trips to the finals.
He did, and he may never do that again. He may be great here, but I can see how he's such a...
that. I'm hearing you.
What do you mean, how would he answer it?
Like just hearing what you said is your truth.
I'm just telling you what everybody says about
there's 2 sides to every story. I just wonder what and maybe he's already said it, what his defense would be to why it got to what it looks like he did. Because you kind of got me when you said bad.
Dude. Like, it's money. Yeah. It's got to be money. And again, like, I get it. He's worn out his welcome at different places. The Warriors feel like that's a chance they're willing to take. I happen to believe that because he's not here for a long period of time, because he's only got 2.5 more years left, yes, I think the odds are that he'll be on his best behavior.
So far, so good. It's early, but still.
Hey, guys, to jump in real quick, there's one thing that stuck out to me was when he said he was disappointed in the organization of the Warriors to sign a guy like that of low character.
Right.
As he put it.
That.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the Warrior? Like, the Warriors obviously knew what they were getting when he came.
I'll say this to that, and I'm going to put a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Steiny. There was nothing Butler did that supersedes Draymond knocking Jordan Poole out. And I'll just rest my case there.
I don't know what's worse, punching a teammate or walking away from your team. I don't know. Which is worse?
Well, if they send you home and you got problems with the boss, I would think if Nahegan and I were into...
He stopped playing for the Heat.
But still, I'll give you that. But still, hitting a teammate is worse than anything in regard to just taking your ball and go home.
Well, I don't want to get into what's worse, even though I just asked the question. Yeah. But what I'm talking about is, like, the Warrior... Like, okay, the Warriors are a class organization, and maybe there's some fans out there that are disappointed they signed a guy like Butler.
Not me.
Well, there's the same people that are upset that they re-signed Draymond Green.
Well,
like that's, if you want to say the Warriors are a class organization, well, then somebody's going to have to explain to me why Draymond Green got no punishment for punching Jordan Poole.
Just like Jordan got no punishment from punching Kerr.
My point
He's a folk hero.
My point is that if you have, Jimmy Butler on your team, there's a risk involved. And, as far as a class organization or not a class organization, I don't know. I just know that, to me, they're no more classy. They're no more classy or no less classy because they signed Butler. Because their track record is their track record with Draymond Green, the Warriors. So there you go. We'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody out there thinking about what Steve Ashburner said? it doesn't seem like anybody is concerned with like that happening here. I agree.
Is that a tip of the cap to the Warriors culture? Because they had to think about it.
It hasn't started yet. Like, Jimmy Butler's looked great for 3 weeks. I have a feeling he's going to be fine for the rest of the year at least. But there's something about this guy that at least poses a risk to your team. And again, I don't think he would do something like that, at least not right away. But I have no idea. I don't know whether he's sincere, whether he's not sincere, whether he feels bad about what he did in Miami or not.
But the Warriors are telling us what they think about what went on there and other spots that they feel like, Stoney, I'm being real, their culture can handle it. And Sabo saying, Guru, stop it. What I guess about the punch, I guess. But anyway, Stoney, they did their math, and they want to win, and they got a chance to win now because they got a hell of a player. And if you want to tell me and Steve Ashburners of the world that there's a risk involved, I think we all kind of knew it. But obviously the Warriors feel like their culture and locker room could handle it. And I'm just going to go back to our guy, Jersey Ken, Stoney, who said, like, the guy didn't commit murder or armed robbery. You know what I mean?
No, but when we talk, like, this is what I always talk about. And I'm not hating on Jimmy Butler, but now that Jimmy Butler's a Warrior, his transgressions are less of a big deal because, like, I hate to say it, but, I mean, he did quit on a team. He quit on a team. That's, like, and I get it. That's not the end of the world. It's not, it's not assaulting anybody. But I just, like, I'm not saying something bad's going to happen, but I couldn't go into this saying nothing will ever happen with Jimmy Butler. Nothing will ever happen. No, it's different now. He's going to be fine. Nothing to see here. Now he's straightened out. I mean, I don't know. Really? I mean,
but all we can do is react to what. But they're 5-1.
Let's not.
We can't keep bringing this up.
But we're sweeping
during the good times.
We're sweeping a lot of Jimmy Butler under the rug. Where if he did that here, okay, if he did that here, we would feel a lot differently about Jimmy Butler, and he did it in Miami. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is, Stoney, this is a fresh start, though, right? You can't hold any man or woman accountable for what went on in other areas. You got it in the back of your mind.
You can't hold somebody accountable for what they did in Miami?
Not if you're bringing them to your place of work and to give them a job.
I'll bet you there are a lot of teams out there that said, I'm not touching Jimmy Butler. I mean, I'm sure there were teams out there that said.
But right now, that looks like a blessing for the Warriors.
Right, and that's what Steve's saying. Enjoy the honeymoon. So Jimmy's off to a great start here. Great start. But clearly there's danger, or at least the prospect of danger there. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take some calls on what Steve Ashburner said. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Casey Johnson. He's another writer who's very familiar with Jimmy Butler. We're getting to know Jimmy Butler a little bit better today. The one thing that's become clear is he's a hell of a player. There's no doubt about that. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
Have you lost weight in the past but gained it all back and more? At Abundant Life Weight Loss,
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Timmy.
As always, you can hear Tim Roy tonight, 7 o'clock, Warriors Charlotte. All the action right here on 95.7 The Game. And you can check out Warriors Live at 6 o'clock tonight, 6 o'clock. We just got done talking to Steve Ashburner, a longtime NBA writer. He's a senior writer for NBA.com. And the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, goes way back with Jimmy Butler. Basically said, loves the player, does not like the person. That's pretty much what he said. You know, I mean, look, he's
not happy he got rescued either.
He criticized Jimmy Butler in a big way, but he also said, I could see him making the Western Conference Finals with Jimmy Butler.
Oh, that's the easy part of this, man.
Well, we'll see if it's the easy part of it or not. But, you know, I mean, is it unfair? It feels like some people out there think it's unfair to bring up Jimmy Butler's past as it relates to the Golden State Warriors.
I just think, Steiny, I don't know how you do it with friends or, you know, I've had friends where other friends didn't like them because something happened between them two. And I try to stay as neutral as possible, and I think that's what the Warriors are doing. But unfair, I mean, that's in his folder, right? But
it absolutely is in his folder.
But the Warriors are not going to give. They're going to give him like a fresh start. I keep going to that orange juice.
I mean, there's proof that he has issues, and the proof is how the Warriors were able to acquire him for essentially Wiggins and a top 10 protected pick. I mean, there it goes. I mean, that's why Jimmy Butler is worth a lot more as a player than the Warriors ended up getting him for. Yeah. And then the question becomes, will they ever see the part that hurts a team? Maybe he won't be here long enough, but it's part of who he is and it's part of who he's been. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
I just wanted to bring up a point, and that is, when a player quits on a team as often, as many times as Jimmy has, I don't know why the NBA doesn't make some kind of restriction that, this is your final warning. You're going to be out of the NBA. You've got to do this to any other team because you're under contract and you're getting these millions of dollars and people are coming to see you or purchase tickets. And what are you doing? You're dissatisfied with something that took place when it may not be that big of a deal to you, but it is to the fans and to the NBA, and they should put something in a clause that keeps you from doing this because other people will try and do it too, maybe.
Yeah,
That's all I wanted to bring.
No, thanks, Jan, and players are doing it, and players have done it, and players are always going to do it. I mean, Jimmy Butler essentially said, don't pay me. I'm not playing. I don't find me all you want. Rip up the checks. I'm not playing. And there's nothing really the league could do about it.
Right.
It's up to the Miami Heat to either try to fix the situation, trade it, or trade him and move on.
You know what? And I've been asking you this, and I've been asking the listeners, and you kind of brought up we believe, but it wasn't the ultimate answer of what does this remind me of? And Stoney, I can remember 2007. I don't know if you remember, the Raiders were still here. Randy Moss basically quit on the Raiders. And you know what he got for quitting on the Raiders? I saw it with my own two eyes. He got traded to Paradise, the New England Patriots, and they broke records together. But my point is the Patriots and that franchise and that culture took a chance on Randy. Yeah, and they got to a Super Bowl. But it worked out for the most part, and that's what I feel like the Warriors are doing in this sense.
Yeah.
But Jan's right. Jan, she called, Stoney, you got regular people at regular jobs pulling stuff off. What do you call it? Fadangle or beating the system. You can't stop it.
510 on the text line. Dunleavy played with Jimmy. He knows the man. Plus, the Bulls, Minnesota, Philly, they're all garbage teams. Miami ran its course, and Pat Riley basically said, we're not extending you. It's all easy to see. Okay. That's fine. But I don't know. There's a lot of evidence out there to the contrary, and I get, clean slate is a clean slate.
Right, and that's what, well, go ahead. I'm with you.
But, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't, as a fan or as a coach, as a teammate of his, as a front office, doesn't mean you can't be worried or leery of, the bottom line is, what are people talking about with Jimmy Butler? We haven't seen anything like that. He's been so good here, we can't even imagine what it might look like if Jimmy's not in a good frame of mind. And maybe he'll be in a great frame of mind for 2.5 years, but it's part of the equation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to acquire him.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this, Donnie. At the end of the day, and I'm not saying you're not, but you want to be fair. So what constitutes a problem? If Jimmy, if we find out in 2 weeks him and Draymond have words, and then, that's it, do we come in here and make a mountain out of a molehill because some people are waiting in the cuts, in the bushes, waiting for Jimmy to go bad? I just really believe how I live my life, and the Warriors, obviously, these two needed each other the same. Jimmy needed to change the scenery. Jimmy needed some new bread. He got that. The Warriors were left for dead. They looked old. We were taking calls about moving their best player. And right now, I know it's early, and Steve touched on it, and you have earlier this week. Right now, Stoney, it definitely is a honeymoon. But the way this thing is trending, I'm just wondering when there will ever be turbulence. And that's why I was asking Steve, is it about people and running its course relationship-wise off the court? Because right now I can't envision, Steiny, unless they, go 1-5 in the next 6, will that bring us closer to Jimmy showing us who he really is? And I don't know. And that's why I like what I'm seeing, and I'm going to give him a clean slate.
From the 925, can we not focus on the negatives of a person's past, and let's focus on the new team we have? Let's not focus on Draymond Green's incident with Jordan Poole. That was 3 years ago. People still love to talk about the past. Thank you. Go Warriors. There's positives and negatives to everything. So the positive is that we had a guy, Steve Ashburner, on, who's eminently familiar with Jimmy Butler, and he said Jimmy's a lot. He's a handful. Steve Ashburner doesn't like the way he's conducted his career. By the same token, he said he thinks the Warriors can go to the Western Conference Finals. So that's the risk with Jimmy. And, to not talk about who he is at all, if we're going to talk about playoff Jimmy, we got to talk about the rest of the story with Jimmy, too. Everybody's got good and bad to them. So,
but when you get in a new relationship, you don't beat the other person, your spouse, up, Stoney, talking about
but you don't forget what he's done.
Right. But you don't bring it up when everything is good, I guess. We're out to movie.
Now's when you do bring it up. Because if it goes south with Jimmy Butler, and we've never talked about his past stops, and then something were to happen, we'd almost feel foolish at that point. Because he has done this in the past. So, listen, again, I'm intrigued by Jimmy Butler coming to the Golden State Warriors. I just don't think it's without risk. And maybe everything's got risk, and this is a low risk. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This segment also sponsored by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. This from the text line. This is when sports radio is at its worst.
Oh.
When you're in desperate need to fill 3 hours, 4. So you're going to bring up past transgressions as a topic. Pitiful stuff. Dude, he just did this with Miami. It's the reason you were able to acquire Jimmy Butler, because he was having a problem in Miami.
We brought up Jordan Poole on the punch, Donnie, so they were coming at me for that. It happened.
Yeah. And, hey.
Right now it's all good. 5-1. A team, to me, went from damn near not making the play-in to now being a factor. And I don't care. I know Luka is they host Dallas tonight and everything that went on with that. Don't get me wrong, but I really believe the basketball world, the guys and the gals that love the game are intrigued to see what the Warriors are going to do. And right now, Steiny, I told you yesterday, and I stand like Draymond, 10 toes down on it. It's bigger than the 5-1. It was the possibilities, and now the possibilities, we're starting to see them climb up, slowly but surely. But now, all of a sudden, if you're telling me when the dust settles on this season and the Warriors are at 6, like that's a hell of a 180 from where we were at. That's all, and how I was feeling.
All right, is it a
give it to me?
I'm just thinking about a guy. Is there any comparison to be made? And I'm just asking a question. I mean, we had a guy on the 49ers essentially walk off the field, Devondre Campbell. Is that in any way comparable to what Jimmy Butler did?
Oh, man. I'm Ken, if that's you and I get you, I'm not mad at you. Shout out Tupac. But I'm going to say no. And the reason I say no, Steiny, is there was never said game where they ran out in the layup line and Jimmy was like, oh, see you later. So his teammates knew and probably didn't approve, not all of them. Something was going on, but his ass was at home. Now, they were without his services and probably were going to lose that game without him. But Steiny, Campbell was on the fly. And that was just premeditated to me, too much to believe. They needed you.
Jimmy's wasn't premeditated?
But it never was the day of the game or in the game is how I separated. Okay. Ken, you think differently, huh?
Honestly, I think it's worse when you do something in mid-game. At least, he probably
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Campbell was worse.
Oh, you are saying Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I misheard you. It's like Antonio Brown.
Right.
He quit.
No doubt.
And then he taunted everybody.
Yeah. We got naked.
Let's go to Keith. Keith's in Oakland. What's going on, Keith? How you doing?
Talk to us.
Hey, what's up, Goo? Hey, man, this is first-time caller, man. Love the show, man. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Man, but I understand everything that you're saying about Jimmy, man, and you're absolutely right, man, and we should proceed with caution. However, if we think back, man, to a couple of years ago, Kyrie Irving, man, was quitting on everybody, dude.
Wow.
He wasn't playing, and everybody the whole world was against him. Now they're getting rid of Luka and making him the face of the franchise. So he got his redemption, man, and he's making the best of it. So let's give Jimmy the same.
That's a hell of a point, man.
Yeah, this is no, Keith. You're right on the money.
That's a great
this is the old Ronald Reagan.
Nancy,
trust, but verify.
What?
Trust, but verify.
If you got to verify, you don't trust, Donnie. Well, I've never heard that. Trust, but verify.
Yes. I mean, it's okay. It's okay to trust Jimmy Butler and to wipe the slate clean. But I am absolutely on the same page as the last caller. Proceed. No. I'm not. How can I be on the same page with Ashburner when I never covered him?
Yeah,
I'm I'm just listening to guys who have.
But this is like he's our new gift. He's our new toy, and I guess some Warrior fans, and I kind of get it, down there like, why you focus on the negative?
Yeah, I don't think I'm focusing on the negative. I think I'm bringing up a very legitimate part of who Jimmy Butler is, just like we're talking about how Jimmy Butler has changed this franchise so far, and this team now has action.
Let me ask you this.
Two things can be true, and he may never, ever be a problem here.
Did you, and Steiny, I'm not being smart here, I can't remember, because I defended Kyrie. Did you ever have him quitting on back when all that was popping off? Did you ever label him a quitter? I didn't, man.
I just think he's a little weird.
Yeah,
not weird, but he's a unique guy.
But there's been redemption, right? Because now he is, along with Davis, the face of Dallas.
I mean, he's already won a title, so to me, that verifies that guy. Skip is in Hayward. Hey, Skip, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing, Steiny and Guru? I love the show. You are the yin and yang of radio.
Thank you.
Let me tell you, this time, Steiny, I agree with you totally. We are 5-1 with Jimmy Butler. Listen, you guys, the sun is shining. Everything is bright. The clouds will come. They will come. Jimmy Butler is who he is. He actually quit on Miami. Let's not ignore that. Let's watch when times get hard. Let's watch when times get hard because they got hard for the Warriors. 5-1 is great, but we have to wait and see. You know, let's see what he does with the Lakers. Let's see what he does with OKC. Let's see what he does with those other teams. I am happy the Warriors are great right now. But let's just wait and see, man. We're just too happy right now. We're that microwave, people that want everything right now. I think we should have waited and got some out of the draft. I really do. But I love the Warriors. Let's just see what's going on. Let's ride this thing out, and that's my take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just appreciate the love, caller. Like, yeah, Steiny, I very much disagree with him in regard to the draft. I mean, he said a microwave society. That's where he was going. And the Warriors are getting microwave kickback on their decision to bring Jimmy Butler to town. It's early, but if you just talk about basketball and you focus on the heights and what Jimmy Butler is on the court, I mean, nobody should be surprised if this thing is up and running as fast as it is. And I in a crazy way, Steiny, I'm sorry for nobody in Miami listening, not that I know of, but I'm almost kind of happy it ended the way it did in Miami because I think Jimmy is yearning to get to a spot that had what he deems or what I deem structure. They got experience from dealing with guys like Draymond Green, and now you put them together and what's happening on the basketball court, Steiny, I think so far this thing has been perfect.
It has, but I can't go along with you when you say he wanted to get out of Miami because he wanted to go to a place with structure. No, the Miami Heat.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there is what I'm saying. Yeah, Steiny, I'm not giving him a pass for that. That was wrong. I don't know what happened, but that was odd, especially after them having success the way that they did while he was there.
Ask me about Jimmy Butler.
Snotty, what do you think about Jimmy Butler?
I think he's a great
person. See, that's what
he's had trouble in various stops where he's going, but he isn't going to be here that long. Do I think there's ever going to be a problem? I don't really think so because he's not going to be here that long. His track record seems to be over time. So that's why I think for now, certainly for this season and probably as we move into next, no, I'm not worried about it. I don't lose sleep over what Jimmy Butler's going to do because I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine for a while.
Right. And hopefully there's a parade in there.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Jimmy Butler. The good, the not so good. The good has shown up here in the Bay. That's for sure.
Were you about to say the ugly, by the way?
No.
I was going to say, because Steve Ashburner wrote a book called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly on the Minnesota Twins. Just throwing it out there.
Oh, okay.
Stuck in her, Rick. Hey, I guess I'm asking you and the listener, Steiny, help me out. And the reason I brought up parade just a second ago, and you paused, are his moods and the beginning of a relationship tarnishing, are they linked to winning? Because if they are, the more you win, then I think we're all good in the hood. But there are some times where you still win, and we've seen stuff pop off. So that's why I'm trying to figure it. Chicago, they never really, they made the playoffs, but they never really were, oh boy. So I'm wondering who Jimmy Butler is at the core and how much of his mood or his, I don't want to call it toxicity, but I will, is linked to on and off the wins and losses. And it could be none, right?
No,
Miami went to 2 finals. He was the best player. How could that thing ever go sour?
I don't know. Why do you think it went sour?
I don't know.
Well, it's money. He wanted money from the Heat.
And so Pat didn't want to get...
No, he thought he wanted the Paul George contract. And Pat Riley's like, no, I'm certainly not giving you that now. You haven't played a full season in 7 years. You're 35. Well, I'm not giving you 200 and whatever million. And he said, fine, I ain't playing then. And
so that's how that jumped off. The Benjamins.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the reason he said no with the Warriors the first time is because it wasn't coming with a contract extension. He got a contract. Apparently, Steve Ashburner said he wanted 1 more year. But the Warriors were able to get it done because they signed him to a contract that ends at the same time as Draymond Green and Steph Curry, which is 2.5 years from now. So, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing?
Oh, great, guys. How's everything going over there?
Going well, thank you.
Oh, man. There's a whole lot of moving parts with this Jimmy Butler thing, man. I mean, you can look at it 5-6 different ways. Basically, there are some people who, when everything is going great and they're getting everything they want, well, then you're not going to have any problems. But let something not go their way, and then all hell breaks loose. So when you take on a guy like that, you assume that risk. Now, from a basketball standpoint, there's nothing wrong with Jimmy on the court. From a basketball standpoint, he's straight. But let things not go his way. Example, look at James Harden. James Harden was great until things wasn't going his way. He quit on Houston. He went to the Nets. Things were great till they didn't go his way. He quit on them. He went to the Sixers. Things were great till they wasn't going his way. He quit on them. So that's the only problem, the potential issue. So you just got to think about that in the back of your mind and just hope that everything works out for Jimmy. If it keeps going this way, great. You touched on Draymond. Let me talk about Draymond for a second. Draymond was never, ever held accountable for anything that he did by anybody. Not Bob Myers, not Steve Kerr, not Joe Lacob, nobody. It took the league. It took the league to step in and say no more. And he's been kind of okay since then. Okay, that's why I agree with that previous caller that says something's got to be done to hold these players accountable when they sign a contract. I don't know what has to be done, but something's got to be done because the league played hardball with Draymond, and he's kind of okay now. He's flips off every now and then, but you got to do something to hold these players accountable.
Good stuff, Horace. Yeah. Appreciate it. And you know what? That's the one thing that hit me with with Draymond's first championship prediction. So Draymond Green says, we're going to win a championship.
On Sunday.
And Steve Kerr was asked about it, and he said he liked it. And one of the things Steve Kerr said was the reason he liked it because the minute Draymond Green said that we can win a championship, Steve Kerr said, that's great because now I can hold him accountable, meaning Draymond. I can now hold Draymond accountable to play at a championship standard from this point on. And I think between Kerr and Jimmy Butler, I'm not saying Draymond's on his best behavior, but Draymond, I notice a little bit of a change in Draymond, a positive one. I can't quite put my finger on it, but yeah, I mean, he's now in a locker room with a guy who's every bit as tough as him, but he's a superior player. And I think Draymond sees that, and he knows that he's got to be the guy to, he's got to be the guy to work with Butler, in other words.
Yeah, but tell me, well, you said it after trade. Before trade, Steiny, you and I both were talking about, man, Dre seems like he's running hot. Remember on the court, like something might happen, like he was running that, he was that wound up. But that was pre-trade. You're saying you feel like that subsided some. If you're saying Dre seems like in the right, because remember you and I were, and it was real stuff. I was like, man,
this is more about Draymond looking in the mirror. Again, I'll say it for the fifth time. For the first time in his career, Draymond Green is playing with somebody who's as tough as him or tougher, but is a far superior basketball player. Like he could get on Kevin Durant.
That's heavy.
Because Kevin Durant wasn't like Jimmy Butler. So all I'm saying is Draymond Green is smart enough to know the dynamics of the situation with Jimmy Butler, and he's also smart enough to know that
I believe
Jimmy Butler's better than him. He's better. He's a lot better than Draymond Green, and they need Jimmy Butler. They need him.
And they got him.
And the other thing I was wondering, if all the guys they got, whether it was Durant or Paul George or Levine, Jimmy Butler doesn't have a title, but he walked into that locker room and he has got complete respect from Draymond and Curry right off the bat. Does Markkanen get that?
No.
Okay.
And that's
does
why,
Paul George get that?
Oh, never. And that's why, you kind of were having some fun with me yesterday, Stoney, but, calling Butler a champion. But I believe that's how they look at him through the prism of that dude took that Miami Heat twice to the NBA Finals. And obviously he wasn't by himself, but he was the best player. And that's nothing but respect. I got to believe in that from the Warriors.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
that toughness thing, that was a hell of a take, though, in regard to being tough as Draymond and for the first time better.
Not even close.
Man.
Not even close. Not even close. Jimmy Butler, and I'll just piggyback on, and it's not even close. Jimmy Butler single-handedly, according to everybody, took the Heat to the finals by himself.
Those are fat twice.
So Draymond ain't in his league as a player, and Draymond knows that. Yeah. He knows it. He
that's why he's smart,
This is the first guy I feel like Draymond feels like he needs, because of where he's at in his career and where the Warriors are. And, Butler, two things are true. Butler's got pedigree, and Butler's a dog, so he gets respect that way. But I wonder if these guys would have been as welcoming to a player that doesn't have Butler's pedigree.
I don't know.
I'm just hypothetically, if Zach LaVine would have been acquired here,
I would have been lightweight excited, but he doesn't come with this pedigree, Steiny.
Right, and what happens to Draymond if Zach LaVine
puts him in a garbage can? You know what I'm saying?
What's Draymond going to do if after 3 practices he thinks LaVine is no good?
He can bully him, Steiny. That's all. They don't make Zach a wimp, but Dre is Dre, a junkyard dog. And you ever go by a restaurant, Steiny, it's the same restaurant, and you see a sign under new management. Well, that tells you things aren't going too well, and they want another shot. I'm flabbergasted at what Draymond said on All-Star Sunday that was actually going to happen anyway, but the fact that he had the bravado to do it, Curry interviewing him or getting interviewed by Dre, reacting to it right away, and then Kerr telling Willard and Dibbs, that's what makes Draymond special. But Steiny, all that I'm saying is in the mix of euphoria. It is, they are back. They feel like they got a shot, and they might not get it done, but damn it, you tell me a better trio, and I get it. That's where we're at now. We went from Trey Curry to give me a duo, Steph and Jimmy. Give me a trio. But forget that if you ain't into that. The basketball part of it is working out early.
I mean, here's the other thing about Draymond. He's a smart guy.
Yes,
you know what
he
else
is.
he knows? He's more expendable now than he's ever been. And it's not going to happen now, but he knows in the offseason that it's not assured anymore that he'll always be here. And you know what? If you think about it this way, like Draymond, because you all say this, well, Draymond, he knows when to
pull
stop.
back. Yeah,
when to pull back. It's like if Draymond Green does something, if Draymond Green has a screw up that hurts the team in any way, like I think they'll get rid of him this summer. So that's why that's another reason why I think Draymond is on great behavior right now.
Plus, he's excited too, though, Steiny. Plus, he's excited. I hear you, but we can't ignore this dude's operating from a place of now, and I believe all of them are, even Kerr, of we got some action. Whatever that is, stay tuned, but we now have some action, and we didn't have it before, and it wasn't a Wiggins problem. We didn't have it, and now he's got a junkyard dog right alongside of him, Steiny, and I like what I see, and a lot of people do.
Let's go to Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito?
Gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen. Listen, I'm going to say this. The Warriors were desperate. They were in a desperate situation, so they made a desperate decision.
Good call.
Sometimes you have to make a deal with the devil. And I'll say, I don't know about you guys, but I've been at a job where I stopped trying. I'm unhappy, and I stopped trying, and I stopped caring. Have you guys been there?
I've been there.
Never.
I've been there a few times.
Never.
Steiny, stop.
I have been unhappy at jobs, but I still give 110%. Take it to the bank.
We'd have to speak to the supervisor. Yeah, but you know what that's like when you're miserable. Jimmy, whatever, Steiny, I'm not saying – so you think the Heat have no responsibility in that thing eroding the way that it did? Could
I'm
Pat
sure they
finessed it a little differently?
Look, I mean –
Come over for some brunch.
Okay.
Sit down, Jimmy.
Okay. Like that's what I mean.
Let's chop it up.
I'm not saying he's a problem, but I feel like, oh my God, don't mention anything about him screwing Minnesota up. Don't mention anything about Chicago. Do not mention Philly, whatever you do. Hey, forget about what happened in Miami. You know what? Carlito's right. It was a desperate move, and it looks great. It looks absolutely phenomenal right now.
Do you have
after
a problem?
6 games,
Steiny?
We got to play it out.
Because this was interesting. I was like, man, we're a couple, but different type of couple. Can you give somebody the benefit of the doubt without bringing up the past? And that's why you talked about it when you said, Goo, if you don't talk about it, when do you, at the beginning
I'll
of the
stop talking about that.
No, I'm not asking you
stop talking about him taking a team to the finals 2 years ago. You know what I mean?
But I guess there's no agenda for me when I bring that up.
Of course it is. Of course there is.
That's the positive.
Right. And the negative is that he comes with baggage. I mean, yeah. Okay.
Wow. Well, that's pretty funny.
Let's put all his past out of the way. But if we're putting the bad out, then we got to take the good out. The good out, too. 925, you're wrong. You're missing the point.
Say?
Well, he's not missing the point. My bad. Let me start over. Everyone saying Draymond and Jimmy are going to explode are wrong. I don't believe they're going to explode.
And I don't either. Explode on the other teams.
I don't believe there will be any conflict between the two. You know why? Because Draymond don't want it. That's the way I feel, and that's maybe a dynamic that is really going to work in the favor of the Golden State Warriors. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oakland sports live on, and professional soccer is back.
Don't tell me what I've seen. I'm 50 years old. I know what I've seen.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 40 minutes, we got Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune and also works for NBC Sports Chicago. He covered the Bulls. He's covered the Bulls for a long time. The Bulls. But he's not. He's a little younger than Ashburner. He's about my age, so he's a young buck, Casey Johnson. Man. But he goes back to the Jordan days, and he covered Jimmy Butler at the start of his career in Chicago. And I want to get some insight from Casey, who's also spent a lot of time with Jimmy Butler. We had Steve Ashburner on earlier today, and he was very, very harsh. He was very harsh about Jimmy Butler and what he's done off the court. But he also acknowledged that he thinks he could see the Warriors making a run with Jimmy Butler.
So he's not surprised about the on the court.
Exactly. Yeah, this is one thing I was thinking about, because when we talked about Butler in Miami, there were a lot of people, I think it was a lot about money. And there's another narrative out there that he just wanted to win and he needed more help, and he wanted Riley to give him more help, and he didn't feel like he got it. Like, that's one of the other things they're saying about, Jimmy Butler. So my question to you, Goo, is who had a worse supporting cast? Steph Curry in December or Jimmy Butler in December? Who had a worse supporting cast?
I'm going to say Steph Curry.
I think so, too.
Wow.
I think so, too.
Wow,
man. I was just thinking about that. Think about how Steph Curry.
I'm going to be honest, it wasn't even my calculations. It was kind of like a landslide in a little bit.
I mean, Butler's played with Adebayo. Tyler Hero's a good player, and Steph
had the Bay Bridge on his back in regard to being Wiggins. Everything. Wow,
had Wiggins.
Man. Sometimes.
So
when he wasn't floating.
All I'm saying is we saw one guy in Miami, one guy in the Bay, both of whom needed help, and we saw how each star handled it.
But you do have me thinking, if you are onto something, we'll never know, Steiny. Do you feel differently how Jimmy might have handled it if he felt like he was scoring and didn't get help? Pat didn't give him enough help? I'm not saying you justify it, but could that we all just want to, and you said it might not just all, that's the narrative, number one, the money, but what if it was about that? A competitor feeling like, well, we got no chance. I'm watching Boston.
Okay, so is that a reason not to play?
Wow. I hated that part.
Now, but
I wanted to see him.
But here's the thing: like, I'm not holding it against Butler for doing what he did. That's the name of the game in the NBA right now.
So what if some are listening to this show
Kyrie's
today?
Done it.
Would they say, Steiny, you sound like it, or you're just? What would you tell them
about what?
That you sound like you're holding it against them because we're bringing it up, and some people have their ears covered. Don't bring up the bad because you hate. That's not how I live my life. You got to talk about it, and that's what we're doing.
How many stars in the last 5 years have gotten what they wanted?
I want to say all of them.
Right. And so Jimmy Butler's just the latest. So in other words, how he got to the Warriors is how everybody gets where they want, but Butler took it to an extreme, and he got his wish.
He won.
Let's go to Bob in Richmond. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you guys doing
Bobby,
today?
Doing well.
Hey, yeah, and it's Rob, by the way.
Oh,
but it's
sorry,
all good.
Robbie. All right, Rob.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It's all right. It's all right. I used to go by that anyway. But anyway, hey, Guru, you were right, man. You were right. I called up a couple weeks ago. I didn't like the histrionics, the situation with Jimmy in Miami. And, I've watched plenty of basketball. I know how he is. And I didn't think it was a good fit. But I was wrong. You were right. You said, hey, just let it play out. And here we are. And we got a game tonight against Charlotte.
Man.
Another must win. I don't see how any of these games are not must wins, but I do see them being able to at least get the 6th seed. And here's the other thing.
Yep.
You guys are talking about like, oh, he was this and that and this and that. Like, man, like he's 35 years old now. Like he like we don't know what's going on behind closed doors. We only know what we know. We only see what we see, right? And you had a team in the Warriors not performing well, right? You have a guy in Miami not liking his situation. And the universe brought them together. And I don't think that either one knew that they needed each other until the universe brought them together. You know, like the whole sliding door scenario that Mark Willard was bringing up yesterday, you know, like how things sort of happened in a way where because one door shut here, one door opens here, a conversation over here, you know, one thing leads to the next, and then next thing you know, it's like, what? Jimmy Butler's a Warrior? Get out of here. But anyway, it's working out. I love seeing what I'm seeing. I'm loving how they're playing with a lot more freedom and togetherness. That's something I think that they were lacking after that 12-3 stretch at the beginning of the year. What's unbelievable to me, and Steiny, you hit on it, is just how seamless it's been.
Right.
It's just been seamless. Like, wow, like they are just humming. They're clicking right off the bat. And that's not something that you usually see right away. And I think that's a testimony to how good the team is. I think it's a testimony to how good Butler is. But I really, really think it's more than that, a testimony to how the two needed each other, didn't know they needed each other until they found each other. Anyway, guys, you have a great show. I'll see you guys next week at the basketball tournament.
Sweet. Thanks. You, Rob. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've been in the lab.
You know, this is another thing I was thinking about. Rob brought up a good point about how seamless it's looked. And I'm thinking, yeah, why has it been so seamless? And I think I've got an easy answer for it.
Because I have one. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Steph Curry is not double and triple teamed. You got somebody else to worry about.
Yeah,
it's freed up everybody that's in a Warrior uniform, Steiny.
Yeah, I was thinking more that Jimmy Butler is a great all-around player. He does everything. He can pass, he can rebound, he can post up a little, he can score. He's a great help defender. If you are a great all-around player, you can fit in anywhere. And that's why when I look at all the other names that the Warriors couldn't get a hold of and landed on Jimmy Butler, I'm convinced now none of those guys would have worked as well as Butler because none of those guys are near the complete player that Jimmy Butler is. If Kevin Durant comes here and doesn't score 28 one night,
is he doing the other things?
I mean, I don't know. He's a great player.
I'm saying no.
Right. So, I mean, when you get a guy who can pass and you get a guy that knows how to play, you can, especially a veteran, that's why I think he's fit in seamlessly because he's the Warriors' best all-around player the minute he walked in the locker room.
Nobody will argue that. And that's why I keep going back, Stoney, rehashing, whatever popped off in Miami, the Warriors were I mean, my goodness, they're happy campers at what came to them. But look at this. I know you always make fun of me about I focus on offense, but look at this offensive production since they got Butler, Stoney. Just the totals: 126 against Dallas, 132 against Sac, 107 against Dallas. That was the low one. 125 against Milwaukee, and 132 their first game against Chicago. And if you go down the Warrior ledger, man, it's very rare that they were getting that offensive production. And Kerr told Willard and Dibbs and the media, it's not as hard. Things on the offensive end are not as hard.
And one of the reasons they haven't been as hard is because of who they've been playing.
Well, and who's not been playing when they've been playing them.
Yeah. So they're off to a great start. And the question becomes, how long will it last? Will it last all the way into the postseason?
I got to be careful here, and I told Ken this, and I'll tell you, it won't be the first time. Stoney, I don't know if you feel it, but I feel the parallels of Durant. And when I say Durant, not they've won the chip. It's the guys are on the bench in the fourth quarter. You could talk about the opposition and who they're playing, and they're not top tier teams, but the vibes are back to where Steph is running, looking like a kid at a candy store. Dre's able to do, all of a sudden, Dre's getting easy offense. It's trickling down to Moody, Pods, everybody. And I'm like, boy, I got my popcorn, Stoney, but I feel like they got his name is not Kevin Durant, but they got a caliber type player like that, and his name is Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, they've beaten all the teams they should beat, and it looks like they're going to be a team that's going to handle inferior opponents. So then the question becomes, how will they eventually do against the better teams? They don't have to worry about that right now. Although
they got Orlando and New York.
Well, New York's going to be a hard game because they're on a back-to-back. And, Orlando's winnable for sure for the Warriors, I would think. And Denver's lurking like in mid-March, but, that's the next step. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt the Warriors have separated themselves from Phoenix, the Spurs, the Kings. So now can we separate ourselves from Minnesota and L.A.?
Yeah.
The
the Miami game, Steiny TNT game, when he plays Miami, Jimmy visits Miami, March 25th. That's on TNT.
That'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun one. Let's go to Tim at Occidental. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Going well.
Yes. Good conversation. I got a question for both of you. You guys are much more on top of the history of the NBA. Has Butler ever played with a duo like Steph and Draymond as far as intensity, alpha? Those two guys the three of them seem to hate to lose more than anything else. And they bring it every night when they're feeling it. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of really good players in the NBA. All the teams Butler played with had great players, but did they have the fire of Steph and Draymond? And then on top of that, Draymond has no problem bringing that fire when there's other alphas on the deck. You know what I mean? It's like with Durant, he was fine with acquiescing. He just wanted to facilitate and make it all kind of gel, but bring that fire, the fuego. And I think Jimmy's seeing that. He's got two guys that are dogs, and he's loving it too. So anyway, I'm wondering if you can think of any of his teams, Butler's teams, that had those type of personalities.
Well,
that's all.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Tim.
I think of Noah, Steiny. Remember, I don't think anybody in Minnesota. Joe King, that's who I think of.
The bottom line is the Chicago Bulls had Jimmy Butler. They had Kirk Heinrich. He's a pretty tough player, if you want to talk about tough players.
I liked him.
Derrick Rose was on the team.
Noah.
And Joakim Noah. So, those guys, they ain't soft.
That's all. I guess.
They ain't, those guys aren't soft. If you want to go to the Minnesota situation with Wiggins and Karl Anthony Towns, that might be a little different.
He tried to fight the whole team, so I had to let you know what he was.
I also don't, I don't scoff at Bam Adebayo's competitiveness.
Tyler Hero.
I think he plays hard.
And Robinson.
Let's go to Ash in Martinez. What's going on, Ash? How you doing?
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Doing well.
I was just calling. The Warriors just seem like they rehabilitate people's careers, and I think we're kind of just going in the past a little much. We've had Otto Porter. We've had other people that have come here, and, even Wiggins. Wiggins was considered a bust until he came to the Warriors. So, I just give this dude some grace. Let's see it play out.
I like that word, Steiny.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Well, that's what the Warriors are doing. That's why they pulled the trigger, but I like that grace.
Wiggins came with his baggage when he came here. That's true. Yeah. Different than Jimmy Butler.
They left a champ just like Durant.
888-957-9570. Good call, 510. They also had Taj Gibson, Cyrus in Oakland. Taj Gibson was tough, too. Those were teams that had some gamers on as far as I'm concerned. Let's go to Thomas in Hayward. Maybe start switching the discussion just a little bit. What's up, Thomas? What do you want to talk about?
Hey, how you doing? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to say, be the last one on the topic on this one. Jimmy Butler's a great trade because he's a hard-nosed Wiggins. Wiggins too scared to drive in too much, and he don't like to get fouled too much. I'm just going to let you know that. Kaminga need to patent his game after Wiggins because Kaminga's not a true three-point shooter. That's being honest. Moody shoots better than him on a three. Kaminga's too athletic and more just versatile where he needs to just drive in the hole, get the fouls, and do what Butler does. He's just a younger version. And when you look at it, they got a deeper bench even when they had Iguodala and Livingston back in the day. So that's how I look at it. But I think they're even better now than they ever was.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about, the strengths and weaknesses of the Warriors, they've got a lot of strengths and they've got some weaknesses. Size is something they're going to have to overcome, the size issue. They did it during their championship years. Are they going to be able to play Draymond as much as they want at 5?
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest concern I have about the Warriors as it relates to the idea of them winning a title, all right, winning a title. My feeling is I'm skeptical that they can win a title because I feel like their older players might have trouble an extended playoff run, and their young guys, I don't think right now have as much experience as they need for them to really contribute consistently to a long-term playoff run.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of players on this team that are really. You can say Kaminga, and I know Moody's played some in the past for sure in the playoffs, but he's going to have a much bigger role than he's ever had. Kaminga may have to have a big role, and Pods certainly is going to be playing in the postseason. I don't know if Trace Jackson-Davis will. Post, it looks like he's going to be playing a little bit in the postseason. And so,
we're going to find out.
Boy, I mean,
we're going to find out.
You're telling me that a 35 and 36-year-old and 37-year-old can hold up and they can get the necessary support from a group of young players, then I think they got something going, but they still have a long way to go there, and they've got a lot of big games to play.
But you're feeling good traveling.
Well, I want to see how the young players do when the games are really, really important.
Yeah, and that's OKC across the board, though, Steiny.
Well, they've already won a playoff round. Yeah. What has Pods done?
Yeah, no, I got you.
But that's important.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to be talking about pedigree, okay, the Warriors have 3 guys with pedigree. Well, 4 with Looney, but he hasn't been playing much. I mean, but
it's like going to a fight with your big brother. Yeah, you got to throw hands, but you're feeling better that he's with you. And that's and they still got to answer the bell, Stoney, but the fact that you're going to battle with these guys that have done it, 2 of them that have done it 4 times, I think that helps.
Right, but you're going to have to do it with 4 guys who have never done it before. And again, usually when young players get to the postseason, they struggle. They just do. So can the Warriors win a title if their young players are having playoff growing pains?
Yeah, you got me thinking too.
Or do they have to play in the postseason like they've been there before, and
they got to play like they've been playing in the regular season and take that up a notch?
Well,
but if there's some fear factor, then you know what I mean? Are we really going to come out of game 1? Let's just say they're playing somebody. Oh, Pods blew the game. I mean, we could, but how likely?
Well, it's not about blowing the game. It's about having 4 guys who have never played winning playoff basketball.
Yeah, and if all 4 of them are deer in headlights, and we'll be able to decipher because we'll be able to watch and see it play out, then we'll be able to come in here and react accordingly. But you got me thinking, Stoney. I had a friend text in about don't forget JaVale McGee in regard to this Warrior culture changing the narrative around his career. Remember, he was a joke and on Shaqtin' the Fool left and right, and he left here a champ.
Yeah, this is a good point from the 925. This is why it's important to at least have vets on the bench. You're right, and that's the other thing. Let's see how it all plays out. If the young players struggle, either on the way in or in the playoffs, will Steve Kerr begin to go to Looney more? Will he begin to go to Gary Payton's second more?
I think that's super on the table.
Yeah.
Hey, let me read this to you, Stoney. You tell me what you think of it. This is just on Pods. His plus-minus in the 6 games before the All-Star game. +19, +1, -6, -9, -3, -14. His 6 games plus-minus with Butler. +26, +18, +13, +21, plus 30 and plus 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that just goes to, I'm not saying that's all the Jimmy component, but I mean, that speaks to just what Jimmy Butler or Jimmy Buckets means to the Warriors.
I mean, I got to believe that the numbers.
Good Lord.
I got to believe that the numbers.
Thanks, Ken.
I got to believe that the numbers since Butler was acquired are favorable for everybody.
Yeah, all right.
And
is there anybody not playing well or feels like it's playing well from the eye test? The other night, I thought Quentin Post went 10 for 10. He was 3 for 9 when the game was over, but the shots that he hit were ones that kind of put Dallas away. And you are right with what you just, buddy, man.
This is Anthony Slater on Kaminga and his role and what he may need to do to get back into the rotation.
You don't have to have him in the next week. You don't need to rush him back and ease him in just because you got to solve something as quick as possible. I would say the only urgency is it's a short runway to the playoffs, and there is going to be a reintegration process of him. But I think part of the hope with holding him, being very careful with him, is that he can kind of hit the ground running. He doesn't come back feeling rusty, and then maybe his game, devolves into a. We've seen such streaks from him of 6 games of incredible play, 6 games of kind of he's out of it play. And I just think they want him to feel his best before they drop him in to a team right now that's kind of really, it's like dropping him into a river that's really kind of suddenly rushing with water. I think they want him to feel his best.
All right, that's Anthony Slater of The Athletic talking about Kaminga. They're not going to rush him back. They never rush anybody back.
Man. Yeah.
So,
hey, I said, or you and I both, you tell me if you don't want any part of this. We said the Warriors made a desperate move, but when I heard the Warriors and Sham sharing with the world that the Warriors are calling every team, that's desperate, and that's okay. But my friend Brian says, did they really make a desperate move? I mean, look at the guys they sent out. It's bigger than that for me. They needed somebody. So that means you're desperate. They weren't playing well. That means you're desperate, and they owned it. I get that you got them on the cheap. I get that, but you still were desperate.
Yeah,
And you came up roses.
At this, so far. Seriously.
No,
it's a great 6-game start. I have no idea what's going to happen in the next 6 weeks of the season.
But what? Go ahead. I know we're up against it.
What
other walk of life would you keep somebody harp on the possibilities of something going wrong and not enjoying in the meantime? In the meantime, right now, it's 5-1, and for some,
but
you're looking at your partner, it's bigger than the 6 games.
Right.
Because I imagined it as soon as it was announced, like they got action.
You're the one who's not focusing on the 6 games. You're the one who's focusing on getting to the finals. I'm enjoying. I'm enjoying this 5-1 start.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how far it can be taken. I'm starting to think that maybe they're going to be better than they could be.
But Stoney,
the reality of the situation is, I'm not jumping to the postseason.
I got you. But we are bringing up old transgressions on Jimmy.
Okay, and we're bringing up the fact that he led the Heat to a title 3 years ago. There's good and bad to everybody. We can only bring out the good.
No, I'm not saying that.
And we're going to deny the fact that the Warriors made a move and they were able to get a guy for a great price because of who he was?
Like my uncle used to have a drinking problem, Uncle Ron Stoney, and he stopped. But if he were 2 weeks sober, you don't say, well, you know what? You're eventually going to revert back. We focused on
the alcoholic will tell you it's never solved. They just take it day by day by day. An alcoholic would not say, you know what, I think I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to drink for the next 3 months. Okay, you got to get by today. You got to get by tomorrow. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Coming up in 15 minutes, Casey Johnson, Chicago Tribune, NBC Sports Chicago. He covered Jimmy Butler, Jimmy's first 6 years in the league with the Bulls. Casey Johnson's going to give us insight on the newest Golden State Warrior. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing...
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, thanks, John Sally. Appreciate that. John Sally.
My man.
10 minutes from now, Casey Johnson, Chicago Tribune, NBC Sports Chicago. Covered Jimmy Butler for 6 years in Chicago when Jimmy Butler came into the league, and we're trying to get a 360-degree view of Jimmy Butler today. We talked to Steve Ashburner, who wrote for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, now a senior writer for NBA.com. He was on earlier. If you want to download the Odyssey app, he was very critical of Butler off the floor, but he also said that he could see the Warriors making a run with Jimmy Butler, maybe even to the Western Conference Finals. So Steve Ashburner said he's a hell of a player, but wasn't crazy about the other stuff. Let's put it that way. And we'll get
another perspective.
We'll get Casey Johnson's perspective coming up in 10 minutes.
Hey, I owe you an apology. Yesterday you had a fly shirt on. I didn't comment. And then today is your last day. I know you don't like to talk about yourself, Stoney, but how you feeling? We got an hour left, and then you're going back east to see your family. How you feeling?
Well, not yet. I'm going golfing first, and then I'm going to see the family.
Help me out.
Okay.
When's the golf?
By the way,
when's the golf?
By the way, I'm getting a house sitter, and the guy who's sitting at my house has 3 Doberman pinschers. So don't think you're going to treat me like
I thought that was Evan.
Joe Burrow.
I thought that was Evan.
It is Evan.
Oh, okay.
But I'm making it up. So people won't come to my house thinking it's empty.
Yeah.
They're going to run into Dobermans. Get it?
Yeah, guy, now. I'm slow. But when's the golf? Real quick. Because you're in a good mood, man. People can't tell, but I can.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm golfing, and then I'm going to go fly.
My man.
To meet the family on a
You going to miss us here? I'm going to miss you. You are one of a kind.
We'll see. We'll see.
That's
I don't, like...
I quibbled.
Ask me in a week if I miss you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know. Right now, how am I supposed to answer that?
I got you.
I don't know. Chances are long that I'll miss you.
So when you come back, maybe the Warriors are 4th. Who knows? I hate that Houston gap is like 5 games, but they got a tough game tonight. The Rockets do. Who effing knows? But what we do know is this. Whatever adjective you want to use to describe what the Warriors were before the trading deadline and what they are now, forget Bob. Hope is alive and well here, Steiny. This is crazy, and I don't know where it's going to end up. Everything that you said about the youngsters and their, them going through their playoff puberty is on the table, but all I can yearn for is I want to see Kaminga. How this happens, and I get what Slater told Willard and Dibbs, they could break him out slowly, but for them to be whole and knock off the likes of, some teams in the West in the playoffs in a series, I'm sorry, Stoney, Jonathan Kaminga has to be a big part, man.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think so, but
yeah,
that's where you and I disagree.
So you think they could win a series? Let's just say Kaminga didn't come back as currently constructed?
Yeah, I think they could win a series without Kaminga.
That's saying a lot.
Let's put the rat on the table, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. This is the real issue. Anthony Slater's asked about what happens to Moody when Kaminga comes back, because Moody's been playing 4.
I think Moses Moody starts, at least, in the immediate. If it keeps going, Steve Kerr has said, if this is a succeeding starting lineup and it's a succeeding rotation, he's going to stick with it as best he can. But that doesn't mean Moses Moody's minutes won't go down. I think they will, because I think Kaminga is going to eat up all of the Guy Santos minutes. And then I think several of the Moses Moody minutes, including potentially closing. I think ideally for this team to have its highest ceiling, I think its closing lineup on most nights is Steph Curry, Brandon Pajemski, Jonathan Kaminga, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. And that means Moses Moody's on the sideline in moments that he hasn't been lately. But that doesn't have to be every night. And we'll see if his spacing is so imperative to this, and maybe Kaminga is rusty, and maybe that isn't the choice that Steve makes on every night basis.
What was his closing lineup? Curry, Pajemski,
Kaminga, Dre, and Butler. Okay. Yeah, the one that I kind of hope to see. But,
we'll
Stoney, you're right. Nothing's etched in stone, and I'll tell you who controls that, Jonathan Kaminga. Like again, I got to be careful here, but, Stoney, I think highly of the kid, but his ability to do other things when he doesn't have the basketball.
Like what?
To move, do everything. Help D, all the stuff that we thought he might need help in or he had to improve in those areas. He has to improve in those areas
they can't,
to kind of fend Moody off.
Fly. He can't be learning on the fly. That's the issue. And
or can you have learned while you were out?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I mean, listen, Kaminga may have a monster role on this team. And they may need him to win close games, but they may not. If he's not, this is the other thing. We're back to talking about this team as a championship team. That means we've got to assess Jonathan Kaminga in that light. We are now going for a championship.
Right.
So, Kaminga's got to earn the trust of Steve Kerr. And at this point in his career, I don't think he ever really has with the game on the line or with big games. I think Kaminga still has to earn Steve Kerr's trust.
Yeah, I'll give you that, Steiny, but I'll say this. Tell me if you disagree. I think he was as close to earning that or taking off in regard to earning that right up until he got hurt.
But it's not like they were on a hot streak when Kaminga was given that role.
And that Christmas blunder, that's what I'm going to call it. I know a lot of people blame Wiggins for letting Reeves get by him when there was no help and you were guarding a man that was out of bounds. That stuff hurts, Steiny, and I think the coaches know that.
Yeah, let me just get back to the 510 here on the text line. More Kaminga hate from Steiny. He doesn't like athletic wings with skill. Well, I'll give you athletic. Jonathan Kaminga is very athletic. To call him very skilled, that's where you lose me. He's not all the way developed in terms of his skills. He's not. So can Kerr live with some of that as they go try to make a playoff run?
Yeah.
I don't know. James in Antioch. What's up, James?
What up, guys?
Hey.
I got 2 points from Nate.
Sure.
We got to stop hanging on to 3 years ago when Jimmy took the Heat to the finals. 2 years ago, Steiny, that's 2 years in regular years in basketball seasons is about 5 years on your body. The type of playoff run. Second point, we should have got some vets during the offseason, like a Marcus Morris, a Robert Covington, a Reggie Jack, somebody that just come in, give me about 12, 15 just solid minutes in the playoffs, because you don't know how these young guys are going to react when it's a game 7 and game 6, 2 minutes left. Are you going to make that right decision?
I think all those things are fair.
It's kind of an extension of what you were saying on, if it were bad, Steiny, how these young guys are going to handle the offs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the Warriors roster right now, and look, will he play Buddy Hield?
I think Buddy's going to get a shot. He's played in the playoff series in the offs before.
How much is Kevon Looney going to play? Gary Payton II, to me, is a very interesting one because it's somebody Kerr likes to lean on.
And he played big in 2022 when he came back from being hurt. Yeah. Steiny, I do got to say something about Moses Moody, and I know you're going to be like, Guru, come on. But that Western Conference Finals against Dallas a couple years ago, the year that they won it, I mean, Moody played, and he made contributions. Again, he wasn't James Worthy, but some people are fighting us on and we should put Moody in the column of has experience.
I didn't say he didn't have experience.
Because I got him with Kaminga.
But he will have a bigger, much bigger role, you would think, than he did that year. Moody and Kaminga, to me, is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I know we got a guest coming up. Who did we speak to yesterday that talked about not the difference between Moody and Kaminga, but, Moody's ability, Steiny, on the fly to grab or get on the ground or get the loose balls or whatnot, and we've been seeing that a lot more. Those are the intangibles that I think if we went to the scorecard, athleticism, JK by 20.
Well, see, I think.
But the intangibles, Moody might be up 10.
Well, not to mention, listen.
And that's what, and that 3-point shot. Go ahead.
Jonathan Kaminga is a much better player than Guy Santos. However, Guy Santos does things from a hustle point of view that Kaminga has not, doesn't quite do. Santos is going to throw his body in there. He's going to draw charges. He's going to come up with loose balls. He just he plays really hard, and he's a bug out there.
And that's what Pods is to be, and look where that got him.
Yeah, exactly. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Once again, we are efforting KC Johnson, Chicago Tribune, and also NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm sorry, not Bay Area.
I was thinking
Chicago. He's covered the Bulls forever, and we're efforting him right now.
So there's nobody out there pretty much questioning Jimmy Butler's basketball game. It's just off the court, right? That's what it is, Donnie.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's ask KC Johnson. He writes for the Chicago Tribune, and he's brought to you by the River Islands Guest Line. All guests appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in KC Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, KC? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago. Come on,
man.
Stay with it.
Where are you?
You
know what? Okay. All right, hold on.
Sorry, KC. That's my guy.
Get your A game going,
Dude,
man.
That's my quarterback.
Dude, I forgot that you are – okay, let me tell you what KC does and why I butchered this. He writes for NBC Sports Chicago and is on TV.
Also wrong. You're 0 for 2. Let me just take over my own bio, okay? All right. Here's the deal. I covered Jimmy Butler when I worked for the Chicago Tribune, so you're partially right. NBC Sports Chicago disappeared because NBC Universal shut us down, and the NBC Sports Bay Area lives on, so shout out to Monty Poole. And I work for the Chicago Sports Network, which is our new regional sports network that covers the Bulls games. And there you have my bio. And yes, this is what happens when you leave newspapers to become a TV guy.
Well, let's get another guest on then. Hey, appreciate that. You are still an expert on the NBA, and you saw Jimmy Butler come into this league. I'll give the listeners just a little piece of your and my communication. I hope you don't mind, but I asked you about Jimmy Butler, and you gave me a two-word response. You said he's a lot. Please explain.
Well, I said, but he's a hell of a player.
No doubt.
You're doing that aggregation thing where you pull out the headline quote. He is a lot. When things are not up to his standards, and that is a good thing for a championship organization like the Golden State Warriors, and that is a good thing for a rising Bulls team. That was dominant, on the rise until Derrick Rose had all of his injuries. And that's a good thing for a Minnesota Timberwolves team that had not tasted the playoffs forever until he got there. I don't know as much what happened with Philly, but, I know that he loves Joel Embiid. So my point is, like, if you want to be at his standard and you want to embrace confrontation and competitiveness, he's all in, and he's going to help your franchise. He has issues with double standards. He has issue with non-direct communication. So I don't want to paint any of this as a negative. I mean, we watched Jimmy Butler rise from, the last pick in the draft in 2011 to an All-NBA player in Chicago. And I think I don't like speaking on franchises that I don't cover on a day-to-day basis, but I know Mike Dunleavy very well. I know Steve Kerr very well. I know Ron Adams very well. The infrastructure there, obviously, and the championship pedigree there, obviously, to me, it's a perfect fit, and I think you're seeing that play out on the court.
Yeah, Casey, a pleasure to have you on. I'm a Warrior fan at heart, and I was worried. I thought we were finished, and we were taking calls about Curry might need to get traded or whatnot, and lo and behold, Jimmy Butler's a Warrior. Casey, this is his 5th team. Do you mind if I ask you, are you shocked that a guy this good on the court has been on so many teams?
No, because I do think he has a shelf life. And I don't think, again, that's a bad thing. And that clearly played out here. I mean, he, as I said, started as a non-rotation player, 30th pick in the draft, became NBA most improved player here, bet on himself into a max contract, and, became an all-star. And, but by the end, there were issues with, he didn't love Fred Hoiberg's coaching style. He and Derrick Rose kind of had a passive aggressive Cold War about leadership. They're fine. They're totally cool. They got along great in Minnesota, but it just was a funky end to his tenure here. But one thing I'll say about Jimmy Butler is he never wanted to leave Chicago. He was really crushed when they traded him in 2017. And he's a hell of a player, man. So no, it doesn't surprise me he's on his 15. I do think he's got a shelf life, but hey, ask Miami, would they take 2 trips to the finals again? Absolutely they would. To me, all the drama and all that stuff is overblown. At the end of the day, the dude produces in big moments and wins basketball games.
Casey Johnson with us on 95.7 The Game. He's been with the Chicago Sports Network for 6 years now. Time flies. He's covered the Bulls for a long time. Let me ask you about Butler and Curry playing together, let's say late in a game. There's always talk about who's the one, who's the two. Like, what is Jimmy Butler's role down the stretch of big games been throughout his career?
Jimmy Butler's about winning a basketball game. So if he needs to be number one, he's good with that. If he needs to be number two, he's good with that. That's what he's about. Now, look, he made his Warriors debut here. You got to remember that in Chicago. And I immediately saw a Jimmy Butler who just was deferential at the right times, but then also aggressive at the right times. A big theme from that game was the Warriors have trouble getting to the line this season. And what did they do that game? They got to the line repeatedly. That's what Jimmy Butler does. Hey, Jimmy Butler understands who Steph Curry is. There is going to be no issue about falling in line there. But guess what? If Steph Curry's having an off night or is double teamed in a big moment and throws it to Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler's wide open, you damn well better believe Jimmy Butler's going to step up and take that shot without hesitating or without fear and with total confidence. That's what he's about. He's about winning basketball games.
KC, the Warriors got a young enigma on their hands. His name is Jonathan Kaminga. They got to decide what they're going to do with him. He's currently hurt. He'll be back here soon. Has all the talent in the world, but he's different. His body than Draymond Green and Steph Curry. And I'm fantasizing, a lot of fans are, that Jimmy Butler can take, this young guy under his wing and show him how to throw that body around in the paint and be a better defender. From what you know of Butler, the mentor, is that something he can do?
It's absolutely something he can do. Guess what? If you want to put the work in, he has issues with players who don't want to work and don't want to put in the grind, and that's his only issue. He was huge here in Chicago for taking guys into his off-season regimen. They'd run sand dunes together out in California and early morning workouts. He took multiple players out there in the off-season for workouts. His issue was that last season here, 16-17, was that funky year in Chicago where it was him, Dwayne Wade, and Rajon Rondo, the latter two on one-year deals. And it just, those guys all had different leadership styles. Butler and Wade were kind of in one corner. Rondo was in another. But guess what? They got to the playoffs, and they were up 2-0 in the Celtics in the first round until Rondo broke his hand and then lost that series. So, yeah, Jimmy will lead anybody and be a valuable resource or have insight for anybody who's willing to put work in. The ones he has issues with are the ones who don't put in the grind.
Casey Johnson joining us on 95.7 The Game, longtime sports writer for the Chicago Tribune, now with Chicago Sports Network. And we're talking about Jimmy Butler, a guy KC knows extremely well. Draymond Green says he thinks that the Warriors are going to win the title. I mean, do you think that kind of run is feasible, knowing what you know about Jimmy Butler and how, the Warriors have gotten off to a great start with him?
Well, I mean, I'll just say this. It doesn't surprise me that he says that, not only because of, obviously I don't know Draymond personally, but from afar, that seems like that's in his DNA. And I love that confidence and that belief. And that's exactly another reason why Jimmy Butler will fit there. I love the people that said like Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green were going to butt heads. Are you kidding me? They're like the same person. They just they will things into reality with their competitiveness and their drive. So I personally think, obviously, the West, breaking news here, the West is ridiculous. So, I mean, I think they're, to me, a little undersized still. Probably not as deep as some of the other teams, but am I ever going to count the championship pedigree of that organization? I mean, I covered the second three-peat here in Chicago. I know what it is like to be around a dynasty, and the respect any of us who have been around the league for a long time have for the Warriors franchise is immense because, I mean, to be at that level for that long, it's so mentally and physically draining. And the fact that they're even in the fight and are having this bump since they acquired Jimmy Butler just doesn't surprise me at all. And I'm as excited as anybody to see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm with you, KC. My partner, he's very big on I call it the birth certificate. We do on the show the age of the big three here, and Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler. I want to ask you, how much does that concern you about them being able to go on this, if they qualify for the playoffs, this run, and Jimmy Butler not playing a lot of basketball? So I'm telling Matt he should be fresh.
Yeah, I mean, Steph Curry looked pretty young to me in the Olympics. I mean, it's like, I know these guys are old. I know they played a lot of basketball, but in big moments, they don't shrink from them. I mean, again, I don't see them come out of the West. That's just my personal opinion, just because I'm a big believer in size in the playoffs, and also that the West is just so deep. It's going to be tough. But, yes, Jimmy will be fresh, and also Jimmy will be – I talked to him for 15 seconds in Chicago. I was at the press conference, but I said hello to him in the hallway for 15 seconds and that debut in Chicago. But my point is, I've been around him enough to know how much he appreciates and values this fresh start. And you guys have seen it in his public comments since he's been part of that franchise. So I just had a smile on my face when Golden State pulled off that trade, because it's what both parties needed, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, KC, I mean, everybody here has pretty much done a 180 since he's come here. They're 5-1. Everything looks different, and there's a lot of optimism right now about the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean about, it's funny to me, when you say 180, I mean, I think the baggage with Jimmy is way overstated. He can be a lot, but that's for people that are not serious. Right. The Warriors are serious from your owner on down. I mean, I loved your owner's quote about, Jimmy. I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, Jimmy. We had to educate him on which franchise he wanted to be a part of.
That's right.
When someone asked him about him, he wanted to go to Phoenix. He's like, well, he just didn't know that this was the franchise that he needed to be at.
Right.
So, that's that emanates from the top, and Jimmy fits right into that. And look, that's my point about Miami. I mean, it worked the same way in Miami until it didn't. It's that's how Riley is. That's how Spoelstra is. That's how that whole organization is. But then the shelf life hit and it wore out. But again, you think Miami would get back those 2 finals appearances? Heck no. I mean, they won a lot of basketball with Jimmy Butler, and the Warriors are doing that in the short term since he arrived.
All right, buddy.
Hey, thank you.
You gonna forgive me?
Yeah, just have me on in 5 years, and I'll quiz you as to where I'm working. Okay.
Hey, KC, we won't let him forget that though. We got that in the archive.
Yeah,
baby.
that one's gonna hurt me, buddy.
Hey, no, you've already been forgiven, and I just want to remind your listeners how much of an all-time great Matt Steinman is.
Oh, look at it.
And I'm serious, man. This dude is the man. So let's go. Here we go.
Hey, KC, appreciate you, buddy. Thanks for coming on, man. Great insight.
Enjoyed it, guys. Have a good day.
All right. KC Johnson, formerly of the Chicago Tribune.
Some people like my man.
I'll tell you what. You want to know why? You want to know why we're great? You want to know why we're great?
You. That's my quarterback.
Let me tell you why we're great. It's because we're fair and balanced. Steve Ashburner, we got a perspective from Steve Ashburner.
No, okay.
Now we got another perspective from KC Johnson. And KC Johnson loves it. Loves the move.
No.
Says some of the stuff's been overblown.
No.
So there you go.
Wow.
That's what we do here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to go to 26 here, Goo. Okay. 26 here. And once again, we have another guest coming up at 1:30, and his name is Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. He's a co-host of the Joe Rose Show on our sister station in Miami. He covers the Heat down there, and he knows all about Jimmy Butler.
You know him too, Steiny?
I don't know.
Okay.
Danny.
Give me that last name, Rabinowitz?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, good.
Yeah. Huh? Well done. Let's go to M Squared. M Squared is in Dublin. Wants to jump in here. Hey, M Squared, how you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing today?
All right.
Doing well, man.
Cool. Look, I'm so glad you guys had KC on because he took a lot of my thunder, which is all right, but I wanted to paint a different picture of Jimmy.
Okay.
It's been disappointing that people have really focused on Jimmy's past so hard and told one side. And KC got into this, but people don't remember he went from having Tibbs as his coach to a guy in Hoiberg who had never coached at the NBA level and really took the ball out of his hands after he had just become an all-star. So he got mad. It didn't work out. He left. The Bulls chose, as he said, the Bulls chose. That was the date. That was the beef.
M Squared. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you call back? Because you're breaking up, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, good points.
Because you obviously,
he's a worker, though.
He sure looks like it.
No, Jimmy.
Yeah, he sure looks like
it. KC says that he likes to work. I love that. That's like that Mamba mentality. But are we shocked when you look at the resume and what he's done? Boy, this thing went from dead to Fred.
Yeah, went to 0 to 60 in about
if you would have said 100,
trade.
Yeah, 0 to 100, Snotty. That's Drake.
Yeah.
0 to 100 real quick.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. We got 10 minutes, and then we're going to get another guest in here. So
it's 1-1 right now.
That'll be it for the calls for me because I'm leaving at the end of this show.
Look at you.
So these are the last calls I'm taking in about a week and a half. So if you want to get in and make a horses behind out of me, now's your chance.
And I'm writing the Warriors record down, so when you get back, we'll see how much ground they've covered.
All right.
Yeah. I'll let you do it because you're good with this.
All right. We got M Squared back. I'm interested to hear what he says. Okay. You're back on, M Squared. How you doing?
Good. Sorry about that. So what I was saying is that the Bulls took the ball out of Jimmy's hands when Hoiberg came to town. And Hoiberg had no head coaching experience. He was a buddy of Gar Forman's. So they brought him in on a buddy deal. He went from Tibbs to Hoiberg. There was a battle between the two, and the Bulls chose Hoiberg over Jimmy. And then they fired Hoiberg anyway because he was a terrible coach. So Jimmy goes to Minnesota. He drags a young Bulls team into the playoffs for the first time, I think. Don't double check me on this, please. But I think since the Garnett Sprewell years, he brings them to the playoffs. He realizes that the team loves Karl Anthony Towns. They're all in on Karl Anthony Towns, and per KC's comments, Karl Anthony Towns was not a winner. He still isn't a winner. He's barely been to the playoffs since then, maybe one time. Wow. So he tells Tibbs, I want out, and he forces his way out. Now he gets to Philly, and he takes an underachieving Philly team all the way to seconds, where he makes what should have been the game-winning basket to go to the NBA Finals, and Kawhi hits that corner three. And, obviously there's history right there. But sure. Philly makes a bad choice. They chose Tobias Harris. That wasn't a Jimmy thing. Jimmy wanted to stay there. Ben Simmons and Embiid, they all wanted Jimmy to stay. But Philly chose Tobias Harris. That's their bad.
Okay.
So Jimmy gets to Miami, and he lasts 5 years. You guys have already talked about the fact that he took two teams to the finals. Well, this summer, he said something kind of arrogant, right? He made those comments about, well, I would have beat the Knicks,
right.
whatever. Riley eviscerates him on TV. Now, Pat Riley, I love Pat Riley. I'm slicking my hair back right now. But Riley had to know that the minute he said that he should have had a trade on the table the next morning to get Jimmy out of town, or a contract and an apology in hand, because Jimmy's a big personality, and Jimmy's an all-star, and Jimmy was that franchise. So that's kind of on Pat Riley's bad. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that Jimmy hasn't had bumps in the road and Jimmy's not a big personality, but you look at any business, any organization, the all-star player, the all-star coworker, there's some things you have to do to grease the wheels. I mean, Steph gets accommodations made. Nobody knows about them, but they're made for him. Bet your bottom dollar.
Hey, M Squared, let me ask you something. And I mean this seriously. Like, how do you know so much about Butler? Is either your favorite player and you followed all the teams, or you saw him up close somewhere? Because you clearly know.
All the way. I've been Golden State fan since the 80s. I follow a lot of NBA stuff, and I follow Jimmy's career. And I'll be honest, early on, when he left Minnesota and Philly signed him, I thought, oh, this guy's a problem. I kind of looked at the high-level narrative. But over the years, I've read up on Jimmy. I followed him. The reality of it is there's the narrative that Steve Ashburn or Ashburger, I'm not sure of his name, whatever he painted, I don't think is fully accurate. I like what KC said. Warriors should be happy too, Steiny. We would have emptied the cupboard for any of those other players you brought up on your list yesterday. We got Jimmy. We kept all of our assets.
Yeah.
We still got Kaminga, who's either a player or a trade asset. We've got all our picks except for this year, which we don't need. We've got Pods. We've got Moody. We've got Post. We've got a lot of players. Last comment I'll make, I really want to commend you because you made a great point, Steiny, right before, well, about 30 minutes ago. You were talking about what Guy Santos does that Kaminga does not. And it's such an often overlooked point. Yes, Kaminga is more talented, but Guy and Pods do the little things that we're going to need, especially in the Jimmy Butler era, without him out.
Damn. M squared. Absolutely, positively nailing it. Yeah, I agree. That's the call of the week. He clearly knew what he was talking about, too. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Were you even listening?
Yeah.
Well, what did he say?
He said a lot. He said what I said. I just hate that he gave you the point. But, no, he was on it. I'm trying to decipher what got you so excited, but when he showed you some love.
Who?
M squared. He was on fire, and we talked about it.
Dude.
And it's not just Santos doing the stuff. It's Moody doing it that's got him on the court as well, and Gott's Pods is a starter.
Let's quit talking about these Scribinis. Let's get back into Butler.
Man. Steiny, I'm telling you,
trying to think who on the Warriors would Butler love and not love if he's all about
work.
Yeah.
Rihanna. Work. They all work.
Well, hold on.
Draymond?
You know, so you're very familiar with Buddy Hield's work ethic. I don't know what Buddy Hield's work ethic is.
But then you're saying we don't trust the Warriors staff because, you know, if they see something, they go fix it. Like, hey, Steiny, let me talk to you. Well, you think you're hustling?
I mean, you think Butler would have? I mean, apparently Butler had a problem with Wiggins.
He did. But Wiggins thinks he didn't have a problem with them. That was great. Wiggins
I'm sure.
Me and Steiny are cool. Steiny's over here like, yeah.
I mean,
we love you, Wiggs.
There's no way. I'm sure he liked Wiggins as a person, but I'll bet you there was a little bit of an issue.
All right, I'm going to read this from my boy Leroy from the 510. Steiny, it's your boy Leroy from the 510. I told you guys long ago, Kaminga can be to the Warriors what Michael Finley was to the Dallas Mavericks. The Warriors will be in good shape. I'll say this, and I got to be careful because I love both players, right? But we talked about the difference between Butler and Wiggins, and it doesn't fit in this example for me because Kaminga's not doing the things in regard. I'm just compare contrast with Moody. Like Moody's winning that part of the stuff that keeps you on the floor, Stoney. But the DNA and the coming downhill on the break, it's not going to always be like that, especially in the playoffs. So I'm wondering, Stoney, can Kaminga close that gap and just, hey, I'm here, I'm ready to go. I'm going to be the savant that y'all need me to be. Moody, we love you. Not that Moody doesn't get minutes or whoever, but damn it, you got to give me 25 to 30 minutes.
Kaminga?
Yeah. Like,
well, then say
in
goodbye
order
to
for
Moody.
me to think this team could go beat OKC and deal with Dallas and Memphis, Jonathan Kaminga, for me, Steiny and Ken, it's imperative that he be there. He can't be he was hurt. He was limping. Man, like, I'm looking at this like they need him. He's the most expensive spark plug in the world, Steiny. And you put that bad boy in.
You got to take it. You got to take one out. You got to take Moody out, and Guy Santos then out, which is fine because he's your future, right, Kaminga?
I think so. No, seriously, I'm telling you, Steiny. I think his biggest fan in that building is the one that matters. I believe Joe Lacob has wrestled cats trying to get him to unload Kaminga, Steiny, and I think Kaminga needs to. I think he knows that. Just come back and ball, man.
Joe Lacob, wake up, man.
Yeah, where is that guy? I don't like it. Open the church, priest.
Yeah,
come out.
Nothing. This has nothing to do with Kaminga and very little to do with Moody. It's got to do with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr. You're in a game with 4 minutes left.
I love it.
You have to win it. It's tied. Who do you call on? Does he feel safer with Moses Moody as opposed to J.K.?
I got something for
that to me is going to be
I love that.
Really fun to watch.
But if that answer is not Jonathan Kaminga, Steiny, then what are we doing? That goes over the residue into the contract.
That's right.
If that's not you, J.K., then there's no reason for you to put your John Hancock on anything we would come up with, because they're telling you, like, we should already be at that point, Steiny.
What point?
Where we can trust him at the end. And I'm not saying Kerr doesn't, but it's not a slam dunk.
Well, I'll bet if they trusted him at the end, he'd have a contract extension.
You could be right
by now.
Damn.
So, Jeremy Wong says on the YouTube chat, Moody's not a power forward.
And remember, I told
typically,
you that.
But Steve Kerr loves him there.
Until you got to play some dogs.
He said, I think we found... Oh, so Moody's not a dog.
No. With the size, like the Jaren Jackson Jr.'s of the world.
Okay.
Those are what I'm talking about. Can you get away with Moody at 4? I think not. That's what when Lively and AD and Gafford come back.
All right, we got to go.
All right.
Coming up on the other side, we're going to talk to Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. He works for our sister station in Miami. He's a co-host of the Joe Rose Show. Get it more into Jimmy Butler and what happened in Miami on the other side.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day.
Let's welcome in Casey Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, Casey? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
But it's your bounce back game, Steiny. You just shake it off and keep moving. That is...
Casey and I go way back. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Way back.
Oh, man.
Like before 2000.
Yeah. And Ken, you kind of cut it a little soon. I wanted to hear him say the other part. And then it said, no, not that either.
We just needed the juice.
Yeah,
there.
I got you.
The reality, I mean,
Evan heard
the bottom line is, if you want to know a little more about Casey Johnson, basically, we're the... Yeah,
give it to me.
We're the two best media guys coming out of Division III. He's a Division III
he can get
guy.
out on the court.
He's good.
Oh, what? How tall, Steiny?
6'4", 6'5".
Okay.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Wow.
Really good player. Played with him a few times at All-Star games.
You know I'm random, and we got a guest coming up. Before we leave, I need you to rank these four, okay?
Okay.
In order. Karl Malone, Tim Duncan, Dirk, and KG.
Duncan, one.
Okay.
Not even close. It's not close. It's not, if you're asking me. Now, you can disagree.
All right, give me your... All right, so we got Tim first.
Okay, Duncan's one.
Karl Malone,
Dirk, Malone, Garnett.
Wow.
I might put Garnett ahead of Malone. But no, actually, I'm not going.
Karl Malone is... Steiny, I got...
Who's a better defensive player? Garnett or Malone?
Garnett was.
Yeah.
But who was a better all-around player?
Yeah. All around?
Karl Malone
might be... I mean, I think Garnett was a better passer.
Who?
I think he's better defensively.
I was about to say he never got one, but he did. In Boston, could have had two, KG.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go to Philmo Mike.
Our guy, where you been?
While we wait for Danny Rabinowitz, hopefully we can catch him in the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, he stiffed us. What's up, Philmo Mike? How you doing, man?
It's all good. Fab and stiffed y'all like 3 or 4 times. It's all good.
We just had Fab on. Put some respect on Fab.
Philmo's right.
And Mike and I saw Fab at Lil Daryl's party. So,
Mike, thanks for mentioning that. Fabby takes us for granted. You're right.
Fabby shows up every time we had him, Mike. Why you being messy?
No. I'm not. But it's all good. I love Fab. Fabby Davis Jr., man, the Matt Pack. Anyway, dope era. Nah, Sonny. It's weird because the hate that Jimmy get is weird to me because, let me ask you this, a serious question. Now, really think about this, Guru and Steiny.
All right.
I know you get mad when I don't mention your name, Guru. If Draymond Green was to just be put on any team, do you guys not think that he would make any random team better?
It would have to be a top-tier team. It would have to be a competitor. Dre would make all of them better. But it can't be the Sacramento Kings on their worst day. You know what I mean? I don't know how you would answer that, Steiny. I think we talked about it. Draymond goes to the Bucks. They're a problem now.
What do you think, Mike?
I just feel like it goes back to good, like, players playing good basketball. And I feel like good basketball players kind of know, like, where they need to be, where they kind of, like, need to fit in. And I just feel so highly about Draymond's IQ. And I feel like if you put him anywhere, he probably would make that team better in some type of way. And in a mild way, this reminds me of We Believe. Now, if we could get the sixth seed is, when I say this, We Believe was getting to the playoffs. 8th seed, 7th seed didn't matter.
Right.
This version of We Believe is We Believe in we could actually win a championship.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
The real We Believe 2.0, not no fake trying to get to the playoffs. Elevate it 2.0. Appreciate y'all.
Steiny, I hadn't heard somebody do it that way that Mike did it with your comparison. The parallels are we believe we can win a chip now, so the heights are greater.
Well,
you kind of never specified that.
Well, let me tell you something about the We Believe team for the 8 millionth time.
The Doc's coming.
All right? They beat Dallas in 6. They go to Utah. They blow 2 huge leads.
Petrus at the game one.
Utah. Baron Davis with a backcourt violation. Petrus missed foul shots. Steven Jackson in game 1 had a 3-point game winner. Missed it. Here's the other thing. As the Warriors were playing Utah that year, I'm pretty sure the other side of the bracket was the Spurs against the Suns, and they were 2-2. And it just so happened that year, the Phoenix Suns had not played the Phoenix, I think, had beaten them 3 out of 4, but Phoenix had not played the Warriors after they'd gotten Baron Davis and Steven Jackson.
Wow.
So there was a feeling among the Warriors that if we get Phoenix, they haven't even seen us yet with Baron and with Steven Jackson and with Harris.
Man,
Al Harrington.
He missed those free throws in game 1. Was that the year, when did somebody got knocked into the scores table and got suspended between, I think it was
maybe
Ori and Nash. I want to say something happened, and that just killed San Antonio's chances. I probably got it backwards, but that's on brand. Well, you messed up. I'll play it.
Hey, you know what? I mean, what the hell? I got, 3 minutes before the crossover, and then I'm getting out of here, baby.
We gonna go down the street?
I think the Warriors have action.
They get ending up. You're learning.
Yeah.
No, they got a big 3.
But can you leave it at action?
All right, but they got
There's
a big
nothing
3.
wrong with just having action.
But
it doesn't need to be major.
I don't even need to do it now.
It's not major.
The TVs are talking about it. Everybody knows now. Curry has been freed. Draymond has been freed. And now they got these young hot shots that feel like they belong in pods, Moody / Kaminga, Quentin Poe, like Looney. Oh, reliable. Okay.
That's great. You ran down the roster.
Before you leave, this is what I wanted to ask you with all that.
Congratulations. You know
where
the
are
Warriors
we at? Because I asked you this. If somehow they get this done,
what's 2020 done?
Win it all. 2022 still to you is the one.
I'm not answering.
Didn't you say? I asked you that before and you did.
I'm not answering.
2022.
Not answering until they make the playoffs.
Supersedes even if they got one. No, if they get one
You know what? You answer that yourself.
I'm saying this one.
Okay, good. I'm not answering anything about. I'm not answering anything about a hypothetical title this year.
That's what we do all the time. It didn't mean they're going to be bad. That's a hypothetical.
No.
Okay, see, you don't
Jimmy
like
Butler
that.
has been bad,
but is he going to be bad under our watch?
I don't know. KC Johnson doesn't think so.
Where's Hollywood?
Steve Ashburner not quite as confident. See, this is not me. You know what I'm realizing? I read these texts, and people think it's me talking. And it's not. I'm just reading something. For example, the next thing I'm going to say is not my thought.
Give it to me.
It's from the 925. Y'all need to calm down on thinking you can win a chip until you start proving you can beat big teams. Being a bunch of scrub teams don't prove nothing.
Let me talk to Mouth out there. What is it, 510?
925.
We're playing who's in front of us right now, Jack. And before this well-oiled machine is ready to go, it's like a Ferrari out the garage with the cover on it. That's on them, not us.
I remember.
Randy is on board. With Steiny, it's a party happening, man.
Good. Have fun.
And I'm at the bar. I'm at the bar in line.
It would be just like you to start celebrating in February. With 4 months left in the year.
Steiny, it's not going to be 6 by the time you get back.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think they can catch Minnesota? Minnesota's got an easier record.
No, because they're going to still win. Houston's the one I'm watching. Like, I know it's 5.
5's a lot.
Yeah, are they done with the Rockets, or we got one more?
They got one more against the Rockets. They play the Rockets 5 times this year, the Warriors, which is very unusual, but they had to play them in a play-in game.
It's kind of funny.
Not play-in, I'm sorry, cup game.
It's kind of funny that Dallas beat the Warriors, that game we gave away, but still they did it. You watching Lakers-Dallas on the plane?
No. Why would I watch Dallas?
To see if Luco talks to Nico and all that stuff. Bron knew about it. I brought that up yesterday. Steiny Willard said, you might be onto something.
Yeah, no, you know.
That dude's a narcissist.
You know for a fact.
No, I never use that. I always say my
all the evidence to the contrary, but
not kidding.
You know.
Steiny Bron knew. He was tired of AD. Didn't know how to say it.
Okay, it's official then. Guru said he knew. So, you are locked into what's going on down in LA.
I really feel that when Rich
know the
Paul
inner
says,
workings.
I didn't know. Oh, I was blindsided with the rest of them.
I think they were.
Nah, I know liars. I used to live with them. And I'm telling you, Stoney, they tell on themselves. And when I heard Rich do the windmill 180, 360 slam dunk, I didn't know. I'm like, yeah,
congratulations. You know something that everybody else doesn't. That's always a good feeling to know more than everybody else. And you clearly do on this one. I mean, you know what's. Hey,
my
you
man
want to find out?
on the way out.
You want to find out what's going on with the LA Lakers and Pelinka and their front office, JJ Redick? You go to Guru, and Guru says LeBron knew.
I like the sound
LeBron
of that.
knew. Oh my God, we got to get out.
Yeah.
Crossover coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
It's your boy Guru, and you guys, I'm feeling light as a feather. is you.
I have no idea.
You watching Lakers Dallas on the plane?
Get it?
No. Why would I watch Dallas?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time. That means Mark Willard and Dan Dibley are joining us.
Yeah.
What's up, Dibs? How you doing?
Well, I'm doing great, and I can't help but notice that Guru, is that shirt, is that a medium?
It's an extra, the XL. I was double XL, so shout out to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. They've taught your boy the secret to losing 1 pound of fat.
I was thinking that you used to be like rocking the double X, and now I'm looking at that and thinking it's an X, and I don't love the cowboy shirt, but I see that you got some room in there. Now, the guns are filling up the arms, but okay. Yeah. I didn't need to sniff for all this, but you're looking good.
I appreciate it. I feel light as a feather, and I'm just trying to do my due diligence.
I like it.
And I just want my friends and family to be a part of it, too, because they're starting to say, hey, Guru, we see some gains, and that's why I'm juiced. And I appreciate your kind words.
No problem. And you should give...
I mean, they see some losses. I knew you weren't going to be able to let that one go. Yeah.
Gains.
Yeah. I mean, I'm leaving on vacation. I got to give him something.
Exactly. You promised
some gains
to lay
in the
out.
journey. Yeah, some gains.
You promised to lay out.
Yeah.
He's having some weight loss gains.
Yes.
Which
it is a funny. It's funny.
It's a little bit of an oxymoron.
I know,
is what
exactly.
it is.
Exactly. You referred to yourself as a comedian yesterday. You have to appreciate comedy when it shows up.
That's not comedy.
It was funny.
That's mean-spirited, pointing out someone who's wrong.
I'm used to it.
He's not wrong.
Because they missed your air.
funny.
We just had KC Johnson on. Johnny forgot where he worked and how long he'd been gone.
I didn't forget.
Oh, wow.
I got salad.
I got it wrong.
Hey, you got to hear it.
I go back 30 years with a guy like KC Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also NBC Sports Chicago. Hey, KC, how you doing, buddy? He goes, yeah, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Then he read the second one. He goes, that went away. You had to hear.
I could do you one better.
Okay.
The last time we had Charles Davis on for the NFL season, this is many months ago, because I've been used to having Charles on when we were doing Fox Sports Radio stuff forever. I could not get it out of my head that he's not at Fox anymore. So I bring him on, big intro. My guy, we've been doing it for years. Charles Davis with NFL on Fox. And he starts the entire conversation. He's like, it's great to be here, but I'm on CBS. Flash forward 6 months later, we have him on again. I do the exact same thing again.
Oh,
and he's like, dude.
That's unlike you, Willard.
He's like, you got to stop.
Wow.
Like, you've got to stop doing this now.
That's pretty good.
So
here's one like that.
Sham Sharanya from Yahoo Sports joins us.
Exactly.
And that's three back or whatever.
How about this one, as long as we're on him? This one happened about 5 years ago. We brought in Terry Steinbach. Remember the old A? Because we wanted some A's conversation.
And Twins.
And Twins. He was a coach for the Twins. And I'm like, you're with Minnesota. And he goes, I got let go by Minnesota.
Dude.
Oh, man.
I've been fired.
Want to get away?
I got let go from Minnesota. Okay.
I mean, those are always tough.
Yeah, like today, it's my buddy KC, so he can.
Well, and especially, and I'm going to say this to a man that I respect, we all do, and a guy that we love, but Tim Kawakami, San Jose Mercury News, and then he went to...
That's 4 jobs ago.
He's at the Standard now.
The Athletic, the SF Standard, and so, people like that, David Lombardi, it's like, sometimes you got to Google it, Trent Baalke, and sometimes you're a job behind. It's okay.
Yeah. It's all good. I mean, it's cool to be in here in this room with Guru and Warriors beat writer Matt Steinmetz.
That's pretty
exactly.
good.
San Jose Press Democrat.
There you go.
Matt Steinmetz.
Or you could, you could Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
We could do that.
My man.
That dates me.
Yeah. That's my quarterback.
It does, yeah.
So we had a couple interesting guests on. Steve Ashburner, senior writer for NBA.com.
Steve Ashburn it down. We're going to get into it.
I did not. No, you shouldn't get killed.
No.
This is another man's opinion. I hate the opinion. I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, and
I can't wait.
KC Johnson, I don't know if you heard him.
No, because we were in the other room listening to Ashburner. Whatever his name is.
Really, it's great. It was one guy who talked a lot about Jimmy Butler's negatives and one guy who talked a lot about the positives that he brings to the table. They had very different views of Jimmy Butler.
Well, that's fine.
Off the court.
What I'm having a hard time understanding, and I think it's an NBA thing, because in the NBA, we look at these players, there's no helmets, there's no hats, and there's like just a small handful of them, NBA ones, right? And they're like, they get painted as divas, they've got these guaranteed contracts. And they will do the exact same thing that 8 guys do in the NFL every year. And then we freak out because they, quote, quit on their teammates. Someone explain to me, give me one difference between Jimmy Butler and Trent Williams.
Well, I can't
think of one difference.
I don't know what.
I never heard someone say, Trent Williams, this is inappropriate. You quit on your teammates in Washington. Maybe it's because everyone hated the owner, so they understood it, and Miami's a respected organization. I don't know if that's what it is. I don't see the difference.
Yeah, I didn't compare him to any football players. Again, with Jimmy Butler, he's working within the framework of what the NBA's become, which means if you've got juice, you can use it and get where you want. And we've seen it with a bunch of players. And that's how you find out if a player has juice or not, whether they can actually pull it off. And Jimmy pulled it off. So I just chronicled that he's had some problems in different areas when he's been around for a while. But obviously, I mean, even Ashburner, did you hear the part where he said, well, I think they could make a Western Conference Finals run with Jimmy?
I did not hear that part.
He said, you know, I'm not crazy about what he's done and how he's conducted himself, but he's a hell of a player and blah, blah, blah.
Well, the part that got me going, and we should play it for everybody so they know what we're talking about, but he's kind of finger-wagging at the Warriors.
Yeah, he did.
I'm not mad, but I'm disappointed.
I couldn't. That was
disappointed.
I wanted to like Steve,
like, classy organization, but hey, if you want to just like get what you want, they want to get what they want. What the hell?
And he's not committed any felonies.
I mean,
he hadn't put hands or paws on any of his teammates. I'm just saying that was a bit strong, but it lets you know, like, damn.
He challenged them to it, but no one stepped up in Minnesota.
He did, right?
He said, any of you want a piece, and you know, Wiggins went K-Wig, and
yeah, he did.
the kitty cat went on the scratching post, and all the rest of you can laugh. That was funny.
And you taught me laugh into the mic. You don't smile behind it. You laugh.
This guy, all he does is grin.
Oh, okay.
But to your point about like
the YouTube audience knows that you
gonna be on a red eye tonight.
NBA ones, like how many NBA ones have that au jus, as we talk about prime rib with au jus? And if you look at the list, there aren't that many. Like Jokic, if he wanted to go full on,
check.
Jimmy Butler, yeah, sure. Embiid,
check.
Well, before, I don't think anymore.
I think his career might be in
Kawhi
trouble.
Leonard. Well, he's done it
in his prime. Yeah, in his prime.
He did it with the Spurs.
Giannis might be able to do it.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
He needs
Giannis,
to.
and I'm looking just at the list
James
of salaries. LeBron James, yeah, and I mean, you go down the list. Could Trae Young like flex on Atlanta? They might
might go down to the fourth quarter.
Trae, man, you just did that thing.
No, I think it's more people than you think.
Lauri Markkanen, you gonna flex on Utah?
Yeah, I mean he
All
could.
Right. He could, but
Dame,
you stink.
Dame Lillard did it. He never went anywhere. Dame Lillard did it.
Like, well, he did it in Portland, but he can't do it now in Milwaukee.
SGA can do it easy.
Why not?
I'm just talking about right now.
Well, I'm just like all I'm
who's
saying.
Who's an NBA one who could flex on their team? Like
Jason Tatum,
Anthony Edwards,
yeah,
flex on Minnesota.
Yeah.
Tatum.
Yeah,
but I mean, if a player wants out, De'Aaron Fox just did it.
He did do it,
and he got out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is De'Aaron Fox like that dude? NBA one? He's a good player, but I don't think he's in the conversation we were just having. But he did it. I just, again, like. There
was no crime.
This is player empowerment, and there you go. It bothers a lot of people. And LeBron is at the forefront of this, but it has worked its way through all sports. Kirk Cousins was the first quarterback to be like, "You're going to fully guarantee my contract."
Much as we laugh at him,
and then they did. Yeah, and then they did. And I mean, Deshaun Watson is still sitting here, the worst contract in sports. But how's he doing? Got $230 million and forced his way to a spot, and it turns out he's not even a good player.
Did you say Debo? Did I miss that?
No, but I mean, I don't think that applies because I think the Niners are happy to move Debo on.
He cashed that chip a couple years ago.
They asked Debo to take a pay cut.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a guy who did that.
He did it.
You know,
I don't think he can do it anymore.
Hell no, he couldn't.
Not good enough. But anybody who's good can go to their boss and be like, I'm out. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. So...
it's not over, is how I believe. Like, there'll be another Jimmy Butler to your exercise.
I guess I'm just not offended by it.
Either am I.
It's interesting to me how many fans will look at this and go, "Oh, he left his teammates." And every time, it's like when you do that, you're automatically backing ownership, and nobody asks for loyalty from them. Nobody asks for loyalty from them, especially if you want to talk in the NFL.
Well, in the NBA, the loyalty is we're going to give you a fully guaranteed contract, and we're going to expect you to, play basketball during that contract. That, for me, is the loyalty they show you. And so, Jimmy
Butler.
How's that
loyalty? That's an expectation. Loyalty would be like, we're not going to trade you. Or we're not going to bench you.
Would Miami have traded Jimmy Butler if he didn't want to be traded?
Never.
Of course not.
I don't know. They wouldn't pay him what he was worth.
But he had a player option for the contract that he signed.
Understood.
So
but
from Miami's standpoint, it is, we gave you this contract, and now you're not even through it, and you want out? Yeah, that to me is not them being disloyal.
But why? Again, it's not about disloyalty. It's about why do we only ask that of the player is what I'm saying. We only ask that of the player. Oh, you signed the contract. You have to honor the contract. Well, the team doesn't. We have a buyout market. We have trades. We have benchings. Now, the NBA and Major League Baseball are at least forced because they are guaranteed contracts. I understand from that standpoint. But we don't demand that when a contract is agreed to, that the team see it through. We only demand that the players see it through.
The team has to pay it through. And
unless they opt to move it somewhere else or buy it out.
Right. But if Jimmy Butler never said a word and he played it out and they wanted to buy him out, that's $95 million, and then he gets to go somewhere anyway.
Understood.
So they would never do that.
Understood. But at the same time, they can do a lot of different things, and the player and they did. I mean, you don't wait to negotiate until a contract is up. You do it before that. That's what anybody would do.
Right.
Especially when you're empowered, and Jimmy is. And so he did, and they were like, we're not doing what you want. Then his only power is to say, well, then I'm not doing what you want.
Exactly. And that's the one thing that makes me a little bit cautious about this experiment here. When we talk about 2.5 years of Jimmy Butler, it's really 1.5 years of Jimmy Butler, and it's really 1 year of Jimmy Butler. Because when you get through next year, do you think that Jimmy wants another contract beyond? Right. So
but at that
he plays
level,
out this year at some level.
Maybe.
You play out this year and you get into next year and you get into getting close to February and it's like, now I'm down to just 1.5 years. I want an extension. And he's done that before. And if the Warriors are like, Jimmy, I mean, you've barely been here a year. Yeah. We don't want to do that. It's possible that he goes back into Jimmy doesn't want to play mode. And that's kind of what Steve Ashburner was saying.
No doubt. But I would bet, I know how I would respond to that, and I bet most Warrior fans would agree with me, is like, in this moment, who cares? Like, who cares?
That's fair.
And that's kind of
a year from now.
But it was one of the things, it's even more than that. I look at it now and say, that's what I was wrong about 2 weeks ago. Like, that's some of the stuff I was worried about. And now, because they've declared so much at such a level for now, like now we're asking about, are you worried about when Steph's about to turn 38 and 39? Like, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
If it blows up, there's ways to get out of it. It's short-term enough that what's happening now makes it worth it.
And I tried to tell...
Hold on, go ahead. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And we brought it up, and before Ashburner came on, Dibs, and I'll ask you, is that not that Stoney woke up this morning trying to hate on Jimmy Butler, but it's 5-1, there's a euphoria, there's a newfound enthusiasm, and the parallels to a relationship they fascinate me. If I'm dating somebody that's been divorced 3 times, but you're mine, I don't sit there and talk to you about what went wrong in those 3 other relationships. We can have that conversation, but it won't be every time. And if I'm a spouse, I'm like, okay, it's you and I against the world. Let's go have fun and build what we build. why are we talking about what could possibly revert and go wrong?
Well, you better know what went wrong. Like, if you're marrying a woman and she's been through 3 and you're number 4, you better know what happened the first 3. And if you want to look at his first 3, it was, Chicago.
Right. And whatever happened.
Chicago, things got sour. Yeah. Minnesota, he blew it up.
Yeah.
And
Miami.
Yeah, well, I mean, Philadelphia to me was a stopover. Philadelphia was, kind of like a Tinder.
But if I'm willing to take
Bumble.
on that chance on whatever your answer was on what went wrong,
you better know.
I'm your 4th.
You better know.
But we don't have to talk about it every time, and that's why I'm like, let's enjoy the party.
You don't have to talk about it every time. But if you look at Jimmy Butler and you are spouse number 4, and you know what went wrong in A, B, and C, you should try to do everything you can to avoid A, B, and C happening again. And that's where I give the Warriors credit, because for me, Miami blew up because he wanted that bag. And so Golden State said, here's the bag. And I think Minnesota,
got that out the way.
Minnesota blew up because he didn't have OGs to play with. Here are some OGs. And I think Chicago blew up because you had Derrick Rose get hurt and that whole thing. You mentioned Joakim Noah and other names. Dude, the names you were throwing out made me feel nostalgic. And I was like, oh my God, that's right. And then that thing broke apart the way, if this thing breaks apart that way, well, Jimmy, you're 38. Now you got no options, bro. So I do think the Warriors are aware of what happened before, and I think that they've mitigated them by what they have.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be aware of what he's done, and then you weigh the risk and reward. And right now it looks like the reward is worth the risk. And maybe there will never be a risk you're going to have to deal with.
Right.
But, I to ignore it would be foolish, but yeah, to talk about it all the time would also be foolish. But it's part of his past, and we'll see what he does here.
Yeah, they need each other. Both parties needed each other all outdoor.
And I get that he's been extended, but it's a very short extension. It's a short extension, and the circumstances with the age of the stars that we're talking about make it that I now feel like this is less risky than how I felt about it even 2 weeks ago.
Is there still a last dance feel to this?
Well, I don't know about that. And what I was concerned about was A, the extension, and B, did you just use up all the flexibility that you had for the next 2 years? The Warriors have responded in the way that, as a fan, I hope that I take them at their word, because Joe Lacob has done this in the past, that they are still willing to make a lot of deals. Like, they are still willing to sign Jonathan Kaminga and go into the tax and do all of these things. If that's the case and you're still feeling flexible, then I have many fewer concerns, even if this were to blow up 18 months from now.
Why were the Warriors able to get a player as good as Jimmy Butler for as little as they got him for?
It was a blessing because of his theatrics.
Exactly. So, that, it's part of the equation. It is. And the Warriors weighed it, and they feel like it's going to be okay for a couple years.
But I've sort of arrived at a spot that when that happens with an organization, the blame is shared.
Oh, I'm not saying it isn't.
Yeah, Miami has some Miami stuff on could have done what Dallas did. Man. Do it in the weeds. If you see something coming, do it in the middle of the night when no one realizes that there's a problem. The 49ers and Brandon Ayuk last summer, that was blood was on everybody's hands. And there's still hurt feelings now because of it. So, we can put this all on Jimmy for being a malcontent. And I don't think he behaved perfectly, but he behaved as people do when the stakes keep getting raised. And he had power, and he asked for some things to happen, and they didn't happen, and people start fighting, and that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I do like what you said about the Draymond Green part of it as it pertains to, what the offseason might bring. And I just wonder what you guys would think about a Steph, Jimmy, KD, and everyone core, no Kaminga, or you have Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, Kaminga, and the rest of them. Which one would you rather have? Because I can't help but think about a Draymond and Kaminga sign and trade for KD, whatever picks go or whatnot. But which one to you is more appetizing?
I would take Durant.
You take Steph, Jimmy, Durant,
yes.
and
if you have to move Kaminga and Draymond, I would.
Right. And I mean, you wind up with Pods and Moody and TJD and Quentin. And
you're not reading the chessboard. I'm right behind Steiny, but that shit, Draymond's a lifer. Well, and his relationship with Curry.
They tried to trade him for KD.
Yeah, allegedly.
They tried to. I've talked to multiple people in the organization.
You don't believe
it? It was on the table.
I don't believe
it. He was on the table. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, on the table doesn't mean packaged and ready to go.
If KD says yes, Draymond is a Suns.
I don't believe that.
I do believe it. 100%.
That's interesting. I don't believe that. Where can I read that in print?
Probably Sham.
It's not in print, but
yeah.
I don't know how
nobody here locally has put that.
I don't know how you get KD without Draymond being a part of it. I mean, it's not going to be Wiggins and Kaminga.
I get that, but are you? I just
I'll
feel
bet
like
you that Draymond's not going to be a lifer.
No, I
don't think he's going to end his contract.
Are you going to put that in the cap?
No, I mean, just
put it in the cap.
Well, listen. If you
do, you remember we used to put things in the cap?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had a show together, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
51 weeks, longest year of my life. Oh, boy.
I remember, 4 years ago, I was like, "Goo, how many of the big three you think will retire here?" And you said 3.
I said 3,
and I said I don't think so. And
but I thought after the pool situation, Dre was attainable. Like they were tired of it, but he got rewarded with 4 for 100. Will, all I'm saying is, I don't believe Dre. His relationship he's a byproduct of Steph, and he's brought something to the table. They gave him a new deal, and I would just be shocked. Yeah, I got you. But I would just be shocked.
To me, that deal is really attractive if you are a team, next year, offseason or deadline, and he's only making $25 million, and he still is a winning player. If I'm a team that needs a dog, that's attractive to me.
But what if they go on this run without Kevin Durant as is? Why would you need to?
No, you wouldn't.
You know what I mean? It's like we got action with Dre.
But if you're the 6th seed and Memphis beats you in 5, all of a sudden now you look at it and go, man, maybe we need Giannis or KD, whatever we need, maybe we need it.
Well, it'll be circumstantial, absolutely.
Of course.
Which is what Mike Dunleavy has done really well, and it ended up turning his way, it appears. It's still only been 6 games. But 2 weeks ago I'd have been with you, Steiny. I would have said Kevin Durant. But based on where we sit now, even though it's only been 6 games, I'm so attracted to what they were able to keep.
That's amazing.
You know what I mean? And I'm not saying 2 timelines by any of that stretch. It's more just about, it is about Kaminga, but also the draft picks. Like, that's part of why I don't worry about Jimmy's attitude. The whole thing about this that's great, there's 5-1 and you look good.
But you
that's
kept
great.
your assets.
But it feels risk-free.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Like you can just wiggle right out of this if it doesn't go well.
Willard, real quick, I called the Warriors desperate. My buddy texted me like, how could they be desperate? They didn't give up everything.
Yeah, but
they still were desperate. They needed an infusion of what Jimmy brought.
They were going to do something come hell or high water. That feels like a measure of desperation.
And they gave up next to nothing. Yep. If the pick they gave up was number 20, you gave up nothing. Before you go,
a little old piece, Steiny.
That was a noise.
One piece of advice before you go. And I need you to look at me.
Are you giving it to him or asking him for it?
I'm giving it to him.
Look at me.
As a man,
from Dibs, this makes careers. Listen,
I've played golf with you for 17 years, and I haven't played with you lately, but look at me, Steiny. Take an extra club. If you think it's a 7-iron, pull the 6.
All right.
Hit one extra club.
Man.
Where are you going?
Everywhere.
Kiowa, South Carolina.
Wow.
It's his annual trip to Kiowa.
Look at it.
Every year, he comes back.
You guys should discuss this without me.
He shoots
a couple more minutes.
Guys, have a great rest of the show.
I'm impressed by you.
Have fun on 95.7.
Hit one extra. You're welcome.
Will do.
Thank you. He won't.
My guys.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. I'm hot to try today, man. We're about to do this. 888-957-9570. Of course you don't forget the past. What's that silly thing that they tell you when you invest? Right? Those past results may or may not be indicative of future happenings or whatever the hell that stupid phrase is.
No, I'll give you a 2 for that.
No,
but
I'm not going for something here. I'm just, I'm not an investor. Right. You get what I'm saying.
Right.
You want to know what happened, but I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I refuse to allow other people to do this on our radio station. Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, NBA TV. We'll play for you what he said. He finger-wagged the Warriors, and he said, enjoy the honeymoon. He may have a point, but that's not even the point. Like, this is one thing I'm very careful to try. I know it's hard, but I try to do this in life. Let's say you got a good buddy who meets somebody. You've never met them before. And he tells you, my God, this guy, what a jerk. This is what he did to me. He did that to me. He did this to me over here. I can't believe this guy. When you meet that person for the first time, how you feeling about him?
A little jaded, maybe.
Right?
But my mind is open enough to understand that things can be different. And you know that I love horse racing. And when you go to bet on a horse race, you look at the past performances.
Yep.
And especially when you deal with a maiden race, which is horses who have never won before. And you might have 6 horses who have never won before, and you look at their past performances and you try to figure out who's close and who's good and who's got no shot. And that's a little bit like this, where Jimmy Butler's got a past performance, and he's got a Chicago run, which was pretty good and then bad. And Minnesota, he blew it up. Philadelphia, it was a brief one-race stint. And
whatever.
He must have come off LASIX or whatever it was, and it was a bad run. And then Miami's the one that's curious because it was really, really good, almost incredible, but it was really, really good. And then in the end, it got bad. And then now the Warriors claimed him. So now the Warriors are the 5th team to have Jimmy Butler. And you got to figure out, like, who's the real Jimmy?
Yeah, I'm going to judge Jimmy Butler's attitude and who he is as a person starting now with the Warriors. That doesn't mean that what happened before didn't happen. I can have my feelings about that. But his Warriors tenure starts now. And I am not going to think about anything that happened in the future because let's not act like we're experts on it. And let's not act like there's one side. This is one thing that was curious to me. I might have even agreed with some of the takes that were out there. Shaq had one famously. A lot of former NBA players. Jimmy, you can't do this.
Do you, Shaq?
No, I don't really have a Shaq. You can't quit on your team. You can't.
It's a 3.
You can't quit really on your team. Why do we do this to players? I don't get it. Once and for all, what is this don't quit on your team thing? The team quits on them all the time. Constantly.
Not in the NBA.
Yes. Well, I mean, in one way or another, fair. Does Dennis Schroeder feel like he should be there for the team? My God, he gets traded every Tuesday.
He's been traded 5 times in the last year.
That's all I'm saying. I know it's not apples to apples because what a team does and what a player does in terms of disloyalty, they're different acts, but they're still disloyal. I don't understand. Sometimes we do this to athletes where we ask of them to do something we would never do. We would never look at ourselves that way if we felt like we were being disenfranchised at work, if we were being held down by people, if we were being unloved, unwanted, uncared for. We'd speak up and we'd start bucking to whatever level that we can, and we would look for another job. Is there another company in this space that would have me? And I've done it. And I've worked my way out of the middle of a contract before.
Sure.
So,
did Miami do that to Jimmy Butler?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on what they did, but something clearly ticked him off, and I can't sit here today and tell you that he's wrong. I don't know what upset him.
I can't sit here and tell you that Miami's wrong.
Neither, and I'm not either.
I was to guess, if I was to point the finger on who was more to blame, I would point it at Jimmy Butler. Because of, what we know from the outside. And again, we weren't there on the inside, but what we've seen through the tea leaves and the reports and all the rest of it was Jimmy Butler wanted a contract extension, and they said, nah, we're good. And then he said, well, I'm going to take my Butler and go home. That, to me, is the thumbnail sketch of what happened.
I think it's way more complex than that. Let's not forget that at certain points, Miami sent him home. Now, I know that everyone will go, oh, but who started it? Well, now we're on the playground in fourth grade.
Right.
Like, Miami sent him home for part of this. Part of it was Jimmy he missed a plane. Like, sure, I'm not saying that his behavior was perfect by any stretch, but what I don't think we know is the premise to this, number one. And number two, let me take what you just said and let's pretend that we know it to be fact. Jimmy asked for an extension. The Heat said, we're not playing around with that. And then Jimmy said, well, now I'm uncomfortable playing right now. What's so bad about that? We watch players do that in sports all the time. All the time. I mean, what is any contract holdout in August in the NFL? You won't extend me.
That's August.
But whatever.
That's not in the regular season.
It doesn't matter.
These are games. It does matter.
A lot of them do stretch into the regular season.
But this is not that. This is not August. This is like the middle of the NBA season.
Regular season NFL games. People miss. Hassan Reddick did it this year.
Ayuk didn't do it.
No, he didn't.
And Trent didn't do it.
Because the Niners gave him what he wanted.
Right.
But would he have if the Niners didn't? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't know. And I would argue that the preseason is still very much team activities because August does affect September. We watched it.
Well, it affected him, but it's not the same as the middle of the season where, you got Jimmy Butler, who's a key piece in your team, and you're right in the middle of the pack in the East, and then you decide that, you're good, you're out. And the first one was conduct detrimental to the team. We don't know what that was. That might have been a, MF, I'm out of here. And if I don't get my bag, then I'm not playing. Or whatever it was, they decided, you know what? You need to go away for 7 games.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So whatever he did to get a 7-game, Draymond Green called Kevin Durant, his teammate, the B word, and he got 1 game. Jimmy Butler got 7 games.
Right. This became an untenable situation. Look, before we continue this discussion, let's let you know the backbone of the whole thing, which is a conversation that took place on Stein and Goo earlier today with a gentleman by the name of Steve Ashburner, who's with NBA.com and NBA TV, NBA analyst, and they get into a conversation about Jimmy. We'll play all of it for you, however. This is the one that, for me, really got me going, where he says essentially that he's disappointed in the Warriors for bailing Jimmy out.
First he said he would go to any of the 29 teams other than Miami. Then he said, nah, to Milwaukee, nah, to Golden State. He wanted Phoenix because he believed they would pay him, give him the extension. And then the Warriors, frankly, personally, I find it disappointing that the Warriors satisfied that sort of low character, those strategy in terms of getting what he wanted. It's like being undercut. You're trying to discipline your child. And I'm fine putting it in those terms because of the way he's behaved. You're trying to discipline your child, and then your spouse says, oh, no, don't worry about what dad or mom said. Do it this way. High-class organization, but to me, that was a low-class decision. They got what they wanted, I guess, and if money is no object, that's fine. I'll just say enjoy it now, because 2 years from now, or even a year from now, if Jimmy Butler thinks that he should have a contract paying him until age 42 or 43, he could go through this whole thing again.
And fine. Like, first of all, it is completely asinine to suggest that a professional sports team should not look out for its own interests above everything else. And basically, he's insinuating they should collude with the rest of the league to punish Jimmy Butler for stuff that they don't even know about.
So you walk into Goodwill and you see a jacket that retails for $1,000, and you look at it and you pull the tag and it's $58.99, and you think, you know what? I can't buy this because, man, somebody got rid of it and they shouldn't have, and it's worth more than $58.99. I shouldn't buy this. That's what the Warriors did. They saw a player that they could get for 25 cents on the dollar, because if Jimmy was not disgruntled and you tried to trade for him, it would have cost you more than Slow-Mo, Schroeder, Lindy, Wiggins, and a pick.
By the way, I'll do you one better. You ever go to the grocery store, and I'll see you in the aisles.
Yep.
You ever go to the grocery store and accidentally one of the employees there, some 17-year-old acne-faced kid, stuck a sale sign on the wrong product.
Got him.
And then you go and get your English muffins, and you want them for $2.99, and the beep is $4.99. Oh, we're about to have words up in here. We're calling customer service over. You need to refund me my $2, even though you damn well know that thing is not supposed to be priced $2.99. We all do this.
Luckily, with the 4U app, we get savings up and down the aisles.
It comes right out of your app immediately.
We could do a whole show on this.
We could. Anyway.
No, the point is well taken, right?
All I'm saying, and like, here's another way to say it. Check this out. And I get that a lot of you feel this way, and it's not even that I'm against you, but 925 in all caps just wrote, "You're getting millions to play a game. Go play." Why can't I rebut that and say the Miami Heat are getting paid billions for Jimmy to go play for them? Why don't they play? That's all he's doing. Now, listen, did he handle it perfectly? Looks like not. And I'm not an expert on Jimmy Butler and Miami and their relationship. But I do know this. Everybody's getting paid, and everybody should be looking out for what they're worth. And they should not be afraid to speak up for that and act on that. I firmly, firmly believe that.
Well, this is where you and I differ, because he's under contract and he had a player option, so he just didn't want to play for them anymore. And that's
Which
where...
is also fine.
It's allowable, but it's not necessarily the best way to go about it. I mean, you can go about it however you want to go about it.
The Warriors didn't want Andrew Wiggins to play for them anymore. Tried to give him away last year.
Right. They tried to give him away a bunch of times.
Yeah. So, and he was under contract for many more years.
And he still is.
Yeah.
And he still gets paid wherever he is.
All right. 888-957-9570. There's more to hear from Steve Ashburner. Great stuff today. We got a lot of Warriors to do. Obviously, they play a game at home tonight against Charlotte. The 2015 team will be celebrated. Buster Olney's going to be on the show today, as well as we'll get into a little Giants ball. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls right now. Your comfortability on Jimmy Butler, quote, the attitude. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This Game Day Traffic Report is brought to you by...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. Willard and Dibs is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Ready for this quote? This is from Shams.
Yeah, I know you're excited because little Pearl Jam coming back.
Little Pearl Jam. Funniest thing I saw on social media after the Super Bowl. Like, white people will like complain that they had no idea what Kendrick Lamar was saying, and then they'll go listen to Pearl Jam.
Right.
I'm like, that's pretty funny. That's fair. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen to this quote from Shams. Quote, he does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of. But I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now. End quote.
Yeah.
I mean, the honeymoon is like we're knee deep. And I get that. That's wonderful. I'm not taking a shot at it. Is that going to last? I don't know, but I don't know. To me, that's worthwhile to enter into this conversation.
It is. And I think about a presidency, maybe not this one, but a presidency. We talk about the first 100 days. And so the first 100 days of Jimmy Butler would take us through the end of the regular season. And, you know, we don't normally judge a presidency, or at least we used to not do this. Nowadays in social media, it's like, you know, day one, you're a bum. I love you. You're my guy. MAGA. Impeachment, whatever you want to do. Yeah. Now we do it after like 12 minutes, but it used to be 100 days. So for Jimmy Butler, 100 days would be the end of this year. And then we can take a deep breath and take a look and see what it was like and the honeymoon and all the rest of it. But so far, they are winning.
Yeah.
He's playing great. The other guys around him are also playing great. The vibes are great. You're moving up the standings. Like, what more do you want?
Well, and again, to respond to the comments that we just played from Steve Ashburner of NBA.com and NBA TV, when he said, basically, and we had a bunch of texts come in and say, that was a horrible analogy. When he likened the Warriors to a spouse that undercuts his or her spouse, like when one like a mom or a dad is trying to punish a kid, and the other parent comes in and goes, oh, no, they didn't do anything wrong. It's fine. Forget that. The Warriors and Heat are not married. They compete with one another. So on one hand, he says, boy, the Warriors is a low-class move to undercut the Heat because of Jimmy's behavior. In the next breath, he's got the gall to say this.
Yeah, I mean, from a basketball standpoint, I mean, I got to be honest. I mean, I think it's a very good fit. And if he's motivated and he's showing up and actually playing games, I mean, his nights off became an issue with the Heat as well. But if he's out there playing games, I mean, I think he's a great fit there. He's a nice compliment, you know, for a team that gets a lot of attention for its three-point game and has so for, you know, the better part of a decade.
I'm glad it didn't, but the interview should have ended there. That's it. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do. Now, if the guy's out here committing crimes in the streets, we have a different conversation. But the Golden State Warriors are not in the business of punishing themselves because somebody halfway across the world is in a fight with Pat Riley. What an odd way to look at sports.
Right. I mean, it's not a fraternity in terms of, like, how do I make myself better? Well, we can't make ourselves better because they're mad at Jimmy Butler and Jimmy's holding them hostage. So we can't possibly trade for Jimmy Butler. And here's the other idea. All right, Jimmy wants out so badly and Phoenix won't work because, you know, Beal won't move and KD won't come here and all the other things that broke down. And you get into the final day of negotiations and it's like, well, Miami is still desperate to move him and we are still desperate to get better. So what can we do? Wiggins and three other guys and a pick, and you know we're gonna bring in this team, and we're gonna trade Dennis Schroeder 4 different times. And sorry, Dennis, you get your frequent flyer miles, but you're going to Utah and you're going to Miami and you're going to wherever he wound up. I think he wound up in Detroit.
He's on the Pistons.
He's a Pistons.
He's playing too.
Yeah.
And they're playing. They beat those Clippers last night.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dennis.
And do they still have Detroit on the schedule, or have
the Warriors?
Yeah, have they played them twice already?
I feel like. Oh no, I know they do. March 8th. Ooh. Saturday, March 8th. Detroit is here. Schroeder revenge game.
Schroeder video.
Yeah,
Schroeder tribute video.
We got Luka tonight, and then Schroeder on March 8th. The biggest revenge games remaining on the NBA schedule.
Right. And I wonder, and this is a question for Raymond Ritter, at what level do you give a guy a tribute video? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the first time. Dennis Schroeder. Schroeder.
They could literally play all of his 20 games.
Yeah.
And fit it into the video.
Exactly.
Actually, we're going to play his entire career. If you come early, we'll show you all of Dennis's shots.
And I wonder,
the ones that missed.
He doesn't get the video, but I wonder if he at least gets at the first time out in the first quarter, Warrior fans, just for the first time, if you could sit down and quietly nod for Dennis Schroeder.
No, I don't think he does. I don't think the Warriors.
We don't have to put our hands together, but
no,
can we at least
he's getting minutes out there.
Yeah,
he's getting some minutes.
He gets minutes everywhere.
Let me see what he did last night for the Pistons by helping the Warriors with a win by 9 over the Clippers. Schroeder had 19 minutes off the bench.
Oh,
and he filled it up with 7 points.
Okay,
5 of them from the 3-point line or free throw line. He was a plucky 1 for 6 from the field. Dennis Schroeder, 2 rebounds, 4 assists.
Shout out Christy, your fiance for Plucky.
Yeah.
She'll love that.
Yes.
That one will hurt later.
Probably not listening at this hour, but anyway. We'll go to Leo. Let's go to Leo. He's on 880 on Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570. How's this all hitting you? Butler's history, his attitude. There's some Draymond sound about this whole thing that we really have to play for you. We'll do it in a second. But hey, Leo, what's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. And I guess I saw this totally different from that other caller, because what I always thought all along is this was Golden State Warriors and Butler. I don't want to use the word colluding, but colluding to drive down the assets Golden State had to give away to get Butler. Because, look, Beal wasn't ever going to be moved from anybody on Phoenix, so that wasn't practical. You're going to move Kevin Durant and you're not going to ask him? Like, Steph Curry's not going to text him, do you want to come here? That was a joke. What they were doing with Pat Riley, and I think he knew it, is making sure Butler couldn't go anywhere and doing that high-stakes poker. But Butler was coming here all along. So it was all about whether we had to give – this whole thing was, do we have to give up Kaminga to get Butler or not? And the Warriors won.
I mean,
to me,
yeah. Leo, it's an interesting take, and obviously there's all kinds of twists and turns behind the scenes that none of us really know about. Leo, appreciate it. Essentially, if that were to be true, that means all of those reports where Jimmy was not going to sign an extension with Golden State, those are untrue. And I'll tell you why I see it a little bit differently. Like when he said, "Look, you're not going to trade Kevin Durant without asking him." Well, yeah, they were. The Suns were. The Mavericks did. They traded their star without asking. I think the Suns absolutely agreed to trade Kevin Durant. But then, yes, Steph called to check on him. Kevin said he didn't want to do it. Now, the Warriors could have still acquired him.
Right.
He would have come played, but they chose not to do it. So, look, I don't know. I wasn't in on these meetings. Maybe Leo's got the whole conspiracy theory all set. I don't know. But I don't feel like this was a high-powered move just to get to Golden State. I just think that that's the way it fell.
Right. I think that it was a high-powered move by Jimmy to get money. And once it was pretty clear that Phoenix wouldn't be able to move Kevin to bring in Jimmy, because if Phoenix brought in Jimmy, they would have had to give him an extension. Otherwise, Jimmy Butler's not going anywhere. I mean, you could trade him, but then he can go to his new team and just go into full Jimmy mode and say, I got a hammy, I got a groin, I got an adductor, my toe, whatever it is, my neck and my back. It's easy for a player to, beg out of games based on any injury or, mythological injury. And so I do think that it broke the way it broke because the whole Phoenix thing fell apart. And then Miami still was highly motivated to trade him. And Golden State was the one team still with assets and the willingness to try to get him in.
Yeah, here's kind of what I would really credit Mike Dunleavy with. Did he get a break or 2 or 3? Paul George, Larry Markkinen, Kevin Durant, did he get a break? Maybe. But here's the word for me where Mike Dunleavy deserves a ton of credit. And the word is patience. And it paid off for him here. Because when Jonathan Kaminga goes down, the Warriors start losing basketball games. If you watch this thing, like in the month of January, when Kaminga goes out and they start really struggling, right? They've lost 7 of 10 when the Lakers come here on January 25th. And the Warriors' record falls under 500 at 22-23. It's January 25th, and the deadline is just right around the corner. But he waits. He waits. They call Kevin Durant. He doesn't want to come. He doesn't force it. Like, in the face of continued losses and, let's be honest, moments where it felt like the season was totally slipping away, the Warriors, in a desperate moment, didn't panic, and they could have. They probably could have. They could have panicked, but they didn't. They waited, and then something presented itself to them, and they said yes. And lo and behold, in 2 weeks, and in one of the weeks they didn't even play basketball, in 2 weeks, all of a sudden, the 5 or the 6 seed feels inevitable in this moment. I mean, the season literally felt like it was about over 2 weeks ago.
It was in trouble. And then I do think that a lot of it was media created, and I put the media on you and me and, Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Guru and all the rest of it, because...
What did we create?
We created Zion and Ingram, Levine, Vucevic, Cam Johnson, LeBron, KD, Jimmy Butler.
You don't think that all of those players were brought up in at least phone calls?
I'm not saying they weren't, but what I'm saying is that in terms of the public purview and the public perception of like what was really being pursued, and we go through one by one. Brandon Ingram, to me, no. It was a non-starter. He and the coach don't see eye to eye. Zion Williamson, even though it was kind of a buy low because of his contract, you can get out of it. I don't believe that the Warriors saw him as a basketball fit.
I don't believe the Pelicans made him available.
Okay.
I don't even think he was available.
Let's keep going then. Yeah. LeBron James. I mean, that's pie in the sky, LeBron, but that popped up. Like, ooh,
it pops up, but
LeBron.
In that case, he has all the control.
Right. So LeBron was a no.
If he wants it. Yeah.
Zach LaVine and, exactly. And you and I are saying no, and I can only imagine what they're saying inside the Warriors facility because they see what he is, and Zach is he's like a Jordan Poole plus. He'll get you 24 and you'll go 30 and 52. And it's like, damn, LaVine, he's a bucket getter. He'll go 9 of 23 every single night. That doesn't fit here. LaVine was a no. And then the Cam Johnson and the Vucevic, I do think that they were attractive, but the Warriors were looking for more. They were looking for big games. So if you take LaVine, Vucevic, Johnson out, Zion, Ingram, LeBron out, it comes down to KD and Jimmy Butler. And KD, they were, I'm going to borrow from our friend Filipponi from Pittsburgh, they were at the 1 yard line now. They were right there. And that thing didn't actually consummate. It was not a consummation sensation.
They got spooked, and for good reason.
Kevin got spooked.
Well, no, I think the Warriors got spooked by the idea of Kevin not wanting to be here.
Right.
Like they went through all of these conversations with the idea that Kevin would come back and would be happy about it.
Yeah.
Because it is a better basketball situation. That would be a better chance to win. But
for sure.
I think he's surprised. Like he got a phone call from Steph Curry. And then Curry, after that phone call, probably called Mike Dunleavy and went, dude, it's a no from him, dog.
Yeah.
Like that's not what we thought we were going to hear.
And I think the answer was not yet or not now.
Yes.
Which I do think is kind of fun.
It sure is.
It's fun for the future, but when all of that happens, when there's like names that were out there that were absolute no's and other names that were not available, it boils down to Kevin or Jimmy. And when Kevin says, nah, not now, you pivot to Jimmy, and it's like, it's Jimmy. What can we do to make this happen? So I do think the Dunleavy process was probably a lot more streamlined than what we thought. Like, Cam and Vucevic, I'm sure he made calls, but it was more, I would imagine, calls of like, hey, what would it take just in case, we get to our plan B? Because they're plan B guys.
Well, they were already on the phone with Miami because Jimmy was in the Kevin Durant deal too.
Right, of
Jimmy
course.
was going to end up in Phoenix. So these teams are already on the phone with each other. They're dealing with one another. And yes, it was a pivot. Now, did the Warriors know all along, boy, this is plan B. If the Kevin thing falls through, we'll just go direct to Miami. Maybe they knew, or maybe it showed up with 48 hours to go, and Jimmy did an about face, and his agent said, yeah, actually, Jimmy will do an extension there. You got your $111 million ready to go because Phoenix isn't going to work out. So if you got your 111, we'll do that. And trust us, when we get there, we'll tell everybody that's what we wanted all along. And this is the best thing we've ever found in the whole world and all the NBA teams. This is incredible. We love it. Steph Curry is a god, and I never wanted to be anywhere but here, and I don't ever want to leave. That's what we'll say. You guys good with it? Okay, ready, break. Maybe it went that way. I don't know to what level the Warriors had their chess pieces all laid out, but we do know, like, they were working on this round the clock for weeks and weeks and weeks. And I believe with the idea in mind that they absolutely had to do something.
Right.
Something.
And something big. And that's where I think that the Cam Johnson and the Nikola Vucevic was, if in the 11th hour these things totally broke apart, like Kevin was a no, and Jimmy went somewhere else, and it's just not going to happen, then maybe they would have pivoted to that at the last minute. Like, Schroeder was going to be dealt, and, Kyle Anderson was probably going to be dealt. And did you have to throw in a couple of seconds for Cam or 1 second for Nikola Vucevic? Maybe. I do think that those deals were probably back burner, like plan C, but all eyes were on Kevin and Jimmy. And when Kevin was a no, it's like, all right, Jimmy.
Yeah.
And Jimmy's not going to Phoenix, so Jimmy's got to go somewhere. And here we are. And I know Jimmy would sign with us, so that's when I think that plan A became plan B, or plan B became plan A, or however you want to do it.
Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling. What's going on, man?
Hey, thanks for taking the phone call. Hey, you know what, man? Just honestly, I don't care about Jimmy's past. All I care about is the present and what the future holds, man. Don't take it from me, man. Take it from the odds maker, the wise guys. Look at the point spread tonight. It's minus 16.5. You know what that means? We're back in the mix. Hey, this guy that Destiny brought to us, if they're healthy, we're going to be partying on Father's Day.
Whoa. Well, Jonathan, I will say this. Yeah, lock it in. Jonathan, thank you. I don't want to pour any water on the excitement. That spread tonight has a little bit less to do with the Warriors and a little bit more to do with who they're playing. By the way, it's not 16.5 anymore. It's 17.5.
Oh, God.
LaMelo Ball is out. And if you watch what the Hornets have done their last couple of games out, they can't even stay on the floor with teams. Like, they can't even get to the third quarter. And so that's why the Warriors are massive favorites tonight. But Jonathan's point is not an empty one. Like, yes, the odds makers that you were talking about yesterday, with the fact that the Warriors are now the fourth or the fifth favorite in the West to make the NBA Finals and come out of the West. Doesn't mean they're a favorite. This is still highly unlikely. But yeah, like, people with basketball minds are looking at this and going, oh, all right, this works a little bit better, more seamlessly than maybe we thought it was.
Right.
And so, to me, a flimsy point to then come in on the back end of this, and we're only 6 games in, but to come in with this level of a warning of, like, Jimmy will explode. I promise you it will explode. This was an immature move to even get him. There's no way it can work. His behavior was completely out of pocket. Like, you're allowed to think all that. All I'm saying is I think it's crazy when the player and the team get mad at one another. Why would it all lay on the player? I don't think that exists. There's no way you can. I've not heard one person be like, what the hell's Miami doing? I've not heard one person say that. And I guarantee you they at least share in this. For sure, in my mind.
That depends on what really went on behind closed doors. And, if you're Miami and you have Jimmy Butler and he goes through what he did this year, which is conduct detrimental to the team, and he gets suspended for 7 games. That was the first one, where conduct detrimental to the team. So he probably, and I'm just guessing, and I'm ballparking what that would have meant, where you're at a practice, a game, a team function, wherever you are, and you are going full-on FCC violation. You're MFing. You're bombing the coach. You're bombing.
Or I think not showing up for the plane is
this
what
was before that.
Okay.
This was the first one.
Yeah.
He got suspended 3 times. And I think the first one was, a full-on, bombs away. And, I'm MF and tired of this MF and BS and all the rest of it.
This may sound funny, but this is, I guess, my question out of it. When we get to conduct detrimental to the team, how would you feel? Because this would never come out because the player doesn't have the power to do this. But don't you think Jimmy felt like prior to the conduct detrimental to the team, he probably felt like the Miami Heat participated in some conduct that was detrimental to Jimmy?
Right. And I wonder what that would be.
I don't know.
Like not paying him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or not valuing him. I think that's what this all comes down to for 99% of these players and employees everywhere. Everyone wants to feel valued at your work, in your relationship. You want to feel valued. And then if you don't, maybe you're rational, maybe you're irrational, I don't know. But if you don't, then you're going to start acting based on the control that you have in that situation. So this is not me giving Jimmy a pass. This is me just saying I really don't believe when there's this kind of discord, I never believe that it's all on one person. You know that I hated Brandon Ayuk's behavior last summer.
Yeah.
But I don't put 100% of it on him at all. At all. The 49ers completely share in the way that went down.
Sure. And I do think that the Heat share in some of this, but, Jimmy Butler, when he says he's not happy with his role, and then he goes on a tirade, he gets 7 games, and he comes back, and then you miss a practice, and then you want to be traded and all the rest of it, and you want your money. And, yeah, I'm sure the team could have done things differently, but the player has the right to do things that they want to do. And when you have a guaranteed contract and you have a player option for $50 million, the team is kind of screwed.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Does Jimmy's attitude, his history, does it scare you? 888-957-9570. We'll take more of your calls next. Also, Draymond Green, as always, weighed in with quite the take on this situation and Jimmy's attitude and what he's like as a teammate. You're going to want to hear it, and that's next on Willard and Dibs.
Drowning in IRS debt.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I need you to listen real close to me, Pods. I'm going to need 6 rebounds from you tonight.
Poughkeepsie Kid.
Okay, Poughkeepsie Kid? I'm going to need 6.
Podziemski.
Pajowski.
Podsminski.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, Podsminski's.
Pazemski.
Thanks,
John. I'm sorry, I stepped on the last one.
Yeah.
Podziemski.
Do you have more?
Brandon Kajemski.
Yeah, the Brandon. First person ever to look at Pajemski's name and mess up the Brandon. Way to go, Luke.
Brandon Kajemski.
Brandon
Kajemski.
Yeah, he got the Pajemski. He messed up the Brandon. Anyway.
Voice sounds deep in that.
It's an upset.
I like that.
Yeah, Lucas.
Anyway, I got some. We're underdog tonight. Underdog tonight. Need me some Podsminskis.
Okay.
Need 6 rebounds or more. Don't be afraid to get 13 again. That's fine. My only damn concern with this game, and this is just from me to you prize pickers and underdogs out there, you could be very wary of the blowout. The blowout is what'll get you. That's what you have to avoid.
Blow it out. Blow it out.
Got to avoid the blowout because
you'll blow that thing out.
You'll get someone to be like, yeah, he'll score 22 or more points tonight, and he'll have 17 at halftime, and then he'll come out and score 4 in the third quarter, and then he goes to the bench for his third quarter breather, and you never see him again.
Yep.
Ugh. Devastating.
I'm on Pat Spencer over 5.5 points. Cuckoo.
Yeah. Maybe.
I mean, nothing says GT like a Pat Spencer late flurry. Garbage time, GT.
How's this grab you? This is, and by the way, was this from the Draymond Green show? Okay. Draymond on his podcast. And again, we can give you a little bit of this. Here's another taste of Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, who was with Steiny and Goo earlier today.
The taste of the Ashburner?
Yeah, he burned some things, mainly Jimmy Butler. Take a listen.
Enjoy the honeymoon. This gets down to the situation of, are you going to believe what he says about the 5th wife, or are you going to believe with how it worked out with all the first 4 wives? I think that Jimmy Butler is, I don't know how to say it. He sort of burns through relationships, seems to me.
Okay. So there's that criticism, and then here comes Draymond. I want to know, everybody, stop what you're doing, because this one's intricate. This one's got a lot to it, and we would really love to get your reaction to this. I can't wait. You and I haven't talked about this yet. I want to know what your reaction is to this. This is what Draymond says about people who get down on Jimmy Butler.
I see how people can get tired of Jimmy, because if you're not a basketball head, if you don't love this and you over-communicate like Jimmy and you dot every T, dot every I and cross every T, losers will get frustrated with that. If you don't love, eat, breathe this and more importantly, winning, you can get frustrated with that. So I can see in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it's been, how someone can get frustrated with Jimmy. Because most people aren't winner. The things that he's doing, it's music to my ears. To talk basketball with somebody that know the basketball game like Jimmy and listen and learn from somebody who know the game like Jimmy, it's music to my ears, him over-communicating the way he does.
Okay, so he's an over-communicator, but if you don't like it, Dibs, it's because you're a loser.
Yep. I mean, it feels a little harsh, but I was just thinking about it as I heard that clip, and I'm wondering how many winners he's ever played with. How many championship winners?
Jimmy or Draymond?
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy.
Because he's talking about Jimmy. And, I could see where people get tired of Jimmy because if you get tired of Jimmy over-talking, you're a loser. And the one name that I can't help but think about is a guy who we know is a champion. He was a champion here. He played with Jimmy Butler.
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah. So stand on it, Draymond. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. What you're saying is Andrew Wiggins is a loser.
Whoa.
You're saying what he's saying is don't woe me. Don't woe me. Don't woe me. What Draymond is saying is that people who play with Jimmy Butler and they get tired of Jimmy Butler are losers. Andrew Wiggins played with Jimmy Butler.
We don't know that Andrew Wiggins got tired of Jimmy Butler.
Well, they got tired of Jimmy Butler.
But he's one person.
I'm drawing from A to B to C. Draymond Green is saying that Andrew Wiggins is a loser.
You drew from A to B to P. How the hell do you know?
A to B to W.
How do you know how Andrew Wiggins and Jimmy Butler got along in Minnesota? How the hell would you know that?
All I know is
there's literally been a sum total of 0 words written about that
Jimmy
in the
Butler
history.
called the entire team out onto the floor, and he wanted to fight the team, and then he took the third stringers, and he took them apart, and then he got himself out of town.
First of all,
that we know.
That's the
urban
legend of the whole thing, number one. And number two, we have no idea where Andrew stood on that. Like, I have no idea if
Probably
Andrew,
on the weak side.
We have no idea. We have no idea. You know, I know what everyone's perceptions of Andrew Wiggins are, but there's a lot of different personalities in this league. You don't have to be a, quote, dog to be a winner. And by the way, you don't have to have won a championship to be labeled a winner. Is Derrick Rose not a winner? He played with Derrick Rose. They beefed a little bit. Is Derrick a loser?
Couldn't win the NCAA title game.
He won an MVP.
Missed a couple of free throws.
I mean, for real, though. You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
You're not a loser.
I'm just reacting to what he said. And Draymond said it with his chest.
But he just said, if you're bothered by Jimmy. I have no idea if Andrew is bothered by Jimmy. I have no idea.
Well, we don't know if anyone's bothered by Jimmy other than Pat Riley.
No, we do know some. We know some people who have gotten into headbutting matches with Jimmy Butler. By the way, important to point this out about his time in Miami. When you asked the players loved Jimmy Butler. Now, that's public statement, so maybe they're not sharing their full opinion. I don't know. But when this was all going down and Jimmy Butler, quote unquote, quit on his teammates, I never heard any teammates say that. Nobody in Miami, Tyler Hero didn't say that. They said, we love Jimmy. And we respect Jimmy. Now, when Devondre Campbell quit on his teammates, the whole league walked up to a microphone to be like, that guy's a loser. So, which is it?
Well, that was a mid-game quit.
Of course.
And it was a mid-game quit where you didn't have other linebackers who could play. So, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who was already hurt, had to go in there and play because Devondre Campbell decided he couldn't play. And we both were at that game. I was in the press box eating 7 square meals with Mark Grandy. And, when we saw that happen, I was like, Grandy, you see that? And he said, pass the salsa. And I said, here you go. And it was like, oh, my God. And then you had, Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, who was already hurt, who had to go in there and play. So this is not that.
It's not. But you know what I'm saying.
And I don't even know if he quit on his team.
Sometimes guys will speak out, and sometimes they won't. No member of the Miami Heat ripped Jimmy Butler on the way out the door.
Right. And you know what they did when he quit on the team? They went out and won games. They had the same record without Jimmy Butler as they did with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of I don't know how engaged he was all year. Even when he played.
They were 500 with Jimmy Butler, and when he shut it down, they still were about 500. And since then, over the last, in the Wiggins era, they're 1-6.
Yeah, they're not 500 anymore.
No.
So, they're a worse basketball team today than they were 2 weeks ago.
I just hear Draymond's comments. I hear Draymond's comments, and I think about all the players that Jimmy Butler has played with, and it feels to me like Draymond Green is calling all of those guys out. The crew in Minnesota, the crew in Miami. In Philadelphia, he was there for 55 games, but he was only in Minnesota for not even a season and a half. Yeah, season and 10 games.
I'm not even disagreeing with that thought as much as what I think he's doing. He's propping up Warrior culture, which Draymond always does. He always does this. It's just another chapter in the book. Draymond Green is telling you, all of you other organizations don't know how to do what we know how to do.
Yeah.
He does that all the time. Don't let us win another bleeping championship. I mean, is it going to come off as completely arrogant, pompous? Yep. And that's nothing new. So, I guess the only difference you and I have on that is you're sort of saying that Draymond's calling out individuals. I think he's calling out organizations. I think that's what he's doing. He's saying if Jimmy Butler didn't fit in your organization, that's because your organization doesn't know how to do it. And if his over-communication bothers you, you're not a hoop head. I don't know. Maybe Andrew Wiggins loved it because Andrew doesn't want to be the communicator. He doesn't want to be the leader. So maybe he loved playing with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and I don't know. And I would wonder what the Minnesota perspective was. We heard the Chicago perspective earlier from Steve Ashburner and others, but the Minnesota one is the one that strikes me as interesting because he was there for one season and then 10 games, and he got dealt.
Yep.
So, like Chicago, he was there for 6 full years, and they did what they did. And, Derrick Rose got hurt, and they had a pretty good veteran team that could never quite get over the hump. And then you go to Minnesota, and within a year and change, you want out, and then you get out, and you go to Philadelphia, and then they don't want you, and then you go to Miami, and, you're there for 4 or 5 years before you blew up that spot. So I think it's pertinent when you look at Golden State. It's different. He's older. They're older. And he doesn't really have the opportunity to do what he did in Minnesota now because he's 35.
Right. He's 35, and he's walking into a completely different culture with more accomplished star teammates. That's the other thing, If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. We invite you to do that with all of our shows, Steiny and Guru as well. You can check out today's show, find out if Guru had any luck in convincing Steiny that the Warriors might actually go somewhere before Steiny leaves and goes somewhere on his vacation. So you can check that out. 888-957-9570. We will continue to take your Warrior phone calls, your Jimmy Butler phone calls. Do you have any concerns about Jimmy's history? Also, how do you react to the very big statement that Anthony Slater said to us yesterday? We'll play that for you next. Buster only in 1 hour. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. No significant delays if you're headed to Chase Center for this evening's Warriors game at 7. Traffic on the Bay Bridge, Highway 101, 280, all moving well.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from
stand on it. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to lovely Christy. I'm going on a honeymoon later this year.
Yeah?
And I'm going to be in that phase as long as possible, okay? Long as possible.
Where are you guys going?
Undisclosed location.
Okay.
I'll tell you later.
How long?
Long
It's
enough.
a great question.
Long enough.
No, long enough means like 3 weeks. That would be long enough.
No.
Well, that's a great question.
I mean, when you factor in the nuptials and the honeymoon, I probably miss maybe 8 shows.
Dang.
Maybe 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
7 or 8.
That is long.
Yeah.
I mean, and she's worthy. I don't know if you are.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you.
But speaking of the honeymoon phase, listen to it. Shams, NBA Countdown, ESPN, talking Jimmy Butler.
He does feel like this organization is better than any other organization he's been a part of, but I'm telling you, it's different this time. I haven't sensed the same feeling he's had when he went to Philly, when he went to Miami. This is different for Jimmy Butler going to Golden State. He's staying late for shoot-arounds. He's staying late for practices. He's spending so much time in the training room, the meal room. He's going above and beyond to ingratiate himself with the Warriors right now.
Okay, now, Steve Ashburner, NBA.com, comes on with Steiny and Goom, says this about your honeymoon phase.
Enjoy the honeymoon. You know, this gets down to a situation of, are you going to believe what he says about the fifth wife, or are you going to believe with how it worked out with all the first 4 wives? You know, I think that Jimmy Butler is, I don't know how to say it. He sort of burns through relationships, seems to me.
Okay, so there's that. Then this is the one that got me going, Dibbs. And this is the one I really, really want to respond to, because I have not until this point felt the need to defend Jimmy Butler. Jimmy does not need my defense. He's fine. But this is the first time I arrived at this parking spot. Listen to Ashburner talk about coming down on the Warriors for making this deal.
First he said he would go to any of the 29 teams other than Miami. Then he said, nah, to Milwaukee, nah, to Golden State. He wanted Phoenix because he believed they would pay him, give him the extension. And then the Warriors, I mean, frankly, personally, I find it disappointing that the Warriors satisfied that sort of low character, you know, those strategy in terms of getting what he wanted. It's like being undercut. You're trying to discipline your child. And I'm fine putting it in those terms because of the way he's behaved. You're trying to discipline your child, and then your spouse says, oh, no, don't worry about what dad or mom said. Do it this way. But, you know, high-class organization, but to me, that was a low-class decision. They got what they wanted, I guess, and if money is no object, that's fine. I'll just say enjoy it now, because 2 years from now, or even a year from now, if Jimmy Butler thinks that he should have a contract paying him until age 42 or 43, he could go through this whole thing again.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Fine. Who cares? I don't care what happens 2 years from now. That's when this whole thing...
Well, it'd be sooner than that.
Well, fine.
To his point.
But look...
It would be about a year from now.
But this is a short-term commitment in terms of most extensions to Jimmy Butler. This is like completely out of pocket, if you ask me, from Steve Ashburner. This is unfair on multiple levels. First of all, you do not come down the Warriors' road for looking out for their interests. That's what a business does. They're about winning basketball games. They're not going to hold it against Jimmy because he supposedly did something to another organization. Secondly, if Jimmy Butler does go sideways in a year and a half or 2 years or whatever, first of all, I wouldn't predict that. But if that does happen, quite frankly, so what? That's a fair trade-off based on what they're getting now, which feels like the extension of Steph Curry's career. But last and maybe most importantly is this. This is just another example, and we get plenty of them, of for some reason, people out in the world, like you and me and Steve, who are employees of major conglomerate organizations, for some reason, when we see an athlete get upset at their conglomerate, we always side with the conglomerate. It's the oddest thing to me. We ask players, you're getting paid millions. You should get your butt in there and be there for your teammates. And we especially do it in the NBA. I asked you this earlier. I haven't anybody give me a good answer yet. What's the difference between Jimmy Butler and Trent Williams? Trent Williams.
Well, there's a lot.
What?
Well,
he made his way to the 49ers. I've never heard anyone ever go, I can't believe Trent Williams left his Washington teammates high and dry. Nobody's ever said that. It's the same situation.
Well, I thought you were talking about this year with Trent Williams.
No, I'm talking about
because this year he held out.
He sat there in Washington. He thought whatever was being fed to him was a big bunch of bull. And he said, I'm not putting my body through this for you.
Yeah.
You're not treating me right.
Well, there's a lot different because Washington, as we now know, was an organization run by an owner who, while maybe not criminal, maybe criminal, but completely emotionally and morally corrupt, and a franchise that was broken in so many ways. And Miami's not that. Miami has a Heat culture. They got the Heat identity, and it's one that, he helped them go to 2 NBA finals. So it's not like all of a sudden what the Heat had was corrupt or corrosive from the inside. So I do think the organization matters a lot when we look at the different situations. And what Trent Williams did, he sat out a year. Fine, sit out a year. And he gave up a full year of pay, and he was okay with it to get himself out of that situation. And what Jimmy Butler did is Jimmy decided that he would act in a way repeatedly to where they had to suspend him. And when he came back, then he skipped a flight, and then he did another thing. This is all in the middle of a season. This is not in the offseason.
Understood. Well,
these are two completely different things.
Trent Williams missed an entire season, so that covers the middle of the season. I never heard anyone say you're not there for your teammates. Maybe they said it in Washington.
In Washington, I'm sure they did.
Maybe they did. But you make a very good point. I bet now people would look back on that differently because there's an awful organization then being run by an absolute tyrant of a human being, like a horrible, horrible human being. And now let's talk about Heat culture for a second. I'm not an expert on it. I know it's this well-respected organization in sports. But if I'm Jimmy Butler and I look at anything that has happened in Miami since LeBron James, aren't I sitting there thinking to myself, I'm sorry, are we good because of Heat culture or are we good because of me? And now you're not valuing me. That's going to tick me off. And now Jimmy Butler leaves. How's our Heat culture doing? They're 26-30. They have not achieved a damn thing without Jimmy Butler since LeBron James left town. So why do we still sit here over and over? Oh, the Heat. What an amazing organization. I mean, sure, they've got a track record. Pat Riley is a huge name, but he also sounds like a handful himself. Don't you think he sounds like he might be difficult to work for at times?
He's demanding.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Well, that's all Jimmy is.
Well, and Jimmy was fine with it until you got to a point where now you want to get your bag and they don't want to give you the bag. And so now I'm going to do what I do and get suspended, and then I'm not going to show up for a plane, and I'm going to skip out on a practice and go get dressed in the locker room. And I think you're being a little too dismissive of what Jimmy did there over the course of a short term.
I think you're being a little dismissive of what Jimmy Butler does. How can we sit here and fawn over these first 6 games because he's a complete game changer and then give Miami a pass when they're like, we don't want to pay you? Why?
Well, they were paying him. And they had him on a player option, so they were paying him. They did pay him, and then he wouldn't even play out the end of his contract.
That's not how sports works.
It's how sports works when a player decides that they want to play out their contract, and when he decides he doesn't want to play out his contract, yes, part of it is on the team, but it's also on him because you're under contract, and if you want to act the way you want to act. They suspended him, and they could have just towed the line and said, you know what, we're not trading you, which would have been foolish because at least now you got Wiggins and a pick and you got a little bit more, but he was the one who prompted them to do that. Do you think they really wanted to trade Jimmy Butler?
I don't think that you
There's no way they wanted to trade Jimmy Butler.
There's no way you can sit here and tell me that you know the sequence of events. You can't do that, and I can't do that. We don't know.
I can tell you the sequence of suspensions.
That's fine.
And I
don't care about that.
I can tell you how he got suspended 3 different times. And I can tell you that he missed a flight.
Right, but that's just somebody in a power struggle. That's all that is. And for whatever reason, I don't know why we fall in line and go, oh, well, the organization is the parent. They get to do whatever they want. and the player doesn't, when all of us damn well know what makes organizations, it's the players. Whose side would we all be on if Steph Curry got into a fight with the Warriors? We'd all be on Steph's side. He's the reason all of this happens, to quote Andre Iguodala.
Well, it depends on how it goes about it. Because when Draymond Green got in a fight with the organization, and more technically, he got in a fight with a fellow player, we all weren't on Draymond's side.
That's a very different situation.
And many people were on Jordan Poole, and many people were on Draymond's side, talking about how he had it coming to him. And we've heard that more times than you would like to acknowledge, because it's not a very comfortable narrative. But many people believe that. And the organization, they were on Draymond's side.
Seemingly.
He didn't get suspended. And then the guy who got popped in the face, he got traded. So all these things are not created equally. And Pat Riley is a guy from the old school who wasn't going to kowtow to what Jimmy Butler wanted until you got to a point where you realized you had no choice.
I am not sitting here telling you that Jimmy Butler didn't do anything wrong. I don't know. My point is, I don't understand why it's just the fallback that we automatically decide that only Jimmy did something wrong. How is that even possible? And why do we come down someone's road for speaking up for themselves if they feel like they're not being wanted or taken care of the way they deserve? Jimmy Butler has been the Heat for 6 years, period. I like that's the dude. And so you have to have that conversation before your contract is up. Miss me with this idea of play your contract out, sir. It's not how it works.
Right.
It's not how it works anywhere.
Well, you have the conversation, and then you decide what you want to do.
Right, and
Klay Thompson had that conversation, and how did he act?
Yes, he pouted.
Right, and how did that work out for the Warriors?
Well, I don't know. It
didn't work out well.
Yeah,
the season went nowhere, and then they ended up trading him anyway.
But they didn't want. Part of that was that they didn't want him anymore either. That's all I'm saying. A player absolutely, if not felt wanted within an organization, he gets to speak to that, and he gets to press on the power buttons that he has.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can do it. I can do it. And anybody else here in the station, you can do it. And based on what your import is, your relative import, how they see you and your import, it can work in any company across the country. Anybody can do that. It doesn't make it right. And it doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to get what you want. It just depends on
wrong either.
Well, it just makes it what you want to do. You can do it. I can do it. And we can, try to do whatever we think. We can leverage whatever power we think we have. You're allowed to do it. You're a human being in a corporation in a free country. And he chose to do this. And you know what? It worked out for him. And it worked out for the Warriors. And the one thing about Steve Ashburner in his comments talking about it was almost like a shame on you Warriors for
which is absurd.
It's absurd because in a closed set of teams, you've got 30 teams, and really, if Jimmy Butler's going to do what he does, and you want to think about how many teams are actually viable for Jimmy Butler, it's about 6, maybe even fewer than that, because Miami wouldn't trade him to New York. Miami wouldn't trade him to a lot of different teams, so the set of teams where Jimmy Butler could actually force his way, it's a very small number.
Anyone wanted to send him to the West? Yeah, preferably.
Right.
I don't
you
know
wouldn't send him to Cleveland. You wouldn't send him to New York.
I don't know what they would have done if faced with the idea of just sitting there holding the bag. I don't know what they would have done.
Yeah.
Super chat from Ion. Maybe Miami suspended Jimmy so that they wouldn't have to pay him. That also keeps him from getting injured and less valued in a trade. Very fair point. That's really what I'm getting at. We really should not, and Steve Ashburner should not either, act like you know what happened behind the scenes. I don't know who Steve is talking to. Maybe he's talking to somebody in Miami who probably has a shaded and jaded view of this whole thing. Everybody's got their story. I'm just sitting here telling you I am not turned off, certainly not anymore, by the idea of a player feeling like he is not valued by the organization and then speaking up and acting on that. That's, my goodness, it's one of the, I'd like to teach my kids that. I'm not saying be a malcontent, scream and yell and kick and go crazy. I don't really know that Jimmy did that. But my gosh, if you are not being valued in a relationship or at work and you have achieved all kinds of things for a group that therefore then will not sort of like pay the freight for what that costs, you better speak up. You better speak up. You better act on that thing. I'm certainly never going to tell them.
Pay the freight. They were paying the freight.
See, but that's not how it works, Dibs.
That is how it works.
No, it's not.
They're paying the freight, and he's got a player option, and so they're paying the freight. If he wants to throw a tantrum, and the reports are that it was repeated instances of conduct detrimental to the team.
It's repeated instances of taking him to the finals. On his shoulders.
Oh, his shoulders.
Yes.
Because it was 1-on-5.
Oh
Tyler Hero didn't have great series.
You're not going to do this.
And Bam Adebayo was not a great player.
We've literally sat here for the better part of 6 months in talking about Jimmy Butler, and it's the only thing anyone will ever say. Oh, Jimmy carried Miami to the finals twice by himself. Is that not what people say?
Did Steph carry the Warriors to the finals in 2022?
Certainly ain't going without him.
Right. And Miami wasn't going to go without Jimmy Butler.
Correct.
But to undermine the other contributions, I think
come on, Dibs.
To me, that's empty rhetoric.
There's a reason he's a 1.
And to say that he's a 1. They didn't pay the freight, to me, is short-sighted and wrong.
No.
They were paying him top 15 money in the association.
And they were making,
that's the freight.
And they were making top 10 money in the NBA on his back. And
which is smart business for both of them.
Then you have to value it when it comes time to valuing it.
And they valued him, but he wanted more than they wanted to pay him.
Well, then we got a problem.
Well, and the problem was the way he went about getting himself out. And you know what? As a player, you're allowed to act however you want to act.
Why is it a problem?
And it's a problem because the team had to trade him. Do you think Miami wanted to trade Jimmy Butler?
Obviously they did.
Do you think in November they're thinking, you know what?
Wait a minute.
We cannot wait to trade Jimmy Butler.
Obviously. Or else they would have paid him if they wanted to keep him.
No, they had to trade him because they made him trade him. He became insufferable. He became somebody that they would not have. They couldn't even play him.
Buying their narrative.
I'm buying the narrative. He was suspended 3 times.
Which doesn't make them right.
It doesn't make them wrong.
Oh, no, it doesn't. And I've said that all day.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out why is it automatically all Jimmy's fault?
It's nobody's fault. It's both of their fault.
Okay.
But you're trying to make it seem like they didn't pay the freight, and all I'm saying is they paid the freight. And you're also saying that he was the guy who single-handedly put Miami on their back and carried him to the finals.
He is the most important player. There's no question about it.
And he's paid like a 1.
He's right.
And they would love for him to still be their 1, I bet.
And what? No, because then they would have paid him to be their 1. But
he wanted money that was probably greater than what they wanted to pay.
Yeah, he wanted the money that he ended up getting. That's all.
We don't know what he wanted.
When your contract,
he might have wanted a 4-year deal. He wanted the max.
When your contract is about to be up, you go to your organization and you use the leverage you have, which is the only thing he did. So when you say, for example, yes, Jimmy got paid, but what I don't feel like you're seeing is that so did Miami. This is a two-way street.
Of course.
Okay.
But if he wanted a max contract from Miami,
I don't know what he asked for.
We don't know what he asked for exactly.
So then you can't call him wrong.
Odds are he wanted more from Miami than what he got from Golden State.
That doesn't add up to me.
Or he probably wanted longer than what he got from Golden State. Otherwise, he would have signed it. If they offered him 4 years and $225, you telling me that he doesn't stay in Miami?
Are you telling me that if they offered him a 2-year extension for 111, he wouldn't have stayed?
I don't think he would have.
Of course he would have.
He already had 50 on the books and the player option.
Right, and 111 is greater than 50.
Right, so he would have wanted more than just a player option. He would have wanted a player option and then 2 or 3 on top of that.
You have no idea what he asked for.
Nor do you.
No, but I know what he took.
I know what he did.
Right.
I know what he did. He forced his way out of town. Are you denying that he forced his way out of Miami?
Completely. A disagreement took place, and that's what it led to with two sides both leveraging a divorce.
Who asked to be traded, the team or the player?
Both.
The player was the one who asked to be traded.
No, he didn't.
Fact.
No, he didn't.
Yes.
No.
Check the research.
Literally, how do you get to asking for a trade?
You tell the team that you want to be traded.
No, you ask to stay, and they say no. And then you ask for a trade.
Well, you asked to get an extension, and they Klay Thompson asked for an extension, and the team said no.
I don't know why. Why is that not part of the story?
Because you're blaming the team and not the player.
I'm literally
you're refusing to assign blame to the player.
The entire conversation has been about the fact that this is shared. I have said that very clearly since 2015.
You're assigning the majority of the blame to the team.
No, I'm not. I am sitting here telling you that you are putting thoughts in his head and actions on his hands that you have no idea if they took place. You are automatically taking the team's side in a story that you don't know. Just because someone got suspended does not mean that he's at fault. Like, you don't know that.
You don't suspend a guy unless he does something that is suspendable.
Right, but he did that because there was a disagreement.
Right.
And all he's doing is asking for what he feels he's worth.
Right.
And actually, what's so crazy to me is he's arrived here, and all of us go, you know what? He is worth that. But then we're going to still listen to people rip him for asking for what he's worth in Miami.
Well, he's worth that in Miami if he actually plays in Miami.
Well,
but he got to a point where
he was playing in Miami
until he walked out of practice.
Until wasn't valued.
He skipped a plane.
And he did all those things because he wasn't feeling valued.
And I get that. When you're making $46 million and you got a player option for $50, I could see where you're not feeling valued.
Well, and now
there's the sarcasm.
There it is. There it is.
And you don't know how valued he was feeling. All we know is he wanted an extension. They didn't want to give it to him. And then he wanted to be traded.
I just like literally all I want to know is why do we always side with the team? I'm not sitting here telling you Jimmy was perfect.
I'm wondering why we always side with the player.
We never side with the player.
You always side with the player.
Not true. Not true.
You sided with Brandon Ayuk until it got to a point where you no longer sided with Brandon Ayuk.
What
from the jump?
What just came out of your mouth?
You were not siding with Brandon Ayuk in the beginning of it.
I never sided with Brandon Ayuk.
You were in the beginning. It wasn't until the holdout got really long and the deal got changed. That's when you turned.
That is a patently absurd comment that you just made. Get the tape then. What the hell did I say?
Go to the tape.
I never said anything like that. I never, ever said anything like that. I wanted Brandon to stay because he's a good player.
We had TJ Hushmanzada on, and we talked about how much
does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with the fact that you were agreeing with TJ and saying that Brandon needs to get his money. And then it wasn't until the holdout got deep in the summer that you went to the other side.
You're making a story.
I don't believe so.
That's wow. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about a bank, Fremont Bank, which is my bank.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's one of your starting five right there, Moses Moody. Grandy, are you clearing your throat? You got action tonight, unless you wrote this wrong. You handle Warriors live?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. They're playing the Hornets, so get your takes in early. Don't wait for after the game because Warriors are favored by 17.5 tonight.
Wow.
Warriors Live with Grandy starts at 6, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. All right, we're going to take some calls. But at the end of all this is actually what we said at the beginning. I don't know if you agree with this or not. But again, based on this comment and more, but this one from Steve Ashburner of NBA.com.
Enjoy the honeymoon. You know, this gets down to the situation of, are you going to believe what he says about the fifth wife, or are you going to believe with how it worked out with all the first four wives? You know, I think that Jimmy Butler is, I don't know how to say it. He sort of burns through relationships, seems to me.
I mean, look, we're off on a tangent about Jimmy Butler, how he got here. The bottom line is, I don't even care if Jimmy Butler has words with Steve Kerr or the Warriors 16 months from now. Like, I don't care. It's worth it based on the fact that in this moment, it feels like he has revitalized Steph Curry and Draymond Green. It has given people life to the idea that maybe there is still another run left. And the extension they gave him, while $111 million, is over in 2 years. So if this thing goes sideways in 2 years, it's funny. Most people's perception right now is that Steph Curry and Steve Kerr are going to leave in 2 years.
Yep, maybe before.
They may be retiring at that point.
Exactly.
So if Jimmy starts screaming and yelling, fine. I trust the Warriors to be able to handle that.
And does every marriage portend for the exact same result and the exact same relationship in future marriages? And
of course
I'm
not.
Speaking to you, and you and I both
don't you speak to me on that one.
We're going to talk about it together because you and I are both in the multiple category, and you've got one coming up. And I know that this relationship, and I sometimes tease both of you for the lovey-dovey nature, but
we're in the honeymoon phase.
And you will forever be in the honeymoon phase, you two. And this is where, I'm trying to get through my lunch.
I don't think she believes that, by the way. I have to convince her sometimes.
Okay, I
mean, we are going to get old and crotchety together.
I can't imagine it. So, and this is my point, because I don't know your previous relationships very well, but I know this one. And they talk about the honeymoon phase, and you two are always seemingly in the honeymoon phase, which is wonderful. And with Jimmy Butler, okay, let's just talk about Jimmy in the honeymoon phase. Well, Chicago was 5 years, and the way it ended was not that destructive. It just kind of ran its course. And then Minnesota, that was a bad marriage.
That got weird.
It was a bad marriage, and he got there, and he looked around, and there was a lot of betas, to use your analogy yesterday about Wiggins. And, Karl Anthony Towns is not an alpha, and Wiggins and the rest of that team, bunch of betas. And so Jimmy's like, I want to fight all of you.
Yeah,
who wants to fight me? And Tom Thibodeau is like, I'll fight you. And Jimmy's like, I can't fight you, coach. You're 52 with a horrendous bald spot. We can't throw hands. Philly was not really a marriage. It was more like a Tinder date. And then Miami, the honeymoon
was great. That was a great marriage.
It's a great marriage. There was no honeymoon. Like, they went to 2 finals over the course of 6 years. It was wonderful. And maybe it ended in a way that they didn't want. So Steve Ashburner, I love his stuff. It was a great interview, but the whole idea of a honeymoon phase, it doesn't mean that at the end of this year, and let's say the Warriors go first round and they lose a first round series, it doesn't mean that Jimmy's suddenly going to be sour and want to, I want a 4-year deal.
Didn't Steph just get another year tacked on?
He's got 2 more years.
Yeah, another year tacked on, right?
Yeah, at 62.
I wonder what he would have said if the Warriors were like, nah, getting kind of old. So we're good. You got this year and next year already on your deal. So off you go to play. Bye-bye. You think Steph would have just been like, okay?
Well, I think he would have until this offseason.
Yeah.
He's making $59.6 next year. and then they tacked on a 62.6, and the negotiation took about 19 seconds.
Right, because you take care of your guy.
Well, they probably saw him in the hall, and Joe was like, "Hey, Steph." "Hey, Joe, how you doing? What's going on?" "Steph, you realize you've only got this year and one more. Can I extend you for one more year at 62.6? Steph goes, "All right, call my guy. I gotta go shoot half-court shots.
Exactly.
I gotta go make 70-footers.
That's all I'm getting at. Look, it could be when there's a messy divorce, everybody's going to get their share of the blame. But to me, this is sports, and I see it everywhere. Like when things are not taken care of, when you're eligible for them to be taken care of, you buck. Jamar Chase didn't show up for the majority of Bengals camp this year. He wasn't even extension eligible yet. He's literally like sending them a message of like, just get ready for what I'm going to do next year because I'm amazing and you need me and you better value me or else there's going to be a problem. I don't know, man. I see that everywhere. Larry and Lafayette, thanks for calling, man. What's going on?
Well, first, I'll say that I generally always side with the player because they have a limited career and they have to make the most of it because after that, they're not going to make big money. So just generally, I believe that. And you look at the league's various teams, they're all, we're several $1 billion. So I'll go with the worker every day. Now, having said that, I want to give you guys an exclamation of my appreciation of listening to Dib's agitation meditations about Butler's association, compensation, expectation, and Miami's expiration. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I feel the appreciation therein. All I'm saying is...
That was amazing. Oh, I'm not done with that yet. That was incredible.
Yeah, that was about $10 in there. Although, if he would have added a sensation at the tail end...
Yeah, he never said sensation, so it's nothing, actually.
Yeah,
well, there
he's
you go.
He's still on the line. Larry, do you want to say the word sensation?
I'll say sensation, yeah. But you know what I will say is I should have had my rhyming dictionary. That's all. It would have come up and been right there for me.
Larry, this is a memorable call, and Larry, I appreciate you making it.
Yes, and enjoy Lafayette, and don't sleep on the Hideout. We just went there over the weekend.
Oh, I've heard
Happy
about
hour
the Hideout.
From 2 to 5.
Yeah, I've heard about the Hideout. I've never done it.
Well, having a 2.5-year-old, we don't go out to eat much. We rolled the dice on Saturday night, and she was actually kind of okay.
Okay, I heard that's a 49er beat writer getaway.
Okay. New location right there on Lafayette Circle.
That's weird to change locations of a place called the Hideout.
It's pretty funny.
That's very odd.
No, it's really odd because the old place was kind of hard to find. This place is smack dab in the middle of everything, so we might need a name change.
Yeah, I'll have to change the name.
But the Hideout, pretty fun. I appreciate the comments, and I'm not one to always side with management. I just sometimes, Mark, I bristle when you're somebody who is incredibly highly paid, and because certain things don't go your way, now we're going to fold our arms and throw a tantrum and go in the corner and demand what we're going to demand.
Yeah, I just think it's very, very difficult for us to relate to this kind of stuff because we let how much money is being made get into the conversation. And for those people, because look, we all know people who make tons of money, right? And I don't.
You're looking at one.
Yeah, I don't think that we look at those people and go, boy, why are you out in the middle of the street throwing $100 bills at everybody who walks by? Because they're not. We think that they should. We think we would. Boy, if I were making $50 million a year, I would just be like, every day I would wake up and I would have honey peanut butter toast and thank the world that everything is perfect and I'd never ask for anything from another human being again and I'd paid for all the dinners no matter who's with me. This is not the way it works. I don't want to act like I know. I don't have millions of dollars.
No, but you hang with some rich people.
I like we all do. We live in the Bay Area. We probably know some people. Probably know some people who do okay. And so, yeah, like I don't think it works that way. So just because you're well paid and you're highly talented doesn't mean that you have to just sit there and take it from the organization if you don't like what's being done. But the other side to this that might be the more important one for Warrior fans in this moment is, and I really didn't get here when they initially made this trade, because the trade and the extension happened right away. And I remember what my thought was. My perception was, I can't believe that this is their big swing. I want the Warriors to still be able to make a big swing if this is their big swing, because this doesn't feel like they should be all in on this. But I've been comforted by two things since then. Number one, they've played great basketball. Number two, the Warriors are trumpeting the idea that, no, we still have flexibility if this does not go the way we want it to go. And the more I think about it, you look at an extension that's only 2 years long, and I just, first of all, this year already feels like it's in the hip pocket. Jimmy Butler's not going to go crazy this year. They're sitting here around the campfire on a night in and night out basis right now.
Kumbaya.
Right. So this year's fine. And then you come back, and I'm who knows what's going to happen around the bend. But if it goes sideways, okay. I don't want it to. I wouldn't predict it, but I don't care. It would still be worth it, is my point. It would still be worth it because of what is happening right now in front of our eyes.
Well, it depends on what continues to happen right in front of our eyes. And I know right now at 5-1, it feels like we're trending toward a 6 seed or better. And nobody wants to play us and a deep run in the playoffs. And so, yeah, with that as the backdrop, sure. Then you get to next year and all bets are off because what he would have done for this year would be remarkable and that would matter. But there is a possibility that things don't necessarily go that way. And I won't put words to what could happen because they're bad things. And I don't want bad things to happen. I want good things to happen. But other situations have happened with Golden State where players have gotten deals and immediately, and this is pre-Lacob, Steven Jackson famously went up and got himself a good long extension and about 3 weeks later demanded to be traded. So I guess I'm a little bit jaded by what has happened with this organization
this is a good
and
topic.
with players in the past.
But you also mentioned that was prior to this era. So I don't even know if that's relevant. They were wearing jerseys that were the same color and they were playing in the at Oracle in Oakland, but that organization had nothing to do with this organization.
Sure.
So that's an interesting question. Has anybody ever walked away from the Warrior organization, this era, Joe Lacob's Warriors? Has there ever been a player who's just been furious and at odds with the team? Anyone?
You got to call Clay, and maybe he can answer it.
That's one. That's one. And even that, all of them have complexities to it. I don't think that
Clay reportedly wanted a big contract, and the team reportedly didn't give it to him. Well,
right.
The team didn't give it to him. Nothing reportedly about that. And then
Clay was also fighting himself. It
fine,
felt like.
But your question was, has anybody left this organization mad? And I don't know how mad Clay was. We had Clay's dad on, and his dad talked about him needing...
Oh, he's not happy.
Right. He needed a change of pace and all the rest of it.
Right.
So.
No, I can go ahead and report that. He's not happy.
Right.
He's not happy with the Warriors.
No, and he wound up taking less than half of what he sought here to go to Dallas. And, he's doing what he can in Dallas. And, well, now you don't have Luka, so Dallas isn't even the Dallas that he signed up for. So there have been players that have left here and not been thrilled.
Sure. And, Kevin Durant, Andrew Bogut. Andrew Bogut was
Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, fair.
Fair. Dennis Schroeder has already come out and said that, he's kind of sick of being traded. And
I don't know if that was solely focused on the Warriors. He just gotten traded to the Warriors a few weeks before. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. By the way, I'm asking that question genuinely. I was not trying to make the point that everybody has always loved the Warriors at all times.
Right.
Kumbaya. Like a Jimmy Butler type departure. Has that ever happened in the Joe Lacob era? Would you liken any of these departures that we just brought up to the one that has happened with Jimmy or any of the ones that have happened with Jimmy in his career?
The only one that would be close would be Jordan Poole, and he didn't come out and, talk about how he wanted to be traded, but they straight up traded him. They signed him, and before the contract kicked in, he got dealt, and I wonder how he feels about the way that went down. I haven't ever heard from him talk openly about that ouster, but Jordan Poole gets a big, big bag. He gets punched in the face. He plays a season. The contract is about to kick in, and he gone. And not only is he gone, but you're off to Washington.
Yeah.
Siberia.
Right. But you get to go be a leading scorer.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe that matters to him.
I don't know. It still feels to me like Jordan's anger is directed at Draymond, not the team.
Fair.
Now, by extension, I'm sure there was some anger with the fact that Draymond was not punished.
Right.
That's probable.
And I do think the other examples you could look at are a little different because Kevin Durant and D'Angelo Russell, when they left, D'Angelo Russell was here and then gone, but they both agreed to sign in trades, which tells me that they weren't so mad that they wouldn't at least do the franchise a solid, because if you're really that mad at Golden State, then you're not going to be willing to do a sign and trade.
Was D'Angelo a sign and trade?
I thought it was. I thought that's what began. I thought that's what got them Andrew Wiggins.
Well, it also got him a pick. Like the Warriors were. That was like D'Angelo Russell was the acquisition, and in theory, the Warriors almost kind of got more in return. It's the pick that ended up being Jonathan Kaminga. I don't remember. Was that a sign and trade?
They got D'Angelo from the Nets in a sign and trade.
Right.
They traded D'Angelo Russell and a couple other pieces, Amari Spellman and a second pick
Jacob Evans.
To Minnesota for Wiggins and the pick that became Kaminga.
I thought that was just a straight trade.
Okay. That was a straight trade.
There you go.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, your point is totally well taken. I get that. I guess somewhere in there is what I'm getting at is that I trust the Warriors to handle this. And it's not even just the Warriors organization. Like, what is Jimmy Butler walking into? He's walking into a room that is the Warrior organization, which is led by Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr, and a locker room that's led by Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I have a lot of faith that they're not going to have this go sideways. I absolutely could be wrong. I've already got a couple of wrongs on my belt in the Jimmy Butler era, and that's only been going for 2 weeks. So I could be wrong, and we're still getting to know Jimmy's personality. I don't know exactly what's going to happen next, but I do trust this organization more than I would just about any other to not have this go crazy. Because when you play at a very, very high level for this group, they tend to take care of you. I know Klay Thompson's on line one. I know. Because that was the other thing. Kevin Durant's departure did not have anything to do with the Warriors not being willing to give him what he wanted. They'd have given him anything to stay. They'd have given him a max deal, but he didn't want it. So the Klay one is the only one that to me has some sort of a comp to what people might be fearful of with Jimmy Butler.
And I do think that if you look at the previous instances where Jimmy decided that he wanted to go elsewhere, they were for reasons that aren't in place here. And the only thing that might be in place here is if this year goes well and you get into next year and you get halfway through next year and things are, looking good and Jimmy's playing well and looks like Steph and Draymond and Jimmy might do it for another year and a half, and maybe Steph gets a year added on, maybe Draymond gets a year added on, and Jimmy might look and say, all right, I want an extension. That's the only fear I have is when you get a year from now and Jimmy's like, I'm only 36 and I'm still playing well. I want to get some more years tacked on to this one. And if the answer is no, then how does he respond?
Yeah, I don't know. After this experience, I will say I would be very surprised if Jimmy did that quickly. That'd be pretty quick. You'd get a $111 million extension, and then, because think about that. You're talking about next season. So, yeah, you're talking about essentially something that's in the neighborhood of a year from now or even earlier. I mean, if by December this is already a subject matter, that would feel a little surprising to me. Not saying that it's out of the realm of possibility. That would surprise me, though, if this comes up again that quickly. And if it comes up later than that, as I said, who cares? Who cares? The Warriors are getting what they needed out of this deal immediately. Like, if we literally think about how this deal defined Warrior basketball, what are they saying? They're saying we care more about now. Great, then worry about now. You don't need to worry about what goes on a year from now or 2 years from now. And there's all kinds of ways out of it. Let's go to Chris in Sunnyvale. Hi, Chris. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thank you very much. I just wanted to make a comment. I was at the game on Sunday. Jimmy Butler, he does not care about the money. He does not care about the compensation. He joined the Warriors to win a national championship. And I think that is it has to be kind of looked at because that's why he's here.
Chris, I have a hard time. I'm not going to say that winning is not a part of this. I'm sure that it is. Jimmy's a winning player. I don't know how you can look at this whole scenario and think that money has nothing to do with it. Do you really think that?
I really do think that's the truth. And no matter what his compensation is, if you want to join a team and win a national championship, there's one place to do that. That's San Francisco with the Warriors. I'm a season ticket holder. I love these guys. And the magic of Steph Curry and the rest of the team is the place to be.
All right, Chris. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't necessarily share Chris's view on it. I think that's awesome that he feels that positive about Warrior basketball. I remember, I'm old enough to remember 3 weeks ago when a lot of people thought that this dynasty was done and Steph Curry should be traded.
Right.
So I don't know that the rest of the league is looking around at the landscape and thinking, well, there's only one place that I can win, and that's San Francisco.
I also remember 5 days before the trade deadline when the report was that Jimmy Butler didn't want to come to the Warriors.
And wouldn't sign an extension. Yes.
Most likely because the Warriors were not offering him the money that he wanted.
Right. It's always about the money to a certain degree. Sometimes it's only about the money. And I'll eat the same food that I kind of put on the table for you earlier. I don't know what the hell happened with Jimmy in Miami to get them to this situation. Certainly my perception is that money was at the center of it. That's what's been reported.
Yeah.
I don't know how else they would have gotten to this situation. Miami seems like a wonderful city. I've been there a couple times. Great place to play. Quality organization, supposedly, and they made a lot of music together through the years. So I don't know what it would have been about if it was not for money.
Well, he seemed to enjoy the Heat culture, and he was the epicenter of it, and he was there for 6 years, and he got him to 2 finals, so the culture wasn't a problem then. The reports are that he wanted more help around him, and the team didn't do that. And then the reports are that he wanted more money, and the team didn't want to do that either.
You remember that's where Dame said he wanted. Remember, Dame Lillard demanded it was Miami.
Right.
Now, I have no idea why that didn't come together. I think Portland was probably trying to hold one over on Miami, and Pat Riley told him to kick rocks. So he ended up in Wisconsin.
Right.
Which is funny. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe that factored into it. You're right.
Perhaps. I mean, the reports are he wanted more help and he wanted more money, and he didn't get more help, and he wasn't going to get more money. So then he thought, well, forget it. I want out, as opposed to, I guess he could have waited till the offseason and demanded a trade then, but he was fed up before the deadline, and he forced his way out, and here we are.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? 888-957-9570. We got plenty of time for the rest of the show with calls on Jimmy Butler, the Warriors. We got a game tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. That said, excited to bring Buster Olney on coming up next. There have been the vibes around the Warriors are elite. Next level down have been the spring training vibes for the San Francisco Giants. How does the rest of the league view a new regime and Buster Posey coming in to take over? That and much more, Bryce Eldridge, all that stuff with Buster Olney, and then back to your phone calls on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine.
team, Buster Posey in charge. And he knows this on the River Islands guest line. I don't think he's offended by it. He's our second favorite Buster. It's Buster Olney of ESPN. How are you?
I'm doing great. That's a great compliment. Earlier this offseason, I talked to Buster and mentioned that he's the only human Buster that I've ever met, adult that I've met in my life. Most of them are dogs and cats, and I'm just glad to, be somewhere maybe ahead of some of the dogs and cats named Buster.
Yeah, do you guys have like monthly meetings and talk about your experience as a Buster in life and stuff like that?
No, it was really funny that you asked because, for the first time I ever spoke to him, it was just when his career had started, and, he called me on the phone when I had reached out to his agent to talk to him, and he goes, "Hey, Buster, it's Buster." And neither one of us said anything, and that's how we greeted each other for years. And then, last fall was the first time we actually talked about it. And he told me, we talked about how many dogs and cats we both met named Buster. And he mentioned that there would be times when he'd be walking out for warm-ups in the bullpen, and a fan would yell out from the stands, "Hey, Buster, I named my dog after you. I named my cat after you." And he said, "I don't know if that's a compliment or not." I'm like, "It absolutely is a compliment."
It definitely is. But Buster, I want to know how many compliments you're hearing around baseball about the hire itself. Like, how has the arrival of Buster changed the perception of the Giants around baseball, if at all?
Well, Farhan was very respected within the industry for his knowledge, for sure. I will tell you that the early days of Buster Posey, he's impressed a lot of people. Look, I think that, if I think of the best general managers in baseball, okay, there is a common trait that they share, and that is humility. Buster Posey's not coming into that job saying, "I know everything. I don't really need a lot of help. I can take care of things." He's going in understanding that he's got a big learning curve as a former player, and there's things that he's not aware of until you actually get in the front office and you start to deal with it. He reminds me a lot of Chris Antonetti of the Guardians, who might be the best, or Alex Anthopoulos of the Braves, or Brian Cashman. These are people who don't assume they know everything, and I think that's a great first step for Buster. When Derek Jeter took over the Marlins, one of the things Derek did is he didn't hire a lot of outside people. He just brought in people that he knew. It was almost like he didn't like pushback and a reminder of what he didn't know. I think Buster's going to be, an executive as a former player who's going to welcome feedback where people saying, "Hey, you might want to think about this. You might want to think about that," in a way that maybe Derek didn't.
And how big of a job is in front of him? And put aside the gap that is seemingly big between them and the Dodgers at the major league level, but how big of a job does Buster have to try to get this organization back on a good track?
It's a big job because of the gap, right? Because the Dodgers are so entrenched as the best team in baseball. I heard a story recently about a player. A friend of mine was going on a golf outing with a player, and when news broke about the Dodgers getting Sasaki, this player, who was not a member of the Giants, looked at him and said, "What's the point?" Like, even players are feeling like, man, the Dodgers are loaded. And the Giants in recent years have obviously not had success in drawing big-name players to their team. But I think they're going to be better than what people expect this year, because I think Willie Adames is an impact-type guy. He's a great clubhouse leader. He's someone every day comes through the door, excited to play baseball, a teammate who's very positive. And their pitching could be pretty good. I'm really curious to see what Justin Verlander brings this year.
Buster on the ESPN with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Yeah, Buster, about Willie Adames' comment you just made, and we got to meet him for the first time on Friday. He came on the show, and my goodness, is he impressive. Yeah. So I what maybe a little more about what is that rep around baseball and how you see it applying to the Giants situation currently.
Well, the reputation is excellent. When the Juan Soto stuff was just starting up in the wintertime, he was just starting to talk with people. What you heard from a lot of clubs was, Juan Soto would be someone who's going to upgrade your lineup and make your offense better. Willie Adames is going to make your clubhouse better, and he's going to make your team better. He was so valued in Milwaukee because of the way he could connect with players in all corners of the clubhouses. And I mentioned, he's a really positive personality, which, in some sports, look, every Sunday NFL players get up for that day. Baseball players have to get up every day. They have to prepare to play 6-7 days a week. And so when you have a guy who is arguably one of your 2 or 3 best players coming through the door, and he's super positive and he's got something going with everybody and he's excited to play, that can make a difference. And it goes back, I think, to, when I did talk to Buster right after he got the job last November, and I asked him sort of what he was looking for, and he talked about wanting baseball players. Willie Adames is a baseball player. And I think that, getting him really moves them forward.
And we talked with him about the fact that he missed 1 game only last year, and he was lamenting the fact that the manager kind of made him. So you think about a left side of the infield with Chapman and Adames, and you got Jung-Hoo Lee in center. How important is it for any baseball team to have mainstays, which is something the Giants haven't had in a long time?
100%. Look, I think that, on paper, it sounds really like a good idea to have a lot of platoons working. And we saw, what was it, in 2021 when the Giants won, so many games, won the National League West, and it can work. But it's such a fragile equation. You have to have everything go right. And if you get a series of injuries, suddenly, that the advantages of having all those platoons evaporates. Now, every day, you're going to have one of the best shortstops taking the field. Every day you're going to have one of the best third basemen taking the field. You hope that Lee comes back from the injury last year and he can be a productive player on a daily basis. That is the hallmark. When Buster talks about wanting baseball players, that's a hallmark of that. It's part of the reason why I think in recent years, the Braves have been so good, because they've got this lineup of guys who post up on most days. The same thing with the Philadelphia Phillies, the Dodgers. I think, it's a defining characteristic.
Buster, what version of Justin Verlander are the Giants getting at age 42?
I don't know. I wish I could give you a great answer for that. I know this. He burns to be great. This is not a case where you've got a guy barely hanging on who, is just looking to get 1 or 2 more milestones and then head off into the sunset, and he's satisfied being the number 5 starter. And I remember having a conversation with Justin last September when he was trying to come back from a neck problem. He knew that he was short on stuff. He was really, blunt in his own self-assessment about what he needed to do and where he needed to get to. And he doesn't have the finish line in sight in his mind. His baseball hero growing up was Nolan Ryan. And I asked him when we had this conversation, back in 2011, why is Nolan Ryan your guy? He goes, because he was a power pitcher into his mid-40s. And that's what Justin wants. He wants to pitch to 45, 46. And not only pitch to that point, but also to continue to be a high-end power pitcher. Now, he's made adjustments in recent years. He's kind of remade himself a couple of times, but I think he wants to certainly get back to being a frontline starting pitcher. And, if that happens, the Giants could have an excellent rotation.
38 wins away from 300. Two-part question, Buster, which my partner always cautions against because usually only one part gets answered.
First part never gets answered.
Well, first part, does Verlander get to 300? And the second part is, if he doesn't, will anyone ever again?
So, one, I think he'll get there. I think I'm the only person in baseball who believes he will. I've been banging this drum for 3 or 4 years because I've asked Justin about that. What about 300? You go, oh, yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is something that he's talked about in the past of wanting to get, and he would be the last if he does. Because of the way starting pitchers are used, their innings are limited. They don't get as many decisions. Starting pitchers routinely come out in the 5th inning with 1 or 2 outs because no one cares about wins anymore. Well, Justin, he's one of the old school guys, and he does care about it. I hope he gets to 300. And as they say, if he does, I don't think anyone's going to get close to that number.
Buster, on the ESPN with us. Buster, I know what the Giants are saying, but I'd love to know what you're hearing in baseball circles about how they're going to play this season with their top prospect, Bryce Eldridge.
So I haven't specifically talked to people in the Giants organization at this point about what they're going to do with him. Given the fact that he's so young, 21 years old, it makes sense for them to bring him into camp, let him get comfortable, see what he can do, and have an open mind. But my guess is, especially when you're talking about a power hitter, who hasn't so far had a year in the minor leagues where he's got like a 480 on base and a 600 slug. He hasn't absolutely dominated at any level. Is that they will, continue to focus on development for him. But man, is he an exciting player? Seeing that last home run he hit in the exhibition game, he really does look like Aaron Judge. Just where he is physically and what he could do to a baseball and what a difference-making presence for the Giants right in the middle of their lineup when he gets to the big leagues. We'll see if early in the year, he can force their hand and basically drive his way to the big leagues by dominating in the minor leagues. That's my guess as to how they'll handle it.
Did you just compare Bryce Eldridge to Aaron Judge, Buster?
I compared him physically. I'm not saying he's going to have 360 homers in 6 years, but the way is watching him run around the bases after hitting that home run, I'm like, man, he really does sort of remind you of that just overwhelming power.
Can we get 359 home runs out of Bryce, Buster?
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's hard to not make comparisons when you have stature, and he actually won't be 21 until October. So I wonder how much that actually plays into the patience. And are you seeing more and more, Buster, that teams are more willing to accelerate guys' potential and their development more now than back in the old days?
No question. They have an open mind about promoting guys. I mean, look at what Paul Skeens did last year, where he gets the cup of coffee in the minor leagues, goes up to the big leagues, and he's one of the 2 or 3 best starting pitchers in baseball. I think that teams feel like the players are better prepared to be in the big leagues. They've been working with coaches. They've been getting better instruction at a younger age than they did in the past. And, let's face it, I think that just the exposure to the major league product is so different from when I first covered, where it felt like the players had to learn so much about, being away from home and being professionals and before, they got to the big leagues, which is why part of the reason why I think teams left players in the minor leagues for a while.
All right, Buster, do you think this is a wild card team?
I don't think I'm going to pick them at this point to make the wild card, to be a wild card team, but we haven't formally turned that in. I got to see more of spring training, and I'm going to Florida next week and spending some time with some teams and talking to people, and maybe I'll get back to you and see. But I think they're right in that 6 to 9 mix when we talk about who are going to be the wild card team.
Well, I mean, it's crazy with the Dodgers that we sit here in February and we're already begging for a wild card. It's like you just assume what the Dodgers are doing. By the way, Buster, would love to hear your take on the Dodgers offseason and sort of how you answer it when people say, boy, this is bad for baseball.
So I remember it was Billy Beane who said to me, this is when the Yankees were in their heyday. And, he mentioned to me that when people would complain to him about the Yankees and how they had so many stars compared to teams like the A's, Billy would say, look, they're great for baseball. To have the evil empire, the team that would be the traveling circus that would fill every single ballpark. He said, that's really good for the sport. I will tell you that, I'm hearing more and more voices within the sport, like I heard from, about that player saying, what's the point? That's not a good place to be. You think about, they won the World Series last year, and then in the off season, they get Blake Snell, they get Roki Sasaki, they get Tanner Scott, who might be the best relief pitcher in baseball. They get Michael Conforto, basically as a platoon player, 3 or 4 of the guys, Kirby Yates, et cetera, it is going to be interesting to see how many games they win. And do I think that they're going to be held up? They already have been held up to some degree by people in the sport as a reason for salary cap, which I think the owners are going to push for in the next labor negotiations, and a change in baseball's financial system. I'd say this, for baseball to get to that point, you're going to have a major, major labor fight and maybe a shutdown of the sport for an extended period of time.
Because I was just going to follow up with that, Buster. The Players Union, which is one of the strongest unions not only in sports but in America, how much would they be willing to yield on any of this, knowing that it's going to cost their top-end players a ton of money?
So it's a fascinating question, and I think it's more relevant than ever because in the past, when this topic came up, the union would dismiss the idea of a salary cap based on principle. We'll never go for that. That was always the response. I do wonder among the rank and file if there are more players who are asking the question, wait, would a salary cap mean more money for more players? Okay. The last round of negotiations, there wasn't really an effort by the Player Association to explore that. I think there'll be a lot of players who'll be asking questions about it this time around. I don't know if the union would adopt it. You're 100% right. If a salary cap came in, that might mean that, a Juan Soto type player would get not $765 million, but maybe $500 million. But other players would make more money. And I do think there's going to be a lot of support for that among the rank and file. We'll see if it manifests at the leadership level.
I don't know if Juan could survive on just $500 million, Buster. I mean, the poor guy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
and I say
exactly.
Too,
yeah.
Guys, it mirrors the PD conversation for me. When I remember for years and years and years, this Player Association was always, we'll never have drug testing. No way. Privacy rights. We'll never do it. And then guess what? Over time, more and more of the rank and file said, no, I want drug testing because I don't want to have to take this stuff. I want to be competitively protected. And eventually, the rank and file sentiment overrode the union leadership. I'm curious to see if that happens with the salary cap.
Yeah, the world does change. That is for sure. All right, Buster, I've left the most important one for the end.
Oh, gee.
And it's this, because you said that you've only met one other Buster human being in your life, and that's Buster Posey. Have you ever met Busta Rhymes?
So last year, I was at Citi Field, the Mets game, and Busta Rhymes was throwing out the first pitch. Now, when I covered the Yankees back in the day, they had a player named Homer Bush. Every time I'd walk in the clubhouse, he'd yell out loud, Busta Rhymes! And so I've always thought, I should get a picture with Busta Rhymes. We were in the same ballpark that day. I didn't go down there, and I'm an idiot. And I absolutely should have made that happen.
Oh my gosh,
that's not the payoff I was looking for.
No, I mean, seriously, I thought we were heading for a story where you went and got a picture, and then you guys went out that night. You partied until 3 a.m. Like that's where I thought this was going.
No, I'm an idiot. I have had so many regrets since that moment. I think I was talking to someone, and I saw him on the field, and the person I was talking, you ought to run down there. And I'm like, yeah. But what about the, tomorrow's starting pitcher, whatever nerd conversation I was having? And I should have cut it off and gone down there and gotten the picture.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe
next time.
Maybe he can do the forward in your Hall of Fame speech or something like that someday.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, well.
I appreciate that.
Hey, Buster or Busta, whichever way you like to go, thank you very much for coming on the show.
Okay, guys, always fun.
All right, there it is. That's Busta Rhymes, also known as Buster Olney, ESPN, joining us on Willard and Dibbs.
Love it, and lot to work through. And Bryce Eldridge, keep hitting bombs, young man. And I just checked his DOB, his date of birth. He won't be 21 until the World Series, Mark.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, maybe he can actually be a part of a champagne shower at 21 on his birthday.
For Giants fans, Giants organization, you're going to have to fight the urge for Bryce to come save this organization from itself at his own detriment. Like, he's 20, and from what I've heard, And I think Will Clark sort of told us, if you listened to what he was saying when he joined us last Wednesday, Bryce is not ready to play first base. Now, is he ready to be a DH? I don't even know about that either. You know, I know he hit that bomb in spring training last week. First at bat today, he went good morning, good afternoon, good night. Those are just at bats, whatever. He's a very exciting player. He's going to be a big leaguer. I think he's going to be a really good big leaguer. But my answer is I would like him to come up at the right time for him, to maximize him. And I don't know when that is.
Right. I don't think that it's late March, early April.
Probably not.
Feels to me like maybe, mid-June.
Not out of the question, though.
Right. It's not. But you do want a young player to come up and play every day. And you want the young player to come up and play every day and do well. And you can't guarantee that they're going to come up and play every day and do well. So if we just pretend that, all right, he's going to be on the opening day roster, then you got to play him at first base or DH him 6 days out of 7 because you got to let him get comfortable and you've got to give him a chance to go up there and succeed or fail. And so if he comes up and he starts out with a 2 for 28 over the first, 9 games, well, then you got a choice to make.
Yep.
And it's tough then to, all right, now go down to AAA and get seasoning. It's easier to go the other way and, okay, go to AAA and hit 10 home runs in 30 games. Now you're forcing your way back up.
Good palate cleanser. Really good conversation with Buster Olney. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. But coming up next, and I know we wanted to get to this, and we got so going and hot and heavy on all Jimmy Butler things. We didn't get to this yet. I really would love to have a conversation about Jonathan Kaminga and sort of like what is going on, not just when he comes back to this season's Warriors, but do you know what I think is sort of untapped territory is the fact that, especially for those of you out there who are big Jonathan Kaminga fans, all year it's like, are they going to extend him? Well, Joe Lacob says they're going to extend him. Well, what's he coming back to now on his next contract? Because now his future for the next 2 seasons after this one includes a team that now has Jimmy Butler as well. So this whole Jonathan's a future all-star. Jonathan's going to cook. Jonathan's going to 25 a night. Well, is he? Because for the next 2 seasons after this one, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are now both, in theory, his teammates. So I'd love to get into that. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the question is kind of like, what is it that you're feeling about Jonathan Kaminga's future? Is it excitement? Is it nervousness? Is it confusion? Is it some of all of those things? We can get into that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
No, I'm an idiot.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game.
I want to give you guys an exclamation of my appreciation of listening to Dib's agitation meditations about Butler's association, compensation, expectation, and Miami's expiration.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I literally want to hear it again. I want to count up the Asians.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, like Grandy, how quickly can you re-rack that? All right, let's hear it again. Let's count them up.
I want to give you guys an exclamation of my appreciation of listening to Dib's agitation meditations about Butler's association, compensation, expectation, and Miami's expiration.
Okay, I got 8.
I got
Did you count 8?
Yeah.
8. Dude, that's strong.
It's impressive.
That's strong.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And a classic Willard in there as well, which is always
once
fun.
I realized what he was doing,
right.
I'm like, oh, we got something here. We're cooking with grease.
Yeah. It was great.
That was funny. That was very funny. Buster's sitting there talking about how the world changes in baseball. We've spent the better part of the last 2 weeks talking about how life has changed with Jimmy Butler now here with the Golden State Warriors, and there's this whole renewed confidence and energy and excitement, and it's palpable, and I love it. We love it. We're all excited too. I said to you yesterday, when was the last time it felt like this? When Charlotte was in town on a Tuesday. This is the biggest who cares game of all time, but not tonight. It's not. Not with the current backdrop. It's not. Now it's, and as I said to my son on the way to school today, Warriors play tonight.
Yep.
That's all I need to say. And he's like, okay. He knows what that means.
Lock in Dub Nation.
That means but get your homework done early. But don't get homework done early now.
Yep.
Because by 7 o'clock, everything stops. We got the Warriors are playing basketball.
Yeah.
So that's all wonderful. But here's the next question in my mind is, when does the world change again? Because it always does. We always do this, and it's all we can do. We have takes based on the information you have in that moment, and then it changes. Teams are going high, teams are going low, somebody gets hurt, somebody comes back. I'm really curious about Jonathan Kaminga. I'm really curious. And so yesterday, if you were with us on the crossover, Steiny, we're just talking Warrior basketball. And then he said something, and he's like, right. And then Kaminga comes back, and I let out an audible noise. I went, oof. And he stopped everything. And he goes, wait a minute, what was that? Why did you make that noise when I said Jonathan Kaminga's coming back? And Dibs, it's because I don't know what's going to happen. Prior to Jimmy Butler joining this team, this was the most debatable Warrior, possibly the most debatable athlete in the Bay Area right now. Trade him, sign him, future all-star, overrated, let him cook. Kerr, get out of his way, hates young people. He can score 25 a night, all of this. And I look at it now, and the world has changed since Jonathan Kaminga left.
A lot.
Can he still score 25 a night?
Well, he can, but you
don't. To.
Yes, but you won't need him to unless somebody's out, and you probably don't want him to. I mean, you do want him to, but that would be a game where maybe Steph is cold, or Jimmy gets in foul trouble, or whatever the other reason would be. The pecking order is pretty clear, and this is what Steve talked about with us yesterday in the 4-for-1 trade. everything now is pretty crystal clear about what your role is. You got Steph and Jimmy, you're 1 and 1A, or you're 1 and 1B, whatever. Draymond is still going to be Draymond. And then if you want to look at players 4 through 10, you all have roles. And some nights, Kaminga, go out there and get 20. Get 20 or more. If the matchup is good, go ahead and fill it up. Quentin Post, if it's a matchup that suits you, go out there and knock down 3 threes. Moses Moody, be a glue guy. Score when you can. I think Pods is now a mainstay in that starting group and probably the finishing group because, maybe he should change his name to Gluminski because the guy does every little thing. The smart shot, the smart play, takes a charge, rebounds like a power forward. And there are other guys, I do think you're starting to get role definition. So the one question mark is Jonathan Kaminga because Kaminga's best at here's the ball, go cook. But this team is not really built like that anymore with Jimmy Butler here.
So, Brandon Pajemski, I was just doing some calculations.
Gluminski.
Yeah, calculation sensation.
That's a buck.
While you were chatting about Potsminskis and Brandon Pajemski, what do you think he's averaging since Jimmy Butler started playing basketball? Those 6 games.
Yeah.
What would be your guess? Just a perception.
Probably
doesn't matter if you're right or wrong.
15 a night.
Really good guess.
Yeah.
Phenomenal guess.
Thank you.
14.83.
Can I get a ding?
Well,
do I have to beg?
Price is Right would say you overbid, but it's okay.
You're always trying to bring me down. His partner of mine.
I got it. We got it.
His partner of mine.
Got to even it out. Anyway, no, did I not say really good guess? It was a really good guess.
Thank you.
I'm not the Price is Right.
Boom,
anyway.
Boom. Oh. Totally. The sad trombone.
14.8 points per game. Are we sure that Jonathan Kaminga is still the 3rd leading scorer on this team?
When he comes back?
Yeah. Are you sure?
I mean,
is he option 3? Do we know this?
It depends on the minutes. And honestly, when you look at what Brandon has done and how he plays and how Steve gushes about him, and I asked him yesterday about his 3-man combo. Like, what 3-man combo is really standing out to you? And I said, take aside Steph and Draymond, who's your best 3-man combo? And he said, well, I'm going to keep Draymond in there because it's Jimmy and it's Draymond and it's Brandon. That's the 3-man combo that's got Steve a little bit trembly, a little rumbly in his tumbly. So Brandon's going to play. He's going to get 30 minutes. And so if he gets those minutes and he takes the 3 like he's been taking it, open threes that are now being created, he probably will outscore Jonathan Kaminga.
Let's see, Hotshot. How about Moses Moody? What is he averaging since Jimmy Butler started playing for the Warriors?
Man.
What's your perception?
My perception is he's averaging about, I don't want to go over.
Don't want to do that now.
Yeah, I'd say 11.8. 11.8.
Special. See, good job. You were closer on the last one, but
I stayed under.
You didn't overbid.
I was going to go 12.4.
You should have done it. 12.8.
Okay.
12.8 points per game for
You got
Moses
me a little
Moody.
gun shy about that.
That's a point. I'll give it to
Thank you, Grandy.
Okay, yeah.
That's
all
big
good.
for it.
He's nailing it right now.
Right.
Anyway, point is, gosh, I mean, I can't just say enough good things about my radio partner. Anyway, I guess my answer would be yes, but the point I'm making is Jonathan Kaminga returns to a whole new world. Not just in the obvious way. Jonathan Kaminga was going to go into the offseason, and he is looking to sign an extension. And the Golden State Warrior team with which he is trying to sign an extension is now a different group, not just for this year, but for the next 2 after that as well. So why is that relevant? It's not relevant because of Jonathan's feelings. I don't care about that. I hope he handles it well. But if Jonathan is bummed because the minutes might be down and there's fewer shots for him or whatever, hey, them's the breaks, kid. Okay? I think he's going to get his money. I don't know if it's the money he totally wants, but he's going to get a contract. I think he's going to stay. But I am all eyes on whether or not he can find the slot. because that's different now. Like what they're asking him to do, who they're asking him to be, and his, hey, gotta get in where you fit in kind of a vibe is different now. And it's not just different this year. It's different for the next 3 years. And I don't know if I can speak confidently about how that's going to go. I really don't know if like that could take some time, is my point.
Depends on how he comes back health-wise, and it also depends on where the team is winning-wise and, how that communication goes. And this is why I asked Steve yesterday about, his experience with Andre Iguodala. When he went to Andre, he took the job. Andre had never come off the bench in his career, and he said to Andre before that next season, I like you off the bench. And I know you've never come off the bench in your entire career, 10 years, but it's how I see you. And that whole next year when they won a title, Andre played 73 games, and he came off the bench 73 times. And in fact, in the next 3 years, Andre Iguodala started one game in 3 years, more than 200 games played. So that experience, it does carry over. And so now he's got to talk to Jonathan when Jonathan comes back, and maybe not right away because he's going to be ramping up and getting the minutes ready. But when Kaminga comes back off this road trip, hopefully he's played a couple of games, and then it's, all right, here's what we see, Jonathan. I really like my starting five. We've been winning with Brandon and Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and Moses, so that's what we're going with. You're still going to get your minutes, and if you play the way we know you can play, you're going to get 25 to 30 minutes, and that should be enough for you to do what you want to do.
I mean, I love this text that just came in while you were saying what you were just saying. 707 says this. This is a really good point. Kaminga right now is not a gotta-have-him-back player with this team. He was when he left, and now he's not. And that might be the best way to say it. He is no longer a gotta-have-him-back player. Now, I think he could be, depending on how he fits, depending on what the Warrior goal is, depending how far it goes, because I said yesterday, if you're really going to do something special in the playoffs, then he's going to have to fit in perfectly and pop because you need those 22-year-old legs. So this isn't me diminishing him. I just think that the Warriors have found their best stride that they have found in a long time, and it happened without him. And so that's more challenging than we give it credit for. I am not in this camp of, wow, everything's going great, and we get Kaminga back soon. I want to be that way, but I just don't know if it's going to look like that when he comes back.
Well, I am that way because I have faith that the coaching staff can communicate with Jonathan and that Jonathan is mature enough in his game and in his life and also smart enough to understand what has gone on without him and how he can contribute to winning. I don't think that he sits there and thinks, all right, I'm going to come back in, 5 games and I'm going to have 20 games and I need to go out there and absolutely cook for me. I need to get mine.
No, he's not a selfish player. He's not a selfish player.
I do think
I'm with you there.
I think that he's a smart player, and I think that he is watching what's going on and realizing what he can do that the team doesn't have right now, which Jimmy Butler does a lot of the things that he can do, although Kaminga can elevate like nobody else on this team and get not to the rim, but above the rim. And I also think that if you have Steph and Jimmy Butler out there, he can benefit like Gary is in the corner, like Quentin is in the corner, like Pods is above the break. I think that open threes will be there for Jonathan, and so his 3-point percentage can go up just by being a lot more open than he was.
Like, hold on. Maybe he'll be better.
Right.
Like, I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. And what I think is that the challenge that's in front of him is maybe bigger than people are giving it credit for. He may nail it. He may hit a home run. And the Warriors may just be absolutely unstoppable when he gets back. I hope that is the case. But this is challenging because, this is a total, overdue analogy. But y'all seen Shawshank Redemption, right? Remember Brooks? The old guy gets out of and he ends up hanging himself. But
Spoilers,
sorry.
Yeah.
But when Brooks gets out of prison and he gets out into the world, he's like, what the hell is this? The world went and got itself in a big old hurry. And he feels completely overwhelmed, and he doesn't want to be a part of it anymore. Now, I'm not saying Jonathan's not going to want to be a part of it.
This is maybe your darkest analogy ever.
Well, Brooks was actually a pretty happy guy until he got out there. But
he had to ask his manager to go to the bathroom.
Well, he did. And then the manager told him that he didn't have to ask him.
Yeah.
Just go to the bathroom. Yeah, Jonathan's coming into a new world, and that could go a lot of different ways. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Might not have been my best analogy. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Before you go to the phones, I just want to offer my appreciation for the effort because you compared a 22-year-old
Jonathan Kaminga to Brooks from Shawshank Redemption.
I thought that it was an impressive effort.
Now, he had some hops now. You didn't know that about Brooks.
Well,
I saw the after show.
Yeah,
you can get up. Let's go to Shane. Let's go to Shane in the city. Hi, Shane. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Driving 280 in traffic. Oh,
Good
boy.
luck.
I am shaking my head. Thank you. I'm shaking my head right now. I really can't believe the Kaminga slander, man. This is crazy. You should be excited. Miss me with the Pods is a better scoring option than Kaminga. Like that. Please.
Wait. Time out, Willard. Where's the slander? I threw out a question, Shane. I think he's got a really, really hard assignment here. Nobody said Pods was a better player. I want to know if this guy coming off the bench is going to be able to have the same presence that he had before with Jimmy Butler on the team. There's no slander there, is there?
I hear you. Check me out. Just hear me out for a second. Kaminga is the linchpin, ladies and gentlemen. I heard it here first. You're talking about Pods and Moody, both great players. Happy they're on the team. Their points per game with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler elevates players around him. That's what he does. Can we get an average points per game for Kaminga? The 10 games before he got injured, like a ding, 20.8 or something like that. Like, buckets, right? Jimmy Butler is an unselfish scorer. He scores the ball.
Oh, there he is.
Steph, any given night, can drop 30, 35, whatever. That's great. But Kaminga is going to be the number 1, number 2 scorer on this team between Jimmy and Steph. Like, Jimmy elevates players around him. So just if he's bringing Pods into the discussion that you think he's a better scoring option than Kaminga, then just imagine what Kaminga is going to do. The true Kaminga was those 10 games before he got injured. Kaminga is the linchpin. Let's go.
Okay, Shane, I hope you're right.
The last 9 games, he came off the bench, and he averaged 20 a night.
Yeah.
In those 9, and he shot 48% from the floor and 41.4 from 3.
Right. And my entire point in this conversation is all of that happened before the Warriors completely changed. They are we would all admit, right? Am I wrong? The Warriors are a completely different team.
No, they're different, yeah.
They're a completely different team, and Jonathan's got to work his way into that. I very much want that to go great. I think it's a hefty assignment. I really do.
It's going to be an adjustment for sure, and it's going to be up to the Warriors to figure out with whom Jonathan Kaminga plays the best, because in those 9 games, all off the bench, he shot 13 times a game. So he was getting his touches. In 28 minutes, he shot 13.5 times a game. And if he still has 28 minutes a night, let's just say that he slots into the same basic rotation, it might be hard for him to get 13 shots when you've got Jimmy Butler out there and now Pods is back healthy. I do think that his shot attempts will go down, so he needs to be as efficient, if not more efficient.
Yeah. Let's go to Drew in San Jose. Hi, Drew. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Are you able to hear me?
Yep. Gotcha.
All right. Sounds good. So, a lot of talk has been about Kaminga and his role coming back, and I'm in complete agreement with Willard here. It's a tough assignment for him, and I think it is a tough assignment because he's one of the biggest players on the Warriors, but he just refuses to play big. And the role that he had before he got hurt was like probably the second best scorer next to Steph, because Buddy was struggling, and they were really struggling to find anyone who could score, and Kaminga was sort of filling in that role, albeit inconsistently. Now the Warriors are not as struggling on offense anymore with the addition of Jimmy Butler. He's going to have to play big, and he's going to be taking minutes away from guys like Guy Santos, guys like Quentin Post coming off the bench, at least to start. He's going to have to take care of do all the dirty work and hustle and rebound, because if he doesn't do that, there's really not a role on his team. But I will say this is my last point. If he does that and he does buy into that, that is the difference between this team being a first-round exit and a potential Western Conference finalist. Because I know there's been good vibes going on right now. I think you guys would agree that you still would have this team sort of penciled in as a first-round exit, given what we've seen so far. The difference between first-round exit and potentially going to the Western Conference Finals, NBA Finals, is a good, productive Jonathan Kaminga, because he has something that nobody else on this team has. Thanks, guys.
Drew, thank you. It's a good call. And yes, mathematically, this 6 seed that everybody's pointing to, which, by the way, they're only a game out of now.
Yep.
Wow, how quick that happened. That's insane. Insane how quickly that's turned. Warriors are only a game out of the 6. But this 6 seed that everyone's pointing to is supposed to lose. Yes, they're supposed to lose in the first round.
Right.
That's the way it's set up.
Well, they don't have to.
No. Yes, they can win, and maybe they will be this different team. This will sustain, and Jonathan will fit right in, and they'll be the team that nobody wants to face, and they're going to upset people and all that. But yeah, like I agree with Drew that in this moment, they're still technically slated to not make it to the second round, number one. And then as far as the Kaminga role, like the things that he points out that Kaminga's got to do, let's have an honest moment with each other. Some of them are things that even the coaching staff has said he's been inconsistent with through his last couple seasons.
And that's fair.
Yeah, he's been inconsistent as wanting to rebound, wanting to defend on the ball, and being a great decision maker. It has been inconsistent, which you'd expect, 21, 22 years old.
Right. I do think that the decision-making part of it, a lot of it goes away because now he won't have to make those decisions as much. You've got Jimmy Butler on the ball and Draymond and Steph. I just was punching up their numbers. Pods versus Kaminga. Pods, when he came back from his injury, he's played 14 games, 28 minutes a night. He's averaging 14.7.
Okay.
And he's getting 5.5 rebounds, which is really good since he got back. Kaminga, in those 9 games before he got hurt, including the last game, the 9th game, he had 20 a night, as mentioned, the exact same 28 minutes as Pods, and he was getting 6.5 rebounds a night, which is more toward what the Warriors have wanted. And you mentioned the inconsistency part of it. For the year, he's only averaging 5 rebounds. So that's where a lot of fans, I think, are using the recency bias, which is great. It felt like over the last 9 or 10 games that Jonathan had figured out what he needs to do. Better defense, aggressive on the glass, more aggressive scoring the basketball. I do wonder about the minutes, and I know they don't play the same position, but Pods is playing 28 minutes since he came back. Kaminga was getting 28 minutes over the last 9 before he got hurt.
Yeah.
If they can both play 28 minutes and they can both play like they've been playing, not that Kaminga's going to get 20 a night, but you put it at 16 a night, and if he can get you 6 rebounds and Pods can get you 15 a night and he can get you 6 or 7 rebounds, all of a sudden now you're looking at a very good deep team.
Yes, you are. Now, if that athleticism plays, if it fits, that's all great. But, we keep comparing them, or I don't even know if we're trying to compare them.
We're not.
Pods keeps coming up. And maybe the more appropriate name to come up is Moody, because that's a guy who they like at the 4, and they like Jonathan Kaminga at the 4. So if Moody's numbers and minutes are going to go down in favor of Jonathan Kaminga, then I would argue Kaminga is either going to have to do what Moody does, or What Kaminga does is going to have to be so much better that it makes it okay. And basically, here's what I'm getting at. What have we really noticed since Jimmy Butler has come onto the scene with Moses Moody? Well, the ball ends up in his hands for open threes a lot because Butler's on the floor and Curry is on the floor and Moses is the guy that's over there where you're like, I don't have time to worry about that guy. So he's open for a three, and he has been phenomenal lately knocking them down. No?
Well,
he's hitting a lot.
He is. I just looked at his numbers, 6-game numbers, small sample.
Yeah.
Moses is playing the same 28 minutes that we talked about, 13 points a night. Right. Fantastic. He's shooting 29% from three.
But give me the last, you know what I mean? Because I know that at first it was wobbly. What's he doing just in the last 2 or 3 games?
1 of 4 against Dallas the other night, 5 of 8 against Sac.
Yep.
1 of 4 against Houston, 2 of 8 against Dallas.
Okay.
So it's been better. And if you want to go before Jimmy, he had a 4 of 7, he had a 3 of 5, he had a 2 of 6. So, and I was going to look at the Moses Moody sample going back a little further to when he started playing minutes. And going back to Minnesota in January, he got 25 minutes. And since then, he's been getting minutes now. He's been playing on the regular. And with Jimmy, he's been playing more, and he's been double digits in every game except the Chicago game. He's been, more than 10 and playing good defense and all the rest of it. So I do think it comes down to it's more Moody and Kaminga than it is Pods. But if you think about Moody, Pods, and Kaminga, 28 minutes apiece, that right there is a player and a half worth of real effort.
We're right back to the whole Steve Kerr and the rotations thing. And then my question is when Jonathan is in there and that ball spins around and it just ends up in his hands on the wing, can you be moderately consistent knocking down an open three?
Yeah.
And I've said this about Jonathan for 2 years now. If he gets consistent with that, forget about it. He's unguardable.
He's 34.5% this year, 34.2% for his career.
Yep.
So he's right on the cusp of, if you can hit 2 of every 5 right now, which is 40%, as opposed to 3 of every 9, which is 33%, he really is close. And the other part of it is the free throw shooting. He's at 64% this year.
That's got to change.
Career 69, which you'd like it to be better than that. But to be at 64, that's the part where, Jimmy Butler kind of relieves you a little bit.
If I'm defending Jonathan Kaminga, here's what I do. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give him a step. So you want to shoot the 3? Go ahead and shoot the 3 there, partner. You might make 1 or 2 a game, but I'm going to let you shoot the 3. But I know that you don't want to shoot the 3. So you're going to drive. Now, I've already given a step, so I've got some space. But if a good pass or whatever heads to Jonathan Kaminga and he gets by me, no problem. I'll just foul him. That's how, and that right there is the difference between Jonathan Kaminga being able to do 20 a night versus 27 a night. I truly do believe he could be an all-star in the future. I've said in the past I don't see it. He could be if he shoots 75% from the line and 38% from 3. If it looks more like that, now you're talking about an all-star level player.
Yep.
But, not there yet.
To your point, before we go to the phones, Moses, I went back to January 15th when he started getting Moses minutes, and he's getting 27 minutes a night over the last 17 games, 38.4 from 3.
There you go.
So that's I think, a little bit more indicative of what you've been seeing.
Yeah, and I was just doing it by feel.
Yeah, I got you. I just wanted to back you up.
And maybe it was also just getting excited about how he looked Friday night. The whole team looked unbelievable that night.
I'm excited.
James in Palo Alto. Hi, James.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to go back to older basketball feeling, which is that one of the best forwards I ever saw was Elgin Baylor. And he reminds me a lot of Jimmy Buckets. But he had to help a young James Worthy learn the ropes and learn how to be an all-star. And I think that just as J.K. needs to learn how to be a professional and a ball player, he he has Butler to teach him, just like Worthy had Elgin Baylor to teach him. And I think their skills are very similar. I think that J.K. could be an all-star like Worthy was. And I think that Jimmy Buckets, he sure reminds me of Elgin Baylor. What do you think?
James, thanks. I think those are lofty names.
Yep.
Those are
and they actually never played together.
Really
but I
big
do
names.
like the mentorship. I know Elgin was a part of the organization.
Yeah.
And I just was getting the years to make sure I was right. And he was a decade before Worthy. And his nicknames, Elge, Rabbit, Motormouth, TikTok, Aches and Pains, The Big Hurt, Elgin the Belgian. This Basketball Reference nickname
That's
thing.
too many nicknames.
And it's hilarious because a lot of these are like,
I've never heard of any of them.
Oh, there's old Aches and Pains over there.
I know what James Worthy's nickname was.
Right.
Big Game. Big Game James.
That would be one of them.
Yeah. No, that's the one. All the other ones you're about to say are not what people actually call him.
Clever?
No.
J-Dub?
Clever?
And a name that was George Gervin's nickname.
Iceman.
Yes.
Not James. Yeah. James Worthy's nickname is Big Game.
I love Basketball Reference. Somebody's back there is just sitting there and making S up.
Seriously. Like, this is just fun with an iPad right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, point is, to the question about whether or not you sort of see a comp there, those are really, really big names. Jimmy Butler is also a future Hall of Famer, so I'm a little bit more comfortable with his name up against other names. Elgin's before my time, so a little too intricate for me to talk about that. But as far as Kaminga and James Worthy, first of all, the game is so different. You know, guys just didn't shoot threes back then the way they sort of need to now. But James Worthy was two things. He was phenomenal in transition and obviously had one of the best point guards ever, maybe the best passing point guard ever, probably. And so he was a perfect complement on that fast break alongside Magic Johnson. There are some comps there. Jonathan is wonderful in transition on the offensive side. But for me, he's still way too raw to start having conversations and comparisons about big names.
Right. And transition back then was what we learned as kids in a 3-on-2 where the point guard got to the middle and usually it was a jump stop and you had two cutters from the either side knifing to the basket. And you can close your eyes and remember James Worthy. Magic wouldn't do a jump stop, but it would be a whoop, and James would get the ball, take one step, palm it, put it up to about 11 feet, 2 inches, and flush it on whoever happened to be near the basket.
Exactly.
Now it's dribble to the middle, and who wants a three? Drive and kick, which you didn't do back then. So Worthy was phenomenal on the break, but also quietly in the half court, he was a tough cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Big body.
Long arms, too.
888-957-9570. How about Tom in the East Bay? Hi, Tom. Thank you for calling. What are you doing?
Currently waiting to go coach a high school game in the parking lot. So, yeah. I just wanted to talk about Kaminga. I definitely agree with you, Willard. It's definitely going to come out to be a 50-50 thing. The consistency thing is something that I'm worried about, but I do love Jimmy Butler, especially when he was out in Minnesota, how he called out the second reserves. I think that is huge. And somebody like Kaminga, who, in all honesty, has had issues with his emotions on wants to be a starter, wants to score a lot, and not knowing how he wants to fit in. I think someone like Jimmy could really be a great mentor for him to really step in his footsteps, because you want a max contract. Kaminga's just not doing it right now, and I think the addition of Jimmy Butler could really either make him get to that point or could get Kaminga traded or signing somewhere else for sure.
That's interesting, Tom. Thanks very much. Yeah, I don't want to paint Jonathan Kaminga as a malcontent. I really don't think that's fair.
Never.
I think we hear stuff and then it gets run with a little bit too fast with this whole Jonathan wants to start. I have no problem if Jonathan wants to start. The only problem I would have is if Jonathan wants to start, then he makes a fuss about it and causes a problem. He didn't do it.
No.
If you want to come off the bench and score 30, you can want to start all you want, as long as you're still also doing your job and being productive within the team concept. Then, all good. As far as whether or not Jimmy Butler will, help get the best out of Kaminga, that's a hell of a spectrum. Like, he's either going to get the best out of him or get him traded. I don't really see it that way right now. I really do think that Jonathan Kaminga, at least his near-term future, next 2 to 3 years, I really do think is here with the Warriors.
I agree, and it just depends on a number of things. One, how does this year end? Because if this year ends with a first-round fizzle or a play-in failure or something that falls short of, like we talked about yesterday, can you play basketball into May? If this team doesn't make it to May, then all bets are off the table as far as what move you might make, including everybody not named Wardell. You might have yourself be on the move in the offseason. Now, if you go on a decent little run and Kaminga plays a role and maybe you win 2 series and you get to the Western Conference Finals and you go up against an OKC team that is just younger and better right now, okay, nice run. There's some retooling. Can you keep Kaminga and add a piece and get back in the second apron and make one more run? There's a lot of things that I believe are determined by what happens between now and the end of days this year.
Yeah, I think that's fair. 888-957-9570. Pete in Santa Rosa, you're next up. Hi, Pete. What's going on?
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
I'm actually Pete the Beekeeper. I called you guys last year.
Oh yeah, Pete. Remember you, Pete?
Yeah, and the bees will be back to my house, so keep listening because I'm going to need your advice.
It's looking beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just tell your neighbor to come catch them.
Yep.
I generally appreciate you guys more when you're off topic than on topic, but I still listen very regularly, so I'll chime in on this Warrior stuff. So I think for Jonathan Kaminga, when he comes back, they should just have him watch tape of Giannis and say, do what Giannis does, get downhill, get him in transition with a head of steam to the basket, and he's going to be very dangerous there. So with Jimmy Butler, he can look at that as a half-court example of how to play tough in the half court, and he's got to upgrade his savvy in the half court as well to be able to get some minutes now because everybody else is looking good because of the gravity of Jimmy Butler in the post. So he gets that ball down in there in the second, in any time of the game. Jimmy Butler commands more defense, so that's helping everybody else get opportunities, but it's not always Jonathan Kaminga's strength necessarily. It's either catch and shoot or move without the ball. So he'll have to upgrade his play to get that big paycheck.
Pete, I don't think it's necessarily, and thank you for the call, and good luck with the bees. I don't think it's necessarily a bad, I mean, it's fun to think about, like, oh, show him this guy. I just want to point this out, though, like, real nuts and bolts here. Jonathan Kaminga is 4 inches shorter than Giannis, and he is about 25 pounds lighter than Giannis. Jonathan Kaminga, at his absolute best and the most optimistic person on planet Earth, does not think Jonathan Kaminga can ever play like Giannis. Like, it's a completely different player. And I know you weren't necessarily saying they're the same guy or whatever, but I don't see them as even approaching the game the same way. I kind of like what Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kaminga have said about it. If you want to do a style of play comp, I would love you do that. Jonathan, watch Jimmy Butler. You don't need tape. You have a seat on the bench. Watch him play. Watch the smarts that he has. Watch the fact that he has learned how to move through the lane at 6'7", get himself to the free throw line, and then make it. Make it when you get there. Just make the right play. That's what I'd love to see Jonathan do consistently.
Yeah, I think we forget a little bit about Giannis in the early days, and I'm just looking at his numbers as a 19-year-old. He averaged 6.8 a game, then 12.7, then 16.9, then 22.9. He was the most improved player, and after that, he exploded. That first year, he did make an all-star team. I'm not saying Kaminga can be that, but I'll add this, Mark. As the caller was laying it out, I went to Chat GPT.
Oh, there we go.
I've been dabbling a little bit with the Chat GPT because they've got answers now. And I just typed in, whose game most resembles Jonathan Kaminga? Answer number 1, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Number 2, Jason Tatum. Number 3, Paul George. So this is Chat GPT now. I'm not I'm not trying to
You said that it's got answers. It's got wrong answers.
Kuminga shares similarities with Giannis, particularly in terms of his athleticism, ability to finish at the rim, and his potential to develop into a primary ball handler.
Does anybody see any of that in Jonathan Kuminga?
While Kuminga's shooting is still a work in progress, his ability to attack the basket and be disruptive on defense resembles Giannis's early years.
Let me redo the
ChatGPT.
Let me redo that statement. Read it again. What is it?
While Kuminga's shooting is still a work in progress,
right? Keep going.
His ability to attack the basket.
Stop right there. Looks nothing like Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Again, we're talking about the early years of Giannis.
Even the early years of Giannis. I don't see that.
I buy the raw athleticism part.
Sure, he's very athletic. Giannis is almost 7 feet tall and looks like the statue that they're going to build someday for some of the current Warriors. That's not Jonathan Kuminga. And that's not a slight on Jonathan Kuminga.
Giannis wasn't always 240 pounds, though. In the early years, he was a little bit more slender.
He was 6'11".
Probably.
And he finishes Jonathan, by the way, okay, here's the part where people will be like, ooh, Willard hates Kuminga. Jonathan's not a great finisher. I know you think he's a great finisher because he can dunk the ball when it's open. But Steph Curry is a better finisher around the rim than Jonathan Kuminga is, in my eyes.
Kuminga's in his 4th year.
Yes, I understand. He's 22.
Right, and I do think that his ability to finish is a work in progress. And another comparison that's made is to Paul George, especially given Kuminga's length, athleticism, and defensive potential.
Yeah, I don't see that one at all either.
That's way less likely in my mind. Paul George is one of the best shooters of the last 10 years.
Yeah.
George's two-way impact is something Kuminga could eventually mirror as he continues to develop. ChatGPT.
The thing you do at the end is funny, but other than that, I think you should stay off ChatGPT.
Actually, it's a great resource when you're doing things like sending emails.
Yeah, when you have assignments due in an hour, it's phenomenal.
When you've got a sports topic that you've been through 97 different ways, ChatGPT.
Okay.
Yeah. More like ChatGPT, am I right?
Okay, I'm going.
No, that was
ChatGPT 0.
No, it was kind of funny. Maybe in spite of itself, but still, it was kind of funny.
Warriors home take.
I thought that if he would have sold it more, he kind of limped into it.
You did. You need more confidence.
He tested it out on me, and I was not the right test credit.
That's a very difficult environment.
Give me a thumbs down.
Yeah,
did it anyway.
And you did it anyway.
Fought through.
That makes it a 3 automatically.
To deliver a joke in a room with someone who's already given you that's a no from me, dog. That's tough. I give you credit for going with it.
Oh, it's getting better. Say it again.
That's a no from me, dog.
That's God. Josh on 580. Hi, Josh. What are you doing?
GP2. Did I get the 3?
There you go, Josh. There you go.
Here we go.
You got a sense of humor. Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's very solid. Oh, man, I love listening to you guys on the drive home, but yeah, man. I mean, I think I just wanted to chime in. I've been listening a lot, and thinking about Kaminga returning, and I got two comps for you. You guys, let me know what you think. I got one more other point. My first comp is that number 9 that they just put in the rafters, Andre Iguodala. I think that's who Kaminga's game really reminds me of. When Andre Iguodala was young on the Nuggets, that athletic, defensive, could get to the rack, he could knock down a 3 when you need him to, but not necessarily all the time. I think that's what the Warriors really need. They don't need him to be a shooter. They just need to be a really aggressive, athletic player that can play great defense. And the second one is somebody that's kind of currently in the league, Aaron Gordon, right? Aaron Gordon was really good on the Magic, but not a star player. But he got with, Jokic on the Nuggets, and he was great to their championship run, just rebounding, playing great defense, knocking down open threes, and being ultra athletic on the wings. So those are two guys that I think I want Kaminga to be this year. I don't know about what he's going to grow into, but as far as when he comes back right now, being that's going to help us win a lot of games and give us a chance.
Josh, Josh, thank you. I don't hate your comps at all. If you want Jonathan Kaminga to be that, you better give him a gym membership. That's the only difference I see right now between Jonathan and some of those guys as far as at least looking forward and what you're going to project. Those guys those are some bulky shoulder frames that you're talking about with Aaron Gordon and Andre Iguodala.
Yep.
Would love for Jonathan Kaminga to mimic some of that. That'd be great.
Yes, and Andre debuted at 21, and he was 4th in Rookie of the Year. He did have a good long career in Arizona, so I do think sometimes we have to remember that Kaminga is 22 with no college experience, one G League Ignite season, which is, they should call it Me League Ignite, the way those guys mostly play. They're out there trying to get their own.
Yep.
I'm not looking for any rating after Lucas just absolutely blew up the show with GP2 Genius.
Yeah, Chat GP2.
Yeah, which was genius. Yeah. I'm starting to like it more and more. But, Kaminga, just 22. Yep. He's got time to bulk up. I'm not saying he's ever going to be 6'11", 240 like Giannis, but I do think the upside is still there for Jonathan.
Ron in Petaluma. Hi, Ron. What's cooking, man?
How are we doing tonight?
We're good, man.
Hey, I just want to make the comparison with Kaminga. You're worried about how Kaminga's going to fit in with the Warriors when he comes back. If we just remember, he averaged 20 points with the Warriors when Andrew Wiggins is on the team. And since Jimmy Butler has got there, he's elevated Moses Moody's game. He's elevated Brandon Pajemski's game. Why wouldn't he elevate Kaminga's game? The example would be the cut that Quentin Post made in the last game where Butler fed him for a dunk. Can you imagine that same pass to Jonathan Kaminga and the dunk that would happen from that? I think Kaminga's going to do better with Butler than he did before.
Ron, take. Yeah, and I hope you're right, and you might be right. And at no point am I sitting here saying he's not going to do better. I'm sitting here telling you that I think it's a bigger challenge than some are giving it credit for. I keep hearing people tell me a lot about what Jonathan was doing before he got hurt. And I keep thinking to myself every time I hear it, irrelevant. Totally and completely irrelevant. Nobody needs to sell anybody on the fact that Jonathan Kaminga is good at basketball. I'm fully aware. He's a very, very good player. He's a very good, young, explosive player. But the Warriors are different now. Jonathan is returning to a new world. And by the way, he's coming off of a hefty injury. That in and of itself is difficult to sort of find your footing right when you come back. And he does not have the luxury of time. They are in an urgent spot. They need to be winning games. Look, it could all work out. I think there's a great chance that it will. But this is tough. He's going to come back in with because what do they got left right now? 25 games?
Yep, 25. He'll have about 20 games.
Yeah, he's got about 20 basketball games. Yep. And you figure 2 or 3 of them might be those we're just reintegrating him back into this whole thing. It's got to get going fast for it to work the way you want it to work.
I do think, though, that they actually have the luxury of time because 20 games, and like you said before, you're not relying on him to come in and be the dude. He's going to come in and be the third option or the fourth option. He has a chance to come in and just kind of integrate himself into the offense and figure out with whom he plays the best, and Steve Kerr will do the same thing. So, if by the time he comes back, you might already be up in that 6th spot. At the very least, you should be threatening it with, the games you have remaining. You got a couple of Charlottes coming up. You've got an Orlando. You've got games you should win. So when he's ready to go, I actually think you do have the luxury of time. Yeah. You don't have to throw him in there for 30 minutes.
That I understand. I just mean then once he's up to, if you do want to do 30 minutes, let's say 4, 5, 6, 7 games from now, if you want to get him to that, now you've got 17 games left in the season to make it look the way you want to look. Guess who's on the line? You ready for this?
Is it my guy?
You got
a lot of guys.
I know, yeah. You got a lot of people.
Yeah.
Maybe. Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, there's the boys. Willard and Dibbs, the best sports boys in the Bay Area, and you could cash that in the Fremont Bank.
Look at that, Kurt.
Kurt, you're out here doing endorsements now. Look at you.
Yeah, there you go, boys. Now you're talking. Hey, listen, Kaminga, he's a young player, great young player, but he has to he'll fit in. But he has a lot to learn, brothers. He has a lot to learn. He's a great player. He's not going to be a starter. Hey, what about the 3 games we won in a row, huh? What about that?
Not bad, Kurt. Not bad.
We're going to win the next 3 in a row, for sure. Next 3 in a row is good. I can see us. I don't want to say anything bad, but we could win the next 7. Imagine if we win 10 in a row.
Look out
what are you
now.
going to say then?
I mean, Charlotte, Orlando, and by the way, why would you stop at 3 in a row? Because the game after that is Charlotte again.
That's it. Well, how about 7 in a row and 10 in a row right now?
Let's do it.
10 in a row.
I'm here
10
for
in
it.
a row, fellas. And I'm going to tell you why. Come on. You see what Jimmy's doing? Hey, who is this guy talking about Jimmy? Hey, listen, at the end of the show, I want to tell you something about Jimmy. So let me know when you're ready at the end of this conversation.
Kurt, are you doing the rest of the show with us?
Why not? I can do anything you want. Forget about it. We'll do everything.
Hey, Kurt, this is completely off subject, but you've become such a piece of this show, and a lot of people have asked this every time, and we talked about it one time after your call, so I got to ask you, where are you from? What is your origin?
Well, I'm Sicilian and Irish.
There it is.
There it is.
Sicily.
Sicilian and Irish, and I already told you where I was raised. I was born in Harlem, New York, raised out there in New York, and hung out with all the boys in the old days, the old good old days. You know what I'm saying?
What were the good old days, Kurt? Like about 19...
Well, you know what it was. Silk shirts, all kinds of things, bottom belts, leather shoes, things like that, leather jackets. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And those were
good old days.
Like, what kind of decade were those real popular? You know what I'm saying?
I would have to say the late 70s and the 80s.
Okay, late 70s. That was your heyday. That was when you're at your prime.
Well, I'd say all the 80s and the 90s, brother. And let me tell you something. I can't tell you any stories now. But one of these days we'll tell you some stories. But I can't right now. You know what I'm saying?
Not right now. Yeah, the cops are too close, right?
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. But let me tell you something about the Warriors. They're on a mission, brother. And guess what? They got the second best scoring team bench in the league. Second best. I talked about this bench a while back ago, and I said to you fellas that this bench is elite. And I don't see them going anywhere but up the ladder, and we could pass 6. I said 6. We could pass that easily now.
Man, I mean,
we could.
Yeah, it's a tall order. You know, the last time they won 7 in a row, Kurt, was 21-22. You know what happened in that season, don't you?
Yeah, of course we know what happened. Hey.
They won the whole dang thing, Kurt. Yeah, so and they get the 7 in a row. We can start thinking about a parade on Market Street.
Yeah, you better believe it, brother. Let's get the banners out. Let's get the band rolling. Let's get everything rolling because I could see it. Jimmy's an elite player. There's not a player like him. And guess what? He never won a championship. This dude is hungry.
That's true.
He's hungry for a championship.
That's a good point. Hey, Kurt, what if somebody came up to you on the street today and was like, Warriors are going to get upset by Charlotte tonight? What would you say?
No, they're not going to get upset. I got one thing to say. Anybody says anything about Jimmy bad, get out of here!
Hey. That's Curtin Hayward Hills. Is a Sicilian from the block in New York.
And Irish, too.
That's right.
And the 70s, silk shirts and the chest hair was out, let me tell you.
And the 80s and the 90s, too.
And don't forget about the OOs, guys. I still was out there doing big things.
But
no stories.
No stories.
Not right now. Not right now.
No.
Can't do it now. Can't do it. All guests on 95.7 The Game, like Kurt, appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? We got time for more of your calls. Tim, the coach, let's go. 888-957-9570. And then the Warriors play in an hour and 20 minutes. Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. East Shore Freeway going in the westbound direction, heading to...